12, the second of the two Pro-Am races. Welcome along to the stream as well. If you are just joining us, we are aware that there may have been a slight delay in that to you. Carnival race got the second of the two auto.
variety of hells throughout the day. And she said, is it going to be okay tomorrow? And I looked and I went, absolutely, yeah, that's it now. That's all the rain finished. But it looks like it must have rained during the night.
Yeah, the MSVT and MSVR award ceremony.
You actually grabbed your head as you said that.
Yesterday, yes, yesterday evening. It was mist, but quite heavy mist. So if you were, for example, stood on the top of the MSV building that's on the outside of Clark Curve, it would feel like it's raining when it was carried by the wind. So yeah, there was quite a lot of.
Thank you to a few messages that I've got coming in that it did make contact on the inside, relatively heavy impact on the inside.
I don't know. Yeah, I was looking at, well, at least from our perspective, I think I can see the Armco slightly moved, but that might just be, at least from our position, it looks like that. But when we saw
it's got to be infuriating, hasn't it, to get that it's so early. And I'd hate to be, I'd feel awful as the driver, which would be, there's no need to. Welcome to the real world.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those. It could have happened to anyone, but.
You've got the cough this morning, haven't
you?
I
do have a cough. Yeah, that is just part
Marcus
of racing.
Clutton has confirmed it's not him in the car, and in fact it has updated.
It has now updated.
I said I didn't trust it.
No, it has now updated, which is good. So it will be Lee Taylor behind the wheel. Have you got Marcus Clutton messaging you?
Yeah.
That's a nice position to be in, isn't it?
Friends. My mate. Incidentally, there we go. We are on the stream now, and I was about to say, I know that there's a number of you already watching, and the chit-chat's going on. Yes, I can see that we've now got the camera pointed at the repair work going on to the internal video. But I believe you were here in our commentary as well. So I will just quickly restart. Welcome everybody to the 2025 edition of the IndyCar 500. Apologies, there was a delay. We have had network issues, internet issues, everything here for the production team, bless them. Probably weather related, I would hazard a guess, and they've been like absolutely going nuts trying to get it sorted. Then it would come back in, then it would go again, then something else would go, and bless them, they've had a torrid time this morning, but they've got it up and running, and they are ready to, hopefully we'll be able to bring you this throughout its entirety. It is the early stages. What have we got so far? 8 minutes. No, sorry, that's a countdown in it. We got 8 hours, 12 less to go. 4 laps have been done. I think only 2, maybe, no, 2 of them at racing speed. We did have Taylor in the 95 car, had the lead. It did initially say that was Marcus Clutton, but yeah, Marcus is message saying it isn't him in the car. So it is Taylor in 95. He was in the lead. He got closed down by Jack Wright initially in the Milner Racing 46 car, but the driver on the move, Costa Kritzis in the 333 car, Kahuna's race team. Amazing job, to be honest with you, Jack, because where did he start? He only started 4th, admittedly, but he just picked them off, didn't he? One after one, and he's got himself into the lead. He's probably, I would imagine, a bit frustrated by this safety car period because he was about to start stretching his legs at the front. Yeah, once Costa gets to the front, there's no real stopping him. He's very quick, is Costa, commonly referred to as the Greek god of speed. And yeah, quite aptly so, because he is a very, very quick driver in his own right. There is a few amendments that we do need to go through. Unfortunately, we're not going to be joined by the number 81 GM Performance car this weekend, which we kind of knew, because on the entry list it was 81 GM Performance, but no driver names. So we kind of knew that. The car that was unfortunately involved in the incident on the run-up towards Druids, car number 9, the LDR Performance Tuning car, that was an amendments programme, an addition, and that was Alex Brandon behind the wheel, but obviously we've seen Alex jump out. Roger Hassan was behind the wheel of the 74 Orca Sport car that came into the pit lane. Here's one for you. The Pro-Am racing cars, car 8 and car 12. Car 8 is now car 12, and car 12 is now car 8. Obviously. You'd have thought you'd just sort of swap the drivers. If they've swapped the numbers, that would be quite comedic. But sort of get that group of drivers and go, no, you're driving this car, and that group of drivers onto the other. We do have Usher Motorsport. They have an addition. Obviously, that's Phil Usher, Luke Usher and Dave Usher. They have got Arnold Duncan with them this weekend. Arnold is the addition to the programme. Car number 49, LDR Performance Tuning, the second of the two. Andy Greer-Hardy. He isn't going to be here this weekend and has been
the seats has gone the way of Christina Lowe for this one, and car number 67 joins us this weekend. That's Original Checkers Racing, in the hands of the standard sort of Tom Hendry, which you kind of expect, but also Conrad Crickmay, Michael Wright, I'm assuming Rodkey Parry, and Liam Wright also joins us as well.
Just to quickly, I know there's a couple of questions, people joining at different times where it was not working. Why are we not getting it on our TV screen now? It wasn't a technical problem. It made contact with the barrier on the infield. If you saw it a moment ago, you'll have seen the marshals just repairing the barriers on that infield. We didn't see it happen, but thank you to Peter Harding, it was, that messaged me. Morning, Peter. And oh yes, you can see the back of that is a wee bit crunched, to say the least. Illegal aero advantage with the boot up, says Xander Clarkin. I like that. Motorsport Meister, no, it wasn't the warm-up lap, mate. It was probably lap 2, I would hazard guess.
Lap 2, yeah.
We didn't see it because obviously that's behind the trees on our commentary box, and we didn't have the stream running at that point either. So yeah, we have no idea what happened, but thank you to Peter Harding that was over there. Yeah, there you go. You can see they're just getting the repair, and I think you're right. It did actually push the barrier back a little bit,
which is why I think this might be we will just remain behind the safety car, keep that clock ticking. But obviously, if there is any repair work to be done, we do now have the live stream images on our screen, and yeah, the rear of that car looking rather second-hand. It will have been a substantial hit, and if that has moved one of the uprights on the Armco, granted they are very, very sturdy, they might need to replace it slightly. They might need to replace it and get that ready to go back racing once again. I'm now being a bit of a tech wizard for the old timers that we've got in the commentary box, just to show you a little trick as to how to get your stream as live as possible. Because it says it's live, but if you click your playback speed and flick it to 2, you almost fast forward a live stream, and it catches back up again.
See, I told you were like God. Oh no, sorry, that's your dad.
That's
Mark
Dad,
Werrell's God, you're Jesus, that's the one.
Yeah, that's the one.
I didn't say it earlier, my name is Chris Dawes, and Jack Werrell, we're your commentary team for this 8 hours, 20 minutes, buckle in. If you thought it was going to be an endurance enough, you've got us to listen to throughout. We're going to have some fun with this, Jack. It is one of the events that I genuinely look forward to this, because you've got to have fun with this.
Yeah,
the drivers do. We do up in the commentary box. We're going to have a variety of guests coming and joining us throughout the day. At least I hope they are. They've told us that they will. And
this is when none of them arrive.
Yeah, exactly. It has been known, hasn't it? Sadly, but. Yeah, we're just going to have some fun with this. You know, you've got so many things that will change, where there'll be mechanical gremlins. In these slippy conditions, mistakes will happen. The beauty with it being long is that they're going to sort of go back out and try and get things repaired, aren't they?
Yeah.
And, I mean, that one looked possibly a little bit too much on that number 9 car, but we'll wait and see. The EnduroKA car is in the pit lane still as well. That had a spin on lap 1, I think that one was. And it didn't look like it made contact with anything, but hence my cause or effect comment. Was it an issue that caused the spin?
Or was it helped into the spin, and that's now, caused bodywork on tyre or
that's
something?
The other possibility. Where did the 74 car start? 16, so it was mid of the field, row 8.
Safety car in this lap, so clearly no. The good thing is where the LDR Performance Tuning car ended up, a lot of that is covered by tyres and then Armco barrier. So the tyres will have done a brilliant job of grasping all of the energy out of the car, but then not putting it into the Armco barrier. Hello to you if you are in the grandstand heading in towards Graham Hill Bend. They are waving at us already.
Hello, good morning.
It reminds me of Speedfest.
Yes.
Speaking of Speedfest, back over the start-finish line. Go our Enduro cars on the run in towards turn 1. Costa Creates is still leading the way. This is the tricky bit now. Again, we went over this yesterday. We'll bring it up again. It's nor wet nor dry. It's greasy, isn't it? And these cars are probably a bit more of a handful in these conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought you were about to go with the fact that, who was it? I had a message. Oh, there we go. Box in this lap says, shout out to the people in the grandstands in this weather. So there you go. The people in the grandstands are famous on the stream as well.
Well, more than us. That's
exactly.
One more shout out for them than it is for us.
It is. Yeah. Box in this lap says, tell them to do a Mexican wave. Yeah, they want a Mexican wave in the grandstands.
They did try. They did try.
We'll get that going further into the race.
Yes.
At the moment, it's still lots going on. And again, great start by the top three. They're sort of the class of the field as it stands. In a lonely fourth place is the blue and white number 3 car of Wingat Racing, Bidgeway at the wheel. At the moment, we've got a challenge coming. What have we got? Oh, we've got someone in the gravel already. Sadly, there we go. The grandstand people are on the stream. But we have someone in... No, yes, safety car again, sadly, because that one's a long way into the gravel. We were about to have a challenge for the lead at that point as well, because Taylor was lining up Costa Kritzis.
I think that is the broke piston car of Tony Carosa. Of course, Tony is...
You're changing the name of it.
I am changing the name of it. It's it's Ash Sutton's race engineer. I think his full name, Antonio Carosa. But no, Tony Carosa behind the wheel. That car has just deposited itself in the gravel. And what we do have as well are penalties for sort of toe backs and bits like that. But then, of course, those toe backs disappear just before the end of the race. So if you do make a mistake, you're out of the race.
But, I mean, the toe back penalty is quite severe, isn't it? It's 2 laps.
Two laps, I think, yeah.
Not that channel, Jack.
It's not going back now.
I know, you've got to leave it to do this load thing. I won't tell you how I know. Good morning, Gary Hill. 116 off at paddock, as he confirmed, yet the piston broke. I love that name. And good to hear you here, Gary. Is that your fault? Contact with 180, he said. That was the reason why the 116 car... so thank you for that, Gary. So it wasn't you throwing banana skins out this time then. I always accuse photographer Gary Hill that he gets the best shots, always. And it's like, are you creating these?
Yeah.
And I call him banana skin man.
I'm sure he's been called worse.
I dare say, yeah. Haven't we all?
Returning to the circuit is the EnduroKA Sport car, albeit... I think that's the EnduroKA Sport T car because it looks slightly different to the one that spun out. Yes, it is. It is the T car for EnduroKA Sport. So whatever happened was clearly enough for them to change cars.
Because it was black earlier, wasn't it? It's now silver. So they're able to do that,
yes, yeah, they will pick up a penalty for doing so.
Oh, okay.
But no, they have gone out in their T car. But then, of course, for those teams that don't have a T car, if they spin, they have to go into the pit lane, and they spend 10 laps in the pit lane. All of a sudden, EnduroKA Sport are back in the race. So it's no, it's quite a nice little trick that EnduroKA Sport and others have started to use. I did have a point a minute ago. In terms of the refuelling as well, there are penalties for various things, having the fuel door shut, or you can only open the fuel door once the driver's door or passenger door has been shut. You can't touch the car whilst it's being refueled, albeit... The latest thing that I saw, I can't remember whether it was at Donington Park, but if you spill fuel, you get a penalty, but the way they measure it is if it cannot be covered by a standard A5 piece of paper. There was somebody, I can't remember who it was now, it sounds like it was Jamie Moore, but I don't think it was, but it's a very Jamie Moore thing to do, of NJM Racing. If you pull the fuel can out and it drips, naturally it covers quite a big sort of surface, so you've got sort of one drop near the car, one drop near the garage. So I saw somebody ripping up a piece of A5 paper and going, no, that drip's covered by that bit, that drip's covered by that bit, and the A5 piece of paper did cover the drips. But no, it's interesting the things that teams try to convince the stewards of.
Who would have thought that with motorsport? Eh?
Yeah, of course. The recovery effort is nearly completed. We've managed to get Tony Carosa out of the gravel trap. It's just the flatbed recovery unit is there. I think maybe just because if the car can't get itself struck back into life, they will need to get that car recovered back to the paddock. So the safety car queue back over the start-finish line. And of course, with it being a timed race and not a lapped race, in theory the safety car could go as quick as they want. because all we're doing is, ticking away the time. So we have 8 hours-ish remaining, which, sounds like quite a while, doesn't it, all of a sudden?
Yes. Sorry, I was trying to multitask then.
And we had the aircon unit go
and I
as
thought
well.
it was raining.
Yes,
hard rain.
I thought that.
Which it isn't. It's absolutely fine. We're getting notice from some of you that the commentary is very echoey. Hopefully the production crew will hear that as well, and they'll have a look at that. We're losing it on our TV screen for some reason. That may well be the TV rather than the stream, because it's working online. So apologies for that. The joys of all the technical issues. Somebody asked whether Ollie Fennell was out in the number 12 car from the start. The answer is no. It's Richard Jepp, according to the screen, that is out in it this time. Thank you to Kostak Photo. He confirmed that the OnlyFans car was he lost it on the exit of paddock. So he obviously was sort of like overcorrecting all the way up to that barrier. That's a long lose, isn't it, that one? So that would have been a heart in the mouth, and sadly put it up into the barrier further up the hill. So thank you for that, mate. Appreciate it.
Just spotted Verano eSporter in the YouTube chats, chatting away as well. Commentary's all sorted now, which is good. So
brilliant.
thank you, Rob, for confirming that. But Verano eSport, of course, that is a team that has raced with us. They were at Croft, they were at Donington Park. Had quite I think a big collision with a tyre bale at Donington Park as they went through the chicane or the Fogarty S's. But of course, that's a team that has come from sort of sim racing, and they've all collectively come together and bought themselves or built themselves a race car, and have all gone racing. Good group of mates like Chick Speed. I love Chick Speed as a team. They're a new team, just a group of mates that used to do track days all the time, and they've gone, we want to go racing.
It's that kind of series, isn't it?
Yeah.
That I've said to you is what's going to get me to get my racing
Such a friendly paddock as well.
Absolutely. I really fancy it. The teams are all good fun, super competitive, but in a very fun way. And it does seem that they're having a good control on the price or the cost of parts and things like that as well for this. So it is a really fun thing. And over the course of a year, they've got such a variety, haven't they? Whether it's the Douze de Norfolk over in Snetterton. They've got, was it Alton Park I covered? Is that 4 hours or something like that? Ah, you've got it, 5 hours. 5 hours of Donington and 6 hours of Cadwell Park.
That was hard work. That was hard work with Jack Mace. Because
but imagine that for the drivers. That's colossal.
You don't get a break, and
no.
the park straight isn't even straight, and it's really undulating. So it was, it was a challenge, that's for sure. And some of the drivers they got to the end of their stint and went, wow, because it was hot as well. It was a really hot day. Emma Featherstone, thank you for the message, just saying, hope you're not too shattered, because of course we had the award ceremony last night. She can hear our tones down at Paddock Hill, obviously one of our marshals.
He's got a hangover, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to grass him up.
I actually feel amazing in comparison to last year.
And what do you mean? You weren't even here.
Exactly. No, in comparison to last year, I feel absolutely amazing. A massive thank you to my better half, Ellie, for looking after me yesterday evening.
Yeah, I'll thank her as well.
And for convincing me to get food before we arrived at the circuit this time. But what we do have are cars still circulating behind the safety car, and I'm not exactly sure what happened to the piston broke car.
It was on the flatbed.
It is still on the flatbed, but it looked like an innocent spin into the gravel, which makes me think has something else happened.
No, it was contact with a 180, remember?
Yeah, but I didn't know whether that had sort of damaged suspension or
I see, rather than
and
drag it out and let it carry on.
Yes, exactly,
yeah.
Because there's clearly something substantial enough, which means it can't get back to the pit lane under its own power. I can see, I think that's Luca Proietti up here. He's just stood behind us, one of the mechanics. I think he's with the Calamity car and the Bonhams, but both Luca Proietti and his father, incredibly quick Citroen 2CV drivers, which is, I guess, a fairly similar kind of formula to this sort of low-power budget racing, but budget endurance racing. We did have somebody in the chat earlier on as well say this is similar to the Twin Cup that they've got in France, which is of course Renault Twingos and sort of low-budget endurance racing.
Oh wow!
And I've seen a couple of videos, and it looks absolutely brilliant. I want to go over and give that a crack. King Kodiak, he's jumped in and said, "Good day. to Jack and Chris, and I like that they put me before you. But it's getting quite busy.
Age before beauty.
Yeah, if you like. If you like. Let me know where you buy those mirrors. So we've got...
from a fun fair.
I think we're going to have safety car in this lap.
Yeah, it's disappeared.
It has disappeared, and Costa is... Costa's not in a hurry.
He's doing a full GT restart, isn't he?
He is, isn't he? Yeah, he is. I love how much weaving we've got going on as well. And occasionally we see people weaving so much that in these conditions they do get caught out. Nice to see Autosport back in gone. Your
dad, Mark Werrell, he's just said, stop talking about it. Just get your race licence and join in. It's great fun.
Who's he talking to? Because that's probably both of us.
Yeah. Probably more me, because he's going to be a bit more sort of protective of you, isn't he? Whereas he's not bothered. I'm disposable.
You'd like disposable. No,
good morning, by the way,
yes,
Mark.
Yes, good morning, Father. So race is back underway. Costa Creatis leading the field. Brilliant response by Lee Taylor. He's stuck to the tail of Costa Creatis. Leon Bidgeway doing Leon Bidgeway things, really. He's come from a little bit further down the order. He was starting in 8th place, up into 4th at the moment, and is now hot on the heels of Jack Wright. The Pro-Am racing cars naturally will be a fan favourite. Car number 8, Jack Dan behind the wheel. Of course, that car is being shared by Callum Roby, Jack Dan. Justin Roberts is out today, and Christian Kelly. They're up into 7th place, but the second of the Pro-Am cars, which is going to be the really popular one, that is the number 12 machine. That will have Ollie Fernell, Scott Parkin, Josh Benson, and at the moment Richard Jepp behind the wheel. Side by side further down the order, Subaru Racing and Yusuf Bin Sahel being pushed around a little bit. 3 wide going down the Cooper Straight. Brilliant move by Richard Jepp. He managed to nick up the inside of them both and picks up a couple of places in doing so. Of course, Richard, he loves budget racing. He's raced in other sort of budget-friendly, low-power formulas throughout the UK. All of a sudden, our race leader, Costa Creatis, is no longer our race leader. So Lee Taylor has got through and passed. He's now leading the way. Costa Creatis demoted down to 2nd place, and a big move from Leon Bidgeway. Dived to the inside, the car squirming around on the brakes. He got the car slowed down, but that killed the momentum by the time they got to the apex, and Jack Wright holds on to 3rd place. We are having some minor technical difficulties on our end, nothing that we can't kind of sort ourselves. Thankfully, we've got the live stream almost close enough to live through other sources. We can keep up with what's going on. The Autotech 2 car, I think that is. Yes, it is. In 5th place at the moment. Normally, it's the first of the 2 Autotech cars that's the quicker of the 2. But Tom Monhemi is doing brilliant things in 5th place at the moment. I'm just looking forward to when the ambient light really starts to fade away and we get all the LEDs on. Big spin for the LDR performance tuning car. That is the Slotus Cartina. Yeah, they can't catch a break, can they?
No, absolutely. I was just watching. I think, did we? No, it wasn't a pass. The Pro-Am Racing number 8, Jack Dan behind the wheel, and the number 1 Burton Power Racing, and that is Valentine behind the wheel this time, isn't it? Tom Valentine, who's going well in that Fiesta yesterday as well. They were really fighting with each other like mad. In fact, it looks like Boston Racing 888 had got past Burton Power. So there's a lot going on in that section. I guess the reality is that these drivers, or have we got a challenge for the lead, Jack? Not for the lead, sorry, for 2nd place, is that heading up towards the hairpin. It didn't happen, but that's compromised because all of a sudden, directly with them is the 3 and 64 cars, Wingate Racing and Autotech Motorsport 2, which just posted the fastest lap of the race, did the 5th place number 64. That's at the back of that quartet you see there. That's 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th all together. And Taylor in the Kachow 95 is not fully pulling away, is he? But he's not under pressure anymore.
No, Costa Creatis is under big pressure from Jack Wright.
I said he'd be fed up with the safety car, didn't I? Because he was in control before it came out. The first one, I mean, by the way.
Yes, no, absolutely. And Tom Monhemius, I think he was listening to us because I said it's normally the other Autotech car that's a bit quicker, but no, Tom Monhemius has really started to turn up the wick. Jack Wright's up into 2nd place, managed to get through and past Costa Creatis, who's fallen away behind Leon Bidgeway now as well. We'll get a good run out of Paddock Hill Bend. And potentially fight back for 3rd place, but something's just not quite clicking with Costa Creatis' post-safety car.
He was trying to go back up the inside of Bidgeway in the Wingate Racing number 3 car as they went up to Druids, but the door was firmly shut in his face early enough that it was not rude, it was absolutely fine. But now all of a sudden it is 5 cars for the lead, because Taylor's been dragged back into this one quite dramatically in that 95 Kachow racing. So Lee Taylor, I think that's kind of the sign of how it goes. We must have missed a bit of a moment for the 141 car motion car, because that suddenly lost 8 places, and that's Brett Virgin behind the wheel. That's another one of these. Only 2 drivers for 8 hours, 20 minutes.
And maybe not quite so budget friendly, but I'd imagine great fun. We've got a spin for the Sucre racing car heading in towards McLaren and Clearways.
There's 2 of them off. There's one further off on the grass.
Oh yes, there is. That's the second of the 2 Autotech cars, I think. So we've got Tom Monhemius up at the front. So that will be the number 65, I should imagine, that's found itself a long way adrift of the racing surface. So I should imagine contact between the pair of them. In the treble 5 Sucre car, Yusuf bin Suhail manages to get that car struck back into life and going again, but unfortunately the Autotech car remains there. Double waved yellows as the marshals are on the scene. It is the number 65 car, which prior to the incident was in the best part of 16th place.
The 555's the one that's gone, isn't it? The Autotech still sat there.
Yusuf bin Suhail managed to get back going again.
No,
but
he's still there.
Unfortunately, Sam Jewell hasn't been able to get going.
Yeah. I got it. Yes, for some reason. That's because bin Suhail was in Autotech last year. I'm sure he was.
It would make sense.
So my head was a bit confused. He'll join us on the mic later, but yes, the leaders just going through that yellow flag zone. He has got it going now, the Autotech. The marshals were just speaking, getting him Control-Alt-Delete. It's all going. So Jewell will rejoin the race. Lost a whole load of places and laps, obviously, over the leaders. So that's a huge shame for them on that one. I don't know whether they came together there. I reckon it was more a sympathy thing. We've got a challenge down at Paddock Hill Bend. The stream's a little bit behind what we're seeing out of our window, so apologies if we kind of go here, there and everywhere with it. And that was up into 2nd place has gone Wingat Racing. So Bidgeway up past Taylor in the Kachow 95 car, up into 2nd place. That has allowed Jack Wright to start scampering away at the front now.
Typical Jack Wright things, really, isn't it? Jack is very quick in his own right, and we sort of opened up the race by saying that Jack is just an incredibly intelligent endurance driver and knows exactly where to place the car when he wants a position, and it just seems to be working for him so far in this race. And he's already started to extend the lead over Leon Bidgeway, Lee Taylor, Costa Krietsis, who hasn't really managed to get that car back on song. Good to see Sam Jewell back out and circulating after the brief moment off the road. Maybe just a bit of heat soak that delayed that car in getting back going again. However, the other Autotech car of Tom Monhemius is doing a brilliant job up in 5th place, keeping the top 4 fairly honest, knowing that they cannot make a mistake. I did want to bring up that Chick Speed, I think they have had a bit of a moment somewhere off the road, because at the moment they are, as we look down the order, I actually can't spot them at the moment. I know they are out there. They are in 21st place and dropping. So I think Simon Catchpole on the lap prior had a bit of a moment. Yeah, 3 places lost. So I think a spin for Chick Speed Motorsport. They are now being engulfed by the race leaders. Into the garage goes the 65 Autotech car of Sam Jewell. So they will go to work on that car, make sure all is well, and try and get that car back out there once again. It's been quite a busy start to the race. There's been lots going on. At the moment, there's a brilliant battle heading around Druids. That's the number 11/10 racing car. Whereabouts are they in the order? They're currently in 19th place, with Byron Crawford behind the wheel, going slightly sideways through Graham Hill Bend. They're fighting away with what used to be the MSVT racing car. Usher Motorsport there or thereabouts as well, in the number 14 machine. That's Phil Usher, Luke Usher, Dave Usher and Arnold Duncan. A real family affair in that car.
I've got to say on the stream, on the chat, is that I have a suspicion that Matt Swaffer is watching, because there's a handle called Swaff 45, and that's his race number, isn't it?
Yes.
And he says, "Morning all, watching in bed with a slight hangover after last night's party."
It was quite the party.
Yeah, so good morning, Matt, if you're still watching. You've probably fallen asleep again now, anyway.
With the remote in his hand.
He had an incredible race yesterday, didn't he?
He did,
Just missed out on the championship in the end.
And he did say that the plan is to come back next year again, which is brilliant. Yeah,
good. But interesting that he's going to do some work on that 1 Series.
Yeah.
Beamer.
Yeah, you'd have thought it'd be developed within an inch of its life, but no, he's still looking at more. And of course, with the potential change of tyres and bits like that as well, that's what I guess that is the good thing about the MSVT Track Day Trophy and Championship. You still have open choice of tyres. Miata Trophy changing tyres as well, from the Toyos to the Yokis, go away from the R888Rs to Yokohama tyres. So we'll see what they're like. And chatting to who was it? John Langridge at the time, saying that the longevity of the tyre is going to be much better. So again, more budget friendly. But away from what we saw yesterday, back to today. Costa Creates under huge pressure from Tom Monhemius heading around Druids and down in towards Graham Hill Bend. I don't really know what it's going to take to separate those two. I've got a feeling Costa might try and let him through to sit on the coattails of that Autotech car, and there may be not necessarily bad blood, but there will be a bit of a relationship there, because Costa has spent a lot of time racing with Autotech Motorsport, so he's probably got quite a good relationship, knows how the drivers drive, and maybe we'll try to exploit that between now and when he needs to jump out of the car. Last time through, Leon Bidway set a quick lap.
It was, yeah, new fastest lap of the race, 106.87. I'd just been beaten actually by Jack Wright out front. He's got the daylight between himself and the chasing pair, because you've got to say, at the moment, Costa Creates and the Autotech Motorsport Monhemus car, they've fallen away, 333 and 64. They're, as you rightly say, they're having a great fight amongst themselves, but they have fallen away from the top 3. But the top 3 are sort of spread out, almost equidistant from each other at the moment, and Jack Wright's just able to focus and put qualifying laps in at the moment, isn't he?
He is, especially now he's got nobody really to worry about, and it's going to be quite some time before he approaches any sort of traffic. Richard Jepp, very impressed, but we kind of expected it from Richard Jepp. Started 12th up into 7th at the moment, so up 5 places in the number 12 Pro-Am racing car. And Richard, he's driven pretty much anything, but always seems to have that extra little bit in the sort of slightly less or the low-powered cars, which are all about momentum. And yeah, whether it's a smooth driving style or just a very specific driving style, really works and stuff like this.
Yeah, no, I agree. I was just looking as well, that piston broke car, 116, it just gets me every time, is still with the exclamation mark against it.
Shall I go for a walk?
Of course, that just means it's got a penalty, isn't it?
That'll be the tow-back penalty.
So presumably that means they have got back out there going again. And
yeah,
that's Carosa at the wheel, and you were telling me about him yesterday.
Yeah, he's got the 3-lap penalty for the tow-back. We'll try and spot that car. No, it is out there and running. It's just working its way through Surtees. So yeah, that car is...
Because you were worried that because it was being flat-bedded, that there was more of an issue than just being off in the kitty litter. So good news that it is back out there again. But yeah, Carosa, that was the one you were telling me about, wasn't it? Yeah,
Tony Carosa. Yeah. Ashley Sutton's BTCC race engineer.
That is seriously cool.
It is really cool. I saw him in the paddock yesterday. I hadn't looked too much into the entry list for this weekend. I just sort of looked at team names and obviously the regular names that are there. And I think more importantly, Milner Racing, to see who they had in this weekend, because I knew that Johnny Milner wasn't in it. And yes, just saw Tony Carosa walk by at lunch and thought, I wonder what Tony's doing here. But no, he is out there and racing, which is brilliant. I don't know whether Ash is here. It'd be good to see Ash or the touring car guys get a team in this. It'd be interesting to see what they do. Say if we had Ash Sutton, Tom Ingram, maybe Dan Lloyd or Dan Camish or whoever else in one of these, that would be brilliant.
It would be beautiful, clean racing.
If you like. How many laps? Single figures?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and the safety car's winning again.
So the field continue on. Top 3 have all of a sudden come back together again. So Leon Bidway has posted not necessarily quicker laps in comparison to the fastest laps posted, but just the more consistent laps over the previous few over Jack Wright. Last time pulled in almost a full second, so Leon Bidway on the coattails of Jack Wright. Going with Leon Bidway is Lee Taylor, Lee Taylor is there. Costa Kritz is still just about fending off that of Tom Monhemius, but Eduardo Correa, who is very, very quick indeed in the Treble 8 Boston racing car, in 6th place at the moment, is closing them down. The Boston racing car started in 5th, but we saw it getting bullied in the early stages of this race, didn't we? Almost into the pit wall on the run in towards turn 1, and then being pushed onto the grass going down the Cooper Straight. So it's been a good drive back through the order because it hemorrhaged quite a few places.
Which one was that?
The Treble 8 Boston racing car that nearly got put into the pit exit wall.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you to Connor Ambrose. He's actually messaged me saying, you know, we had the 555
Yes.
car and the
65 car.
65.
Yeah.
555 span.
Okay.
65 span as a reaction, and then backed it into the wall up by the med centre up there.
Yeah, it's wet grass, isn't it?
Yeah. And once you're gone, that's it, isn't it? Just keep watching a fabulous fight on the cameras. One of the red cars is involved. I said that the top 3 were spread out. They're no longer spread out.
No.
They are completely together. I've lost where they are because I look at the stream, which is a little bit behind the real world, outside these windows. And across the line they come for the 27th time. Yeah, and they're all completely together. It's still the same order, 46.395. Milner Racing from Wingat Racing from Kachow.
I've found my favourite comment, Xander Parkin at the moment. I'm assuming a relation of Scott Parkin and the Parkin family that, of course, are here this weekend. So I've got to take the kids out. Good luck, bro. I'm catch you all in a bit.
Fair enough.
Yeah, love it.
Laters.
No commitment. I'll be walking around with my phone. Unfortunately, Tony Carrozza has had another issue. I think the car spun through Paddock Hill Bend. And he does manage to get the car back running again and rolling up the hill. But of course, pointing uphill in wet conditions, trying to get the car rolling again will be a bit of a challenge. But Tony Carrozza back going once again and can continue on his merry way. But for the moment, Jack Wright, I want to say controlling the race, but I think he's being forced into it by Leon Bidgeway and Lee Taylor because he's not got vast amounts of room to breathe, it would seem, with the field around him. I don't know whether you want to try maybe the top right screen.
It doesn't have this channel.
Doesn't have this channel, okay. Yeah, we'll have to try and figure that one out on the fly as to exactly what's going on. But there's a good battle going on further down the order. That's the K&F Racing Machine, I think, trying to pick up a place as we go in towards McLaren and Clearways. That's the 141 defending as hard as they can. That'll be Commotion and Brett Virgin. Obviously, Brett lose a few places in the early stages of this race. It wasn't the K&F car. That's just up the road. Mauricio Motorsport is the car they are chasing. It was the 125 of Three Amigos having a brilliant battle as they work their way in towards Paddock Hill and side by side, still side by side. You can't really separate them. And now Three Amigos managed to get up the inside. Position made.
Happy with the layout I've done for the monitors now?
It will suffice.
Thank you. Right. So where are we at now? We are 7 hours 37 to go of this 8-hour 20-minute race. So we're rapidly heading towards our first hour already. Goodness me. 29 laps have been done by the top 3 already.
That's disappeared.
It really has. That's the beauty of this, is that you sit there and go, grief, that's a long time. But it does go an awful lot quicker than you think.
What we still have as well, which will probably not necessarily speed it up, that's the wrong way to put it, but will make quite a lot of time rattle away, will be the pit stops. Because when we go down there, I'll be chatting to drivers and getting their input on the conditions, on the circuit, on who they were racing. I'm still looking at Three Amigos desperately trying to now fend off Commotion. Side-by-side contact between them as they headed towards turn 1. And Commotion get back up the inside of Three Amigos, but there was door-to-door contact, and now Three Amigos gets a great run up the hill, back side by side, almost being pushed onto the grass on the run up towards Druids. They are fighting for 16th and 17th respectively. Brett Virgin fighting away with the driver of the Three Amigos car, in this case Liam Crilly. Liam Crilly back up the inside and Three Amigos back in front of the Commotion car. Brilliant battle further down the order, but of course we will be able to go speak to drivers that have just got out the cars as well, because whether it be safety car or whether it be fuel, whatever makes them blink first is it provides us a brilliant opportunity to go and speak to them. They were saying that fuel, I thought fuel would last about an hour and a half. But even at Croft, they were out there for 2.5 hours, I think, just on one tank. Granted, they were behind the safety car for a little bit, but they were really extending the fuel as much as possible.
Yeah, and am I right in sort of assuming that because this is quite slippy out there, it's going to leave more life in those tyres? It's not destroying them quite as quickly. I mean, they're incredibly good on tyres in general, to be honest with you. Still side by side, 125 and 141. Where did we establish they were running?
16th and 17th, yeah.
So the 125, just past one of the back marker cars that stays nicely out of the way, but still side by side. This time car motion verging up the inside, and as they go onto the Cooper straight, that one settles down momentarily.
For now.
For now, yeah, and left at Surtees, are we going to see them go side by side again? Not through. It'd be a bit tight through this section, wouldn't it, to go side by side, to be honest?
Don't say that, because I'll take that as a challenge.
Very true. Very, very true. It just does, though, doesn't it? That funnels in. I can delightfully report that EnduroKA Sport number 74 has now overtaken the LDR performance tuning number 9 car that's no longer running. The penalty was so severe that they were behind that car.
Was it in a 10-lap penalty that you get for
that would
a 20-lap penalty?
20, good grief.
20-lap penalty. So for a brief moment, they were out there and circulating on a minus number of laps to get themselves. So in theory, they're on their second lap of the race because they've swapped to the T car. Or their fourth lap. Oh, sorry, now they've crossed the line.
That's madness, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't pick up that they were in minus numbers, trying to work their way back up the grid.
The great thing is, though, we missed a change for second place as well, and that's because they're in back markers now, aren't they? So up to second has gone 95 Kachow. So the three of them still together, but in amongst back markers now, and I think that's probably what mixed that one up a little bit. But yeah, the nature of this is that, look, okay, fine, we're out of the running for the win, but especially when it's an 8 hours 20 race, a 500-minute race at the end of a season, this autumnal November day, it's that euphoria of completing it.
Yeah,
as a whole team.
Yeah. That you chat to them, chat to 99% of the teams, and they will go, "What a win for us is finishing the race." Because if we do it often enough, the results will come naturally. There's no point driving the car within an inch of its life, because it's got to last as well. What you do see is teams more than happy just to finish the race. That's exactly where they want to be. You've spotted the Pro-Am racing car being harassed by Castrap Racing.
It is. So Jack Dan holding off Tentori at the moment, and did a good job all the way down the hill. But he's not managed to shake off that attention whatsoever. You're guaranteed to... Oh, and I thought we were going to get a little love tap in the corner there, but just about avoided it as they came out of Clearways towards Clark Curve. And thankfully, we lived to fight another day. But you can definitely say Tentori's on a mission. Stop-go penalty for the 555 car, avoidable contact.
That will have been with the Autotech car.
Yeah, but that's interesting, because the report that we had is that that car had lost it and the other one sort of spun in sympathy almost, so maybe they didn't quite catch that there was a tap. Yeah. But that would surprise me, because I thought they were a good 2 cars separated.
Yeah. Might be
maybe accelerated away.
A different incident. But Jack
could be,
Jack Dan racing in the senior X30 karts for 2025, and he's working his way in towards cars. We had him at Croft in the Pro-Am racing Ford KA. We've had him here this weekend already in the Pro-Am racing Renault Clio. You've spotted something that looks quite tasty.
All the CCTV had frozen. And it's like, God, don't do that to race control downstairs, for goodness sake.
Hopefully it's just, well, not hopefully, but the lesser of two evils is it's just happening to us rather than the race control, because they rely on these.
Yeah.
But with the field still out there and circulating, there's not been much shuffle at the moment in terms of the order. It's still Jack Wright at the front, but he's not exactly got a monstrous lead, because Lee Taylor in the number 95 Kachow car sat there in second place. Leon Bidgeway at the moment in the number 3 car in third, hot on the heels again of the rest of that 3. And the good thing is for Chick Speed, I was going to say they could follow the leaders, but Chick Speed spinning through 90 degrees at Graham Hill Bend, and that's in an annoyingly weird spot.
Look at that livery, that is so cool.
I love that car. I love Chick Speed. It's just such a brilliant team. They embody the spirit of the series. They really, really do. Into the pit lane, I should imagine this is the Subaru car to serve their stop-go penalty. Yes, it is. So they will carry on right the way to effectively below the commentary box to serve this penalty. I was going to say, effectively, everyone seems to have been very well behaved, at least from what we've seen. Aside from Subaru, because obviously race control have seen something maybe they're not too pleased about, but leaders working their way back through and past us. Yeah, I thought he had. Eduardo Correa has now got through and past Tom Monhemius and Costa Kriitsis up into 4th place, and he's chasing down the race leaders. He was even flashing the headlights to let the cars on the road know that he is on his way. Eduardo Correa really going well. Car number 125, however, has got the black and orange mechanical warning flag. So why Three Amigos have got that, we don't know. We saw Three Amigos in a really good battle with the Calamity car. They should just be coming through and past us any moment now. So there goes the Calamity car. Three Amigos on their way. Exactly why? Maybe the exhaust or something like that in towards turn 1. The car looks fine. Can't see anything on our end, but clearly race control have spotted something. Big wiggle as they head towards Paddock Hill Bend, but clearly not all is well with that car.
No. It definitely isn't going to be noise, is it? That's not going to be the problem. I don't know. I mean, maybe it was something from the contact. That is a huge shame for them, in all honesty. Where is the 125? So, yeah, it is still with the 141 car at the moment. Great race going on there on the stream at the moment. The 67 Original Checkers Racing, which is Hendry that's behind the wheel of that car at the moment. So Thomas Hendry driving that. That's a 5-car team, that one, isn't it? So that's kind of gone the other extreme to the 2-car, where they've really gone as many as you can.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, it's nice to see. There's been lots of shuffling on that previous lap. David Murphy lost out to Simon Catchpole in the Chick Speed Motorsport car. The LDR Performance tuning car, the first of the two, in the number 49, lost out to Nick Berg in the AFK Racing car. So that was a shuffle further down. Cadoodle-Doo Racing and I'd imagine Luke Ship. Let's have a quick look. Car number 33, Katie Ship, pardon me, Katie Ship. Lost out to Luke Usher in the Usher Motorsport car. Marcus Batty managed to work his way through and past Tom Wood for 12th and 13th place respectively. We did have another car opt for the pit lane. That was Three Amigos to come in and speak to the scrutineer to figure out exactly what's going on with that car. So we didn't see anything that was sort of blatantly obvious as to what was wrong with that car, but clearly race control had spotted something on.
And not the normal ones that you would see. Like sometimes they've not put the fuel cap back on properly, or there's fuel
loose, or
tipping out of that.
Even an exhaust hanging low or off the bottom of the car. There was none of that. Leon Bidgway's got back through and past Lee Taylor for 2nd place, but there is something of a stalemate. No one's really making those moves towards Jack Wright. I do want to keep an eye on Eduardo Correa in the Boston racing car, because having got through and past Costa Kriitsis and Tom Monhemius, he's now behind Yusuf Bin Suhail, but Eduardo Correa, he's putting in some good laps. Go on.
Thank you to Pizza for Brains. Stood by turn 1. Three Amigos has exhaust hanging down. Middle mount has gone.
That'll be why we couldn't see it.
Yeah, we're up a bit too high to be able to see that one. So appreciate that one, mate. Rob Sherat says, "We love you too, commentary team. # Chick Speed." And kisses.
And kisses. 4 kisses. Yeah.
I like that. That's 2 each. So that's all right.
Yeah, we'll have to go down and chat to the Chick Speed drivers later on today. I'm just having a little look further down the order. They're still really pushing hard in the number 67 car. That's one of the amendments to programme, Original Checkers Racing. So Marcus Batty behind the wheel. That's what it says. No, that's a catastrophe car, pardon me. It will be that of Tom Hendry behind the wheel, managing to work his way through and past the 131 catastrophe car with Marcus Batty behind the wheel. Then we've got the 141, which we've seen quite a lot of. That's the commotion car, Brett Burgin, being hunted down by the Mauricio Motorsport car. So there's plenty going on in the mid-pack. Up at the front, the lead gap is now floating around about a second with Jack Wright. Contact up at the hairpin, unfortunately. That was the battle we were just watching. So the 131 of Marcus Batty got a feeling that was the 67 Original Checkers Racing and Tom Hendry that just couldn't get the car slowed down. No, it wasn't. It was actually the 141 of Brett Virgin in the commotion car.
It's quite a hit, wasn't it?
It was a big hit, just locked up all the tyres and simply locked up the front axle, simply couldn't get the car slowed down. So I think more damage limitation from the 141. He desperately tried to get the car out the way, and most of the damage looks like it's on the sort of front right and on the wing.
Yeah, you're nicely behind on your stream, so.
Yeah, no, I was watching back the accident to see what was going on.
It was, yeah, we thought it was the first car that we saw span. We thought that was the one that had gone in too hot into Drury's, but it turns out it was the car behind him had gone in too hot.
Which is why I got the opportunity to watch it back. Yeah.
You got 49 and 74. Completely together. Where are they running? They're not even on the same lap, are they? Because that's Autosport trying to recover. So fair shout, Hassan. Oh, who's that? That's one of the Pro-Am racing, isn't it? It's number 8 off on the grass now. And where? So that's running up in the top 10 at the moment.
Yeah, that was at Graham Hill Bend, wasn't it?
Was it?
Yeah. It was a long way off as well, so it makes you think a bit of a moment on the way in, and it just carried them up the wet grass. But the good thing is it's uphill, so you're not going to get far enough to really bother the barrier.
Not in these. I have seen the car accelerate all the way up to those barriers up there, but thankfully I don't think these cars will be able to achieve that.
No, you need some quite severe arrival speed, I think, by the time you arrive at the grass. Burton Power, great to see them out. Tommy Valentine behind the wheel. They always have a busy weekend. Of course, Tommy had a great race yesterday, didn't he, in the Track Day Championship. So it was good to see Tommy Valentine and Andy Burton out. They're being joined by Stephen Gilbert as usual, and Ben Higgs. I don't think I've seen Ben out this season. There is a black and orange mechanical warning flag, as you'd expect, for the 141 commotion car. That will be Brett Virgin.
With the bodywork everywhere, yeah.
I would be surprised if he didn't know that, but you can see, yeah, the front right wing is sort of trying to peel its way off the car, and they will need to get hard at work to get that car back out there.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see, where's the 65 car? I keep going number blind now when I'm looking up.
26th.
Thank you. And it's fighting, I'm sure that was 55 that it's fighting with, which is the cash strap, so they're on different laps. And we do start getting that, don't we? We don't tend to be able to worry about the lappering. No. It's like, well, that's for you to sort out.
That's what I like.
The marshals can't work it out in the end, can they? And I did have a few people in the chat saying thank you to the Mighty Orange Army for their incredible work covering this race. I spotted that as well. It was Tom Davies. Yes, that's right, it was. And but he would be here, but he's hung up his overalls for the season. He'll be back next year, which is great to hear, Tom. You see there the 141 busy working,
just pulling bits of headlight out of the headlight.
Wow. And they've already got the tape out to make sure that that bonnet is down. I love the symbol, the donkey instead of the prancing horse. The prancing donkey, that is so cool. Fair shout.
Are they spray painting the car now? They're giving it a new livery. That's what it looked like, didn't it?
Yeah.
Jack Wright continuing to lead the way, but just being nice and clean through traffic, and Leon Bidgeway doing the same. So Leon, having got second place, is doing everything he needs to do just to hold on to it, trying to go through the same gaps that Jack Wright does. Lee Taylor still there or thereabouts. Tom Monhemius managed to get through and past Costa Creasis. Those two have been nose to tail for a long, long while, but Jack Wright, you spotted it as well. Quick lap last time, too.
Well, actually, what I was spotting was another black and orange flag, the 131 Catastrophe Batty.
That got...
I thought I was about to say, wasn't that the one that took a zap? Yeah, he was the one that took the zap from the behind. So that's unfortunate, isn't it? I always find that harsh if they're the ones that have been hit, but you can't keep going around if you've got bodywork hanging off.
Oh, it was a blue flag that was being waved, but the exposure on the camera, or at least from my angle, it looked like a black flag being waved. I thought something had gone seriously wrong. But no, Jack Wright went through last time and posted a 1:06.277. Which was the new fastest lap of the race. The most previously through, however, about half a second off that, having to deal with a little bit of traffic. Leon Bidgeway still in third place, but the lead gap extending yet more. I was looking at the previous results, and I'll just give you a sort of a forecast of where I think this race is going to go, going off previous results. So, of course, we were at Snetterton for the 12-hour. Milnair Racing took the win by 4 laps. We then went to Alton Park for the 5 hour, and Milner Racing won by 23.7 seconds. We then went to Donington Park. Pro-Am racing run on that occasion with Ollie Fernall, Will Hilliard and Josh Benson, won by 9.8 seconds, and were just very quick at the end of the race. They were being hunted down by Milner Racing, but they did a brilliant job in the pit stops and were lapping very quickly indeed. So at the moment that's 2 for Milner, 1 for Pro-Am. We then went to Cadwell Park for the 6 hour. Milner Racing once again to win by 2 laps on this occasion. And last time out at Croft, Milner Racing on the road, in inverted commas, didn't take the win. However, once post-race penalties were applied for Calamity, which dropped them out of the lead to 14th place for not completing the requisite number of pit stops, Milner Racing took the win by just under a minute. So it's 5 wins. Was it 5 wins? 4 wins for Milner Racing. Only one of the 5 races we've completed has been won by another team aside from Milner.
And in fairness, you could potentially look at that and go, well, you know, is that a bit unfair? Is that no? They're successful in their other cars they run as well.
Oh,
they're
yeah,
just a very good team. A little bit different for them this weekend, isn't it? Jack's obviously out there, but Dad George Wright isn't.
No.
What did he say he was? He's over in
Cyprus
at the moment,
sunning himself. Which
exactly.
I like how that's happened. He's broke his hand and has gone, oh no, I can't race. Let's go to Cyprus, because otherwise he would have been here racing. So the only reason he's in Cyprus is because he's broken his hand. I like it.
Old chestnut.
I like the thought, Mr. George Wright.
Okay. I got you. He's obviously holding the gin and tonic with the other hand.
Yes.
Than the one he broke in the boxing fight. So yeah, I've got you. And Dad-in-law's not here either.
No, Johnny Milner's not here. Of course, Johnny raced in the World Rally Championship with, you name a famous World Rally driver, he's probably raced against them. And yeah, he's very, very quick. Is Mr. Milner. But Jack is the sort of the regular name in that car as well, but the only one in it this weekend. Apologies that we haven't got the timing tower on the live stream. On our end, we can see it. We can see the graphic, but it seems like they're almost getting the clean version of the footage,
YouTube,
and we're getting the dirty version with the timing tower and the logos. In towards Graham Hill Bend is a good little battle. That's Cadoodle-Doo Racing with Katie Shipp behind the wheel, scrapping away with the 121. That car, of course, started on the front row of the grid. With Simon Bonham behind the wheel. They have now dropped down into 9th place. Wait till Adam Bonham gets in, because that car will be absolutely flying.
Air Supply says, how right you are about the G&T. It's PM here, so it's the afternoon over there. Oh, all right, so they're trying to justify that the sun is over the yard arm, basically.
But
all right, George, we'll let you off, mate.
Yeah, it's PM here for this G&T, but I'm worried about the ones from this morning.
Oh, no, come on, that's a Bucks Fizz.
Of course, yeah, silly me.
You know, Champers and OJ, baby. George, you've changed.
The black and orange mechanical warning flag is either back out for Marcus Batty, or is being shown once again for something else for Marcus
I don't think
Batty.
it disappeared. It's literally only just gone back out again, because it was still in the pit. So I believe that is just up on the screen.
Yeah. Okay, so hopefully he doesn't have to return to the pit lane to be investigated. We're being accused of slander now by, I'd assume, Mr. George Wright.
BA.
It'll be a happy George over in Cyprus.
A legend's gonna legend. There's no question about it. The 77 car's trying to, and that is for position, so they're trying to get past the 49 car, the LTR Racing, and they're having none of it. Who's in that 49 at the moment? That is Clark at the moment at the wheel of 49, and the car in front of them is not for position. That's the Orcasport that's recovering. They're going side by side onto the start finish straight. It's a bit of hip and elbow going on there between these two as well, and it is through, goes Chick Speed. So they've done it. Up goes 77. That's into 19th position. But Catchpole had to fight long and patiently for that one.
Yeah, Simon Catchpole has clearly had a bit of a run through the gravel at some point. The side of that car emblazoning remnants of the gravel trap. I have noticed we had a change further up. Lee Taylor back up into 2nd place ahead of Leon Bidgeway. we're seeing the Three Amigos car get stuck in once again. Up the inside goes the 55 cash-strapped racing car, desperately trying to get through, and that isn't a battle for position. Cash-strapped racing are in 10th place, Three Amigos down in 25th, and if anything, that's now cost them a position because the 65 car's recovering as well. That's with Jewel behind the wheel. Car number 65, that being Sam Jewell. He's managed to get himself back through and pass. So cash-strapped are actually almost getting those, or the cars that are passing them are just getting their laps back. So these are lapped cars working their way back by, which they have every right to do if they feel that.
100%.
Absolutely, go and get that lap back. The AFK racing car, however, that one isn't for position either. That's Nick Berg closing in. So maybe either an issue for the cash-strapped car, or they're just taking a couple of laps to get themselves slowed back down. Big moment heading in towards Paddock Hill Bend for the 65 car. Sam Jewell once again. It was a bit of a wobble on the brakes. And I thought it was going to head towards the gravel, but no, delicately brought back onto the racing line. I think that was by Sam Jewell.
Yes. I just keep. What's this one? It's the 55 and 55 and 65 cars.
Laps apart.
I was about to say they're separated completely. The problem you've got is that it could be one of the quicker cars has had a moment or a penalty or a whatever it might be. Well, of course they're going to be fighting and coming through. Officially, they're a back marker.
If you haven't got pit-to-car radio as well,
Correct.
You've got no idea.
Which is why I'm pretty sure that we end up, unless it's like blindingly obvious, we kind of lose the blue flags.
Yeah.
Because, you know, the marshals can't be sort of properly keeping up to speed with that.
We can't expect them to keep up with the timing screen and then everything that's going off on circuit.
Exactly. There's that sort of the idiosyncrasies where it sort of mixes up that we're going to get those quicker cars coming through. They've had to repair the car, whatever. That's what I love about this. You know, we literally have to keep sort of guessing until the closing minutes. By the way, we are now over an hour that we've been racing. Wow. I missed that. I was getting ready to let us know that we got it, but we're already 6 minutes past it. I
think we're having some general technical issues at the moment. So the live stream, you should still be able to hear us, I think. You just won't be able to see the footage. It's not just you. The closed circuit TV is also having a similar issue at the moment. So
it's going to be the weather, isn't it? I mean, I was in my studio on Friday and had to send my staff home at lunchtime because we lost all power and it stayed off till 9 o'clock at night. And it was the weather. We were getting that sporadically here, there and everywhere.
We had this at American Speedfest, but that was monsoon.
Oh, that's right.
That was a monsoon earlier on this year, also here. But
was that what happened, was it? I couldn't remember the monsoon. I just remember us losing power.
It was so rainy, so rainy.
Oh, for the NASCAR 2 race, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was beyond belief.
And they just started, hadn't they?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, complete power cut. I think what we spotted was also all of the hospitality units went dark and went, okay, so it's not just the tower, it's probably the substation nearby or whatever it was. We are slowly starting to pick up camera footage once again, at least on our side on the closed circuit TV. And yeah, Druids Out is very, very busy indeed. Cash-strapped racing still scrapping away brilliantly with the 65 Autotech car and Sam Jewell. As we've mentioned, if they don't know that they are sort of how many laps apart are they? Sam Jewell is 14 laps off the race lead. Cash-strapped racing are, I think, on the lead lap. So yeah, there's 14 laps between them. But if you don't know and you're of a similar pace, you're just going to have a scrap, aren't you? You're just going to fight. I'm looking at George's comment.
Yeah, and it's good this because we didn't know. So George Wright has said that Johnny Milner's missing because he's built a Group A historic Peugeot 205 GTI rally car for next week's RAC rally, which starts on the 20th of November, 5 days. Is that the Albert Clark one, or whatever they call it? I think it might be. Although he would have loved to have been at Brands Hatch today with no G&T in sight for a pro. Dude, listen, we're only jealous, mate. We're only jealous, George. I'd happily be in Cyprus with a gin and tonic or two, or an intravenous flow of gin and tonic.
Just looking, there has been a question asked, and obviously people being directed to their various sources for it. If you are wanting the live a bit more, you can go on. There's tracking, there's statistics, race control. over to tsl-timing.com, so tsl-timing.com, and from that home screen you can scroll down. The only event this weekend that TSL are running, the MSVR EnduroKA IndyCar 500. Click on live timing and that will bring up everything you need. Funny, as soon as I clicked live timing, all of the closed circuit TV turned off.
They are struggling, aren't they? Bless them. I'm assuming that you can still hear us on the stream. I don't know for definite. Actually, it would help if I... Yeah, you can. So you can hear us, guys. So that's... yet, because if we lost the timing as well, I think we'd end up having to pause the race. Pro-Am racing number 12 up to 6th place, getting past the 333 Kahunas Racing. So that is Richard Jep that gets himself up a position there into 6th. A new fastest lap of the race last time round by Jack Wright in the Milner Racing 46 car, the 105.203. He's obviously listening, can hear about his dad's gin and tonic, and so he's trying to get quicker and get himself back in to join him in some way.
Chick Speed with a big moment, almost up onto its side. That will be Simon Catchpole.
That was coming out of Paddock Hill and starting to rise back up again towards Druids.
It was a long moment.
It was a real tank slapper, wasn't it? And yeah, I was a bit worried that it went sideways into the kitty litter, and that's when they normally go over. But thankfully, it scrubbed a lot off by that point, hadn't it?
Yeah, overtaking through yellow flags up at the top, unfortunately. I'm such a grass.
You are. You were troublemaking yesterday.
I am. I like to think that if I don't do it, nobody will. Eduardo Correa.
You're one of them.
I am. If I can't have it, no one can. Eduardo Correa in eagerness to get by. To be fair to him, I think the overtake had begun, but he hadn't passed the car until he hit the green flag, so he might have just about got away with it. But Chick Speed, Simon Catchpole chatting with the marshal. It will be, are you okay? Yeah, all okay. Just the only damage I've got is to my ego, and we need to get that car back out. But I love Chick Speed. We always say it, and I'm going to say it again because I spoke to them. I can't remember where it was. I think it was Donington Park. They say we don't take the racing seriously. We take making sure we're having fun seriously. We need to make sure we have fun because that's why we're doing it. We don't really care where we finish as long as we have a laugh, and that's the only bit they take seriously, just making sure that they have fun. Jack Wright, while just prior to the safety car being deployed, posted the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 5.129. He'll be happy that that's been done. I might wander down to the pit lane because we're an hour in. It wouldn't be unheard of that teams decide now is the time to make the first stop. Yeah. I think so.
See, I thought that we'd get sort of a couple of hours in, but with the safety car, you may well be right. Jack needs some fresh air. It's such a shame that we've been hit with the safety car because I think they were really hoping, because the car, I know that the team have done brilliantly now. I can see on the YouTube you've got the timing tower on there. No, that wasn't related to why we lost the stream. We lost everything here for race control downstairs and what have you as well. So it wasn't that. But you still can't see the images. So basically what happened is the Chick Speed car, number 77, came out of Paddock Hill Bend, got an absolute tank slapper on, was doing a brilliant job riding the bucking Bronco all the way down the hill, keeping it within the confines on the tarmac. But then just as it started rising back up, it kind of overcorrected, went towards the gravel, side on, and we were a bit worried that it was going to do the old hit the gravel and roll, but scrubbed off a brilliant amount of speed. Only just into the gravel, so they were hoping that it may be able to drag itself out of the gravel there, just as it's rising up on the left-hand side if you were driving on the circuit. But it hasn't been able to. It shouldn't be the longest of safety cars, I would suspect, for this, because they'll whop the tow rope on the front, hoik it out, and I'm sure it'll be able to drive itself off as soon as it's no longer dug into the gravel. So they'll just get that one out of harm's way. The pickup is now down with it already. We are getting a few that are pitting, but not any of the top ones. Now, interestingly, we're not getting the symbol of who is in the pits. Yeah, the 211 is shown as missing, but it's not. It's down in the pit lane. They are looking at a few bits and pieces, including Marshall's looking at something. I don't think they got an orange flag, but it almost looked as though there was an issue with that car, but they're pushing it backwards. That one's going to now rejoin, but that is the only one that has come into the pits by the looks of it. Although 33 Cadoodle Do Racing with Ship at the wheel, that's dropping down through the order, and I don't see it anywhere, so that may well have gone in.
Just seen, yeah, leaving the pit lane now, Mauricio Motorsport, but I do want to have a look at the EnduroKA car to figure out exactly why they changed their car as well and opted to take the, team car.
Just to let you know, the Chick Speed car is out of the gravel and it's now starting to drive its way around. There we go, we got the pictures back. Well done to the team for ferreting away and getting this one sorted. So the Chick Speed is now on the back of the safety car, rather dirty wheels and side of that car. The pickup will also be making its way round as well to get off the circuit. And where is the safety car? The safety car is actually waving the back, the back markers through, so it's picking up the leader, which of course is Jack Wright. So the Milner Racing is now directly behind the safety car. The safety car is already going into clearways. So that means we are going to have to go one more tour. There we go, the 33 car. I said that it was dropping down the order. We're obviously not getting the signal that puts the cog on the TSL timing screen that tells us it was in the pit. So that one has pitted. Jack Wright's walking, sorry, not Jack Wright, Jack Werrell is walking purposely up the pit lane, I can see. Hello, sir. He's turned around and waved up to the commentary box. He's going to see if he can find the EnduroKA garage, number 74, where they've obviously changed from their original car that was sort of like a black or dark blue, and over to a silver one this time in those early stages, and see if we're able to find out. So, I love that. Def's Not Aiden says, paint us a picture with your voices. I get in trouble for things like that, I'm afraid. So, safety car is now bringing them down round Graham Hill Bend. I suspect that we're going to see the lights go off as we head on to the Cooper Straight. It's just going steady, as though we just need to give something a little bit more time to be finally cleared out of harm's way. I think it's as much actually to enable the cars that it waved past to catch up with the rear. So obviously the Hyundai safety car lights now go off as it turns left at Surtees. It accelerates away from the field, so the rest of the field is now under Jack Wright's control. The Milner Racing 46 car brings it up in towards Clearways. Now he's decided to drop the hammer. Now's the time to pull away from this field, and he has caught the car racing, the car behind him, napping a little bit. It's a back marker before we get to the second place car, the blue and white number 3 car of Wingat Racing. He's got a trio of battling back markers ahead of him, has Bidgeway, and in fact they're going 3 wide as they head in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and Bidgeway goes diving up past one of the 3s, now splitting them. Next target is the 49 car of Clark. Up the inside of that car he goes, so that's sorted that one out. And as we get up towards the hairpin, which is that 180 that's just ahead of him, I think it is, you know, and that car is Shine Automotive, running in 12th position, so it's not one of the slower cars, hence it's a little bit trickier as they go down the Cooper Straight. The 95 car, Taylor at the wheel at the moment, 3rd place running Kachow. He's now trying to go up the inside at Surtees of the 49 Lawrence Davey Racing car. I thought he was about to come back at him then as they turned right at McLaren's, but I think it was just a bit of an optical illusion. So through has gone the 95 car. All the way, oh no, we've got another one off in the gravel at the exit of Paddock Hill. I think that is that the 60, is it 61 rings a bell for me for that one. See if I can get the binoculars on that one from our vantage point. 67, sorry, my apologies. There we go, you see it in the litter. It's just gone straight on as it's gone down the hill, and I'm afraid to say I suspect that that is going to be, it is another safety car. It's in harm's way, to say the least. There, and you see that one's a good chunk into the gravel. The original Checkers Racing, that is Hendry at the wheel of that. Thomas Hendry was running in 14th position. I think it just lost a place to AFK so far, so the others have got to actually unlap themselves compared to original Checkers Racing, which they will have done now as they go past it. Team manager for the car 141 to race control, so car motion. Team manager needs to go up there for a little chat about something. I think quite often that tends to have a penalty following, unless the team manager is able to give good justifications for it. So just looking at, I know that some people are saying that the timing tower, incorrect order in timings, and it isn't, it is correct. I can't see any mistakes on it at the moment. I'm just looking through to make sure that that is the case. It looks like it's all,
yeah, it looks right. I'm going to be cheeky. I'm going to be cheeky and not even ask him and not even give him a...
Oh, we lost you.
We might actually have to nip outside just to make sure we get some signal. So, apologies, Marcus. I've dragged you out of the warm garage. This is always good fun, right? And you're always quick.
Yeah, no, it's mega. It's proper close racing. It's hard. You know, everyone goes on about it being an 8-hour or so race, but it's a sprint race. It's flat out, and you know, we can't afford any mistakes. We've got to stay on the lead lap and see where we are later on this evening.
And obviously you've got Lee behind the wheel, who's very quick in his own right. Qualifying went well yesterday. What's the plan? Is it just keep ticking away the laps and keep the consistent laps coming? Yeah,
1,000,000%. Like, you know, qualifying went brilliant. It was obviously what we targeted, but yeah, Lee's under strict orders just to keep it in one piece and bring the car home somewhere near the leaders. And he's doing a great job of doing that.
Well, it's been interesting to watch so far. I'm sure we'll have more questions for you later on and once you've jumped out of the car. But well done for qualifying yesterday, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers.
Cheers, Marcus. Quick word with Marcus Clutton as the safety car goes by. I might give you a chance to have a very quick break, Mr. Dawes, so you can grab yourself a drink. I know, like I said yesterday, I do God's work. I really am a selfless fellow as I'm trekking up and down the pit lane. Into the pit lane comes
I heard
AFK
that
Racing.
Aidan Hills wasn't yesterday. He was stitching you up like a kipper when he at the party.
That man that man is danger. I need to send him a message today, and one, say thank you, but two, say I'm not massively looking forward to seeing. I'm glad he's not racing next year. He hasn't got much. Hopefully, he hasn't got his own achievements to celebrate. It will all be that of the team. So AFK Racing into the pit lane. We saw Mauricio Motorsport come in to serve their first pit stop. They took a jug of fuel. AFK Racing looking to do the same. So that car comes to a stop. That car comes to a stop. Mr. Jamie Moore of NJM Racing is going to talk to me now. Jamie, obviously it's a busy weekend for you, isn't it? Not just cars in EnduroKA, but all the Track Day Championship and Track Day Trophy as well.
Yeah, last round for us. Quite a quiet one, to be fair. Only 4 cars, but still nice to, end the year at Brands Hatch.
Only 4 being quiet for you. What's the plan for next year? More of the same?
Yeah, more of the same. Hopefully get more KAs out again. And then, Track Day Trophy, Track Day Championship. So.
Good luck for the rest of the race. Quick word with Jamie Moore, trying to stitch me up, so I thought I'd do the same back. So NJM Racing, yeah, quite a busy racing outfit. As yet more fuel going into the AFK Racing car, 1 full jug by the look of it, and team poised and ready to jump in and crack on with the driver changes. Have I given you enough time to grab yourself a drink and a quick bite to eat, Mr. Dawes?
I've had a bit of drink. I'm still sort of watching everything, keeping abreast of the recovery of the 67 car.
Just jumping in, well, not jumping in with a word, but the number 9 LDR Performance Tuning car, they are looking to get that car back out by the look of it. Hard at work, and Lawrence Davey with an impressive stance he's straddling the car to go to work on the engine. So no, Lawrence Davey really working to get that car back out and running. The 141 still in the pit lane. That's the commotion car. Let's have a quick look.
And that's one the team manager's been called up to race control as well for that one.
Okay, that's obviously this is the car that went into the back of the
that's what
catastrophe
they've been
car.
called, wasn't it? Yeah.
So I'm not sure. It just looks like it's done sort of shell. It's not done like chassis leg or anything like that, but a new wing being put on. And I'd say it's probably not too long before we see that car return to the circuit.
Ah, interesting. So the other sad side is the 67 car, original Checkers Racing, that's brought out this safety car by going into the gravel. It's actually been put onto the flatbed. And I say that because, of course, if it's just gone into the gravel, they normally get to hoik it out and it can make its way back round and get going again. But this one's going on a flatbed, so there's obviously something a little bit more sinister to that one. Thanks to a couple of the guys that are saying about the timing tower not updating. Yeah, I see what you mean now, is that it is in the right order because nothing's changing, but yeah, it's not updating on the times and things like that. Bear with us, guys. They're obviously trying to get this up and running with the networking or signal issues with the weather and whatnot in the area at the moment, and they're kind of making it work in all sorts of different ways. It will be up and running. Have TSL open as well. That can give you a live flow of that one if you need to. We'll keep you abreast of everything that is happening as well. You'll see, oh, there's a puncture. There you go. That's why it's flatbed. It is a flat front left on that 67 car. So I would hazard a guess that's why it went off rather than that's been caused by the off. But it does mean that they're bringing it around. The good news is that shouldn't be a big repair job there for them once they get it in. Just change that flat tyre and get it straight back out as quickly as possible. The bad news for them, though, is that being brought back on that flatbed is going to give them a 2-lap penalty. So that is a huge issue. Def's not Aiden. They've already been doing that, mate. I tell you, they've been doing everything. An incredible job this morning. It really was horrible here. If you didn't watch the stream from yesterday, you can go back and see that we had delays. We had no qualifying, basically, because the fog was too thick to see from one marshal's post to the other. Then suddenly it cleared after qualifying was behind safety cars. That was it. Then we got racing going, and it was okay. It started drying, and then the mist kind of rolled back in. It was a very wet mist, and then it cleared, and then we got racing going. And it was okay. It started drying, and then the mist kind of rolled back in. And then it was okay. It started drying, and then the mist kind of rolled back in. It was a very wet mist, and then it cleared, and then we got racing going. And it was okay. It started drying, and then the mist kind of rolled back in. It was a very wet mist, and then it was dark by sort of 2:30 because gloomy dark clouds came over, chucking it down. The final race, the MSVR All-Comers race yesterday, was just ghastly for them, to be honest with you. And they were going into the dark with that one. And then qualifying, instead of being half light, half dark, whoops, half dark, it was all dark. Very different for them and very, very wet. So it's been an almighty challenge at the circuit this weekend in general. Safety car has done an exit stage right. It's into the pit lane, and off goes Jack Wright, and he's done it again. He's getting out there as quick as possible because the number 3 Wingat racing car could not overtake the back marker, that 180 car of Shine Automotive, running in 12th place. So it's quite a high place back marker, if you will. Hence, there was not quite the usual time difference between them. Thomas Wood was not exactly going to give it up too easily. Through has gone the 95 car now of Lee Taylor as well. So they're now running back a bit more line astern of the top 3. We've got still glued together 64 and 12, so that's the 5th and 6th place car. We already saw the Boston Racing 888 was a bit further ahead of them. That was the black car with the orange flashes already turning left at Surtees there. So the front 3 that you see in the image there are the top 3. Then it's a back marker, then it's Boston Racing. Then we've got these 2 fighting together. That is Autotech Motorsport 2. But looking up towards the inside goes the number 12, Jep, in the Pro-Am racing car. He's got a good run through that complex in towards Clearways, through Clark Curve. He's on the inside line. He's going to have to carry that all the way down to Paddock Hill. He's going to have that inside line, but he's just losing that top end drag towards this. Who's going to go later on the brakes? It is the number 12 car, is able to do it with that inside line, but you could see the 64 car of Mohemius, was trying to then do the switchback and dive back up the inside, but it wasn't possible. So the move is done. Behind them is the green car of Costa Kritzis. Now, that's interesting when you consider that Costa was leading the race at one point earlier today. He's now running in 7th place. That's the nature of this racing. And 211, that was a car that was in earlier, so Mauricio Motorsport is just basically trying to make places up. This time Pro-Am Racing Jack Dan running in 11th. We've still got the ongoing issue for the 95 transponder. They said positioned badly, and we saw it in qualifying yesterday, so they still need to sort that one out. Look at this, these are 2 cars that are on different laps, but understandably the 211 car is trying to make places back up again, but Pro-Am Racing Jack Dan is having none of that. Behind him is the 33 car. Is it 33? I'm just trying to see that one as it comes through. Yeah, it is. Now, where's that one running? That one's running in 20th. So those 3 are all on different laps, but they're having a fabulous race.
Brilliant. Absolutely typical EnduroKA racing. Typical EnduroKA racing. I don't know whether that was bump drafting. I think it nearly was. I think, was it the AFK racing car? No, it wasn't. It was the 33 that we saw.
Sorry, just quickly clocked that the 180 and Costa Kritzis are suddenly going slow on the Cooper Straight. I didn't see the start of that, but we suddenly joined them as they were going. I've just seen it on the delayed stuff. It was Costa was trying to go up the inside of the back marker 180, who went for the apex.
Yeah, I think a small racing incident, unsighted, potentially, but fair play to Costa. He didn't just keep his foot planted and spin him round. No, that was fair play from those 2. We're now seeing, as Dawes just pointed out, it's getting close for the lead.
Yes, the lead fight is completely together. So Jack Wright's not miles out in the lead this time round. I noticed that the quickest car out there is actually the 888 Boston Racing, so that's interesting. But here's the lead battle. Bidgeway reeled in Jack Wright, and it looks like, yeah, we've got a great race behind. 3rd and 4th are together. It's Noah's Ark 2 by 2 at the moment, because you've got Boston Racing 888 now all over the back of Kachow in 95. You've got still that 12 and 64 Pro-Am and Autotech Motorsport 2 glued together for 5th and 6th. Costa trying to make up the places he's lost, so he's now all over the back. In fact, I think these are lapped cars that he is with now, or is it? I'm just trying to work out on the stream. Yeah, that's 11. 121 is the car that's ahead of him. That is calamity. So he is trying to make a legitimate challenge there, but the number 11 tenths racing is down in 12th place, so that's a back marker there. The problem is, Jack, they might not really know who is around them. As you get further into it, it's going to get confusing, so you just race whoever's around you.
Yeah, I guess it's the way to go at it, isn't it? You might have an idea on who you're racing. You might have only seen them once, and that was at the start of the race. So you do get a slightly clear picture in that regard, but Jack Wright will definitely know he's racing Leon Bidgeway, but I'd imagine he's not going to be there defending the position massively, not with 6 3/4 rounds to go, which is crazy how far into this race we are. Almost 20% of the way into the race already. It's really started to fly by, and there's been a couple of pit stops, but nothing major. And I tell you what, that walk up and down the pit lane, re-energised, although I'm now baking hot and for some reason shaking. I think it's the Aidan Hills effect.
Yes.
To be honest, Jack Wright, I said he's not defending the position. That's because he's trying to drive away, running away from Leon Bidgeway with the fastest lap of the race now, a 1 minute 4.651. Do we have problems for Costa Krietsis?
No. He's fighting back again after the spin, so he's now about to put a challenge on Bonham, and he's done it. So Costa Krietsis goes back up 1 place. So he's now up into to 8th. Also missed the fact that the Triple Eight Boston Racing did make that move past Kachow. So there's absolutely loads going on up and down through this, and you almost sense that the dynamics of the cars are changing as this race is evolving.
Yeah, as the fuel's coming out, I guess drivers settling in either into or back out of a rhythm again, and they've got to try and do that throughout and adapt to what's going on around you. Costa Krietsis all over the coattails of Simon Bonham, having a little look to the inside as we go along the Cooper Straight and towards Surtees. No, back in line once again. So for now, Simon Bonham will hold on to what is 8th place. Eduardo Correa has managed to get through and past Lee Taylor up into 3rd place. We said we would be keeping an eye on Eduardo Correa purely because we know how quick he is after being really bullied on that first lap. Since then, he's been on a mission and managed to work his way inside the top 3. Costa Krietsis, he's desperately trying to carve his way through, but just can't quite get past Bonham.
I think he had done it, didn't he, at going into the first corner, and then he lost it again because TSL won't show a change because it was after the timing line that he did it. Then he's lost it again. Now he's back trying to fight. The reality is, of course, let's not forget, that's what they'll be loving. What have we got now? The 555 car, Subaru, with the number 1 car. Is that for position? No, because Burton Power Racing with Valentine behind the wheel running in 7th place compared to 14th for the recovering 555 car. Who was that just behind them as well? 131, and that's running in 19th. So none of them are actually legitimately running line astern. But it's about enjoying yourself as well, and they're going to pick up these battles no matter where they are.
Yeah, it's a slightly slower car on the way again. Marshall's brilliant work showing the blue flag, but I guess the drivers that are receiving the blue flag don't massively want to let it go, but also the drivers chasing are like, no, we're comfortable where we are, we're sat, we're working together in one way or another, and they are starting to gain a little bit of time. Leon Bidgeway has just gone through and set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 4.498, so 2 tenths pulled back on Jack Wright, but Jack has got the lead gap back over a second once again. The penalties that were applied for the cars further down the order, they aren't necessarily out of the running. Last time through, we've just seen Tony Carosa set his personal fastest lap of the race for that car, 1 minute 6.265. So, as you say, the cars are still evolving and they're just getting quicker as the fuel load comes out. It's allowing them to push on. Costa Krietsis now back in front of Simon Bonham once again. Can he hold it this time? Because he's still got lots more traffic to get through whilst defending from Simon Bonham, but also trying to focus on pulling away. And the next car that he should meet would be that of Tommy Valentine in the Burton Power car.
Yes, I noticed on one of the clips we saw there is that the 67 car is back out there again, but there's where it's so unfortunate, isn't it? It was a puncture that put them off into the gravel. They got recovered. Great, there's no big repair job. They've changed the tyre and sent it back out. Because it had to be brought back, it is a 2-lap penalty, and so they're tumbling down through this order.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's a small,
just from a puncture.
Yeah, a small mistake, and all of a sudden you get quite a large penalty, but it does enforce the clean driving standards as well, which is good. And
yeah, but at the same time, it still enables you to get back out there and racing.
Absolutely.
That's the other side. Until, what do you say, is it the last hour?
I think it's the last hour, yeah.
That if you go off there, you're not recovered, you're done. Or if you are brought out of harm's way, then you're left there. You're not able to go back out again, which I think's right as well.
Yeah, as much as you want. Again, it makes sure that you're not driving crazy in the final hour. You are still driving with that endurance head, although at that point you can see it as a bit of a 1 hour sprint. So 6 hours and 40 minutes still to go. Yusuf bin Suhail has been trying to drive his way back through the order, up into 14th now in the Treble 5 Subaru car, that car's been racing, whether it's that specific car, but the Subaru team have been racing an EnduroKA for a long, long time, as have many of them. For example, the first ever EnduroKA race was won by Burton Power Racing, and since then I'm pretty sure they've done every single EnduroKA race. It's great. Really, really impressive to see that not only the longevity of the championship, but the longevity of the drivers and the cars to still be coming back. That clearly something is working. Chick Speed being pushed onto the grass. However, Simon Catchpole, he wasn't willing to really lift out of that one, was he?
And that's unsettled the 33. It kind of defended harder than it needed to, and it just meant that it went a little bit hot up into the Druid's hairpin. I'm just watching it again on the slightly delayed feed, and it was like, well, Chick Speed was already up there on the inside. There was no ability for the 33 car to force it onto the grass. That wasn't in position, I don't believe, because it's 20th and 23rd, yeah, with multiple lap differences. So that's a bit unfortunate, but thankfully kept it out of the gravel up at Druids, and so the 33 car is able to carry on. I love it where you're talking about bump drafting, is that Marvin Linares says you can bump draft pretty everything. But before that, Collinson says, can you bump draft in a KA? Marvin said you can bump draft pretty much everything. Question is if it's allowed in the rules. The answer is probably not, because I think Legends is one of the few championships that it is allowed. Not many more are. And Mark Bryan, is that you, Goose? Are you watching, mate? Subaru car. It is a great design, and that's been around for some time as well, isn't it?
I like the rule.
And the fact that it's 555.
Yeah.
Subaru.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a rule, but the expectation of EnduroKA is that your car is presented in a racing livery. Drivers and teams have taken that very seriously. We've seen so many Porsches out. The Pink Pig, I'd love to see that back out again. But so many Porsche-inspired liveries. But you get liveries being inspired from all forms and all walks of motorsport, both modern and past and modern. It's really good to see. And then you also get the Dagenham Dustbin as well, which is chosen by the marshals. They choose the best presented car, and that might be their favourite livery or one that is just really, really well put together. But to be fair, it must be quite hard, because every single car, when you see them, it's not just at the start of the season, but even now, beautifully presented. All the panels are straight, the car's clean, neat and tidy, and it just looks brilliant.
And they get an award for it as well, don't they? Yeah, so, and I like that. I think it's really good. And what it does is it stops it, throwing, a beaten up Ford KA with no real effort on it. It does represent this series very, very well. Plus, it's just a bit of fun. Oh, it is you, Goose. Hello, mate. Peter's made a comment. Dry line, lighter fuel load, so lap times will start to drop. And on cue, they are exactly that. Pro-Am racing's up past Kachow, so the 95 cars drop down another place. I know, and I do apologise. I do now see that it isn't updating on the timing tower on the stream. Bear with the guys, they'll be working on that. Bring up TSL and you'll see that as well. So Chow's down to 5th position now. They are all changing. We had someone made a comment saying that Jepp had put in a purple lap time in the number 12. Well, that obviously was down into the 104s, but the top 9 are now all down in the 104s, and Jack Wright's just going quicker and quicker, 104.045. So, yeah, dry line, fuel levels dropping, are absolutely on the case now, aren't they, with these lap times, which does start begging the question, are we getting nearer to the point where they're going to do their first pit stop? Well, the majority of them their first pit stop. Yeah,
I'd imagine we're not too far away now, and in theory, so long as the weather remains as is, we should just get quicker and quicker throughout the race. That dry line You can really see it going through Paddock Hill Bend, and I'd imagine we'll see it on the exit of Druids once again. Once the camera changes, yes, you can quite clearly see that there is a drier line. And down into Hill Bend as well, you can see the dry line there.
And it's wider than the width of a Ford KA.
It is. So it gives them...
Not two of them.
No.
Just one of them.
It gives them plenty of room. Plenty of room.
The 141 car, team manager's being called to race control. I say again, it is up there again, because I'm assuming that the team manager of 141 hasn't been up there, but I think Car Motion were busy trying to get that car sorted for a long time. It is now back out on the circuit, so hopefully it means that the 141 team manager will indeed be able to head up to race control, and I would suspect that is from that contact heading up into a Druids. It was a bit of an assault, wasn't it?
Yeah, Sucru into the...
It was a simple mistake, by the way, wasn't it? It clearly locked up his braking, but the only space ahead of him was filled by a car.
Yeah.
Oh, we got the challenge coming for the lead here. Apologies, Jack, I know you're about to speak, but I just suddenly saw it coming up to Druids. Jack Wright's having to go defensive on the inside there, wagging its rear end under throttle for a second there. We've obviously had a mistake somewhere, the number 12 car, because he made up those places down to 4th, did Jep. He's now gone tumbling back down to 6th.
Yeah, such a shame for Richard Jep. He's, I keep saying, very quick in his own right, but unfortunately, yeah, the small mistake somewhere. Leon Bidgeway, having gone and tried to attack Jack Wright, has also set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 3.898. Into the pit lane and to change drivers, we have seen Yusuf bin Suhail and the Sucru car, as we were talking about it. So that into the pit lane, leaders back over the start-finish line, working their way past the AFK racing car of Natalie Knowles. So Jack Wright and Leon Bidgeway go through a bit further apart on this occasion. The gap is up to 0.6 of a second. Yeah,
he's winding himself back up, ready to go again, I suspect. And just looking, in fact, that someone at H is saying that technical issues have spread to Mazzano as well. We don't take responsibility for that one, guys.
No. That'd be impressive if we could do that.
Hey, if we could, we would. No, it's not us. So the 555 Subaru car is now making its way back out. You can see the star on the roof there. That is all lit up as a star when we get to the night racing. It's the only one that's got that, so we will always be able to pick that one out nice and clearly, which would be good.
Did you end up spotting Burton Power car last night with its Blackpool illuminations of a roof?
I can't remember.
I feel like that will stay until they do the Christmas walk here at Brands Hatch, the illumination walk, because that was... It's so bright. How they've got that many LEDs on the car is beyond belief.
In fact, what will be nice, once we get to dark, you'll probably would suspect, I don't know if the cameras will pick it up, or you'll see that the Christmas lights set up around the circuit, and in fact the corporate hospitality boxes opposite us, they will be lit up by lights in front of them that switch colours, basically, don't they?
And that's the Winter Lights Spectacular. Its proper name.
So I actually meant to check that last night because we both went, oh, I can't remember what they've called.
Yeah, from the 21st of November to the 31st of December, you can book tickets now as for a proper festive experience here at Brands Hatch. And it's not just lights, there's so many other little bits. So there's food and drink vendors, fun fair rides, attractions, everything like that, including places to toast marshmallows, which immediately gets me interested, but I'm not driving 4.5 hours for toasted marshmallows.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Oh, and still we've got lappery attempts there by, you can see Boston Racing there, the 888 car, black with the orange flashes. That's the car that's running in 3rd place. On the screen it says 6th. Ignore that. On TSL it will show you that it is, and in fact that is a challenge for position. Through is coming the 64 Autotech Motorsport car of Hemius. Is that the right way to say that? Yeah. He's making the challenge, but he's up onto the painted surface. That would have been a bit twitchy time there as he went out onto the painted surface in these slippery conditions. So back up the inside goes the Kachow of Lee Taylor. That was a good defensive drive by the 95. Just patiently stayed in the right place. We've got somebody exiting at the end of the Cooper Straight.
Subaru Racing.
I thought it was.
Just got into the car. Well, unfortunately, so that is Michael Weberstadt, who was literally just got in that car. I think that was either the outlap or the second lap he's done. Something's not quite right So
enough to have to go through that escape road into the rear of the pit lane paddock area. So that is a shame that they knew they couldn't even go through the Surtees McLaren Clearways complex, and in fact it looks like the marshals are having to push that one back.
Yeah.
That is a huge problem. Is it an alternator issue maybe?
Yeah, and alternator issues are annoying as well, because the quick and easy fix is to quite literally just hit it with the base of a hammer to resurge the alternator, and all of a sudden you're back going again. It did look, I agree with you, sort of an electrical, just just didn't want to go any further. Not necessarily a major mechanical issue, but we'll try and figure that one out when I wander back down to the pit lane once the first few pit stops begin to roll through. I just had a quick look. I didn't think of this all weekend, but the piston broke car in the hands of Tony Carosa, I think that was the car that Josh Cook and Jade Edwards have raced, because it's similar to their livery from a couple of seasons ago. I think that was that car. I'm not sure.
Right.
But it would make sense.
Yeah, because I mean, at the end of the day, these cars do come up for grabs from time to time, don't they? And understandable. Good to see just ahead of the Pro-Am racing, the number 8 Pro-Am racing of Jack Dan, is the 67 car. Remember, that was the one that's, as you can tell from the tyres that are on there, it went into the gravel. I'd imagine if we see the other side, that rear left is not going to be as dirty as the rest, because that was the punctured one. Not looking fully comfortable in that car since they've come back out. Yeah, there you go, a completely clean left rear on that one. That was the and has that just mixed that one up a little bit? Are they fighting for positions? No, they're all in different spots. 116 and 125. No, 1253 Amigos is running in 21st. 116 is piston broke 26th with that penalty hanging over it. So again, it's just, you know, some of these cars trying to make those places back up again, aren't they? But 49 Elder. You can tell you've been on the sauce. You're like, quick, give me food and Lucozade. Other sugary drinks are available.
Other sugary drinks are available and probably needed throughout the day.
Yeah. I'm deliberately holding off mine for as long as I can. I don't need it because I haven't got a hangover. So I'm
not. I'm keeping myself sustained throughout the rest of the race. That's how I'm structuring the 8 hours.
Like a pro in an endurance race. That's what you're doing.
Exactly. Marcus Clinton's jealous. I had, whilst walking down the pit lane, Jamie Moore was trying to stitch me up, and as always, so right through is Jamie Moore. I walked past him, and it was almost heckling me. So I just stopped, turned around, and started as I was walking towards him. I went, Jamie Moore's going to speak to me now, and he'd
grandstanding him. Yeah, door stops someone and they can't get away.
Yeah, yeah.
I do love that one.
It's just, this paddock is so friendly, and they will all have sort of little digs at each other, but it's all in brilliant humour. Come on, you've just spotted something.
Well, no, sorry, I wasn't meaning to say. I was just pointing out. That's really interesting that we see there. That is, what's that, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, all line astern. Boston Racing had got away from Kachow. In fact, Kachow was defending from 64 Autotech Motorsport 2. Well, it's kind of swung the other way a little bit now, hasn't it? And but great to see that we do have 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, all line astern there. They're how far back are they from the number 3 car? That can't be right on TSL. It's showing, oh yeah, 8.4 seconds. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong line. Until we get to Wingat Racing in 3rd. But in fairness to Jack Wright, he is actually a 2.25 seconds clear of the 2nd place Wingat Racing, so a good job there.
Yeah, Jack Wright, he's just been ebbing and flowing between sort of a couple of tenths of a second to a couple of seconds, and it seems to have levelled out somewhat. Sucre Racing cars rolling down the pit lane back towards us and into the garage. That's close, isn't it? Richard Jepp up the inside of Tom Monhemius. Lee Taylor's still trying to look up the inside of Eduardo Correa as they come towards the start-finish line. Will Richard Jepp get the move done by the time they arrive at Paddock Hill Bend? They're absolutely side by side, but Richard Jepp hasn't quite got the pace in a straight line. That car with a, I'm not sure whether it's that car or the number 8 car with a new gearbox, but chatting to Scott Thompson, number 12 has always been sort of the staple car for Pro-Am racing.
They switched the numbers on them.
Yeah, it was 8 and 12, but
it was 12 and 8.
And then it was 12 and 8 because
And we've got a mistake there by Lee Taylor. Sorry, Jack. We suddenly saw that up at Druids, and he just outbraked himself. He's been passed by Jep. He was passed by the 64 car of Monhemius, but he managed to find that one off. But down the Cooper Straight, it's going to be the inside line at Surtees for Monhemius, the 64 Autotech Motorsport, or especially when you've then got the back marker of the stricken 67 car.
Clever drive off. Boxed him in, didn't he, Tom Monhemius? Yeah.
Totally. And that means that we now find Kachau is down to 6th position, having been running in 4th.
There is Kelvin in the YouTube chat saying that's not good, they won last year. Go on, you've spotted
Number 1 Boston Race, Burton Racing is now with them as well. So suddenly we've got 5 fighting for 3rd. Yeah,
it's a good point actually that Kelvin has made. Autotech, of course, won last year, and now all of a sudden it's like a second wind, and they're really pushing on at this stage in the race. So in all of that, Monhemius actually stayed where he was, but Richard Jep managed to pick up 2 places on that lap somehow. It's Jack Wright and Leon Bidgeway at the front still doing what they need to do, but it's then Eduardo Correa in what is 3rd place, followed by Richard Jep. Behind Richard Jep, there's a little bit of traffic, I think. Is that the number 3 Wingat racing car? Yes, it is. And then it's Tom Monhemius, Lee Taylor, and all of a sudden Tommy Valentine, as you spotted.
Yeah, they're fighting so hard that it has brought the Burnt Power racing car into that mix. Bit of lappery going on. Across the line, you just saw at the bottom of the screen is the front 2, so it's Milner Racing, then Wingat Racing number 3. Then we've got a long gap before we get to this kerfuffle going on between the 888 car sat there in 3rd, being hounded by Jep in the Pro-Am Racing number 12. That's a back marker in the green car. So towards the outside goes Monhemius in the 64 Autotech car. The red car looking up the inside that you saw there is the 95 Kachau of Taylor, trying to put a move that's left him compromised now to Valentine in the number 1 Burton Power Racing as they all dive up the inside of the back marker. Nice clean job there. It's basically split into a 2 and a 3 now for these 5 fighting for the final step on the podium. Saying that as though we're getting towards the climax. I'm a bit premature there, but it just put in the an idea of how important that is. I do wish that aircon wouldn't do that, because I keep thinking it's torrential rain all of a sudden when it fires up above us. I'm like, it's raining. No, it's not. But on the screen we are seeing Valentine. I mean, he's just come from nowhere, hasn't he?
Yeah, no idea.
And in fact,
really.
that is the fastest car, the lap so far.
Yeah, that was just a lap ago. Yeah, the 1 minute 3.759 for Tommy Valentine. One thing I am surprised about is just how much Costa Krietsis has fallen away from this battle as well.
Yeah, I agree. He was actually in the lead at one point, wasn't he? I think fleetingly, but he did get up there. Something's not quite right on that car. The more mileage that he's put on, something isn't feeling right. Another black and orange flag goes out for the 131 car. That's a huge shame. Catastrophe. Batty behind the wheel of that car at the moment. They're going to have to come in and have a look at an issue. I can't think of a reason off the top of my head for that one this time round.
Unless a temporary fix is becoming a bit too temporary.
Well, could be. So Jep has got past the number 12 into 3rd place. And not only that, is that Boston Racing Correa is now into the clutches of Autotech and Kachau.
Yeah, Tom Monhemius is going to try and work his way through and past Eduardo Correa, which, again, we saw Costa Krietsis at the front and now he's fallen away. Eduardo Correa with a brilliant drive through the order to find himself in 3rd place, just starting to tail off a little bit. But Richard Jep has been on a consistent mission. So too is Tom Monhemius. Again, Lee Taylor had been leading this race and has fallen down into what is 6th place now, but trying to apply the pressure onto Tom Monhemius. And for Tommy Valentine, a brilliant drive, but that lap he's just fallen away a little bit in comparison to where he has been. As for the race leaders, they're working their way in towards Graham Hill Bend, and Leon Bidgeway has still got a nice clear view of the tail of the Milner racing car. Into the pit lane once again comes the 131 of Catastrophe. Yeah, having won this race, I think.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if it becomes obvious what they're going to have a look at for that car. The 131 is pulled in, stopped at its garage. They're doing the usual thing. The driver's getting out. They're going to refuel it, but, and in fact, they're not looking at whatever the issue is. Into the pits. I thought that was Catastrophe for a second, but it's not. It's the 67 car again, isn't it? I've not seen the officials look at that car yet, but I can't remember whether they've. It would be there. They wouldn't have to go to the end of the pit lane for them to have a look at that, would they? So. I'm not sure what the issue is with that one. No one's done anything. They're refueling, which means drivers out. No one else is touching it. No one else is in it until the refueling happens. And of course, it's just from the dump jugs, isn't it? Only gravity helping the fuel get in there.
Yeah, some of them have a valve where you it allows it to feed air and breathe air into it, so you kind of get that help, but then you've got to make sure you don't spill it, because you get penalties for even a small amount of spilled fuel. So it's quite a high pressure environment in an enduro car pit lane. This battle that you picked up on earlier on is still raging away. It's just Richard Jepp at the front now, and he's soaking up all the pressure. Tommy Valentine has closed back in, so it's 5 cars all fighting over the final step on the provisional podium. Last time through, Tommy Valentine with another fastest lap of the race, 1:03.429.
Amazing. It really is ebbing and flowing somewhat, isn't it? That these cars, as the track's evolving, the car's evolving, the fuel levels dropping, and it just can't sit comfortable with us at all. Jepp, I thought, had got away from this gaggle, and as they come across, the 12 car is under huge pressure from 2 cars behind, the 888 Boston Racing Correa and Monhemius in number 64 Autotech Motorsport 2. Round Paddock Hill, back up the hill they go towards Druids, and all the time they're sort of not necessarily fighting with each other, but they're certainly close enough to be compromised, and it means that the 2 behind have closed in as well, Kachow and Burton Power. You wonder whether they've possibly signalled to each other, look, let's just work together for a lap or 2 and get back onto the rear of these cars. They've done that now, and I think it's gloves up, off, and every man for themselves. Yeah,
so working together to close the gap, as you say, and then they can start fighting. If they lose out, they can close the gap again. It's clever work. As for the second of the 2 Pro-Am racing cars, that's dropped away. The leaders are close together again, aren't they?
They are, and that was not on the stream that we saw. That was out of our window, that they're just coming across the line to complete 95 laps, and we're about to tick into, can you believe this, 2 hours of the race gone already as well, because we've got 6 hours 20 and 20 seconds, so we're literally seconds away from ticking into that 2 hour, and the margin was down to half a second, and this tussle was going into Paddock Hill Bend with back markers, and it means that Valentine's looking up the inside now of Kachow. Kachow on TSL disappears momentarily because it's not got a good transponder, and Valentine's done it. I paused because, yes, he'd got past, but I thought he was going to be compromised up at the hairpin, but he wasn't. Brilliant job.
Good move, 3 wide over the start-finish line, as they both, as a pair, tried to get past the Orca Sport car, but good move by Tommy Valentine. Position made. The next target for him will be Tom Monhemius. They worked their way through and past the Chick Speed car, which is, of course, still overcoming the penalty from earlier on. Did they pick up that penalty? Let's just figure out where they were. I thought they would have picked one up for the recovery of their...
Which one?
Their car, Chick Speed, or did they just dig themselves back out of the gravel?
No, they just pulled them out and then left them to go.
Okay, no, yeah, so it's not a recovery, they just aided them in getting out of the gravel now. So fair play to Chick Speed, still putting in the laps and trying to close down. They might even now try and sit on the tail of Lee Taylor for a few laps and maybe learn a slightly different line through a corner and unlock a little bit more pace to consistently stick with. Costa Krietsis, again, I expected Costa to sort of still be floating around that top 5, but to drop to 7th, and he's losing a bit of time every lap to those guys up the road. I'm not sure whether Costa is almost ready to get out, hand over, and then get back in once he's refreshed.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at him as well, because the car behind him was flashing its headlights, but that was the number 2 NJM Racing Murphy car down in 16th place, so I'm not sure what that was for, whether Costa was maybe abrupt with the lappery, I'm not sure, but it's been done. He's passed him and disappeared off away from that back marker. Now, this battle that I know on the screen, we're looking at the leaders, they're close together, but coming across the line now, we've got Valentine for the number 1 Burton Power Race, and is about to put a challenge up the inside of the Autotech 64, and that's going to put him up into 5th place, and he's done it nicely before he even got to Paddock Hill Bend. So move done for the number 1 car. Valentine up to 5th, Autotech Motorsport 2 on Hemius down to 5th place this time round. The bad news for them is that where they have had that tussle, the 2 cars ahead of them, of Jepp and Correa, have actually pulled away. New fastest lap of the race, 1:03.411, 2-hour race leader, Jack Wright that you see in there, but it was a personal best for Bidgeway just behind him in that blue and white number 3 car, the Wingat racing car, with a 103.453. So virtually nothing between these two in terms of their lap times, despite the fact they're picking through the lead cars. Coming across the line now is the third place backwards fight, still being headed by the 12 Pro-Am Racing of Jet, but Boston Racing, Correa all over the back of him. Then it is the number 1 car of Valentine, the Burton Power Racing, Overtaking Motorsport, Monhemius, number 64. Fallen away with that attempt to get through the traffic is the 95 car. Now, they do need to sort that out downstairs because they've wrongly missed a lap for that 95 car. It is not running down in 11th place as it's now showing, but where they've got an issue with the transponder is that it missed a lap and it sort of dropped them down through the order. That will be sorted. TSL will put that car in manually and it will go back up through the order. It will sit there in 7th place ahead of the 333 car. But it has lost ground on that fight, interestingly enough. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th are all together. The 7th place 95 car, Kachow, Lee Taylor. Hopefully someone's going to clock that it's not down where it says on TSL at the moment. It's the problem when it's manual. The TSL crew downstairs do an incredible job. So much going on, and then if someone's transponder doesn't work, they've got to be manually doing it, and it's easy to miss a lap all of a sudden. The teams tend to clock that is not where our car is running. Race leader there turning left at Surtees. The Milner Racing, Jack Wright at the wheel, 46, has pulled away slightly from Bidgeway, and that will be down to the lappery. I'll just say, because you've just come back there, Jack, is that at the moment it's showing the 95 car, Kachow, down in 11th place and a lap down, just because they're manually having to do that. It's missed a lap, and hopefully that will go back up through this order fairly quickly.
Tell you what, it's chilly outside. Go on.
Look at this, 2nd place is up for grabs. There's 3 of them sat in, sorry, 3rd place, I should say. We're about to, nearly went 3 wide. The number 1 car was trying to look up the inside as they went along the pit wall, but the 888 Boston Racing just closed that door very forcefully there. But up goes in fact, it has unsettled them all. So Boston Racing 888 is back up into 3rd. Down to 4th momentarily was Jep in 12. But Valentine's managed to take advantage of that as well and goes up into 5th position. No, 4th position. Down to 5th has gone Jep in the number 12, and the Autotech is trying to take advantage of that as well. So 4 of them absolutely glued together. Then there's a gap, and 7th place is the 95 Kachow of Lee Taylor.
Yeah, that's really shuffled up the order, hasn't it? In terms of where where Richard Jep was, he was punching the hole in the air. He's now got to sit in the wheel tracks of Tommy Valentine. Over the start-finish line again, we've seen Jack Wright with a fastest lap of the race as the fuel load continues to come out onto a 1 minute 3.379. Similar position to last lap. Richard Jep this time gets back up the inside of Tommy Valentine, so they're side by side as they come over the start-finish line on the run in towards turn 1. Who's going to be last of the late breakers? Richard Jep on this occasion. The car just gets slightly out of shape on the way in, but nicely rotates the car in towards the apex, and Richard Jep, I think, makes the move and pulls away while sliding his way through turn 1. It's kind of the way to do it. It's sort of slightly sideways, not out of control, but just scrubbing off the speed that you need to keep that momentum nice and high. Richard Jep, plenty of experience in the slightly lower powered formulas throughout the UK, but still pushing on is the number 12 Pro-Am racing car. Of course, that's still got Ollie Fernall, Scott Parkin and Josh Benson to get in. That's going to be a quick car. We're seeing more and more cars opt for the pit lane, so I might need to go for a walk just to try and grab some of the drivers and Leon Bidgeway. Yeah, so that is one of the first of our front runner cars to come in, isn't it? So the number 3 Wingat Racing into the pits he comes. I'm going to go for a walk.
So that's just over 2 hours. I had a feeling 2 hours would be the mark. Oh, and we went tight again down the start-finish straight. Tommy Valentine was trying to go for a gap that just rapidly disappeared, but he is going to dive up the inside of Boston Racing. Nobody's told these guys it's an endurance race. Boston Racing's been unsettled, and I think the 64 car is going to make a move now as well, and he has. So Boston Racing, just behind these two that you're looking at on the stream, has lost another place there. So it is Jep in number 12 up into a third position. Then it is the number 1 car of Tommy Valentine, 64 Monhemius, then the 888 car of Correa. So that's second, third, fourth, fifth, because obviously Wingat Racing have pitted now. So, sorry, I was just having a quick word off mic there, but here they come again, these four. An incredible fight. Behind this is the 7th place 95 car, not 11th as it shows on the screen. There's diving up the inside goes Correa in the Boston Racing, so he goes back up into 4th place now, ahead of Monhemius. And he's done that quick enough so that although they were fighting, the cars haven't lost ground. And round Graham Hill Bend they go. It looks to me Tommy Valentine's lining up a move somewhere, isn't he, on Jep? Or at least he's trying to force him into a little mistake. As Tony Collinson says, cracking battle for third, or second as it is now, with Wingat Racing coming in for their first pit stop, just a routine pit stop for those guys. And this fight for second place as it stands before they come in, and they probably don't want to do their pit stop now. These drivers don't want to hand over the car when they're involved in this fabulous battle. We get a complete dynamic change when they do their stops. We're not sure how long they will take for their stops. Plus, we've got different drivers that could have different pace likely to take over. Now, I'm just noticing that the pickup is moving. Have we got someone off, or is it just reposition? No, it's just reposition itself where it needs to return to. So that's okay. Where I saw that move below our commentary box, I thought that someone had gone off. So there we see on the stream Jep. I know lots of people are waiting for Ollie Fennell to take over that car at some part. Really exciting team, that one. Scott Parkin as well. From Dark Side will be out at some point as well. We don't know what order they're going to do in advance. May find out some of that information when he's down there, but they might be playing that close to their chests. We never know. Bad news is Subaru hasn't. Has it returned? No, it's still shown as the exclamation mark, so that hasn't come back out. Into the pits has come Boston Racing, so the 888 car is the first of that quartet to blink. So in comes Correa, so he's going to be handing that 888 car over to one of his teammates. Could be Andrew Fells or Jacob Fells taking over that car, assuming they're going to do a driver change. I'm pretty sure they do. There's a rule, I can't remember exactly what it is, but they can't drive more than a certain number of minutes in one stint. Then they have to rest for a minimum amount of time before they can get back in again. So I would hazard a guess that they're likely to be changing. We're over 100 laps into this race now, 105. Who to goes again? Was that a Pro-Am that I just saw? It is the number 8 car though. So Jack Dam brings in number 8. That will be a changeover. It could be Christian Kelly, Justin Roberts, or Callum Roby. Justin Roberts, of course, was out in his Honda Civic yesterday. Also into the pits, 211 Mauricio Motorsport. That's already been in before, so I hope this is not an issue. Oh, a talk of the 555 car. That one's just very rapidly been pushed backwards out of its garage. and is about to start trundling down the pit lane. So that's great news. We're going to see that one back out again.
Yeah, they were.
That was quick pushback, wasn't it?
They were really revving the car. I think there was a bit of a fueling issue as well, but they've managed to get it sorted. And yeah, there was plenty of shouting being done just to let everybody know outside the garage to get out of the way, because there was a very rapidly approaching EnduroKA. The number 8 Pro-Am racing car is in, and the fuel is going in as well. Scott Thompson's pit stops were always very, very quick. It will be Ollie Furnell getting in the number 12 car once that car comes in.
The 95 Kachau is into the pits. We're still confused why they lost a lap, and so that they were further down the order than they actually were.
Timekeepers are aware. They are going to shuffle that around.
Oh, brilliant. And now it'll confuse it even more because it's in the pits for them, so I hope that doesn't make it even harder for them to catch that one up. I mean, I do not envy their job, especially when they've then got to do it manually with an issue with the transport. I'm sure we saw that they had an issue yesterday as well, so surprised that it wasn't resolved by the team. I don't know whether it's true, but in the early stages it said positioning was wrong, but I don't know if they can tell that from outside. Across the line goes 67 and 77 together, but they're not on the same lap. But through Graham Hill Bend for the 108th time, we can see that Jep in number 12 sat in second place, has still got Tommy Valentine on him. This is the one that I was seeing across the line. Look at this, they're on totally different laps, but they're having a cracking race. The good news is that 67 does look like it's back up to speed again now. After the puncture that sent it into the gravel, it just didn't look like it was back up to speed again, sadly. Original Checkers Racing, but maybe is just getting a bit better. Chick Speed, they've had a slightly torrid time as well, but they are running in 19th place, and that is pulled away and got that one sorted. Still glued together for this second place. A brilliant job. Who's that? That's the 125 on the stream. 3 Amigos diving up the inside of the number 3 car, interestingly. So out of the pits, the Wingat Racing, it's Weymouth at the wheel of that number 3. So Matthew, well, it says it should be Weymouth, but on TSL it says Weymouth. There's missed an E out of the name, but it's well, actually, we don't know which Weymouth, do we? Because it just... Oh, no, a Weymouth. So let me just finish that one a second, mate. That is... I've lost my train of thought now. The number 3 car, Alfie Weymouth. So, sorry, Jack. Carry on, mate.
No, that's fine.
Oh, Leader's in, isn't he? Yeah.
Leader is in, and we'll wander down and have a word in a few moments' time. But Leon Bidgeway joins me. Leon, whenever you get in one of these cars, it seems to go incredibly quickly. But even more so today, really keeping Jack Wright honest.
Yeah, I know. From yesterday, I think we just had a bit of some issues with trying to get a clean lap in, so I think he was a bit further down than he was hoping. But yeah, I think we had a good start. Obviously, the safety cars helped us a little bit, but yeah, when I was with Jack, I seemed to be able to keep him just a bit too quick on the straights, but I think through the corners I could just pull it back. And yeah, it was just a lot of fun, really.
When we saw not only the cars sort of develop as the race went on, but the track as well, because there's now a dry line out there. The cars were getting lighter, and the speed started to come towards you. But towards the start of the stint, was it quite greasy out there?
It was, yeah. It wasn't as bad as yesterday in quali. So there was some tricky bits, Graham Hill and clearways. But yeah, it was all right. It was right. It was, again, a good fun. You know, it was controlling the oversteer. It was a lot of fun.
It was brilliant to watch. Massive well done.
All right, thank you.
Quick word with Leon Bidgeway. Also into the pit lane, we've got Tony Carosa with one of Ash Sutton's helmets. It all of a sudden gets very, very busy all at once, doesn't it?
Feel free to chat, Jack. I was just in the middle of just eating. Sorry.
No, that's fine. No problem. Also in is the number 12 Pro-Am racing car. So out of the car jumps Richard Jep. I will jump in and grab a word with him as well and have a quick chat with Richard, because he really knows what he's doing. A quick word with Basic Ollie as well, with Ollie Furnell. Just passing over some information of maybe which curbs you can and can't use, where it's still quite greasy. So I'll let Richard take his helmet off. Out of breath is Richard, really working hard. So I'll let Richard grab a drink before I jump in and grab a word. I will wander down and chat with Jack Wright, make sure I stay out the way of all the pit stops. And Jack, whilst he's got the headset on, and he will be chatting to the driver, I will just let Jack finish his conversation, and then I'll jump in and grab a word. But the Pro-Am Racing pit stop, it's so well rehearsed. We mentioned it yesterday, didn't we, that Scott Thompson takes great pride in his pit stops. He's got positions for people to stand in and making sure that they rehearse it the days before and the days running up to it to make sure that their pit stop is as quick as possible. Can we jump in for a word with Jack? Yes, we can. So, Jack, in the position we're used to seeing you at the front of the order, but it wasn't necessarily an easy thing to do. Once you got there, it was then defending from Leon, who was still chasing you. But at the start of the race, it was quite close, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's very close. Obviously, I've been racing with Leon for quite a while, so I know he has the pace, but I know we do too. You know, round here, there's not many corners, so, you know, when it's close, it is close. We know, I don't know what happened to 95, but I knew when Leon was pushing me, I thought we'll just crack on here and get a good gap from the rest of the field. So yeah, I enjoyed it.
Traffic seemed to be fairly well behaved as well, at least from what we saw. You might have a differing opinion, but you seem to arrive, work your way through and past, and that was it.
No, I'll tell you what, hat off to them all. If they know there's a quicker car coming behind, they're in their own race, but they even have time to point you which direction they want you to go, which, you know, it's gentlemanly racing. I appreciate that. It helps us, obviously. You don't want to have a collision with a back marker, so, you know, it avoids that situation.
Are you looking to end the season with, 5 out of 6 wins? Is that what you're going for?
Yeah, unfortunately, Donington, we had that puncher, so, yeah, hopefully, yeah, 5 out of 6 would be nice. Yeah, and see what happens next year, see if we want to carry on doing it or not. I think, you know, after the success we've had, you know, I don't know if we're going to do it next year, but we'll see.
You've got to come back, surely. Dad's over there sunning himself in Cyprus. If you win today, surely that's more reason than not to come back next year.
Yeah, Dad'll do it. He'll do every single race in a meeting if he could. It's Johnny, father-in-law. He's got his Group A Peugeot rally car now, so he's probably going to be doing that next year. So I might have to fill the seat with another quick driver.
There's plenty of interest by the looks of it, Matty, behind you. But massive well done for your stint, Jack.
Thank you very much.
Quick word.
You should get your dad out in that car. That would be good.
I don't know if well, saying that, if he gets the invite, I'm sure he would be quite easily convinced. We'll try and grab Richard Jepp for a quick word. Richard, if we can grab you, we'll drag him out the garage to make sure we've got some service. Richard, we were saying you've got plenty of experience in sort of the lower powered cars, where it's all about keeping momentum, but keeping the minimum speed as high as possible. And we saw heading in towards turn 1, the car wasn't out of control, but it almost wasn't in control, just scrubbing the speed on the rear axle. It was great to watch.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, that stint. Obviously, the conditions changed a lot throughout it as well. We went on the sort of side of the dry. We knew it wasn't going to rain again, so yeah, towards the end of it, it was like karting style, slip angles to the max, and just keep them up at planted most of the time to keep the revs up, keep the momentum up, like you say. I think the left rear is probably taking a bit of a battering, but it was good fun. Great pace in the car. The team Pro-Am have done an amazing job on the car again. Got to say thanks to them. So yeah, good job.
Are we going to see more of you in EnduroKA next year?
Possibly. It's a bit of a. We're back this year. It's like last year we were near the front and we got a 2-lap penalty right at the end, which really hurt. Obviously, every race I'm enter, I want to win. I'm a racing driver, so back for this year. Not sure about next year. I'm pushing for a mini challenge trophy next year, so that's going to take up a lot of my budget. So we'll see. Hopefully.
Well done for your stint. Best of luck not only for the rest of this race, but for next season as well.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Quick word with Richard Jepp. I'll go for a bit of a walk and wander up and grab Tommy Valentine. But
well,
Chris, back up
the other one behind you that would be interesting is that Costa Crisis obviously handed, or I'm assuming he's handed over the 333, and we were saying that sort of slowed down a lot, didn't it?
No, I'll wander down, try and find him.
Sodslaw, you were right in the middle of both of those two.
Grab a word.
I do apologise. Incidentally, on the stream, we were watching the 33 car, and it was just ahead of the 77 Chick-Speed Motorsport, and just as we followed the 33, the Chick-Speed, you could see it went off into the gravel. The good news is it did power itself out. That was coming out of clearways. It powered itself out and through, and everything was okay. Thank you to Peter on the stream, and also Mark Werrell. I knew my favourite anorak would drop the information through to me as well, confirming that 2 hours 20 is the max driving stint, with a rest of 30 minutes before you can drive again. I was pretty sure that those were the numbers, but because I didn't have it right in front of me at that moment, I didn't want to commit. So thank you guys for confirming all of that one. We will now have cycled through, and everybody will have done their pit stops. still in the pits is the #1 Burton Power, as we know, and the 64 Autotech Motorsport Monhemius is in, handing that one over. I know a popular person's out there now. The #12 Pro-Am Racing has got Ollie Fennell. He is at the wheel of that #12 car now. We need to just sort of let it cycle through before we work out who is where. I know that on the track, on the stream there, we've got the 121 car of Carl Lamity fighting with Marcus Clutton. Kachow. It actually has it the other way round on the screen, so I don't know whether that means that Bonham overtook Clutton on this lap, but I'm sure he's going to come back again. It was the timekeepers made aware that it had dropped them down an extra lap than they really were, and hopefully that works out, bless them, with they came into the pits and that made it a lot harder. Here comes Marcus Clutton. He's going to power through the inside now, the incredibly talented British GT driver, as in he's British and he drives GT cars all over Europe. Jack.
Yeah, down here with the Greek god of speed, Costa Kritzis Costa. The start of the race, brilliant, leading from the front, but then something just didn't quite seem to gel.
Yeah, well, someone had the idea it's going to rain, so we were quite wrong on the tire pressures. So they just dropped off a cliff. After a while, it was just a struggle to try and get the thing to turn in, really.
But you weren't exactly letting drivers sort of just drive around you. We saw some brilliant battles whilst that was going on.
Yeah, well, it's still a race, isn't it? Like, I'm still trying to get the best I can from the car. It's a long race, so you can't just give up, you know, an hour in. You just need to carry on fighting.
And when are we going to see you back in? Are we going to see you back in?
Probably at the end, I think.
Right at the end, so a bit like Croft, although the weather's being a bit nicer to us this time.
Yeah, a bit like Croft, a bit like last year when we lost the lead with 10 minutes to go. Let's see. Hopefully we'll be in a better position this year, but yeah, we're dropping off a little bit at the moment. Yes.
Well done for you, Stu Costa.
Cheers. Thank you.
Quick word with Costa Kritzis, and yeah, you could sort of tell he wasn't massively impressed, and it is just again, small mistake on the tyre pressures, and it can cost you a lot of time.
Unsurprisingly, Jack, your dad, Mark Rowe, has said he'll take that seat in that Milnair racing next season.
I'll pop in a word.
Yeah, wouldn't that be amazing
filled.
to see him in that one, though?
It would be interesting, to say the least. I don't know how I'd feel about it commentating on Dad.
I think
I've
you
done
would
it before.
struggle not to be biased, surely.
No, I just would be biased. It's not struggling. Yeah. I just would be, I think.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone would begrudge you that. Let's be honest. No, yes, definitely, Mark. I'd love to see you out in that one, the Milnair car that we see there. Get one of our lead commentators of the country out in that car. He's already raced these and he's raced them well, so that would be absolutely wicked to see. He is a quick peddler as well, much to mine and Jack's disgust. He's diving up the inside. That's the 64 car that's in 3rd place. So does that mean, yeah, he's put a lap on the Autotech Motorsport too. So they've done an incredible job. McDonnell behind the wheel now in their pit stop as well as the pace, and they've lapped everyone up to and including 3rd position. So 2nd place is Ollie Fennell in the Pro-Am Racing #12 at the moment. Fastest car out there last time round, new fastest lap of the race, car 121, Carl Lamity. Now it's still showing Bonham, surely it can't be in that car. Oh, they're both Bonham, so it's Adam. Which one is it?
Yeah, it'll be Adam Bonham behind the wheel, and,
yeah.
and Adam's quick. I said you've got to keep an eye out for him. Unfortunately, Sukaru back in the pit lane, completely up on the jacks. An exhaust problem, I think. Oh no, it's a fuel tank problem. So the fuel tank is quite literally out the bottom of the car, and they're hard at work trying to get that car repaired. But the original query, when I thought it was a fueling issue, having taken the fuel tank out, it would confirm our suspicions.
Such a shame. Just came from nowhere as well, didn't it? That was the weird thing.
Yeah, it was going so well. I'm going to have to. I don't know how they're still working away in the garage, because yeah, you can quite. There's quite a a constant smell of fuel. The fumes in that garage are substantial, so they'll be hard at work once they've completed repairing that car to then clean up the garage. The number 9 LDR Performance Tuning OnlyFans car still being worked on. Lawrence Davey, I think, has had 2 or 3 outfit changes throughout the repair, but it's getting closer to being ready to go back out there.
That's ironic, because I was just looking at it and seeing it still hadn't gone out, and I'd assumed that they'd given up by now, but they're not planning to disappear completely, are they? So fair play. Just catching up, the fact that people are all cheering on Basic Ollie, and then they were cheering on Josh as well. Josh Benson, the sim coach guy himself as well. So fair shout to that. I've just been, it's Sam Strong and Diddy Strong. Hello. Hi Jesse, not so Diddy anymore. Where's that time gone? Sam Strong, one of our local racers here, so good to see you doing. You all right, mate? I'm going to accost you now. I don't care whether you don't want to. Put some headsets on. Sam Strong, good morning, mate. Is it good morning? It's afternoon now, isn't it?
Yeah, just about afternoon, mate. Half an hour past it.
You're normally out there with the gloves on, working on cars the previous years, haven't you been?
Yeah. It's just Wolf Motorsport I'm racing this weekend.
Of course, yeah.
So yeah, I'm not on the tools. I've got a rare day off. So I thought with the time that I've got off, I'll come to the racetrack.
Good man. Well, yeah, you could probably walk it, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, funny enough, I walked home last night.
Did you? Oh, well, I'm not surprised.
for obvious reasons.
Yeah, quite. I mean, that said, is that I'd prefer to see you behind the wheel for this. Have you actually been behind the wheel one of these?
Yeah, I did the Indy 500. When was that? Probably 3 years ago, maybe even longer than that now, to be honest with you. I've decided to hang my boots up.
Oh, really?
Yeah. With 2 little kids, it's getting a little bit tougher. And I'm away for work for so much, so I'm still keeping my eye on the tools with Wolf that I really enjoy, and there's a lot less pressure, you know, being on the tools than it is behind the wheel, really.
I just never thought that you'd be able to walk away completely. I mean, jeepers, what was it? How many years ago have we known each other now? You're back in production, BMW, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, we went from production BMW into the, I think it was the BMW 1 Series, the 130i that you mentioned yesterday. Yeah. And then I went into the Compact Cup after that, and then had a bit of a prang in there, which unfortunately my little lass saw. After that I thought, you know what, I'm sort of done with
Priorities changed.
Yeah, but I did it afterwards. I did go out and buy another E30, which is still sat on the drive. It was like one last hurrah of what I wanted to achieve. But I've been trying to build this 2.3 engine that's eligible for the CTCRC Classic Touring Car Championship, but it just never fall into place. I've got all the bits for it. Sat there, but it just didn't fall into place. So
what they say though, a cobbler's kids never wear shoes. You know, you might be working on the spans with other people, but you never do your own stuff.
Well, to be honest, I'm actually building a 1966 Ford Anglia 105e at the moment.
Oh wow!
That's you know, it allows me to stay at home.
Yes. Very good point. Yeah, I mean, it does keep us busy, this racing thing, but I wouldn't have it any other way, because it's just, you know, you still can't stay away from the circuits. You still love the motor racing environment. You got a race like this that it's a different one, isn't it? This is a real team job.
Yeah, and do you know what? I really enjoyed my time in the, you know, being on the tools with the KAs, because
I could always see it in your face.
Yeah,
genuinely.
I genuinely absolutely loved it, because it's not your sprints, it's not your 15-20 minute races. There is strategy that's part of it, and you know, as you well know, Chris, you know, pit stops are absolutely key in this.
And frantic.
Yeah, and it's us. You know, it's us that get it done. You know, the timing's got to be right. You know, exactly.
You've got the rules you've got to stick to.
Yeah.
Milner at Silverstone, it was either last year or the year before, and they were leading, and it was like this fraught pit stop at the end where people were trying to sort of do the dummy about whether they were going to change tyres or not, which makes a pit stop take longer, but gives you fresh boots, and they were trying to pretend that they were going to do it to get their closest competitor to do it.
Yeah.
Then it suddenly didn't, but they forgot to put their goggles down, the fueler.
And do you know what? So we borrowed a jug. This is Wolf. We borrowed a jug off of the Groves boys can't remember what round it was at. I think it might have been Snet maybe. And Dave's obviously a very good friend of mine.
Yes,
I've known him for absolutely years. And he said, just bear in mind, it does tend to leak. And I remember you said this morning about the leak.
The A5 piece of paper.
Exactly. So what we did is we said, right, well, we don't want to run the risk of it leaking and get us a penalty. So we put a rag round it. And then someone took a photo of it and said, "Oh, you've got a rag around it." So we got a penalty regardless for trying to not spill fuel. So yeah, it was just one of those things. But yeah, I do absolutely love it. And every time, I mean, obviously, as you know, I'm a walking distance from here. But you know, every time I'm here and I'm watching racing, I still do get that little fizz just to say, should we give it one more?
Even to the point that I remember having a beer with you over at the Kentigan after a race day. It's unlike both of us, that one, isn't it? And you hadn't raced that day. You'd been on a marshal's post. Because I think, wasn't there like a championship thing that you got like some bonuses or whatever?
We got some extra points.
And you were waxing lyrical about the experience of being on a marshal's post.
Yeah, I mean, it was, I remember it vividly because I was down at Paddock Hill and there was a huge accident in the minis and this one particular mini burst into flames and it sort of hit home and I was like, gee, these marshals have to be absolutely on it and a big credit to them as well. You know, when you've got a scene like that, everyone just marches up there with their extinguishers, with all their safety gear. So yeah, a big credit to them. And if you're all listening, thank you very much for being here today. I know it's a long one with one race.
Yeah, it definitely is. Although I'm glad that the weather is what it is now, not what we had yesterday. That was horrible yesterday.
I mean, Chris, you probably couldn't see anything.
No,
could you,
we couldn't. We genuinely couldn't. It was just terrible. It was, and then even once we got later on, it was dark by like 2:30 or something because of the horrible weather as well. But that fog beforehand, it was like, forget it. We could see there and there, and we could see the start-finish straight. That was it.
I mean, when I drove in, I obviously had Jesse in the car as well. All I could hear was just a buzz, and I was like, well, that's obviously the Miatas. I couldn't see them. It's just a load of bees flying around.
It did make it interesting. Hey, you're gonna commentate without being able to see what you're talking about. That's fine. My wife says I talk rubbish anyway, so that's fine. Crack on with it. We just made up a race, didn't we? It was in our head. Somehow we got the winner right. I don't know how we did it, but there we go.
Oh, credit to you guys. Fair play to you.
No, it's all good fun. With a race like this, and obviously now more so speaking at it from the team perspective, I've always find it interesting. In these early stages, everybody's fighting really hard. We've had the first full pit stops, but you've also got exception in your mind. You have no idea right now what this is going to be like in 4-6 hours' time.
Yeah.
But presumably you are still kind of, you literally are pushing full chat throughout. There's no let's take it easy to get to the end. Not easy, but you know what I mean. There's no temper in it. You have to go full out.
The main goal, and you know, talking from a driver's perspective rather than being on the tools, the main goal is just whoever's in front of you, get in front of them.
Which we were talking earlier. That includes you might have actually been lapped by them or whatever. But it's like once you get to this and it's all mixed up, it's like tough. You are fighting the cars around you.
You genuinely don't know if, I mean, unless you're on the radio. I personal preference, I prefer more silence than than a full-blown conversation when I'm in the car. But my main goal is just whoever's in front of me, I need to get in front of them, and that's it. Because genuinely, you don't know if unless you ask the question to the crew chief, you don't know if you're fighting the person in front or not.
And I suppose even if you're not, if you are able to be getting past them, then just get it done, because it could make a difference later in the race.
It's racing driver's ego.
There is that. I was sidestepping that one. And with something like this, it's blooming good fun. You know, we've watched people having great entertainment, even if they're several laps back. We're talking about the fact that Lawrence Davies still desperately trying to get this number 9 car out there, even though it's like, what, 124 laps down now.
Wow.
Because it literally went out on the second lap.
Did it?
They're still working on it, and they'll get it out for some fun few hours out there, maybe. It isn't going to feature in it, but you've got to remember that there's a fun element out there.
Yeah, and from that side of things, if there is a problem with the car, that's when it's the fun for the mechanics as well, because it's their job to then absolutely
they're not sat there watching it out there kind of thing.
The job from them point is to get the car up, running, ready to go, and back out and square. Obviously, we had this problem at it might have been Silverstone maybe, or even Snet. I just genuinely can't remember. But you know, we had a car roll on its roof, and it smashed. You know, obviously the front windscreen. The thing was a mess. We didn't have very long to do it, and I can't remember the other team whose car also rolled the previous day. We managed to nick their boot and put it on the back of ours, yeah, and then we were good to go.
I love that, nick their boot. They had no idea.
Yeah,
they were putting messages out. Has anybody seen our boot?
That's why they didn't finish, because they didn't have a boot.
They're going, look, they're now the same colour as us.
Yeah, we've actually still got their boot as well. We kept it as a spare.
I do love it. What about this thing? We were discussing it, that was kind of a new one. I'd missed this being the case. T-cars.
T-cars?
Yeah, they've got second cars, and in fact, which one was it?
Oh, I heard you talking about this earlier when I was at home.
Are out in their T-car. We saw yesterday in qualifying that some of them had 2 cars out there with a T at the end of the number, that they were putting some laps in so that they knew it was okay. 74 Orca Sport, their one, we only saw it have a spin, but it suddenly was no longer able to take part.
Yeah.
The next thing, it's not the black car or dark blue or whatever it was, they're going out in a silver car, which is their T-car. That's an interesting one on me.
I assume there has to be a fairly substantial penalty.
They got a big penalty. Oh, that was the 20 lap one, was it? Okay, yes, it was, wasn't it? Yeah, they got a 20 lapper. But it comes back to that fact that goes, yeah, but we're out in fun, because this is still different to going and doing a track day or a test day. You're actually having fun racing.
Yeah.
So I get that, and I think that everyone at EnduroKA has done a really good job to get the spirit right, because you still don't equally want it to be too relaxed, too party, you know, all of that kind of thing. It's still competitive. Keep it as even as you can, but don't lose that let's enjoy ourselves thing.
Do you know what, Chris? I genuinely think it does make a certain amount of sense to have a backup car, because at the end of the day, you know, we all pay this money for the tyres, for the car. Yeah. if something detrimental goes wrong with the car, no one wants to pack up and go home. If you've got the opportunity to roll another car out, I mean, they used to do that in the touring cars back in the 80s or 90s.
They used to do it in F1, for goodness sake, didn't they?
Well, yeah.
Think about it. They used to have the backup cars, didn't they? And I get it, because and we were chatting about Jack's dad, Mark Werrell, that was obviously out there racing, and was it at Snetterton that he never got to go out in the car because there was suddenly a problem with it, and he never got to go out in the race. And so, yeah, if there was a T car that went, look, we're out of the running, we ain't winning nothing here, but let's go and do our laps, let's go and have fun. And I actually think, it's just a tricky one, because I don't think the series want to massively advocate that, because it goes against the cost-effective spirit of it, doesn't it?
Yeah, I do agree that not all teams are going to have the funds to have a completely spare car. You know, they will have to rely on that. So, you know, it's that sort of boundary, isn't it? Yeah. Of what is allowed.
Natural progression. I mean, I've seen it for going back where they'd have like ones that they'd cannibalise for parts off of it and stuff like that. But I guess they've just gone a step further and gone, no, it's ready to race. If we need it to race, we might cannibalise it. We might actually use it. So I guess it's not the end of the world. And what, I don't know, I think I've seen these going for like 5-6 grand or something like that, so they're not the most expensive.
You can buy one of these KAs for a couple of £100 from a scrappy if they're still a thing that aren't
not race prepared.
And I've seen Moore's Motorsport build one in a day.
Oh really?
Yeah, I'm sure it was at the Autosport show or something like that.
They did it as a show. So this is what could be done.
But yeah, it's an interesting concept, and you know, I hope it doesn't go too far down the line where people have got, you know, 3 T cars knocking around.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I was just double checking the stream comments to see coming in. So we're not going to see you back racing?
Well, you know, never say never, Chris.
It's in a cupboard. It's not sold. Your helmet and your hands and your overalls.
The helmet, gloves, overalls, hands are not sold. They are literally hung up. Actually, I think my boots are in the corner of my office somewhere. But
so it is a never say never, but as it stands at the moment, it's giving it a rest.
Yeah, I mean, the race car's up for sale. It's been on eBay for a while. You know, it's still a good car. You know, it was set up by Wolf Motorsport, and the thing drives absolutely phenomenally. But
I still remember your back to the production, the E30s. Yeah. And you came out with that amazing German wrap on it.
No, that was Dave.
Was that Dave?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, for some reason I thought I remembered you with that on.
No.
With the sort of like that fake rip.
Yeah,
in
yeah,
the reel.
yeah.
It's so good.
That
I
was,
could have sworn that was you. For
No,
some
that
reason.
was Master Graves. He's still got that car. That was
so cool.
That's not for sale. Mine was the old yellow one.
Yeah, I remember
and
the
green.
yellow one. I just thought it was for some reason I'd put you in with that. I mean, at the end of the day, it was that you were always with those guys, the Graves boys and everything.
Yeah, and you know, they're still very good friends of mine. You know, we shared a few stories and a few wines last night.
Oh my word!
As we
There's
tend.
a podcast right there. There is. I mean, an after 9 podcast. I have to be honest.
For sure. But yeah, you know, maybe I might do something like this again. But you know, I think you know, 2018 when me, Dave, and Will were all going for the championship, it took a lot of energy. To do that, you know, it's prepping the cars, it's getting mind focused as well. So you know, when you're going for the championship, it's a lot of added stress. I mean, you know, Chris, I was throwing up before every race. Yeah. You know, one of the marshals actually went up to David Graves and said, you know, is he okay? Yeah. And Dave just said, yeah, it's just Sam. It's just what he does.
It's just his prep. He's getting in his zone.
Yeah.
Who? James Hunt used to throw up. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It is. It's that nervous energy, and I agree with that sentiment. And that's what's always been that difference between not just something like this, but the fact that it's a series, right, the championship compared to a championship. Some people go, I don't want not just the stress, but the politics. Goodness me, there's always politics once it's a championship. Down to a series, but equally, then you sometimes go the other way. Once you're racing for a chunk of time in the series, you go, actually, I quite fancy going for a championship now. I want a piece of silver.
You know what?
I mean, Matt Swafford was here yesterday, and of course he was racing with you boys back then in the day, and he was always up there fighting for the championship, and just missed out on the title yesterday as well.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, just in the what was that? The MSVT Track Day
TDC,
Championship. Yeah. But a brilliant performance by him, and that's the essence, isn't it? You kind of got to go with it and take the rough with the smooth. Whereas this, you just get to go and have some fun. You'll be frustrated if you lose out or whatever, but we'll see.
I'm sure you probably will, Chris, and I do very much look forward to the day. I can assure you, but you know, with these KAs, you know, for the sake of next to nothing, they are so much fun to go and drive. Yeah. And you know, I remember coming out of the car, you know, when I did it with literally just a smile from ear to ear.
Yeah. That's what we always say, isn't it, Jack? Whenever, it doesn't matter what level. I mean, Marcus Clutton, for goodness sake, you can't keep him away from these now.
No, absolutely loves them. So, I mean, it's like Nick Tandy and Eric Boulier. They all come and have great fun. And I think that this is one of, if not the best sort of affordable series to get into. I did want to ask, whilst we were kind of on the subject of championships and series, does it make it maybe slightly more... does it entice those newer, sort of more or less experienced drivers to come into a series, because you know you're not jumping into a championship, and with it being affordable as well, it's a nice easy way in.
Yeah, I mean, I think in this series there's a lot of new drivers that are, you know, that haven't been racing competitively before, and it's a great way to get into motorsport because it doesn't cost you an arm and a leg, you know. Although you do go through a fair set of tyres in races like this, especially the 12-hour of SNET. 12 hours to Norfolk, is that what it's called?
That's Duzzer.
You know, it's
you went all Del Boy on us there.
Oh, that's my accent, mate, isn't it? But yeah, so you know, a championship does. I don't know if it has additional costs. I think it does actually, but just because of the word championship, I think there is an additional charge to it from a club perspective. But you know, either way, if people want to get into racing, it doesn't matter if they're going to a championship, if they're going to a series, or whatever it is. You know, I mean, the reason I joined Production BMW Championship was because I was sat down at Paddock Hill with my mum, and my mum basically turned around to me and said, I can see you doing this, Sam. And I was like, right, challenge set.
Done.
Yeah, and that's what we did. And I think I was racing Saxos at the time, which I really didn't quite enjoy. I'm not really a big front-wheel drive man.
Interesting. I think you are right. Yeah, the championship tends to have there's more regs that have to go into it, all that sort of stuff. And where I'm on the board of the Castle Combe Racing Club, I see the challenges they've got, and they've obviously had one change from the series to a championship as well over there. But equally, you know that you are committing more money as a driver through that year because you kind of got to go and do every round.
Yeah.
Whereas, I mean, for me, the reason why I'd get into a series is because I'm so busy commentating all around the country and whatnot, is that I can't go and do a whole season because I'll be working instead somewhere, whereas I can suddenly go, oh yeah, like your dad, Mark, he's done, has he got up to 5? I don't know whether he's done 5 events.
I almost want to say more.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But the point being is that he suddenly dips in because you'd go and do an arrive and drive with the team that's got the car. You're one of the drivers. Bosh, there's the money. I'm going to come and have some fun because I know I'm free that weekend.
Yeah, I think that's probably more where I'm at the minute. Yeah. The arrive and drive package, for sure. I mean, if Brands or Stuart ever decided to do a single venue championship or series at Brands Hatch, I'll be all over it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think there'd be a good number of people that would actually, because we get some regulars. We were joined by Rod Burley yesterday. Of course, he's just a little bit further up the road there as well. Get plenty. I mean, several people that went, yeah, it's my local circuit. I'm delighted to be on the podium and that yesterday.
I feel like all drivers are from West Kingsdown. Yeah. Every time you come to Brands Hatch, everyone's from West Kingsdown. But you see it all around the country. Snetterton's a big one, obviously, another MSV circuit. Yeah. They have the Snetterton Saloons, which they do have away days, in inverted commas, where they'll go to Donington Park, which is still a bit of a drive. It's a couple of hours from Snetterton, but it again goes towards the affordable aspect of you're not paying for a hotel because you can stay at home, and you're not having to leave a day before. You can essentially get there on the morning, just prep the car in the garage, put it on the trailer, and away you go. And if you want a cup of tea, you can nip home and get one. And it's just it really does help the affordability.
The only thing that used to annoy me slightly, I mean, I love Brands. It's my home circuit. I can hear it from my office window. Is that it would take me longer to load the van trailer than it would to actually get here. And you get home, you get home, and it was just this 2-second journey. I've got to spend 2 hours unloading everything.
And an interesting thought as well is that you get people that love it when it is, you know, a local circuit and they're staying at a circuit, that's where they're racing, but it's almost like the same as golfers who are members and they only play that one. You don't learn to play golf, you learn to play that circuit. Yeah. Presumably it must be the same thing, is that you learn to drive that circuit rather than total racecraft, if you will. I would assume that there's got to be a difference in that.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same when when they do these endurance stuff at Buckingham Park. Some of these lads that I've raced there with, they are so efficient at Buckingham Park because that's all they've ever done. Yeah. If you put them in a different setting, how would they get on?
Correct. Yeah.
So. But the other element of it, if they did decide to have a single venue event, is one of the big parts that I loved about racing was the environment in the paddock.
Yes.
When you've got all of the teams, all of the drivers, all getting together. When the racing's finished or the qualifying's done, you can go down, have a chat, have a beer or so, if you want. And it really created that family environment. With it.
I'd agree with that, and obviously, as you know, my home circuit, Castle Combe, we have our own championships. We've got our own Formula 4 championship, our own saloons, hot hatch and GTs, and it's always been thus. And we get that great added element that you've suddenly got your favourite drivers, your favourite cars. You get this vested interest and understanding of the championships and what's happened in the past, which came first, chicken or the egg, is that we've always got a big crowd at the circuit as well. Now, is that because there's a more vested interest? You've got all the visiting stuff that come there as well to add the variety, but you've got these drivers and there's connections of, when suddenly one of them passes that used to race many years ago, there's this outpouring of emotion because they go, I remember that. I was sat with my dad when I was 12 years old and I was supporting. There's a lot of exciting, I have to say. It's really, really cool.
I'll
push it.
I'll see if I can put a little worm in Stuart's ear later on.
Absolutely, let's do it. Team manager of Triple Eight's been called to race control now. That, of course, is Boston Racing. They're down in 9th place now, Jack. They were fighting up in 2nd and 3rd at one stage. Yeah,
not exactly sure what's happened. Obviously, we've got Andrew Phelps behind the wheel now, but exactly what's happened, I don't know. Normally, you see that for maybe contacts or undue contacts when you're in a battle, but no, not quite sure. I guess it might be worth a walk and a quick
It hasn't
chat,
always meant issues, because assuming that 141 Boss did eventually go up to race control, it didn't then transpire into a penalty, which we wondered whether, although actually it has got a red against it. We didn't have a TSL notification come up, but it does have the red against it. It did, what was it? 2-lap penalty.
But there are
That's
5
normally
or 6 different things you can get a 2-lap penalty
Oh, is it?
for. It's normally actions in the pit lane, so it could be not closing your
But
visor, not.
they were called because they absolutely assaulted the car ahead of them by missing the braking point. Complete honest mistake up at the Druids hairpin. So I would assume it was that one. But we did, unlike for the 555, came up with causing a collision, didn't it?
Yeah.
But this one hasn't had that, so I don't know. Anyway, Triple Eight's been called up as well. Just to give you a quick update, is that it is still Milner racing in the lead. McDonnell in the lead, sorry, behind the wheel at the moment. 141 laps completed. Pro-Am racing, Ollie Fennell behind the wheel in second place. Probably not far off of being lapped now, I'm assuming. Where are our race leaders?
You can see Milner heading up towards Druids. Where is
number 12 is just going round Graham Hill Bend now, or is it?
Yes, that is the number 12.
Yeah, so yeah, it's sort of the plunge down the hill and a little bit more, isn't it? So, and that would be the Milner Racing lapping everybody. That's incredible.
Very Milner-esque.
And that must have been a lot to do with their pit stop.
Yeah, I've not actually seen their pit stop time.
Well, that's the point. Yeah, we could have checked this one.
I'd imagine it was very quick. There it is. So it's 2 minutes 3 for Milner Racing. As for the number 12 Pro-Am racing car, we'll have to wait for that to come back round, which it will do so any moment now. So, very much. So on the Pro-Am racing, they were 2 minutes 22, so 20 seconds alone in the pit stop. Yeah, 20 seconds alone in the pit stop.
Thank you very much. We've just been given, that's so very kind.
Yeah.
Curaleaf pen. Is that like wacky backy? It cures all ills. Yeah, it is. Okay. Curaleaf. I love it. I love that one. Thank you very much, mate. I will just quickly put you back on, Mickey, rather than you just disappearing off, just to say thank you very much for joining us. Really good to see you, man, and great to see you still enjoying the motorsport scene in one way or another.
Yeah, likewise, Chris. It's always absolutely lovely to see you, mate. You've been a good friend of mine for many years. And as you well know, I hate being cold, so you'll probably see me again at some point today.
You're more than welcome, mate. You are more than welcome. It's really good to see you. So,
no worries.
Sam Strong, good to see you, mate.
Thank you, mate.
And we'll see you again a little bit later, in about an hour or so when he gets cold, exactly. So, yeah, Jack, you can have your headphones back again now. Bye, Jesse. So, good to catch up with one of the local drivers, and especially as Jack, I thought it was a great opportunity because, of course, Sam's been, as you heard, both behind the wheel and on the spanners for teams as well, and it was just that great opportunity to get that insight.
Yeah, because there are a few sort of drivers that do that, but they're few and far between. I mean, Aidan Hill springs to mind, but obviously he runs the team, so it's kind of the expectation almost where he will have a team of mechanics, but he also drives himself.
Yeah.
But then will get on the spanners, and it's so nice to see. And I think it's really good when you've got that foresight and you've got the or the insight more into the car as well, because you almost appreciate it a bit more, and I think it gives you an extra sense of mechanical sympathy when you're out there, because you know how much work goes into preparing the car.
Yeah, but what I find I love about this, though, is that I've always worried, I'm not mechanically minded. People can say I've done this and this happened, and I just nod and smile. I haven't got a clue. And I've always thought that would exclude me from being able to take part in motorsport, because I've always seen that great relationship of those that are able to roll their sleeves up and work on a car have been very good behind it. And I think it is that mechanical sympathy, that mechanical understanding and what have you. But frankly, you don't need to, when you especially arrive and drive. It's like going, that's the team.
Yeah,
you know, I
absolutely.
can get out there and have some fun driving. And that's what they do. You heard Sam talk there, is that the mechanics that are down there, they love it when they've suddenly got to work on a car. It might not be good news that they've got to, but that's when they're doing their skills.
Yes, yeah, and it must be such a sense of achievement. For example, the LDR guys, if they get that car back out, which I think they have. Is that car back out? No, I don't think it is. It's just popped up that it's not in the pit lane, which is only...
Which one's that?
The number 9 car, the OnlyFans car.
Yes, it is, because look at his lap count.
Yes, it is there. I can see it. It's just going through the final couple of corners now. Very well done, LDR Performance Tuning, Lawrence Davey and co. And this circles back brilliantly to the point I was about to make. The sense of achievement that team will now have, that's a win for them. That is equivalent to them standing on the top step of the podium, because they've all come together and got that car not only back out and running, you could, if you stare at it, you can tell it's had a crash. But as it flashes by, it doesn't jump out and go, oh, that car's had a crash. And not at all.
Really?
It looks
They've
brilliant.
done that good. I mean, that was a real state, wasn't it? One of the wheels was basically, rear wheels was tucked underneath the back.
Have a look when it comes by. It's just going around Druids. We'll try and get a camera shot of it as well. But going around Druids and then back down the hill in the OnlyCans car.
We got the battle for third was raging. Now, I got the delayed fit picture. Now on the live one, it's actually spread out a little bit. So the 95 Kachow, Marcus Clutton behind the wheel, up to third position. I don't know whether they've had that lap added back on again. I think we're just going to have to assume so and just play off of the time screen as it is now. Incidentally, a couple of things. Let's catch up, because it was great to chat to Sam there, but just to catch up, your dad did reply. So Mark Werrell, he's done 3 IndyCar 500s. I didn't realise
it was as many as 3, no.
He says 3 or 4, and I think that's because as in 1 he didn't actually get to race because the car failed before he got in. Snetterton 12 hours, 1 Donington 4 hour, so 7/8 in total. Plus something else. He loves the KAs. They're really good to drive, etc. Couple of other things. Mark Roberts, thank you for backing up. You obviously heard Sam Strong and I there chatting about that great opportunity where he managed to jump in to a marshal's post and really enjoyed that. There's the OnlyFans car. It does look up close. It looks a bit worse for wear, doesn't it? But amazing to see that they've got that car back out again. Remember, that was on lap 2. Bit of smoke coming out of the front right.
Yeah, I spotted that. I think it's tyre on bodywork.
Which does tend to come with a
black and orange
flag.
Yeah, you kind of hope it happens quickly, and over the space of a lap you wear down that specific piece of bodywork before it, 1, damages the tyre, and 2, grabs the attention.
Just amazing to see that back out. It's 140 laps down, but they are now circulating after that early issue, which is just wonderful to see. We were talking about how Sam went on a marshal's post. Mark Roberts has said on the chat, if people are enjoying the race, and I can't recommend enough giving marshalling a go, it's a brilliant way to get close to the action. I couldn't make it today, but had a great day yesterday at Brands. And I agree. And then Martin underneath has said, used to be a regular marshal at Brands. Brilliant stuff, isn't it? And it does. People become a community, make some great friends, get to travel if that's what you want to do. You could stay local, you could do whatever you want. And it just is amazing. But they are absolute heroes as far as we're concerned, because it isn't all glamour, because they're out there in hot weather in the boiler suits, cold weather trying to stay warm, wet weather, snow, ice, fog, as we had yesterday. Loads going on, nothing going on, which I think are both either end of the spectrum that make it challenging, and that's why for all of us they're absolute heroes. So marshals.co.uk, give a taster a go. We did have yesterday, I'm pretty sure it was in double figures of numbers that were up here, going and seeing everything, learning the ropes on all of it, and then you decide whether you're going to get involved or not. So thanks, guys. I appreciate that.
And it doesn't necessarily mean that you've got to commit to a whole season or anything like that. If you just want to do 1 a year, you can just do 1 a year, and if you fancy a year out, that's fine. And then it's not like people are gonna sort of be frowned upon when you come back. No. You're always welcome, no matter how long you've been away. If you go, you know what, let's go back and do it. I've had 5 years out. More than welcome to come back, and people will make sure you know that you are welcomed back as well. It's brilliant, and as you say, absolute heroes, because neither you nor me would be here if it weren't for the marshals.
R100 Tom just dropped in whilst taking kids to soft play. How are Chickspeed doing? I know Lord Timeout. Denham has already answered. P20 at the moment, and yes, that is the case. Ashman behind the wheel of that 77 car now. Kind of a fraught opening phase to this for them. We're now past the 3-hour stage, would you believe? Incredible. 5 hours 20 left to go, or 5:19 and change left to go, to be precise. Jonathan Brown has said, you talk about spannering and driving, go take a look at Shine Automotive 180.
Yes, I think that's going back to the Donington story, where they literally built a car the day before.
Really?
And as qualifying kicked off, I think it was on the Saturday, 20 minutes before the qualifying session started, they just finished putting the wrap on the car.
Wow.
It was brilliant. I've never seen anything like it.
And that's outstanding. So they even put a wrap on it.
Yeah.
It wasn't just let's get it finishing wrap.
They wanted it looking perfect. And the car they're running this weekend, I think, is the one that they built in the garage at Donington Park.
And it does look good. That's that black with the day-glow pink flashes on it and stuff, isn't it?
Yeah. It's like a really, I think it's a navy blue.
Oh, is it navy blue, is it?
And it's just, again, Shine Automotive have always had very good-looking cars, as have pretty much the majority of the field. Yeah, a slight change, because it used to be day-glow yellow flashes, but obviously they've gone over to the day-glow pink, and yeah, it looks just as good.
Or is that day-glow salmon?
Day-glow salmon.
Yeah, salmon.
I've not heard that one yet.
It was the old Friends joke. It wasn't a pink shirt, it was a salmon shirt. And I had one of those, and I fell into that trap of going, no, it's salmon, it's not pink.
Oh no, I embody it. It's pink. Yeah. No. Always get away with a pink shirt. As we look towards the final couple of corners, the gap between second and first on the actual lap itself has started to come down yet more. So Ollie Fernall has just posted that car's fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 3.367. Going over the start-finish line now is the race leader, Declan McDonnell, and he posts a 1 minute 3.042. But with the lap just posted by Ollie Fernall, that's another 0.8 of a second gained by Milnair Racing. So I'd imagine we're not too far away from having Milnair Racing lapped the whole field, which is very, very impressive indeed. Marcus Clutton posting 1 minute as well. Stop-go penalty for the treble 8. Exactly why we don't know, but the stop-go penalty will have to be served. That car,
of course, we will see it eventually, where we get the decisions posted up on the bulletin board, won't we? But it will take a while for it to be on there.
Yeah, that car's had a troubled race. The start was very busy indeed. There was so much going on in the car. I'd imagine Eduardo Correa, who was in the car at the time, there was plenty of breaths in. I'm just looking. There's a number of judges of fact already having been posted for track limits, or it's more just going. Oh no, these are the judges of fact, I think, for track limits. So we'll keep an eye on the bulletin, as you say. For
those who are watching the stream, this is another one. I know people are talking about the TSL stream, but if you go to msvr.co.uk, and then click on this, go to cars, and then this event, you will see the TSL timing is down there, but you also got the bulletin board, which there's not much. We've had the 1 hour stand-ins, the 2 hour stand-ins, the 3 hour stand-ins will be up shortly as well. But if there are decisions, I'm assuming they put them up for this, they do in normal race days, that if there's any decisions made by clerks, penalties, things like that, then it does actually come up on there and we get to see it, which is a cool thing that was added fairly recently. Great question that came in from Alistair Kirk. Say if you wanted to get involved in racing the KAs, what would it cost to get your racing licence, etc.? The answer is
£99, is it, or £110 to get your welcome pack?
115.
115.
Yes, 115, tax included. So you go to motorsportuk.org, and you get your first race competition licence. It is the starter pack, and it gives you everything you need to do. You then need to find a circuit where you can do your ARDS test.
And theory as well, of course,
Yeah. which will have another cost associated with it. It's not much from memory from that one. And do they still? Do you have to do a medical these days? I can't remember now.
I'm not sure whether you have to do one on your first one anyway, but I know when you get to a specific age that you do need to do need to do medicals. And the motorsport school at Mallory Park is always incredibly popular. Run a tight ship, but have always got graduates of their school going through their ARDS programs and getting their race licenses.
Yeah, and I think you find them, like Thruxton's got them, Castle Coombe's got them. I'm assuming that they're here as well. You know, that you get that. Once you've done that, remember, if you're going to go racing something like this, don't suddenly think, right, I've got to go and get me fireproof overalls, my boots, my overalls, my helmet, the hands device. Yet those first ones I say, of course you do. But things like the hands device, I was talking about this yesterday, is that you find that actually within the team, they'll share the hands device. Because that's a sort of a clip-on and be done at one of the best safety advancements that we've had for many a year. And so that just reduced the cost there. I think one of the things I would say is don't scrimp on your helmet if you can help it.
If it's safety gear, don't.
Yeah. That's probably the only thing I say. It doesn't mean you need the best.
No,
Goodness me, there's plenty, but don't go unnecessarily cheap on that. And the idea is they then last you for a very long time. So, you know, that kind of gives you a bit of an idea. And the arrive and drive means that you haven't got to worry about going and buying a car, storing a car, working on a car. Of course, if that's the way you want to go, then fill your boots. But hopefully that gives a little bit of an idea, Alistair, to get you. But start with go to motorsportuk.org, and you'll see straight away get started in motorsport. And when you click on that, you've got stop watching, start racing, or you've got your first kart competition, and you've got your first stage rally competition license as well. £75 for the karts, £115 each for the cars or the rally side of things. So yeah, go for it. Mike Saunders Racing, all you need to do is get an ARDS pack from Motorsport UK, £115, yeah, that's the one we said. Then you need to book your ARDS test at your local circuit. The cost of this varies. Brands is £245. So there you go. There's an answer for that one.
That's not just the physical test or the theory test. It's all engulfed in one day, and that's your day sorted.
You get sort of coached for a little bit and all of that as well. Your pack that you get in the first bit, that's what you really swat as well, because it's like, okay, so what does this mean when this happens? What do you need to do now? No different to nowadays for your road license and things like that with your theory. So yeah, that's hopefully that gives you a good insight, Alison. And thanks, Mike Saunders, for adding that bit as well. It's really useful. And I'm not surprised to get asked that when you're watching this kind of amazing fun, that you kind of go, yeah, do you know what? I fancy a bit of that. I love the notion of endurance racing, that there's a team of you, but you know, multiple drivers. What's going to happen? I've now driven. I need to go and chill out, but my adrenaline's still pumping. I'm hungry. I'm going to get some fluids back in me. Should I go and catch some Zeds? Am I throwing a headset on and glued to a monitor? What do I want to do? It's brilliant.
It was like the 24-hour at Anglesey, because I was working with Zach Sweeney at the time, and we'd worked from sort of 9 till 9 that day, commentating on live stream as well. And then we thought, well, we want to go to bed, but I want to stay up and I want to see what's going on. And you do. And I wasn't even racing, but I was so invested into it. And it got to midnight and I thought, I'm going to have to go to sleep now, because it's getting to that point. And you find yourself sort of going to sleep, and then you hear a ping on your phone, and you just have a quick look, and you go, I'll just go on TSL to see what's going on. And because you wake up, and the complexion of the race has completely changed, which as a driver, I'd imagine, is quite scary, because you could go to sleep in the lead and wake up and be 40-odd laps down because something's gone wrong. Cars, or a car, coming into the pit lane.
67.
That is the 67 car. It's had quite a number of visits to the pit lane, original checkers. This will be their third now.
That was the one that went into the gravel with the puncture, which may have put it out of kilter with everybody. Yeah, this with a bit of luck. It's just
like a planned stop.
It's out of order now with when it would stop, with having to come in with that puncture. So that could be the reason.
Leader. This is Autosport coming into the pit lane, but the leader is about to have lapped everybody on the circuit. They are trapped up and behind Ollie Fernal at the moment, but Declan McDonnell in towards turn 1, biding his time. Very, very sensible indeed from Declan. Still a quicker lap than those around him. However, it's going to be Ollie Fernell is effectively the last position that he needs to get by to confirm. I thought it was, yeah, 1 lap over everybody. It's just that the way that it looks, it almost looks like they're 2 laps. So Marcus Clutton's going well as well, still lapping quicker than the car up the road, so he's not a million miles away from picking up 2nd place.
But the fastest driver out there is Declan McDonald. And it is Declan McDonald in that 46, not Jack Wright, because that lap was done on lap 139 of the 159. So I'm pretty certain that was after the pit stops. Now, actually, I might be wrong. They might not have done 20 laps since, so I might be doing Jack Wright an injustice there, actually. He may have snuck that in before he came in and did his pit stop, so I might be slightly wrong on that one. And I normally am. Alistair Kirks actually said, I'm friends with Ollie and Josh from the number 12, so we always speak about racing, etc. Always sparked my interest in doing well. Oh, look at this. We've got it on. Is that going to come on to the... We've got it. Oh, there we go. It is just with that slight delay. You've now got picture-in-picture that we get to see the roaming cam. We got a roaming cam down there. The guys have been working so hard to get more cameras up and running with the tech. And the same as you'll see that the timing tower is up and working. They've had such hard work because even like TSL wasn't able to broadcast that out of the circuit. For these guys to then pick up, to then do that, it's just been one hell of a time. You didn't have grey hair this morning, Nick, I don't think. I think that's all happened today, mate. But great to see that we can carry on watching the action and the picture-in-picture of doing that. I love H's comment, is he said the leader's going to lap themselves at this rate.
Yes, well, yeah. So
that's really good.
Speaking of which, Declan McDonald has now lapped everybody.
He has done it. Yeah. And Calvinator was saying that Ollie was doing his best driving chicane impression for a little while there. He wasn't going to make it easy for him, was it? But no, fair shout. So with Marcus Clutton out there as well, he's just set that car's personal fastest lap of the race, 1:02.796 for Marcus Clutton in the number 95 Kachow car. So he's going well, is Marcus, as you'd expect from a customer GT3 driver. I'm not sure whether he's a factory GT3 driver now, but forever racing McLarens and Audis elsewhere in the UK, Europe and the world. So a very busy man is Marcus Clutton, but again still comes to race in EnduroKA year on year on year, not only here at Brands Hatch for the IndyCar 500, but we've also seen him at Silverstone, at Donington Park, at Anglesey in the 24-hour. Very quick driver is Marcus Clutton. Declan McDonald still at the front. We'll give you a quick rundown of the order. So it's Mildare Racing car number 46 that leads the way. Declan McDonald behind the wheel. It's Ollie Fernell in the number 12 Pro-Am racing car in 2nd place. In 3rd place, it's Marcus Clutton in the number 95 Kachow car. Adam Bonham is piloting the 121, and we've got Chick Speed in the gravel again down at Paddock Hill Bend. They've got away without a roll again by the looks of that, because that's facing the wrong direction, so that's gone in sideways, hasn't it?
Nearly able to dig the car out. They're trying, but I think it's just going to dig itself a hole. And unfortunately, with it being in the firing line, I think this is going to be at the point where we will see a safety car return to the circuit. But it's annoyingly into a stint time, so I don't think we'll see many pitting. Safety car has been called, so the safety car will come out onto the circuit any moment now. But yeah, it's that weird spot into a stint where there's almost no point coming into the pit lane to serve a pit stop, even though you'd have thought behind the safety car you would.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. We haven't had one for a little while, have we? So just takes that moment. Incidentally, just so you know as well, Jack, when you go downstairs, where we're saying that the crew have been working so hard to get more cameras up and transmitting and things like that. And we saw the picture-in-picture is when you wander down, and we'll make it clear that you're wandering down, you'll hopefully have a cameraman with you as well.
Okay, perfect.
So, which would be good. Look at that. You said it was cold out there, actually, didn't you?
It is cold.
And they had the fire on the go there, or whatever we should call it, the heater probably.
They're not the only ones. I saw sort of 3 or 4 down there, like proper sort of almost like kerosene heaters, you know, the ones that look like little jet engines. Yeah.
Wow, is that fresh? Is it?
It is chilly out. I'd say what, 12 degrees?
It says 10.
10, yeah.
But is there a bit of wind that makes it feel colder?
Probably there'll be some wind chill or something where it says 10, but it feels like 5 somehow. Although if it feels like 5, it's 5. But it is chilly out there. So the teams, it's quite hard for them. So they've got to sit in the garage and watch, whereas the drivers are nice and warm.
I don't know why it's saying it then, but thank you to George. I'm assuming it's still George as air supply, is saying that Milner has Dylan Brittard in, not Declan, FYI. I hope that the team's sort of trying to let the officials know, because in some instances you can get in trouble because they need to know which driver's in there, don't they? So I hope that that's not going to cause them an issue. So it's not McDonnell, it's
Dylan Britcher. Yeah. So Dylan Britcher we have seen a couple of times in that car. So Dylan behind the wheel, but yeah, ignore TSL timing. It isn't Declan McDonnell there, and I agree that Chick Speed have got away with another roll there, because to end up at that angle, you will have had to enter the gravel sideways, and they were very lucky the first time.
I guess the only thing they might have done is gone in fully backwards and then turned back. So but either way, it's so easy to do. We see it regularly, don't we? Especially at that particular gravel trap, with the nature where it changes.
Sometimes it's not so much losing it on the way in or hitting the curb. It's when you're still trying to rotate the car when you get to the compression. All of a sudden you get loads of front end grip, and the rear simply can't respond quick enough. You can see the team hard at work at the AFK Racing Garage. You can see Natalie Knowles there, ready to, or watching over the pit stop. So 2 fuel jugs going in for AFK Racing, and Chick Speed are being towed out. And so long as that car's still running, which it was, we saw him trying to get that car back out again. Who is it that was behind the wheel? It was, is it Charles Ashman? Yes, it is Charles Ashman behind the wheel. So long as that car's still running, he should be able to get back out and going again. Granted, another couple of laps down, but again, they've avoided a penalty, which will massively benefit their race chances. We do have Natalie Knowles, actually at the time she just got out of the car. We've got a couple more coming in. The number 12 of Pro-Am Racing is into the pit lane again. So Ollie Fernal, I don't know whether they're just doing it to get a driver change done. Both Pro-Am Racing cars are into the pit lane. Scott Thompson is always very good with his strategy, and always has a bit more of an insight as to where the race might be going. So Ollie Fernal into the pit lane from the number 12. The number 8, we've had Christian Kelly bring that car in. Obviously, Justin Roberts still here this weekend, off the back of 2 podiums, fresh from retirement somehow. A quick chat with Justin yesterday evening. He said that the plan is to come back next year and annoy me as much as possible. So thank you, Justin. But it'll be good to see. It'll be unless Justin's wife's listening, he's not coming back next season. So we've been told. But no, it's good to see that Justin is going to be out in one of the Pro-Am cars. We've had a bit more shuffling naturally as cars have been into the pit lane. Is pit exit open? Yes, the AFK Racing car, I should imagine, isn't that far away from going. More importantly, we're not that far away from going. Chick Speed back over the start-finish line once again, and the safety car will be heading into the pit lane. Still the pit stop going on at Pro-Am Racing, so they're going to have to be quick with this, because everybody's going to be running around at racing speed once again. Who is it at the front end of affairs? As you'd expect, it's Dylan Britcher in the Milner car, and they get their race back underway. So all of that build-up into Pro-Am Racing potentially going a lap down and Dylan Britcher lapping the whole field, what they've done is they've let it happen for a lap, and then they've come into the pit lane. Who is behind the wheel of the Wingat Racing car? And Weymouth at the moment, so that will be Alfie Weymouth. And normally we see Matthew Weymouth as well, who is in that car later on in this race. But Alfie, having taken over from Leon Bidgeway, it was good to chat to Leon. I don't think I've spoken to him much before, but yeah, very, very quick. As soon as he gets in one of these Enduro cars, there's a black and orange flag now for number 9, which is the LDR Performance Tuning only cans car. And I think that's because of the smoke that myself and Chris Dawes saw earlier on, once that car had returned to the circuits. Just a bit of tyre on bodywork, we think, and hopefully nothing further. Usher Motorsport, have they been in the pit lane for quite a while? I feel like they have, because they have completed 121 laps. I feel like that car's been sat in the pit lane for quite some time. So we'll have to try and figure out exactly what's going on with the number 14 machine. Over the start-finish line, Andy Burton now behind the wheel of the Burton Power car. What's happened to the Shine Automotive car? Because that car's dropping down the order. Adrian Wood behind the wheel. Still not come through as the Shine Automotive car. Had it popped into the pit lane, it was definitely there. But where it is, I don't know. Has it gone through now? No, still yet to come through. I've got a feeling that's just a dodgy transponder because Adrian Wood is out there and circulating, and he's just trapped up and behind the treble 5 Subaru racing car with Michael Weberstadt behind the wheel. It's nice to see that car back out because the last time I saw the Subaru car, the fuel tank was on the floor and there was a new one going in. So the fueling issue we thought was correct, and they've worked tirelessly to get that car back out and circulating. So long as Usher Motorsport are all okay and they can get that car back out, the cars, or the number of cars we started with, should be the number we still have. Granted, we've had Orca Sport change to their T car into the pit lane. I'm guessing this will be the only Cans car to have a quick chat with the scrutineer, figure out exactly what has caught their attention and how they can produce a quick fix. But of course, at this point, they can use this as a bit of a test on the car, make sure that all is well. But also, they're not going to be going out there setting sort of purple sectors because the car is quite heavily damaged. But for those drivers that have jumped in for this weekend, they still get the time behind the wheel. We've got a brilliant shot at the moment. Marcus Clutton on the coattails of Adam Bonham. Last time they crossed the line, granted post-safety car, they were only 3 tenths apart. Adam Bonham went very, very well at Croft, to the point where, unfortunately, the race was called just slightly early because of the conditions and the light at the time. But that car still had a pit stop to make, and Adam was going to hand back over to Simon. But coming into the pit lane as the checkered flag fell, the stewards weren't over the moon. I think they picked up a 2-lap penalty on that occasion and ended up finishing in 14th. So onto the start-finish straight, go second and third. It's still Adam Bonham ahead of Marcus Clutton. We are getting confirmation that the Shine Automotive car number 180 has lost their transponder. There was a bit of contact there. Adam Bonham just nudged into the side of one of the Graves Motorsport cars. That's the treble 3 machine, or sort of ex-Graves Motorsport car, the Cadoodle-Doo Racing, and unfortunately the car gets stuck in the gravel. There was just a slight bit of contact on the way through, I think unsighted, and it was just enough to unsettle the car, and eventually that car ended up getting stuck in the gravel. Just, it sort of washed one way then the other. I know that Chris Dawes was watching that, and yeah, it just wobbled one way, wobbled the other. And you want to say overcorrections, but when you're going sideways down Paddock Hill Bend, it's quite difficult to not overcorrect, because all of a sudden you're going downhill, going down a very steep hill sideways, and you really want to get the car back under your spell. So yeah, they were very lucky that nobody was really coming. Thankfully, the Shine Automotive car that was behind them saw it and was on the brakes already, which must have been tricky because you're going downhill, hitting the brakes, potentially into a blind corner, but also then you're combining the car. You're putting every ounce of weight over that front axle, which will have made the rear of their car very lively as well. So safety car returns to the circuit. We'll just have a quick look. We've had a number of safety cars so far. So we had one 3 minutes into the race that lasted around about 11 minutes. We had one pretty much immediately after that, which lasted a further 10 minutes. Then we had near on an hour of green flag running before we picked up another safety car for 6 minutes. Had a minute of green before back to safety car again. And then we had the longest green spell of 1 hour and 44 minutes until the most recent safety car, which lasted 5 minutes. And now we've gone back to safety car again. So it's been a busy race for the safety car drivers. We've completed 150 racing laps, but 21 laps have been completed behind the safety car over 42 minutes. Mr. Dawes, obviously without your headset on, would you take a guess as to how many miles have been completed by the entire grid in this race so far? No, okay. 5,400 miles have been completed by everybody as a collective. So it's and we've had a total of 50 pit stops, which between 29 cars is yeah, very, very impressive. That's why I like TSL. When I discovered the stats page, it's very good for filling when there's a safety car. The car looks fine, the Cadoodle-Doo car, and I've got a feeling driver is yeah, all okay. That's Stuart Kinner, is it, behind the wheel of the Cadoodle-Doo car? Let's have a quick glance down at the entry list. It says Kinner. I don't know whether it's Stuart or Callum, because we don't have that on the TSL timing. But I've got a feeling that car will just get towed out, and then we can continue on once again. But a massive thank you to the marshals and the circuit staff for being so efficient with the recovery of cars, lifting the nose of the EnduroKA and the Cadoodle-Doo car just to aid in its recovery, getting it out of the gravel. So car rolling once again, and they will just about get it onto the edge of the circuit, unhook, and allow that car to make its way, I'd imagine, in the first instance, back round to the pit lane to try and get that car cleaned out. Josh Benson has got behind the wheel of the number 12 Pro-Am racing car. We know that Ollie Fernall got out, but we didn't know who was going to get in, because it could have been Josh Benson, Scott Parkin, or potentially Richard Jepp getting back in again. But no, Josh Benson is behind the wheel. Josh and Ollie are good friends outside of EnduroKA, and together they've produced, they've turned out to be quite a potent pairing when it comes to EnduroKA. Both quite heavily involved in the sort of sim racing world in one way or another. We've had, well, I say only, but we've only got 4 hours and 50 minutes left, which seems impossible, because it just seems to have flown by, or the early stages of this race. And of course we're going into the dark as well, so this isn't just the race through until the standard, oh, it's too dark, we're going to stop. No, this goes right the way into the dark, and thankfully the fog and the rain has stayed away for now, in comparison to qualifying yesterday. But at least for this evening, so long as it stays clear, we'll have some brilliant shots of the Enduro cars racing into the night, as we do see year on year. And I think we still do it like you do at the actual IndyCar 500. This IndyCar 500, you do end up with little cartons of milk on the podium. So it's always that's Pro-Am racing setup there. It's a proper setup, and Richard Jepp's there. So Richard Jepp watching over. The Pro-Am racing guys have spotted that we've invaded their garage. But no, it really is a proper setup, professional setup from Pro-Am racing. Father Werrell spotted that at Croft. The safety car continues on into the pit lane. I think we have seen the Cadoodle-Doo car. Yes, we have. So in towards the Graves Motorsport garage, and I should imagine we are going to get this race back underway shortly. Great to see the marshals down in the pit lane, keeping warm. We've got some refreshments. What's that he's eating? I can't see it from... Not exactly sure, but with embodying the Christmas spirit. He's not the only one. There's a number of marshals with sort of Christmas-themed accessories in the pit lane this weekend. But I'd imagine this is going to be the last lap under safety car, at least for this period, as the Cadoodle-Doo car back in the paddock. The marshals did, I think, a very brief bit of sweeping just to get the gravel pushed back towards the gravel trap and off the racing line. And yeah, the safety car has already left the field and will work its way in towards the pit lane now. And now we see Dylan Britcher put his foot to the floor and get the race back underway. The tail end of the order is effectively at racing speed already, just trying to keep up with Dylan Britcher. But a good start caught everybody napping, including the Wingate racing car of Alfie Weymouth. What of Marcus Clutton and Adam Bonham? They are second and third, but I'd say sort of 15th and 16th as a quick guess in the train. So for Marcus Clutton, he's still applying that pressure, nicking up the inside of the 131 machine. That's the catastrophe car with Andrew Hinch behind the wheel now, down in what is 19th place. we saw the catastrophe car going very well indeed, but of course with a couple of incidents, it's just meant that they've started to seep their way down the order. Marcus Clutton, is he pushing to the point of he wants to get this overtake done now, or is he just working a little bit with Adam Bonham, whether that be saving fuel or trying to carve through traffic as one? That was very brave from Adam Bonham, diving up the inside of the Mauricio Motorsport car. That's got David Marcusson, Rob Hutton, Sam Creighton and Mark Farmer behind the wheel. David Marcusson races quite a quick white Renault Clio, which we normally see out in Allcombe, as latter it's a namesake, but he was also at Cadwell Park, was David. Over the start-finish line go the field, and did Marcus Clutton manage to get by? No, still sat in the wheel tracks of Adam Bonham. They're just working their way past the treble 3 Subaru car, and also that's interesting. Are we now seeing Adam Bonham and Marcus Clutton work their way past Josh Benson? Yes, we are. So post-pit stop, granted, we know that Josh Benson or both Pro-Am cars have completed 2 of their stops. Adam Bonham and Marcus Clutton have still yet to pit, but whereabouts are they going to filter out? Because you can quite clearly see the speed difference between the second and third place cars. Costa Kriitsis having got out of the treble 3 machine. Phil Truman has taken over. And I think Gristol spotted as well, bouncing over the curbs. Yeah, being really violent with the curbs, which again you do just have to be careful. That is Adam Bonham and Marcus Clutton, still absolutely nose to tail as they go over the start-finish line. They are closing in onto what will be Andy Burton, I think, still behind the wheel of the #1 machine. Yes, it is. They managed to work their way through and past as they go up the hill. Marcus Clutton letting Adam Bonham know that he wants him up the hill that little bit quicker with a bit of umdrafting, but we know that Marcus Clutton enjoys EnduroKA. As we say, comes here year on year, and he's always a pleasure to have, but it's brilliant to watch what Marcus can do. Is Adam Bonham defending, or are they working together? I've got a feeling they're working together. I think trying to minimise the damage that Dylan Britcher is causing lap on lap. Last time through, Dylan posted a 1:03 exactly. Adam Bonham and Marcus Clutton were in the 1:3s, but it was a 1:03.3 for Bonham, a 1:03.1, best part of a 1:03.2 for Marcus Clutton. Over the start-finish line, we've already seen our race leader. Consistency is fabulous. There was only 36 thousandths in variance between those 2 lap times, and again second and third lapping 4 tenths slower. So Dylan Britcher continuing to extend that lead margin. Marcus Clutton still applying the pressure in the number 95 Kachow car to the 121 Calamity car of Adam Bonham. The marshals hard at work on the blue lights and flags just to let the slightly slower cars know that there is some traffic on the way. Just looking forward to seeing what the night does as well, because you can be an incredibly experienced driver, but if you don't race into the night very often, it can be quite the culture shock, because it's not just like driving at night. You really have to maintain a specific level of focus, especially here at Brands Hatch, with all the undulation. You might see it if you've ever done a track walk, or if it's right at the end of the day or right at the start of the day and you're crossing the circuit. You can see just not just how blind Paddock Hill Bend is, but how undulating the approach is. It really does start to undulate as the road and the braking zone in towards Paddock Hill Bend. You sort of turn in, aim for the edge of the curb, hoping that the rest of the curb is still there, and then just keep that car rotating until you can finally hit the compression at the bottom and fire your way back up the hill towards Druids, where there's again a couple of different lines you can take. Adam Bonham using all of the circuit available to him, heading in towards Graham Hill Bend, the number 65 Autotech car. That now has, is it Michael Snape behind the wheel? Car number 65, Ben Snape, pardon me. So Ben Snape behind the wheel of that car, and that's the second of the 2. The first of which we have seen quite a little bit of, the number 64 Autotech car. They're up in 6th place at the moment. Owen Camber is at the helm. The treble 8 Boston racing car is now engulfed in the battle between 2nd and 3rd place. That's Adam Bonham and Marcus Clutton over the start-finish line. The treble 8 of Andrew Fells, I believe, as we have a quick look. Yep, Andrew Fells. Of course, for a brief moment, we thought the Boston racing car was going to end up in the lead because the rate of close with Eduardo Correa behind the wheel was magnificent and really started to close in. Got as high as, I think, 3rd or 2nd place. But unfortunately, didn't quite have enough to continue that rate of close. And with a couple of unlucky incidents and a brief trip up to the stewards, the treble 8 car finds itself down in 12th place at the moment. As for Pro-Am Racing and Josh Benson, post-pit stop, lapping quicker than the cars around him. So there's still another position there for the grasp. The next car that Josh Benson will meet will be Andy Burton in the Burton Power car. They're just working their way through the final couple of corners now. But we're keeping an eye on Adam Bonham and Marcus Clutton. They come over the start-finish line. Just behind that battle is the battle between Josh Benson and Andy Burton. Not quite struck itself into life yet, but I'd imagine it's only a lap or so away from coming to fruition. That time over the line, the gap between them was 0.8 of a second. Another good lap from Josh Benson, 1 minute 3.8, so 0.4 gained from Josh. Marcus Clutton still hounding Adam Bonham for 2nd place. I mean, there's no real gain at this stage for Marcus Clutton. If he gets 2nd place, great. But I think because they're lapping so equally, if they can just work together over the course of the next sort of hour or so, or until they need to pop into the pit lane to serve their next pit stop, they can just work through traffic as one, and they're almost at the front of the train. So they've got Shine Automotive, which they're working their way past now, then the number 3 Wingat racing car, and then there's actually nothing between themselves and Dylan Britcher in the Milnair racing machine. So they can drive into clear air and maybe look at trying to claw some of that time back. Last time over the line, Marcus Clutton set the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 2.493. So now they're in clear air and they've dealt with a lot of the traffic. It's allowing them to go that little bit quicker. Adam Bonham set that car's fastest lap of the race, say 1 minute 2.567. But Marcus Clutton with a 1 minute 2.493, very impressive indeed. Only 0.4 gain, well 0.4 exactly had been gained by Marcus Clutton in comparison to Dylan Britcher. There was a bit more traffic on this lap, so they've managed to get past Shine Automotive, still struggling to get past Wingat Racing and Alfie Weymouth, but they do just about manage to do it as they get through McLaren and Clearways. Alfie Weymouth not necessarily too eager to let them by, but now the only car separating, well, they're actually, is there a car separating the leaders from 2nd and 3rd? No, not as of yet. So they are into the clear air. Over the start-finish line they go once again. Slightly slower as you'd expect, as there was traffic on that lap. But now it's going to be clear running over the next sort of 5 or 6 laps from Adam Bonham and Marcus Clutton. Josh Benson did indeed get through and past Andy Burton on the lap prior. We saw it coming. So position made for the number 12 Pro-Am racing car, up into 8th place overall. I'm going to keep an eye on Marcus Clutton and Adam Bonham.
It's brilliant,
yeah, because now they've...
I had some lunch. They were fighting, then I stopped to have some lunch, and I've been to the loo, and I've come back. They're still fighting in the same order somehow.
What's impressed me the most is they were sort of 15, 16 cars back in the queue, back from Dylan Britcher in the Milnair racing car. They've got through all of those cars. They're now in clear air, and whilst doing that through the traffic, Marcus Clutton set the fastest lap of the race.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, 102.4. Although, interestingly, I see that the 2 cars ahead of him have done 102.5, so it's incredibly tight, isn't it?
Let's see what they do this time. Over the start-finish line they go, immediately into the 1 minute 2s. And funnily enough, Alfie Weymouth, who's now following that, whilst he is a lap down on the cars that have just passed him, and they would be for position, he's just set his personal fastest lap of the race, or that car's personal fastest lap of the race as well. So, yeah, very, very impressive indeed. I might take a leaf out of your book, just go for a very quick natural break. But Adam Bonham and Marcus Clutton, I was sort of thinking 50-50, are they fighting or are they working together? But going off the lap time, I'd say they're working together.
Yeah, which will be interesting because they've got a lap to make up. I know Spencer D on the chat, welcome mate, he said, how are we 3 laps down? And I'm assuming you're talking about car number 12 because I know a lot of you are cheering for the crew behind the wheel of the number 12, whether that's Ollie Fennell, Richard Jepp, Scott Parkin, Josh Benson, who is behind the wheel right now for that car. Ever so simple is that they've done 2 stops, so they're on their 3rd driver. Yes, Samuel Shepherd has already announced that, yeah, they've done the stop, and that makes sense. Thank you, Tony Collinson. Hopefully the tech team can hear this one. He says, if it's not been said, high five to the tech guys for getting the stream and timing tower sorted. 100%. More cameras are now available that are online, including the roving camera. 141 trying to come back up through this, or he's going to go up the inside of Andy Burton, the number 1 car. That's not for position, no, because car motion's down in 22nd. But just trying to pick way back through. Team manager of car number 12 has been hollered to go up. Now that is the one that all you guys are loving, the Pro-Am Racing, Josh Benson's car. They've been asked to go to race control. That would be interesting. How many laps do you lose for a pit stop, says Anthony Stan. It's not about losing them, it's purely that they're in there while everyone is racing, mate. That's all that is. But remember that means the others are yet to make those stops, so they'll suddenly move back up through this order, as long as this isn't going to be I've lost my train of thought then because I started reading something, sorry. But yeah, they'll start moving. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is that they've been called to race control as long as they don't pick up a penalty. So hopefully it'll be okay. Madeline Wainwright said, my boyfriend Lewis is marshalling at Brands today. So there you go. If you can hear us out there, Lewis, you're a good lady, Madeline Wainwright. She's just messaged to say that you're out there. She doesn't say hi or anything like that. She just tells us that you're out there. So you might want to pick that up with her when you get home, mate. But I'm just saying, I'm not one to stir her out. Yeah, Tony Collinson's made a good point, actually, about the number 12, is that they pitted under the safety car. They took advantage of a safety car coming out. Both the Pro-Am racing cars decided to do that. And your preference is, therefore, that the others will have to stop under green. So it could actually work to their benefit. But you never know when it gets towards the end whether that fully works out or not. Samuel Shepherd says, uh-oh, what's Benson done now? We don't know. It might not be him, to be fair. We're not sure. Into the pits is Boston Racing. So the 888 car is making a stop under green, and they're actually down in 12th position at the moment. 141 is in as well. That car, motion car, was flying. We saw it overtaking the Burton Power Racing number 1 car, even though it was a lot further back. So he's definitely on a mission. And Jeff Logan, bless him, turned around and said, thank you, Lewis, and the rest of the marshals as well. Definitely agree with that. What lap times are they doing, says Steve Boy. 102s. If you go to tsl-timing.com, you will be able to select this race and you'll see their lap times. Or if you go to msvr.co.uk, select this race, go to cars, then this race, you will also be able to see the any decisions that have been made. In fact, I need to have another little look at that, don't I, to see whether we've had any judicials put up there. They weren't going up there earlier for some reason. No, they're just putting the time, so for whatever reason we're not seeing any judicials, which is a shame. Jay Aston says, good luck, Nick, at AFK. Hello to the pit crew. So that's the number 22 car, and I'm assuming I'm assuming that's Nick Creed, because you've got a C in the Nick, because there's also a Nick with no C, Berg, as well as Natalie Knowles out there. Anthony Stan asked the question, how many laps can they do on a full tank of fuel? Do you know what? I meant to ask Sam Hard when he was up here what the answer to that is, because I can't remember. It's an awful lot more than I always remember it to be. It always catches me by surprise just how far they can go on a full tank of fuel. But that is a very good question. I will try to find the answer to that one a little bit later. You guys do stir, don't you? I'm Tony Collinson. The number 12 is overweight with either Ollie's head or tripod's tripod. I cannot believe you guys. You're just such stirrers. It's unbelievable. Jay Aston says Nick Creed. Yes, so with the C rather than N-I-K Berg. Thank you for that, mate. So, yeah, go them. That's from Jay Aston. Right, just about to tick down towards 4.5 hours of this 8-hour 20 race. Remember, it is the IndyCar 500, which means 500 minutes, which is 8 hours and 20 minutes. We started, I think it was actually just a little bit before 5 past 10, which may mean that we finished just a little bit before 25 minutes past 6. I don't quite know what's going to happen at the end because we've obviously got a hard curfew in terms of the audio going out here of 6:30. So whether we're able to get any interviews, I'm not entirely sure. But we'll work that one out as we get closer to the day. Remember, we're going to be doing the last, what's it going to be? I would suggest at least 2 hours of this race are going to be in the dark or darkening at the very least. It should be. Look at this. The second and third place cars trying to pick their way through. That's getting past the other Pro-Am Racing number 8 car, who has not made life easy for 95 there. Possibly Roby was a little bit too robust there, but didn't make any contact. But it's now split this fight between the second and third place cars. But as we've said, they're all racing the cars around them. They don't necessarily know who's where. The back markers never need to disappear anyway. And in fact, you're better off sticking to your racing line because it means the lapping car knows where you're going to go. That's the general rule of thumb. If you dive out of the way, you become unpredictable. They don't know where you're going to go. But through goes Marcus Clutton. Sensible racing head. There's the 14. We did say that it'd been in there for a long time, so they're looking at the front of that car. Not looking fully happy, are they? Which is a shame. So Tony Collison says, from what we've seen so far, it's over 2 hours and 20 minutes on a full tank. Yeah, I mean, certainly I get your point, is that they did around that for the maximum stint a driver's allowed to do, and then they were filling up, but they were able to get to that point. But I would hazard to guess it can probably go a little bit further than that, but we certainly saw their times plummet, didn't we, when we got low fuel. Advocult Motorsport, can you ask everyone else to slow down, please? Love from the strategy team in the Chick Speed garage. I love that, yeah. Can everybody else, slow down. Do us a favour. I like that. Will the whole EnduroKA event take place again next year with all venues from this year? I can't remember whether it's been announced or not, but I would hazard a guess yes.
I think they have got a ballpark idea on where they're going. I will double check. But
they've been going each year, haven't they? I mean, this like the IndyCar 500 has been going, the Snetterton Désert, Norfolk.
Yeah, and obviously they went to Croft, and that was for the first time ever. They'd never been, EnduroKA had never been to Croft. So the first time this year, I would imagine so, especially Snetterton, that was kind of a staple.
Yes.
As
staple as this one, isn't it? The IndyCar 500. The others kind of flip around, but I've done the Alton Park, what was that, 5 hours?
5, yeah.
A few times. Isn't next year going to have the 24-hour back again? Because isn't that every other year?
Potentially so. I'd imagine that they would go back and do a 24-hour where
I suspect Anglesey.
I would suspect Anglesey because it's nicely out of the way and they've got a 24-hour license.
Yeah, exactly.
There are a couple of circuits in the UK that have a 24-hour license, but it's limited uses of said 24-hour license throughout the year. And yeah, I think Anglesey is very fortunate.
Snetterton already does another 24-hour race,
yes.
So that might lose that one. You know, because they could choose to go make that 12-hour race a 24 hours, but I think that's already...
It's really annoying because these are incredibly quiet, so quiet. But regardless of how much noise it makes, you do have strict limits of
Absolutely.
Timing. Doesn't matter how loud they are. That was a sharp intake of breath, Mr. Dawes.
Yeah, the number 8 car seemed to get the rear corner caught one way or the other by, was that the Boston Racing 888 car?
Yes.
Incidentally, we've got a stop-go penalty for the 180 car. And I'm pretty sure, no, that's only done one pit stop. I thought that was just in the pit, but that was a different car. So I don't know what the 180, there was no team manager called or anything for that. So it was a slam dunk judge of facts job, that one, rather than a discussion about it. Wingate Racing's trying to get up and under the number 8 car. Where is that number 8 running? Pro-Am Racing Roby running in 12th place at the moment. But yeah, he got a bit clipped, or he clipped someone else and nearly unsettled that car, but got away with it, thankfully.
The Shine Automotive car, for a brief moment, it popped up saying it's missing, but I think that car has also had a transponder issue. Yes, it has. Transponder stopped working. So that will be why. But
that's the one that's got the penalty, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4.5 hours to go, and that seems to have come around very, very quickly.
It's mad, isn't it? And I say the same every year, is that, look, I'm not going to lie, and I'm sure it's understandable to everybody listening, is that, and I'm going to drag you down with me because I'm going to assume it's the same for you, you do sit there and go, right, here we go.
Yeah.
We got this. We got 8 hour, 20 minutes of commentating, non-stop. We got this. Let's go. Psych.
Yeah.
And then you kind of go, wow, there's half of it gone already, and all that sort of thing. It is staggering how quickly it does go, and it's not hinged on the accident that's going on. It's just consuming. There's so many people here. There's so many stories. There's so many subplots. It's why our commentary is different to like yesterday's race meeting.
Yes, exactly.
You know, it does become a podcast with a race thrown in type thing, doesn't it? To some extent.
Yeah,
really.
and you can't be at sort of max excitement the entire way because it's
no
not
matter
sustainable.
what they tried to do to us at the start.
Yes, exactly.
So the 180 car has come in, is serving its pit stop, refueling, the driver change. Hello! Love it. See, that shows the spirit straight there. You know, they've just been told they got to stop go, so presumably that car's going to go down. Well, no, it's going to have to go out and come back in again,
it can't serve a stop go as part of a normal pit stop.
I wouldn't have thought, certainly not in pro racing, you're not allowed to.
No, unless it goes to the end of the pit lane to the stop go box.
Which it does, I think it will, but
it
still
limits the penalty.
Yeah, because the in and out's as big a deal for that.
It takes the penalty away effectively.
I think they're going to have to go out, straight back in again, and then do it again.
Yes.
New fastest lap of the race goes to Marcus Clutton. Not surprised to see Marcus Clutton up there, in all honesty, but he's pulled that one out of the bag. That also potentially suggests we're getting close to him handing over. We're getting towards that.
I would imagine so. I can't remember when that car last came into the pit, so I'm not sure whether it's something we can see.
I mean, at the end of the day, if they did an equal split, you're talking 2 hours 5 apiece, aren't you?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, exactly. I'm just having a quick look. No, I can't see when that car came into the pit lane, but you should imagine, it'll be around the sort of 2 hours 20 minutes will be your ideal stint time, subject to any safety cars. Obviously, Pro-Am Racing have thrown it up in the air slightly, and now they're off, sort of off step with everybody else. Now we're seeing Marcus Clutton turn up the wick a little bit. He's not so much working with Adam Bonham. I think now all of a sudden he's just wanting to go for it a bit more.
Which again, sort of smacks of close to handing over type thing, doesn't it? Really?
Yeah. Yeah, he wants to give it a go, and not so much now, but it's towards the middle of the year when we're at, say, Cadwell Park or at Donington Park, when it can get really, really hot. You do have to worry about engine temperature.
Not quick instead of Nesquik. I love that.
Love it. Did you ever get a chance to see the LDR Performance Tuning Slotus Cartina close up?
I have. I think I saw it at Alton Park.
Some of the stickers, the comedic stickers on there, are brilliant. I'll go down and try and grab a word.
Doesn't it? I can't believe it's still running. That is so good. I love that essence that you just have some fun, don't you?
There's another one on the rear bumper as well. I can't quite spot it, just above the MSVT sticker. I don't know whether the cameraman's read it.
He's just gone no. I think he's read it. Yeah, we won't. No, we can't.
Yeah, we won't show that one.
I love that the cameraman just shook his head. Went no, I'm not doing that.
No. I'm curious now.
Yes, me too. If we were still running to 9 p.m, then we could have shown you later, but we're not.
Yeah, we're not going post watershed. No.
Oh, I do love that. Let's just see, catch up on... oh, Jack Mace is listening. Good, because he's actually answering.
I didn't know if he was going to be here today, because obviously I'm assuming he's
local.
local.
Him for a while now. Yeah. I don't think I've seen... Have I seen you this year, Jack? I think it was last year.
We covered Cadwell together, myself and Jack.
I covered, and I'm sure it was last year's Alton Park rather than this year's, but I might be imagining that, and then maybe I was with him. I've lost track because it all merges into one. Now, right, I've missed a whole load, so apologies for that. Jack Mace actually says slightly different calendar next year. Let me jump to his others. Anglesey, 1st and 2nd of August for the 24. So there we go. It is Anglesey. I'm missing past just to sort of catch up.
Is he allowed to tell us this, by the way?
Yeah, it's fine. Sorry if we shouldn't say it was you telling us, Jack, but I've started now. Travis Patterson says, big shout out to my friend Christine Lowe in car 49. She's in her first year of competitive racing and she's loving it. Proper petrolhead, loving that story. Here we go, George. Obviously he's got the barmaid to serve him another gin because he's back on the messaging. On a dry track without safety cars, a tank can do 2 hours 40 minutes, so 160 laps here. So there, I said I thought it was probably just over that 220, so I wasn't far wrong. So there you go, Dave Hemmings, hope that answers it. Jay Aston says, shout out to Pitcrow at AFK, got the whole friend group cheering for you all. Big hi to Elliot Creed too. Oh, bless you. My contract says, big up the commentary team for keeping it entertaining. Thank you, mate. I know it will get annoying if we go off topic for a little while, but for 8 hours 20 racing, you kind of have to do that one. Just looking there, number 12 and 333, sadly, they're on different laps. The 333 Kahuna's Racing is running in 5th on 197 laps. The 12 Pro-Am Racing, 196 laps. Running in 7th place, but that's good for the number 12 that they're ahead of the 333 and trying to stretch its legs away. Samuel Shepherd says 24-hour 2CV is massive. That's crazy. I have done that one. That noise sticks with you forever, mind I tell you now. I was going to say it actually when you were saying earlier about, you know, that you kind of go, right, I've got to go and take a sleep. I did the only time that the 2CV 24-hour moved away from Snetterton and went up to Anglesey. Yeah. And I had my motorhome back then, and literally in the middle of the night I was like, right, I have to go and have some sleep. In fact, I went and grabbed a hot dinner first.
Get yourself nice and tired.
Because it did a weird 9 a.m. to 9 a.m. It was really odd for that one because there was a javelin track day or something on the Sunday. So it got into the night, I was like, I've got to go and have a hot dinner. And so I went and had a hot dinner, and then I was like, right, go and have a sleep. But I had to set my alarm, and it's the only way I allow myself to relax. And I think it was either 1 hour or 2 hours. So I worked out, gave myself 1 or 2 hours, whatever it was, because it allowed me to just switch off going, I'm not going to miss too much. Yeah. I'm okay. Did that and then carried on. And the euphoria with the pit lane reception that happens, the sort of guard of honour that happens with those long races, it's the drivers, it's the teams mainly, but you kind of get swept up in it as the commentary team because you've been going. I hope the marshals will feel it because they've all been going for that length of time, and it becomes everybody that is here is part of that. Everybody, every one of you that is at home watching on this stream and involved in the conversation, which I've got to tell you guys, I know we're sort of like trying to, make you feel involved, but it helps us as well. Yes, we do love it when you're involved. Seriously, this is all of us together. It's such a wicked achievement, a wicked event. Hence, David Hemming says, must get to this event next year. Absolutely, I encourage you to do that. 0-something racing, at least the weather's better today, as much as I enjoyed the wet race. Yeah, I can imagine. Melanie Harper, go on Pro-Am racing from Harper and Milo Thompson watching at home. Who's that's in there? They're now going for a tyre change. So there we go. We're changing the tyres now, which I think is the first time we've seen that at this race so far, isn't it? So about half race distance, roughly.
Yeah. 3 Amigos there. Well, I do need to go down and say hello to the 3 Amigos team. I completely agree about the sense of euphoria at the end of a 24-hour. I remember in the very sort of early days of myself commentating, we were working together, and or not ourselves, but me and a team of others were working on a 24-hour sort of simulator race, and it was 24 hours of Belcar, and it was Zolder, and it's the first time I'd ever done a 24-hour race. I ended up doing, I think, about 16 hours of that event. And yeah, you do get slightly choked up at the end because you think that was brilliant. That was so good. I didn't want it to stop because it was amazing, but I do because when do you stop? Would it lose its touch? And yeah, it just felt like a real achievement for everybody.
Yep.
And yeah, cause
and I think euphoric is the best way of explaining it, because it's this deep euphoria that just sweeps over you, and it is a really powerful emotion that you've done it, you've got it done. I mean, we were talking about LDR Performance Tuning, the number 9 car.
A huge win for them.
Absolutely. They're last, there's no question. They're 142 laps off from the lead. It's like, it doesn't matter. They're going to have an overwhelming euphoria. By the way, race leader is in, so in comes the Milner Racing, not McDonnell apparently, that it says on the side.
Dylan Britcher.
Yeah, so I'd assume it's going to be McDonnell that's jumping in this time round. They're going to have just an incredible euphoria that they got it repaired, they got it back out there again. If Subaru can get theirs sorted and get out there, they will fit. Same as Usher, we saw them busy working on the 14 car. They're going to get it out there and keep doing it. It is amazing. I can't believe that, though. I don't think I should ever do an endurance sim commentary, because I found when I was doing that is that one of the luxuries of commentating from home, you're not driving anywhere. I'd be like George on the G&T. George right out there in Cyprus enjoying his G&T. I would as well at home. And by the end of an endurance race, it would be getting a very entertaining race. But I have to say, there became a future in that, because they got funnier, because I talked crap even more then, I tell you. Back to some kind of sense. Mike Saunders Racing, this is exciting.
Go on.
Great to be watching this. We have already had multiple conversations today with drivers to put a team together for next year.
Love it.
TVRs and KAs must have something in common. Sentence I've never heard or said, but I'll go with that. Nuts. There you go. That's the link, isn't it? They're both bonkers.
Yeah.
I'd agree with that. Mike, I am loving the sound of that, mate. That is so cool. RA Redacted 68 watching from Czech Republic.
Wow.
Let's go.
Hello.
Or let's go, as they keep saying.
Oh, that's a basic Ollie saying.
I thought it was. Taki G says just over 2 hours of daylight left. Sunset 16:09. So there you go. I said that we'd have a couple of hours. It would be just over a couple of hours of nighttime racing. H's guess, was it a Paul Newman sticker? Okay, I'm getting people knowing what that sticker is, but I can't read that out. Oh, there you go. Jack Mace has confirmed it was this year that we did Alton Park. Sorry, Jack. I've got to be honest and say, I thought that was last year. I've lost so much track of time. I just know that we had a riot. We were both as mad as each other, and it just really worked nicely. And thoroughly enjoyed working with you, Jack, and hopefully we'll get to again. Provisional calendar is out on socials for 26, so yes, he is safe with what he's saying. There you go, Jack. I'm glad I didn't get you in trouble. Craig Atkins says, Travis, my friend Daniel Welling is also racing with Christina in car 49. This is his second race. Wow, that's really cool. And Travis responds to that saying, they're doing so well. Has he done his stint yet? No, think he's out last. I'm planning to come and have a play next year myself. Do it. Craig Atkins is going to be here. Looks great fun. Absolutely, I agree with you wholeheartedly. Talking about having fun, we thought that it was the last hurrah for this stint from Marcus Clutton. He's made a complete liar of me there, because he's still going.
Yep, just ticking the laps off, which I can't remember who it was that we spoke to. Was it Leon Bidgeway that said it is a case of just ticking the lap? No, it was Mr. Marcus.
It was
Clutton,
Marcus, yeah.
Where he said you just tick the laps off, keep them consistent.
Which is what Sam was saying when I was up here, because I said I do find it quite weird, because you have no idea what this means at the moment.
No.
I mean, you think we've been sat here with Milner Racing, a lap ahead of everybody, 2 laps ahead, 3 laps even ahead of Pro-Am Racing number 12, but 12 did a pit stop, and as everybody was pointing out, is a pit stop that I'm just suddenly looking, by the way, the 3 and 888 cars, they are fighting with each other, but they're not close together. 888 is down in 13th. Oh my gosh, I thought that was going to be a clip there, but 888 is trying to work its way through. Number 3, Wingat Racing, is running in 3rd place. Remember, it's in a fairly lonely 2nd for a long time as well. What was I saying?
Don't know.
I've forgotten what I was saying now.
I don't really listen to you.
I know.
Honest.
I know. You take after your dad.
Yeah. We probably did both do the right thing, that's why. The Calamity and Kachau car, obviously with the Milner racing car and Declan McDonald come into the pit lane, they are effectively fighting over the race lead.
Yeah. I know what I was saying. It was the fact that how, you know, we just don't know. So Milner Racing was like all those laps ahead. They've just pitted under green flag conditions, so it just changes that dynamic again. And we won't know, we won't even understand what that means for a few laps because others around them have got to stop. It will be interesting to see. Well, in fact, Milner is behind the number 12 Pro-Am Racing now. Yes. So suddenly you go, well, actually, officially, now they've both made 2 stops, but they're so out of kilter. What does that mean come the end?
Yeah, Pro-Am Racing could, in theory, be in the race lead. But we just don't know. Is that because they didn't take fuel in that stop and they just did a driver change, so they've got to stop again for 2 full jugs of fuel, which gives them a longer stop later on? It just changes so much. And the thing is, Adam Bonham and Marcus Clutton, heading into turn 1 now, they might be blissfully unaware that they're fighting over the race lead.
Yeah, because largely speaking, it really doesn't matter, does it?
No, not at all. So long as you're out there.
There's no trophies for this point in the race.
No.
I love him watching these two. You know, we're still going 888 Boston Racing and Wingat Racing number 3. Weymouth in the number 3, and the 888, who's in that one? It's Fells at the moment. They're not together. But they're just having a great race. Now, the sad thing is, of course, they probably could have, should have been together if it wasn't for all the penalties and whatnot for Boston Racing.
And there's a chance we're going to see Rover Rage Racing come back. I've just spotted Craig Caswell's message. Looking forward to next season, next season's racing. Missed our first 500 since 2020. Wow. It'll be good to get them back. That was a name that or a team name that I hadn't seen this year. But no, that would be brilliant to see that car back out. I've spotted, you've seen George's message as well, haven't you?
George Wright says, G&T is so AM.
He's onto the wine now.
Yeah, what's PM then?
I think he's onto the wine.
Do you reckon?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a very George thing.
I was just trying to think what I would be in the sun come the afternoon. See, I might be... It's maybe a cocktail.
A bit too sweet. Depends what cocktail, really.
I was torn because I do love... I'm always torn between G&T and whiskey, you see. But is it too early for a whiskey? I'm not sure. Maybe one on the rocks around about now would work because the ice, you know, I'd be saying to my wife, but I need some ice. It's warm, love.
Just to the bar. Just to the bar.
Yeah, drink the shelf.
Yeah,
that's
just to the bar. I like that, drink the shelf. Might use that. Marcus Clutton, all of a sudden, is he ahead of Adam Bonham by quite a way? Yes, he is, because Adam Bonham's coming into the pit lane, I think. I'm going to go for a walk.
Yeah, this is a big one. So this is a blink from the top. It was your race leader as it stood. Marcus Clutton staying out a little bit longer. We're past the 4-hour mark on this race because we're down to 4:13 left in this 8-hour 20 race. So he's still got enough time that Marcus Clutton could keep going. You've got to say that Bonham did a fabulous job to keep someone of the calibre of Marcus Clutton behind him. That is super impressive and just relentless pressure, but he did not let him pass. So kudos to, which one was it? It was Adam Bonham that was behind the wheel that time round, but now Marcus Clutton in the 95 car. There he is. That is your race leader. Ka Chow. I love that name as well because obviously for the from the Cars movie, Ka Chow, but it is using the KA of Car. Morgan Tarry says big up Car A. Absolutely, they're getting stuck in throughout. It's really, really good. Greg Caswell has guessed that George Wright is on the Pims now. Now that's not a bad shout. That is a good sunny afternoon one, isn't it? You might be right with that. I think that's a good one. What do you reckon, George? Is it Pims o'clock for you? Is that what's going on? Mark Tucker says Ford KAs have such beautiful headlights. I've never had someone gush quite so profusively about Ford KAs, but you know, I'll go with you. I'll go. There we go, on tune. There's the headlights. We've got the that wonderful camera of them coming out of Surtees through McLaren's into clearways. I loved that yesterday, and it's great that the team have worked hard to do it. There you go, Marcus Clutton's blinking. He's coming in. So your race leader is into the pits. That's going to be an interesting one that we can see. Where's that 95 car going to come out relative to the 121? What is going to happen with 12 and 46. Incidentally, they're 6th and 8th respectively. 6th for the Pro-Am Racing, Josh Benson behind the wheel. Milner Racing now says McDonnell behind the wheel. Hopefully they do know that it wasn't McDonnell last time, otherwise they're going to think that that driver's done too long. But up in 2nd and 3rd is all the threes. Number 3, Wingat Racing, which is... what is it? Alfie Weymouth behind the wheel at the moment, and the 333 Kahuna's race team, which is now Philip Truman behind the wheel. There as well we see the 64 car. That's been one of the forerunners, the Autotech Motorsport 2. Camber has bought that one in, so we'll have to wait and see. So Owen Camber's going to be handing that over to someone. We know Tom Monhemius has already been out there, so it's either going to be Stuart Addison or Jake Lucas that will be taking over that 64 car this time round. George Wright has said close but no cigar, so it's not the Pims that he's on. Close. Ooh, what could that be? He's on that, what's that one, Aspero or whatever that blooming, I don't like that, the sort of dark orange. I don't think it's even a cocktail, is it? It's like a spirit in its own right. Robbie Jameson says, shout out to Josh Benson, absolutely flying. Also a shout out to his wife Laura for braving the cold to cheer him on. I have to say, I did venture out to the loo, and it is bitterly cold out there. In has come number 3, Wingat Racing, so would have taken over the lead if it had gone one more, but has come in. So through to the lead of this race goes 333, Kahuna's race team, Truman at the wheel. There's Marcus Clutton's, what was Marcus Clutton's car, the Kachow. They're putting the second tough jug of fuel in. Jack.
Just going to jump in. You will very shortly have a visitor up in the commentary box. Mr. Jack Mace is here. And
is he here, is he?
Yes, here. Hopefully. I've told him if he's going to do it now whilst I'm in the pit lane. So it'll be a free headset.
Good shout. Good spot.
We have an issue for the 121 Calamity car. I'm going to jump in with Adam because he's just got out. Adam, I know you're refueling yourself. The car's up on axle stands and a jack. A bit of attention being made. Any idea?
Yeah, the gearbox is struggling. I don't know what's wrong with it.
Well, pace-wise, it didn't seem like there was much of an issue. Is it more something that you now need to investigate to see if it can last the race?
Oh no, it was fast, and then it just went fucked. So we'll see. Oh, sorry.
No problem, Adam. But I mean, a massive well done to your stint. You had Marcus Clutton behind you, but to be able to match pace with Marcus, that's it's impressive.
It was very, very, very nice. I got the overtake. I held in front for a while, and it felt really good.
Brilliant stuff. Massive well done for your stint.
Thank you. Thank you.
Quick word there with Adam Bodham. Apologies for the slightly fruity language used, but I think the less said the better, Chris. So I'll carry on.
I missed that then because I was just chatting because Jack is up here now. Who was the fruity language and was it necessary?
It was Adam Bonham. It wasn't necessary. There are other adjectives that could have been used. I'm going to grab Lawrence Davey. For some reason I'm talking to everyone whilst they're eating. So as Lawrence Davey refuels himself, we were saying what a brilliant job both you and the team have done to get that car back out there, the number 9 machine. Regardless of the result, that's a huge win for you guys.
Did something happen?
Was it not your car? I thought it was the number 9 machine. I was going to say, I was second-guessing myself then, Lawrence.
Yeah, no, it was a very hard hit. The driver, Alex, is all right. He's a bit stiff, but the team done well to get the car back out there. It done a fair bit of damage, but no, we're doing well, and it's out there. Times are looking all right, so if we can gain 140 laps back on everyone else, we'll be at the front.
And what does it feel like as a team? It's a huge team effort, so to take on such a big feat and then get the car turned around and back out in good time, as it just goes past us now at good pace, that must just feel amazing.
Yeah, no, it is good. And all the guys worked really hard and done well to muck in, get it done. It took us a couple of hours, really, but it was a fantastic effort by everyone.
Very well done from us all to you and the team.
Thank you. Thank you.
Who knew that Matt Lucas was here, eh?
Mate, I'll let you say that.
Or as I should say, we'll use my name, surname is George Dawsbury. He's a baby.
I'll leave you with a Mr. Jack Mace whilst I go and find somebody else.
I love that as well, though, is that he made that comment to you that he says, I've only got to make up the 140 laps, and you just carried on as though he'd said something profound, and he was looking there trying not to laugh, thinking, surely you're not taking me seriously.
It's when he said, did something happen? I was thinking, have I come over to the wrong person?
I know that once you get to it. Thank you for that, Jack Werrell. We keep ferreting away. I am indeed joined by MSVR's own Jack Mason. That's the right way to say it, isn't it? Because your day job's with MSV or MSVR?
MSV Group as a whole.
Yeah.
As a whole, yeah.
On the tech side, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Websites.
Website, that was it, to be precise. First year commentating this year as well.
It's gone all right. I feel a bit bad for Stu and Dan because they haven't been able to get rid of me. This would be my fourth EnduroKA of the year.
Wow.
Done Snetterton, Alton, Cadwell, and I'm obviously not officially doing this one, but I thought I'd pop in and say hi.
No, too right,
close
mate.
to home.
Well, thanks for chipping in with your comments, because that was really helpful. As you heard, we were a bit worried that we were dropping you in it, but as long as it's been announced, so we were right in saying that next year we've got the 24-hour variant of this as well, so that takes it up a notch again, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, the Anglesey is effectively 1 year on, 1 year off at the moment for the 24-hour race. Just having a look for the full provisional calendar. Yeah, here we go. There is the calendar.
Thank you, mate. Jack.
Yeah, down in the pit lane here with Ollie Fernell, a fan favourite. Ollie, obviously it's always great to see you and the Pro-Am team out. You're in a very quick car this year, and with Scott and the team's sort of master strategy, you somehow have found yourself ahead of the Milner racing car, which at one point was 2 laps ahead.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. You should never really doubt Pro-Am when it comes to strategy. I think that's why I always come back to these guys, because sometimes you'll be halfway through the race and many teams are thinking, what are these guys doing? But then as soon as these guys pit under green flag, you know, and the fuel just takes, 2-3 minutes, we've done under safety car, and just makes such a big difference. So, yeah, hopefully soon we'll be in P1. We might be P1 now, actually, once the leader goes in. And, yeah, just got to go from there.
And we know that Pro-Am Racing, not only this year, but over previous years, is a winning outfit. Of course, Pro-Am winning the IndyCar 500 in 2023, and you are the only other team to win a race aside from Milner Racing this year. Hoping for more of the same?
Oh, for sure. For sure. I think the car feels really good this weekend. I think it's the best it's felt all year. We've got a good driver lineup. We really have it in both cars. So hopefully it'll be nice to have both cars on the podium, because I think it's definitely doable. And if we just keep doing what we're doing, there's all the chance in the world that we can do it.
Is there anything you can tell us about plans for next year yet?
No. If anyone wants to sponsor me, that would be great. But no, nothing planned as of yet. First child on the way, so that's the priority. And yeah, fingers crossed. We'll do some racing. I've already got an Anglesey 24-hour I'd like to do, and then I think there's a 12-hour again. So either one of those would be nice. But yeah, it would be fantastic to get out more often. But that's life, isn't it? It's always money.
Well, a massive well done for your stint, and a huge congratulations for the firstborn as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Quick word with Ollie Fernell. We'll pass back up to Chris and Jack.
That was great to be able to catch up with him, and I know that will have pleased a lot of people. Project 297 Racing, that's Mr. Paul O'Neill, isn't it? That's his new
yes,
race team.
Project, sorry, jumping in again.
Yeah, no,
Project
that's cool.
297, yeah. I was chatting to Alex last night, and I thought, what's the meaning behind it? It's because Alex has always raced with number 7, and Paul O'Neill has always raced with the number 29.
Oh, okay. And Paul O'Neill got properly emotionally involved in it last week, didn't he? Judging from his own social post, which is brilliant to see.
I got to have a chat with him because I was pit lane for last week into the night, and he's really getting involved in it. He is he's having his team had a couple of penalties in the respective Brit car races.
Yeah, I noticed that he bit his tongue with a couple of things he wasn't fully happy about.
Yes, and he was very kind with me when I interviewed him in between those 2 races. But no, he's fully on board, and he's really been enjoying it.
He and I have done quite a few bits on stage together, and he's just mad as a box of frogs, but so fun. Maybe one for you to find out, Jack. Black flag for car 121, Car Lamity.
It's the Adam Bonham car, isn't it?
That is Adam Bonham. So, Jack, I don't know whether you're at Jack Werrell, that is. I'm surrounded by Jacks now. If you're able to find out. Now, The black flag. Now that means that isn't that out of the race, or because it's not the black and orange, it's not you know, stop go or anything like that. It's been given a black flag, so
it would be weird because that would just be a straight black flag. There hasn't been any messages on TSL for the team manager to go to race control or anything like that. I mean,
no. Okay, so hopefully Jack Worrell can hear us, and that'll be one that he'll try and find out a little bit more about what that is all about.
It'd be a shame because that was a really good fight that they were having with the Kachow team
Yeah.
as well.
It was brilliant. I was loving that one. In fact, I was trying to keep an eye on where it was going to come out. In fact, bizarrely, it's a long way down. And it is into the pits already. Hence, it's dropping down the order. He's running in 18th. So, yeah, don't know what's wrong with that calamity. Yeah, sorry, I was Project 29.7 Racing. Glad you made it in this morning, Jack. And I'm assuming that's you, Jack Werrell, after the drinks last night. A couple more hours watching this, and I think I'll be convinced to have a car out next year. Jack Werrell, what do you think about that one as well?
Oh, go on. Get them out there.
29.7 being out here racing as well. That would be brilliant.
That would be mega.
Tony Collinson being really abusive about Ollie's head, but said great interview. Had an extra wide camera. You see, for someone you're also supportive of, you're awfully rude, you know.
Can we get a let's go for the cinematography?
Safety car. Oh, and we do have our first roll at Paddock Hill. I didn't see that one happen. That's the 67 car, isn't it?
It's the Carbro one.
Yeah, so original Checkers Racing. So obviously they're just we've had that threatened for a little while, so we do have our first upside down. If you're watching on the stream and not necessarily a regular, do not panic. That will literally have been that that car's gone sideways into the gravel. It looks like quite a steady rollover, as they normally are in that situation. Yeah, at the end of the day, you go sideways into the gravel, it digs in, and it's just going to pop you up over. They'll be checking to make sure that the driver's A-OK.
These cars have got such a good roll cage in them as well. If when they do go over, it's pretty much, you know, guaranteed that the driver's going to be all right.
Absolutely, I mean, they're just strapped in. These cars are brilliant in that way. It's at the end of the day, ignore the shape of what we can see. It's a roll cage within that's that they're strapped within, so it's no problem. That's quite a nice comment. Martin says, love how this chat is like a mini Ollie channel. We hope that we are feeding that back to you guys. You know, I'm involved in all your conversations. We're trying to make sure it's open to everything, but no, we're embracing the Ollie and the Josh and everybody else. Side of things. Into the pits has come the #1 Burton Power Racing, so Andy Burton has brought that one in. Chick Speed Motorsport 77, that has come in as well. I don't know whether Jack Werrell's heard any of our comments, because he'll have probably ventured in chatting to someone. I know when I'm down there, you have times where you take the headset off and you don't hear, and he's not listening to us at the moment, I don't think. Purely because I really want to know what... Now, 121 is showing as exclamation mark missing, which is interesting. I don't quite know what that's all about. I doubt it is missing. I think it is just that it's in the garage and not ventured back out again. I'm looking for that silver car with the crow's feet all over it, basically. Martin says, post 4A gets all the fun. You miss it. Well, you'll be back here soon, I'm sure. Jay Aston still cheering for AFK all the way. Keep going, Nick. Martin says, I just recognise faces in here from Ollie's guys. Commentary is great. Bless you. Thank you.
He's brought quite a few people to the streams this year whenever he's been racing.
100%, and it's why, you know, openly embrace it. And he was great. He joined me up here last year when Jack Werrell injured himself on the Saturday night / early as the Sunday morning and couldn't make it. And I had the whole day to myself.
Honestly, I was very happy to hear his voice when I pulled in.
I know, me too. Yeah. Me too. But yeah, Ollie came up here and he was brilliant. He genuinely is as nice as the personality that you hear being interviewed. He is actually as nice as that, which is kind of sickening in a way, because you think, you know, look, maybe there's got to be something wrong with him, but no, he is as nice as he comes across. does. It genuinely is. So bless him. Really cool. So the recovery of the stricken car, and it will be obviously the first thing is that they've got to get the driver released from those belts that are stopping him from falling out of the race chair. And then once driver's out, which I would therefore assume has already happened, and now they just hoik the car back over onto its rubber, and they will then get that recovered back. I would hazard a guess they'll get that recovered back onto a flatbed, I would expect, and then that will be back out again racing.
It looks all right.
Yeah, normally, I mean, it takes a lot more than that for the book. Well, we saw from that number 9 LDR Performance Tuning car that took an almighty hit to the back. Here we go. Here's the replay. So let's see, where is it? The car's a bit further back. First was that trio. Oh, and it nearly set the 333 car going as well. Kahuna's racing, and it was just a gentle up and over.
The rear just sort of stepped
and
out.
It looked to me like the rest of the car's reversed then, just to watch it again. But yeah, it just went light, didn't it? Very common thing. Loses it, backwards in, turns a little bit, and a gentle up and over onto the roof. So absolutely fine.
Kahuna's done well to avoid that as well, because the
I don't
Kahuna's
know
sideways
how that did not fully lose it, that Kahuna's.
Losing that one.
Truman.
Truman.
Into the pits.
Well, it's important because they're running third, so
yeah.
Very good for them that they did end up avoiding that one.
Yeah, but you think about it, at that point, you know, even just the lift-off oversteer could be a huge problem.
Especially when, you know, off camber, like the way that Paddock Hill is. Being able to save that one, very well done.
Yeah.
Obviously, slightly more unfortunate for the 67. But, that, like you said, that car will get pulled back into the pit lane. That should be all right to carry on with the 2-lap penalty. I think it will.
Yes, yeah, that one, which has already had some of those already, sadly. It's been a very adventurous race for that one. Driver is obviously about to make its way from that to the med centre for nothing more than they get checked. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, these days, you hear stories that even when they just make sort of like wing mirror to wing mirror contact, and they can get called in, but that's because in particular the concussion, not that you're likely to get a concussion for them, but it's like then you get signed off and go, yeah, you're fine.
I'm just going to jump in.
Did you hear any of our questions we were asking you, by the way?
No.
Okay.
Go on.
121 has been black flagged.
Okay. I'll try and figure that one out. I know that Burton Power and Tommy Valentine have potentially had a drive time infringement, because the way it figures out the drive time is at pit exits. That's where it registers the change.
Oh, really?
So say if you come into the pit lane and you've been in the car for 2 hours and 19 minutes, that bit is fine. But if you spend more than a minute in the pit lane, go over those 2 minutes 20, and then when you exit the pit lane, it's, say, 2:21, you've gone over the drive time, and that will induce a penalty. I think the Treble 3 Kahuna's race team car is just leaving the pit lane now. I think they had a bit of a worry about a wheel bearing. Yes, they've done a wheel bearing change, left rear. And now they're pulling into, I think, a stop-go penalty box. So who was it? The 121 that have received a black flag. A black flag. Okay,
yeah.
Leave that with me. I'll come back.
And it hasn't left. And of course, that was Andy Bonham. You spoke to him with his fruity language.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 333 is indeed stopped at the end of the pit lane. We've had no notification of a penalty for that car, so I have no idea.
The wheel bearing. Jack Werrell was just saying they've changed the wheel bearing on that car.
Yeah, but it's now gone to the end of the pit lane and stopped,
yeah,
as though it was serving a penalty. So I don't know why that is doing that. There we go. Now it's released. I wonder whether they noticed that they hadn't done the belts and hands device the right way round, and therefore didn't let that car out. I'm not sure. That one, I mean, that was the one that did a brilliant job of not losing it when the 67 car lost it in front of it.
Especially if the rear left wheel bearing was gone as well.
Yeah. Or did that make it go?
Could be.
Because that was quite a Toadie's wild ride. Oh, the number 14 car's been pushed back out of the garage. That is wonderful news, because they've been stuck in that, Usher Motorsport. They're running second from last, having been in the garage working on the front of that car for so long.
News from the garage, car number 121. The reason being, they had a T car as well, which we didn't know because it didn't qualify yesterday, and that was why they got black flagged, because it's not just the driver that has to qualify, the car has to qualify as well.
Oh, wow. So it shouldn't have been there at all.
No. So what's happened, they've black flagged it, obviously, to get it in. So now the choice they have to make is, do they just retire, or do they try and fix their first car with a new gearbox, or try and fix the gearbox and get it back out there?
Okay, so just to clear that one up, because we did see it in the 1 hour qualifying session yesterday, some teams had a second car out that would have a T after its number, and you're saying, Jack Werrell, that they should have thrown that out with the T at the end of it, and they didn't.
Yeah, they should have put both cars out in qualifying, so Adam and Simon are effectively out at the same time in different cars, just to qualify both cars in case they need it, which is why we saw a couple of T cars out in qualifying, so they qualify the car and they can at least position it accordingly.
Yeah, okay. I mean, we saw that even with 95. They've only got 2 drivers, but they had 2 cars out, didn't they? So, okay, that makes sense.
67 on the back of the flatbed. They're getting that car recovered now. There it is, just on screen. It's just about to be brought back. I'd give it.
It looks fine, that as well. Fabulous job from the safety of this car. As has been clocked, I mean, we were waiting for it to all sort of scroll through, and I think we still need to some extent. Samuel Shepherd said we have a new leader, or we have a returning leader, and it is the Milner Racing, number 46. There's an interesting one. I don't know if you can hear me, Jack Werrell, but the Milner Racing, of course, we know that out earlier in that 46 was actually Dylan Brichter, not McDonnell, as it said on the timing screen. Well, now, of course, it's saying McDonnell out there again. Presumably, they're not now thinking that McDonnell is exceeding the time limit.
Now, I'd imagine it has been communicated. I might ask the question on the way back down. I'm just working my way up towards Usher Motorsport. Good news from the Usher Motorsport crew. They've got that car back out of the garage, and I think they're going to be back into the race as well. Kahuna's race team back into the pit lane, though.
So they're not happy about something. Now, that is going no, it is going to their spot. I thought that it was about to go down to the penalty box. Okay. It's such a shame that 1-2-1 car.
They're pushing it back. Yeah. I think you were right earlier with the belts. There was one of them just going in, adjusting something on the driver, and then going back out.
So, in other words, they got stopped because it wasn't sorted. They got it sorted, but he's probably been out there going, no, but this isn't comfortable, this isn't right.
There's still a safety car out there, might as well just hop out.
Fair enough. Okay, and ahead of them is that number 14 car, Usher Motorsport. Well done, guys. That is wonderful to see that they're back out there. So, Milner Racing, McDonnell behind the wheel, back into the lead, but not by masses. Pro-Am Racing, car number 12. There's the answer to your question, guys. They have now done 3 stops, so this has actually potentially worked out really well at the moment for them, hasn't it?
Yes and no, I want to say.
Oh, really?
How close are they drive time wise, and can they get to the end logically with the drive time split? Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah. Well, I mean, don't know about how that one's going to work out to all of that, because they've made 3 stops now.
Yeah, and they've got
Parkin's behind.
Yeah, they've got Scott Parkin in. I'd imagine we'll see either Richard Jepp or Ollie Funnell get back in the car, which would make sense. But with how long do we have left of this race? 3 hours
green,
and 48
by the way,
minutes. Green, yeah. So 3 hours and 48 minutes. If Scott Parkin even does now 2 hours and 20 minutes, it'll be a weird stop.
Yeah, true. I mean, but this comes back to the point that Jack Werrell and I have been chatting for most of this morning, is that you just have no idea where this is going to go yet. It's just got to run its course. So it is Milner Racing 46, McDonnell behind the wheel, leads the way, but by less than 7 seconds. There is our race leader having to pick through traffic. And if we look backwards for the number 12, the number 12's in lots and lots and lots of traffic, to say the least. Goodness me, it's
12
busy.
cars in sequence there.
Yeah, look at that in the background. The car weaving through, cutting through this traffic as best it can, is the number 12. There it was on the right-hand side. Struth, Wingate Racing trying to get past a few back markers. Where's that running? That's in 6th place now. In 3rd is the 95 Kachow. Lee Taylor back behind the wheel of that one, of course. 4th is 333 Kahuna's Racing, I think, as long as that hasn't lost out with having to almost do the double pit stop. AFK Racing with Creed behind the wheel in 5th place, number 22. 6th is number 3 Wingate Racing. Up to 7th now goes 11 Tenths Racing. That's sneaking up through the number 11 car. That's the red livery car from memory. 64 Overtaking Motorsport 2. Addison behind the wheel. That's in 8th now. That's kind of lost out a little bit in all of this melee. 9th is number 1 Burton Power Racing. Higgs behind the wheel. And to round out your top 10, car number 8 Pro-Am Racing, which is Kelly behind the wheel. I'm going to actually ask you momentarily, because Jack, you'll be able to come back on in a minute. We're going to grab onto the mic another one of our visitors. We've got Yusuf bin Suhail for the Subaru racing team, the 555. Good to see you, man. I can't believe it's been a year.
It has been a year. Has it been over a year or pretty much exactly a year?
It will be, I mean, it's just over because this was a little bit earlier, wasn't it? But it was this IndyCar 500 you came up and joined me on the Sunday. Different team this time, though.
Different team. Very nice livery, though.
It's cool, isn't it? It is seriously cool. Even the nighttime one with the star on the front looks good as well. But it's been a challenging time.
It's been very challenging. I think from the very start, we've got a pretty good team, and
you were racing with your old car, in fact, at one point.
Oh God! Don't remind me about that, Chris. I'm already in trouble about that.
Yeah.
Don't give me more trouble. But no, the lads they've been quite quick in the car all year. So Luke and Mike have been racing it all year long, but they've never been to Brands Hatch. So for them, it was their first time in any car at Brands Hatch.
Right.
And then you've got me and Alec, and we've not been in the car since last year in Indy 500.
Right.
And my extra excuse is I've never been out in the wet before.
That's a whole list of excuses there, man. But it's back out there. That's the brilliant news. They've been working hard on that one. I mean, yes, it's down in 27th, but that at one stage we weren't convinced it was going to be back out again.
Well, I was kind of trying not to think about it because I came in when the issue first started and I was on the back straight, and then all of a sudden the car started spluttering a bit, and I thought, I'll just dive straight into the pits. And of course the team aren't ready because we've not really had a chance to go through radios or anything, but I've kind of spotted an issue straight into the pits. They can't figure out what's wrong with it, send straight back out, and then it comes back in. And then we're just in and out trying to figure out what it was. And it turns out that there was a wire that had frayed, and that was then giving the ECU some information of it doesn't need fuel. And then we were intermittently getting fuel in and out. So we had changed the sensor, but obviously that didn't do anything because the wire leading to it.
They changed the fuel tank or something as well.
Yes.
And it turned out no, there was no problem with the fuel tank. It was the message being relayed was wrong.
Yeah. So thankfully they got that sorted, which means we're not going to be fighting for anything. We're about 70 laps down, but.
We were talking about this earlier. What's lovely about these races, though, is that, sure, when you're coming into it, you're like trying to be in the fight for something.
Yeah.
But to be able to sort of like just wash that down, get rid of that disappointment, the fact that you still get to take part and enjoy the race. And I know that sounds very primary school. It's the taking part that counts. But actually, you do want to be out there, able to be putting laps in and enjoying that experience. And you get to do that with this.
Absolutely, and because the race is so long as well, I mean, Luke's out at the moment, you're out for 2 hours, which means you're going to be around those quick people, or you're going to be catching people. You get to have that racing, and you can, I don't know, delude yourself or trick yourself, but you can forget about, how dire the situation is and just think, no, I'm out here on circuit with a bunch of quick guys, and I'm going to get some good racing in, and that's what we're all here for.
Absolutely. Your car also picked up a penalty for causing a collision.
Yeah, that might have been me, Chris.
And, let's put any controversies aside. Let's put it, because we were told, was that with the...
It was with the 65, 100% my own fault.
Oh, was it? Because someone up there told us that you lost it. Well, we got a weird sort of fly thing up on here. Sorry about that. I just suddenly saw it going. That you lost it, and the other one almost lost it in sympathy and then went up, but it was actually contact, was it?
I've not seen any footage afterwards. What I remember was 65 was on the outside of me, left me acres of room, and then I had a bit of a moment where the rear end stepped out, tried to catch it, bit of a tank slapper, caught their rear quarter,
no.
and they were then just a passenger.
Understandable, that one then. That makes sense. That was why it was nice to sort of like just get an understanding, because by the time we saw it, you were both already off.
Yes.
So, okay, that makes sense. Okay. Right, I'll no longer get you in trouble. That's fine. We'll move on. What the evolution of the circuit today has been interesting, because it was proper slippy this morning, wasn't it?
Yeah, and kind of one of the other things that I didn't really realise too much, because I was just in a frame of go out on circuit, drive, is setups, which sounds really obvious, and I think it's one of those things, lack of experience coming in for me, where I had a bunch of different pressures being used. So some people running slightly higher pressure for the wet conditions, and then other people running lower. So you might have seen some teams gaining a bit of time as the track dried up, some teams losing a bit of time. But then once you have the tyre changes, then you can get those pressures out of the way. So now everyone should be on relatively level footing.
Because they're all on dry
pressures and setups or whatever.
Sense. Fair. And of course, that was full fuel on those settings as well. And then suddenly, if you've got the dry setting and you're now running lower on fuel, that's when those amazing lap times were coming in. It does make sense, because there was quite a few cars that were involved in some great forefront fights, and then suddenly they weren't. It was like, well, what's going on there? That kind of makes sense of that. So that's a real good insight. You hoping to get back out again?
I don't think so. I think because we've had the issues, that's kind of stretched out our stint, so we'll still probably just have four stints, I think.
Yes, of course.
And poor Mike, I think about an hour of his stint was spent coming in and out of the pit. So if anyone gets another stint, I think it should definitely be him.
Yeah, no, I get that. How physically demanding is it out there in these cars?
I don't find it that physical, because you're held in by everything. So the steering's not really that heavy. So for me, I feel like you could just do 2-4 hours without too much issue.
He's a pro, that's why.
Is it?
Jack Warrell said it's because you're a pro.
Okay, it's all
in
the
other words,
karting.
he's saying I would feel the...
Okay. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because I find that karting can get quite physical.
Oh,
but
gosh, yeah.
Because you never, at least for me, I never really trained for karting. It's just the seat time builds up some tolerance.
Yeah.
So that probably carries into this, and then just find it
naturally
easier.
That's a valid point, actually, and that does make sense. What about in terms of, especially around something like this Indy circuit here at Brands Hatch, concentration levels? There's talk about, I've heard some people say that doing, say, a 2-hour stint, you can actually get dizzy.
I've thankfully not got dizzy yet. I do get motion sickness, but when I'm
really?
driving, it's fine. When other people drive, then I get it. So yesterday, because it's later in the year than it was last year, I think, it got darker a lot earlier. So when I went out in qualifying, it was dark and it was raining. That was scary.
Although it wasn't supposed to be dark at the start of qualifying, that was because of the weather. That
yes.
It was supposed to be a half and half. This is where it used to be, was this point, and it is again next year, I've seen from the 2026 provisional calendar. This is kind of its natural spot in reality, that autumnal period with it. Yes, the last 2.5 hours are going to be in the dark.
Yeah.
But yeah, everybody had to go out in the dark and the horrible wet.
Yeah. So it was a real trial by fire, and I've done plenty of 24-hour karting races, and I always hear people talk about, oh yeah, it's a bit difficult driving karts in the dark, and I think, no, it's not. It's the same thing. It's just with floodlights. But
because the track's lit up.
In a KA here at Brands Hatch, oh my God, I was scared.
Really?
And you don't see much. You just have your lights in front of you, and that is it. And with it being wet as well, you kind of go into a corner and you don't see your apex. You just know it's over there. So that was really something. So in the dark, concentration absolutely. And normally I wouldn't say in the dry I really noticed a concentration thing, but I think today my confidence did get knocked a bit. Struggling a bit with pace, then the incident with the 65, and you find yourself just racing, and in your head you're just kind of arguing with yourself of, you're doing this wrong, how do you fix that? And then you're in a position where you're kind of trying to improve, but you're also, trying to figure out your mistakes, and then you're not comfortable in the car. You're not just putting in those consistent laps. you're constantly fighting with the car, and yeah, it was just kind of all over the place after that.
That's, I mean, that my on-site, you know, looking on there, that kind of is quite an interesting development then for you, in the fact that it sounds like that's where you will now work on how do you stop those demons creeping in.
Yes.
That you can then sort of like shake it off. You know, again, I used an analogy earlier of golf, is that you hit a bad shot, let it go.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you'll now hit another bad 10 shots because you're thinking too much of that. The same has to apply. If you've just done a lap and you go, no, you know, I messed up there. Don't let it then influence, other than you kind of go, I know what I've got to do. Forget that I didn't that time. This time I am. But I'd imagine when you're out there, you're not able to have the conversation about your conversations with yourself.
Exactly. And I think this is where kind of experience comes in, because I think once you have more experience, you start to realize, okay, these issues that I'm having, you can very quickly figure out, okay, I'm having this issue, here's the fix for it.
Yes.
Whereas today, for me, for example, I go out and I think, here's the issue, why can't I find the time? And then trying lots of different things, and I was sideways coming out of Graham Hill Bend pretty much every lap because I couldn't figure out how to drive the corner. So now that I've kind of had time, I think, okay, yeah, this is what I could do, this is how I can improve on it. And even out of the car after the end, because again, that incident I had with Sam in the 65 was so silly. I was in the car, I'm going to look at my GoPro footage, but it will be there of me slapping myself on the helmet a few times, because I was furious with myself, because it's a mistake that shouldn't happen. But then I kind of thought about it, and I thought, you know, every driver at some point in their career is going to do something really stupid that they...
Up to the pro levels they do.
That they wish they've never done. And for me, that's happened here. So now the important thing is that you learn from it and make sure it doesn't happen again.
I mean, for me, it sounds like an understandable one. You were there on the inside. You've made a little mistake. You've overcorrected, and sadly, the 65 was it 65?
Yes,
before? Yeah,
I think 65.
Was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Actually, I think it was because it wasn't 64. Was at the front, wasn't it? It's just unfortunate. Wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you'd have just gone off yourself. It just happened to be that there was a car there. So, that therefore there was the penalty. That's what it's there for, because an innocent victim lost out a little bit. That's all good. You're now back out there.
Well, just spotted that's Milner lapping Kahuna's in fourth, so that's actually a big move for them.
Well, at one point, and I think you'll have probably been too busy at this point, is that the 46 car had lapped everybody.
Right.
Absolutely everybody. It lapped the number 12 Pro-Am racing car just before it came in. But we've got interesting tactical differences.
Okay.
The Pro-Am racing pitted under one of the safety cars, which meant it was in a lot earlier, and it dropped down to something like 8th place and 3 laps off the lead, and there's a lot of support with obviously the drivers that 12 have got behind the wheel on the online chat, and they're like, how are we down in how are we 3 laps down, how are we 3 laps down? But of course it's washed itself out now on the lead lap in 2nd place and only 13 seconds behind Milner. However, they've made 3 stops compared to Milner's 2, but as Jack Werrell was saying when he was down there, is that it doesn't mean that it's perfect equations for their strategy stagger going forward. So we won't know anything until
that final hour, really.
I think it is that last hour, isn't it? And that's an interesting angle, isn't it, for the teams, for the drivers, for us up here, for everybody watching. But that's what makes it so good.
Absolutely. And it also just means, you keep your head down, you keep pushing, because you don't really know how everything is going to pan out. Because at the moment, me just kind of looking at this, Pro-Am, 14 seconds back with the pit stop in hand, they're looking good.
Yeah. But is the stagger going to work for them? We just really don't know. Certainly looking very strong. Let's have a look and see, because obviously we get plenty of your comments coming in. And let's see what I've missed. Pi Parker says to ask you if you've not had enough commentary with the C100 lot. You're up here. Have you not had enough of that?
I think I've only done one Club 100 race commentary this year. So no, I've not had enough.
No, exactly. That's a fair comment. Crikey, I've missed a lot of your comments. You really have been chipping in, guys. Great to see this. Right, here we go. Ollie wears his heart on his sleeve, absolutely. Martin making a comment. I didn't see what it was in relation to, but these guys saved me in a personal crisis and I can't ever thank them enough. That's lovely, whoever that was about. 180 Shine Automotive, hanging there, doing good, still watching live from Hong Kong, says Jonathan Brown. That's fantastic. Great to see that one. 333 nearly smacked into the back of the ambulance through Paddock Hill Bend. Not sure if that had anything to do with it.
Ooh.
That will be that one. That will be why it was called in. Oh, so that 67 car, they have had to smash that windscreen out. I didn't think it was broken, but it certainly is now, and they're trying to get it out after that roll. But the rest of it looks largely okay. Jack Werrell, just so that you can hear this one as well, Royal Black Wolf says the 333 car that we saw having that at the end of the pit lane very nearly smacked into the back of the ambulance through Paddock Hill Bend. That would have been while the safety car was there. That was probably why they were being a quick conversation with and do all of that. So that makes sense. The number 12 car was in the pits briefly, quick splash maybe. No, that doesn't make sense because they are on their next driver, so during the safety car. But looking at the pit number 3, they've done 3 driver changes. So I'm not sure on that one, unless it literally was a driver change and nothing more, potentially. Okay. And hence Soul Asunder said new name for 12 is Parkin. Yep, so good to see that Scott Parkin's out there.
Oh, I'll just jump across you because I think you've got to move for 4th. There's a bit of a lock-up and contact with Kahunas into Druid's hairpin. And that was the 22 of AFK Racing, I think.
Which one locked? And
22 locked.
And the 333 lost out. And that is for position, 4th and 5th. Kahunas and AFK Racing. Through goes the number 12, but that is putting a lap on them. The Pro-Am Racing is still running in 2nd place. So, ouch. So that's mixed things up for 4th and 5th. I wonder if Wingat Racing have managed to take advantage of that. Good spot there. Yusuf, thank you for that one. I was too busy looking at all of the catching up on all the messages. Still so busy up there as daylight starts to dwindle a little bit now already.
I think we might have, I can't tell if that's a 22 livery, but there's a very slow KA coming out of Clearways. I don't know if they're going to come in the pits.
Oh, it's Mauricio Motorsport, isn't it? They're just, I spotted it, I think, as you did, Yusuf. It just didn't quite seem to pick up the speed on the way out of Graham Hill Bend. Towards the end of the...
Which one was that?
The Mauricio Motorsport 211 over the start-finish line now. Okay. Towards the end of the Brabham Straight, it seems to be fine, but it was just coming out of Graham Hill Bend onto the Cooper Straight. It didn't go.
I thought someone looked slow back there. It was a whole gaggle, wasn't it? Josh also adding about the 333. Nearly lost it under the safety car, locked up, sideways, going into paddock, close to the back of the rescue unit, so that was why. But equally, I think the reason why it was losing it was the bearing issue.
Yeah, rear left wheel bearing.
Yeah, that would make sense because they wouldn't have done that deliberately.
No, it's one of those, the wheel bearings do tend to slowly wear. At Anglesey for the 24-hour, there was one team that I think got through 3 wheel bearings. But they do just tend to, especially at Brands Hatch, you can almost forgive it for being the rear left because it's always being loaded. And you tend to see, say if we were running slick tyres, you tend to see the rubber all merges over to the outer or inner edge of the tyre. So it really does get some work, and it can be a bit of a car breaker sometimes, Brands Hatch, especially in an endurance format such as this. I mean, Yusuf, you ever had problems like that over the previous couple of years?
Not for me personally. I've seen some people having issues. I know one of the things that did sometimes cause some wear was the apex at Graham Hill, because you can really ride a lot of that curb, and then you've got those sausages which can, I think it can just cause some issues on the front left particularly.
Yeah, we saw that actually at Donington Park. Now they've reprofiled the Fogarty S's, but it used to be similar to that, where you'd get the main curb, then the green paints, but the quite tall yellow sausage curbs, which stand quite tall above the racing surface. And now that's completely been flattened. It's still painted as if it was a curb, but it's completely reprofiled. You can effectively straight line it now. So if you're racing GTs, naturally those guys absolutely love it, and so do the touring car guys. But I quite liked it because it forced you to be precise. Because if you hit it, well, I'm quite mechanically sympathetic, so I go, oh, I won't do that again. But if you just got it right, you carried so much speed through the chicane, but you couldn't do too much because it would hurt the car.
Yeah.
But now they've taken it away, it's almost.
And where was that?
It's Donington Park.
Yes.
Yeah, Fogarty S's.
Yeah, I've got you. Just quickly picking up on this as well. Do we know yet why Pro-Am was called the Stewards? No, we don't. So the 12 manager was cool, but nothing more has come of that, has it? So
I'll go for a walk.
That was a while ago, mine. That was back at 1343. So you.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Although no, that's more recent than I remember. But no, we don't know the answer to that. Alex Saville makes the comment, car rolls, commentary is astounded the windscreen was broken. Actually, it was more to the point, we saw the car and we were amazed that it was in perfect condition, and then suddenly went, no, it's not in perfect condition. So
I'm assuming that's the Alex Saville that's normally on the spanners with sort of Bernie's V8. He's, really on the... Mustangs usually always on the spanners. I'll go for a walk down to race control, see if I can get news.
So we know, Alex, we were not surprised that windscreen was broken from a roll. We were surprised because we saw the car after they recovered it and were more amazed that it looked absolutely pristine, but it obviously wasn't as pristine as we'd hoped. So unlucky, mate. That was the angle on that one.
I do find it quite interesting how when the windscreens come off, it doesn't shatter like glass as you'd expect. It kind of rolls off, which is rather cool in a way.
And I'd imagine that's what it was, is that there'd have been, maybe a particular section, they're going, no, that's lost its integrity now. So although when we first saw it going, well, that does not look like it's rolled, if it's lost its integrity at one point, they've got to then remove it and put a new one in. Thank you, Martin. He's confirmed that Ollie and Josh saved him in personal crisis. Really nice guys. And I can believe that, having chatted certainly to Ollie. I'm not surprised at all. Danny Pigeon, big shout out to Tommy and Danny, seated in the grandstand on the first corner. So if you can hear this, Danny Pigeon is a big shout out to Tommy and Danny, if you're still there in the grandstand. Hopefully you are, or if you're not there, at least somewhere that can hear the commentary, because your friend Danny Pigeon is doing a shout out. Alex Saville says it was never fine, it was smashed from the roll. Fair enough. On the camera angle, it looked like it was pristine. Yes, it is who you thought it was, Jack. So thank you very much. So it was more what we saw on the TV, mate. That was the whole point there. But it was a shame, because I was hoping that they would get away with that and they'd be able to change the driver and get that car straight back out again. But alas, no. Team manager of car 22 to race control now.
That'll be the incident that we saw. Yes. I was waiting for that one to pop up, Chris.
That's less surprising, that one, isn't it? Or less confusing, that one. AS has said, great stuff, regards from Germany. That's what I love to see. Yes, Pi Parker says, AFK to the stewards. Yes, that will have been because of the incident with the 333 Kahuna's race team. Of course, we're saying that it's that way, which it looked like, but of course they'll be looking at any onboard and all that sort of stuff.
Will be interesting to see what the result of that incident is. Also, there's a little group with the 46. So you've got the 46 Milner racing car, and then right behind them you've got Boston Racing Indy AAA. And then just right behind that is a certain Subaru liveried KA. And those three have been in a group for quite a while. I think I saw the AAA trying to go for a move on the 46 a few laps ago.
Well, the last lap it did a 103.2. Milner's a 103.3, so that would make sense. And what did we say was the other ones? Boston Racing AAA 103.2. So yeah, they're all around the same sort of times, even though they're not directly battling with each other, any of those three, are they? This was what we were chatting. I had Sam Strong up here earlier, and it was that you literally end up having to fight with the car that you're with.
Yeah, now the AAA is trying to go up the inside and has made the move work. So let's see if they've got any more pace now that they have a little bit of clean air in front of them, Chris.
Yeah, and that was an interesting there for the 46, McDonald behind the wheel, is that they don't need to defend, do they, from Boston Racing? Just let it go. That car is trying to work its way back through this field. The 888 currently, Jacob Fells behind the wheel, and they want to be able to just move their way through it. So that was a nice move, nice Cleasy move. McDonald being very sensible and not getting too involved. So that makes a lot of sense as well. Chris Humphreys has heard one of the drivers from 333 has been disqualified from the meeting.
Wait, what?
Not sure why, though. Any idea? We were not aware of that. Had there been a... where would I have put this bit?
Is this that incident that you mentioned coming through paddock or something?
Could it be the one that did that? Yes. So some people said that they saw it lose it going into to Paddock Hill, and getting close to the stationary rescue vehicle. That could be, but we are not aware of that situation. So that one, you're kind of informing us, to be honest.
Well, Jack did say he was going to go down to race control to figure some stuff out. Was it related to... Oh, speaking of Jack.
What did you go to? You went to find some stuff out, didn't you? We were just... I don't know if you could hear us. We were just hearing stories of one of the 333 drivers being DQ'd from the meet as a possibility.
I have seen things related to the incident.
Okay, fine.
So, yeah, we won't talk about that.
No,
but in
that's
terms
fine.
of the Pro-Am racing car, which obviously got called up to the stewards, all they needed was an SD card.
Oh, really?
That was it. Yeah, they just needed
Fair
the
enough.
SD card.
Yeah, and a lot of these team manager up is that they need to relay some information, because that's how they find out. The number 9 car's back in there, but that is just been refueled, so that is a normal pit stop. Amazing job they've done on the patch up there. And I love as well is that Alex Saville made that comment about, what was it he said? It's never fine. It was smashed. No, we got that one. He said, rotten luck losing a screen, but I bet the breeze will be lovely. I don't fancy that at all. Imagine that yesterday with that weather, if you had no windscreen in there. And you have to lose the rear windscreen if that happens as well, don't you? Because otherwise...
Too much buffeting, yes.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, that wouldn't be good. Dr. Aimbot says, shout out to Xander Perry, sat on the inside of the Cooper Straits. So hello to Xander from Dr. Aimbot. Great to hear from you. So we've got more and more of them getting ready to make pit stops. The number 9 car that is actually about to jump in another one of their drivers. So where are we at? 3 hours 20 left to go. So that means we're now 5 hours in to this. 60% of the race. Yep. So there we go. Milner Racing stretching their legs at the front now. Pro-Am is dropping a little bit away. That's 21 and a quarter seconds is the margin now. Kachow still in third. Lee Taylor at the wheel of that 95 car. AFK getting lots of people cheering them on. And yeah, they've been called to race control, but again, you heard the number 12 was nothing more than just needed an SD card, so it could be straightforward. They are in 4th place, although we think that's more to do with the incident with the 333 car. 333 have been having a fun time as well, but they're sat in 5th.
Chris, the 888 has fallen behind the 46. I wonder if they've made a little mistake somewhere, because they were ahead of both the 555 and 46 a few laps ago.
Yeah, okay, good spot, which of course won't show on the timing screen because they weren't fighting with them, were they? So it's that's just an on the track.
They've done a 105.9, which is about 2.5 seconds slower than what they were otherwise doing. So maybe, yeah, well, it could be at any of the 4 corners really, where they might have just made a mistake, maybe got on offline, and maybe it's still a bit damp offline potentially.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Yusuf, actually, because through the final couple of corners you can see the damper line on the inside, so drivers are going wide, as you would anyway. But there is still definitely, not necessarily a wet line, but there are damp parts of the circuit. And the annoying thing is, if somebody makes a mistake and goes through the grass, it brings all the fluid onto the circuit again. So it can become a bit of a challenge.
I can answer the question. Gary Hill has said the 888 just ran through the gravel at Clearways. So that was the moment. He's obviously run
Clearways.
through, powered on and got through. So hence he's only lost those couple of places on the road.
Fair play on getting dug out of there as well.
Quite often you see them through there. They're able to power it through that bit, aren't they? I mean, it's a bit of a seat-of-the-pants job. But, yeah, and hence it's a rather dirty-looking car now, that Boston Racing 888. So that makes sense. Thanks for that one, Gary. Has he... yeah, he said nothing to do with me. You know, banana skin man with his...
well,
he says it's not hit. Exactly. Exactly.
Well, I also wonder where through Clearways, because you could lose it very early into Clearways. It's also possible when you're getting on the power and coming right out to the edge, sometimes you dip a front and left tyre onto the gravel, which happened to me once. And interestingly, that can actually completely shred the tyre, the surface of the tyre. And it pulled chunks out of my tyre when I did that in a qualifying session once. So hopefully his tyre is fine, otherwise they might need to make a slightly earlier tyre change than they were expecting.
You see on the camera at the moment the 67 original Checkers racing car that obviously had that roll, and they're having to vacuum out all the bits of gravel. It gets everywhere. Stop-go penalty for number 22. So AFK Racing has got a stop-go. That was the incident with the 333 car up at Druids Hairpin. They have been adjudged to have been at fault, so they get... I know Jay Aston's just said big up AFK, but sadly, mate, they've got a penalty, which is a huge shame. They're straight in, get that served, get it done, get back out there and pick up the race again.
Can I draw a comparison that could get me into trouble for jinxing things?
I'm nervously going to say yes.
Do you remember last year, there was a certain 65 that had an incident into Druids Hairpin, got tapped at the rear, spun round, I think it was with the 46. They had a penalty. 65 went on to win that race. 333, same thing, also not leading when the incident happens. Costa is actually going to murder me when I go back into the garage.
The great god of speed he's quick.
He's very quick.
But is he that quick?
Yeah, that's a big ask, isn't it?
Yes, it's probably yes.
I know
three laps
you
difference.
weren't saying what you heard down in race control, Jack. Do we know which driver it was?
No, it's one of two.
That's fine. It's not being made public, so it's fine.
So.
Yeah, sometimes we have things that are above our pay grade.
Yes.
We just let it go. It's nothing to do with us. I mean, it will. I still think maybe it's a bit of a shame, because if they had the wheel bearing issue, I still reckon it's probably related to that, which is a shame. But it's a big no-no. At the end of the day, is that it's. I remember I was here on the GP circuit, and Tiff Needell was racing. And there was a yellow flag at, where was it? It was at Sterling's. And there was a car in the gravel, and Marshall was out at it. He came steaming in, big double wave yellow flags, came steaming in, straight on, behind the car, but between the car and the barrier, and then off. Bang, he was ejected from the meeting. Now, he was like absolutely like, oh my God, he was like mortified. He was so apologetic. He didn't fight the excluded, but he was, all he cared about was going, I made a mistake. I didn't pay enough attention. I just kept going, and it was just a big mistake. He said, I'm so sorry, because everybody's really protective of all of the marshals, all of the rescue crews that are out there in those vulnerable positions. So it's one of those things. Car 125, Three Amigos, drink water at the wheel. That's now got a meatball marinara flag. It has to come in with some kind of issue. I don't know what that is going to be. What are we looking for? The 125 car. I can't remember what colour that Three Amigos one is.
It's I can't remember whether, I think it's black with a martini-esque stripe down it.
Okay, that makes sense. So I don't know whether we're going to be able to pick up what the issue is. We haven't seen it involved in any incident.
I was chatting to Martin Wilson, one of the engineers, and he said at one point they did have contact on the rear of that car, and it managed to break the exhaust rubbers.
Oh, really?
So the exhaust ended up dropping. So Three Amigos going up. It looks fine, again, but from our perspective.
Yeah, because there was a middleman on a car earlier, and we were like going, we can't see anything wrong with it, but we were up too high to be able to see it. So He's coming straight to the pits now, so they'll be able to get it sorted. Amazing sight as I then look down the pit lane. The 67 car has been pushed. In fact, it's on the camera within camera now. It's been pushed out of the garages. It's going to be a drafty race for them, but it's going to be a race for them.
Quite chilly, but at least it's dry.
And I tell you what, it really is. I thought you were exaggerating in your hangover state, but it genuinely is quite a little bit sharp out there, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Dawes. Yes, it is. One thing to consider with that, because it can happen if you break the windscreen, you do have to take the front and the rear window out.
Yeah.
If you have a driver with an open face helmet, they then can't get back in unless they use somebody else's helmet.
Oh, really? That would make absolute sense, but yeah, I hadn't really thought of that.
Yeah, we had it a couple of years ago, Citroen C1s, and there was two drivers with open face helmets, and they eventually said, there's no logical way we can do this, we'll just have to retire the car.
Oh, really? Oh, wow, that is a huge shame. Goodness me. What do you do now, Yusuf, in the fact that, yes, fine, it looks like you've done your driving stint, but presumably you're all sort of glued to the monitors and with each other and...
well, after my stint when I came in, there was about half an hour of self-pity and self-loathing.
Yeah.
Where I kind of forgot what was happening every time I'd look behind me and I see that the car was back in the pit. So I stopped being glued to the monitors, and I don't want to use the term glorified test session. It's a chance to gain some experience with the car at this circuit.
I guess in essence what we're saying though is if you were in the fight, then we'd be
100% glued.
And I think that's a complete human nature one in that one, because you're, forgive me if I'm wrong, you're not like mechanically minded, are you? You're not sort of able to get involved and help or anything. Which I was saying earlier is that
I'm
the
useless
beauty
with
of this,
spanners.
yeah, and I would be exactly the same. What I love about this is that you've got this wonderful mix of the two, haven't you? Is that if you're like me and you, where not a clue, arrive and drive, get out there and race, there's the team around you. But if you are, then you can get your sleeves rolled up and do the rest of it as well if you really want to.
I'm just seeing some tape going on at the front of the 67, but I think, is that a letter going down or?
Gosh knows, there'll be tape everywhere on that car, I would imagine. They're spelling something, aren't they?
This is going to be like Hangman now, isn't it, Chris?
It is their 67, isn't it? So they've obviously lost. Of course, the 67 can't be on the windscreen anymore, can it? Yeah, so it's back and rear because it's not on the windows anymore, so that makes sense. I preferred your idea of 67. 333. There's no penalty around it yet, but that's
they were enforced.
No, there's no symbol, I mean, for the penalty.
There has been a judge of fact posted. We won't be seeing anything more of Phil Truman today.
Okay.
But yeah, I think on TSL they have applied the penalty. But what would that put them? They weren't that far off the lead lap. It looks dangerously close to like a 100-lap penalty that's been applied.
Yeah, 110.
110-lap penalty, yeah, something like that. But for Ian Perkins and Costa Kritsis, yeah, they will continue on. What is brilliantly happening now is the number 67 machine is working its way down through Paddock Hill Bend. It looks odd, but it's brilliant to see.
Yeah, it's. I do not fancy that at all. I remember when I think it was Mini Challenge was here, and one of them rolled, and I was chatting to the driver afterwards that had to race with no windscreen and rear, and he said it was ghastly. He said it was so cold, it was ridiculous.
Well, obviously, that car will now be immensely loud when it comes past us because of all the drag, but also these don't have
immensely loud.
Yeah, they don't. They also don't have immense power figures. But now it's effectively driving a bag because it's just collecting all the air into the bottom of the boot lid. So it will be pulling itself back.
Are you suggesting to open the boot, Jack?
No comment.
Air brakes, baby. Yeah, I mean, obviously they're hoping the majority of it's going out the back window, aren't they? Which is why they have to remove that, because otherwise it will come out no matter what.
I thought he was waving to the camera for a second, but I think he was just fixing his rear view mirror.
I think you're right, though, with the shape of these cars, because, of course, it sort of bows out at the back there, that it may well be doing that. That said, of course, they're not fully sealed, are they, anymore, these cars? They sort of remove everything, but I just do not envy that driver doing that in the slightest. But I pick up on your key point. The biggest delight is that they're back out there at all. It wasn't going to happen. So yes, the point we were making earlier, the 333 car, it's not going to do. Your analogy you had is that it could win the race. No. Not convinced, because it's now sat 113 laps off the lead. The Greek goddess of speed
position
is good, but not that good.
Well, there's 3 hours left.
And if he's a god, there's a
there
god.
There you go, yeah. Exactly. I mean,
know.
Following on from Croft, it's a bit of a shame, because chatting to Costa at Croft, picking up second place, he's so desperate to win another race. And that time they got a 1 minute penalty applied for a safety car infringement. What was the gap at the end of the race? 59.5 seconds. They would have won that race if it wasn't for that penalty.
Really? Such a shame. And I mean, it's just little margins. Yes, the driver did not obey the single and double wave yellows, which is always going to be a massive penalty. There's no question, even though I'm sure that he didn't do it deliberately or anything like that. But we rightly protect the marshals, the medical, the rescue, maintenance, all of that are rightly fully protected, and so it's here's a book, catch. It really is that kind of thing. So it is a shame, it puts them out, but they still get to go and enjoy participating in this, and they've been involved in so many of the tussles, haven't they, which is great to see. Moving up a place does go Chick Speed. The 77 car has made up another place there. What does that put them? That's 15th. Good to see you, Yusuf.
Thank you very much, Chris. Pleasure to be up here as always.
No, absolutely. It may or may not see you later. If not, next year.
Absolutely, Chris.
Thank you, mate. Right, let's just quickly catch up on the... plenty of you have been commenting. Apologies about that. Jordan Honeybone, hello, mate. Hello, Twinkle. Big up the comms boys. Thank you, mate. Shout out to Jonah Cochrane and Elliot Jenner at the Cooper Straights. That's some more on the Cooper Straights. Glass clean, you can't see it. That would be funny. Heaters on full blast, says Alex Saville, but then I'm sure the driver of 67 will be okay. Jordan Honeybone says, can you tell Jack Wright and Team Milner to slow down a little bit, please? I know, they are crazy quick, aren't they, to say the least. Drew Fletcher.
To say that today.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Oh, Drew Fletcher.
He says, Werrell still hungover, lightweight. He isn't, I'm joking.
Funny
Drew.
enough, I have seen Drew today, and he looked rather second-hand himself. Not as bad as Aidan Hills.
I am exaggerating, by the way. I've got to be fair to you, Jack. I am exaggerating. Martin said another 24-hour race had Rockingham. Your dad raced in that one.
Yeah, in the C1 24-hour at Rockingham, yeah.
Had a few with no windows in it as well. Wayne Tyson says, here supporting 888 Boston Racing, but my 3-year-old just shouted much louder for Lightning McQueen. Ka-chow, 95. I am not surprised. The kids are always going to love that one, aren't they? I like that. Humane Oblivion says, has no one got any cling film for the windscreen? Like it, why not? Thinking outside the box there.
It will have to be high-speed cling film.
Well, yes, exactly.
Can you buy racing cling film? Is that the thing?
Should be. It's got to be a little bit clearer, isn't it? Yeah, RA Redacted 68 says new downforce. I don't know whether that's potentially the boot up. That would be good. I mean, Alex asked the question, Alex Saville says, are they not allowed to remove the entire boot lid? I mean, yeah, because it's hinged, isn't it? So I get that point, to be fair. Although that would still leave, because that's not the whole back end that comes up from memory, is it? Oh, no, it is a majority of it, isn't it? Down to the bumper. So that's not a bad shout, actually, Alex. I think Jordan Honeybone raised the question to you of saying, what, F1 loud? He said there's going to be incredible noise with the... There's occasionally these I've got to read them before I read them out, but I'm just making sure.
Car off at Paddock Hill, the only cans car.
Number 9.
There was another one involved. I couldn't quite pick out which one.
Oh, they're getting out.
I don't know if it was the
well
very
done.
well
Yeah,
done.
they pulled it out.
Performance tuning. Very well done. Dig the car out the gravel.
It didn't turn too sharply. You see, that was the big one. Look.
Don't know if it was the catastrophe car or the commotion car. It was 131 or 141, I think.
I think the one with the stripe on the front was the 141, but I'll wait
There
until
we
they
go.
come through.
Here's the replay. So it goes charging in, diving up the inside. Well, that's a little bit harsh, that one, wasn't it? The 141 came very, very late. So yeah, car motion. Virgin behind the wheel of that one. How did they get that going? They were dug in quite a lot there, but well done. I think gravity of being downhill helped, isn't it? But I feel that was a bit harsh on the number 9 car there. That was a very late lunge, but we'll see.
The 141's just coming to the pit lane, I believe, as a direct result of the contact. But we're still going to be green, thankfully.
So Lord Timeout Denham says, that car reminds me of a guy I know. He woke up to drive to work one morning. Something was off. Someone had stolen his front window, had to drive to work without one in -10 degrees. I mean, I'm not sure I believe it now. They've added that -10 degrees bit. That was almost too far in the Would I Lie to You game show, that one.
I'd have just called in sick.
Exactly.
Sorry, boss, can't come into work today. Someone's nicked the windscreen.
Yeah.
If excuses go, that's a pretty
It
good
would work.
one.
It would work, yeah. Yeah, there's people talking about losing windows. Jordan Honeybone says, how was your Chinese last night, Chris? It was all right, thank you, mate. I'm proper glamorous, this media life, and it sat on my own in a hotel with a Chinese takeaway. Hey, just really glamorous, isn't it? There's a valid question, though. Guz E Hero V50 says, I wonder if removing the entire boot lid would be classed as impacting the structural integrity. I get that point, actually.
I get that point as well. Obviously, you've got the roll cage, which is fine, but can you do... the idea is the car remains with its original silhouette.
Yeah.
And if you take the boot lid away,
that gets rid of part of it.
You're removing part of the silhouette, yeah.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Humane Oblivion says, girlfriend's KAs in the car park. It better not be a source for parts by the time we get back.
I did see an 08 plate KA as I was walking down. It's just behind the pit straight grandstand. I think it's incredibly brave to bring them that close to the paddock where there's going to be people scavenging for parts.
That would be harsh, wouldn't it? Unless they're prepared to offer a decent figure, of course.
We have had that previously. I don't know whether it was KAs, but in a similar low-powered budget endurance race, I'm just looking at Lawrence Davey try and get that car ready to go back out. Hard at work. Him and his team have been. But they ended up having to steal spark plugs out of somebody's road car, who generously donated them to finish the race. I think it was spark plugs or coil pack or something. They had an electrical issue, and there was a like-for-like car in the car park. Put it on the race car, finished the race, and gave him his coil pack back. Went home.
So a story to tell for the rest of their life.
Yeah, that will be it. It'll be, but this coil pack is a racing coil pack. As of the order, though, it's kind of as we expected. So it's still the number 46 Milner Racing of Declan McConnell leading the way. Scott Parkin in the number 12 Pro-Am racing car in second place at the moment. Third is Kachow and Lee Taylor, number 95. Wingat Racing and Matthew Weymouth are in fourth place. Fifth, somewhat under the radar performance for the 11/10 racing car and Byron Crawford. From what I gather, Byron Crawford, Paul Pearce and Paul Stout, I remember commentating on those guys in my first ever year of commentary, and that was working with Porsche at the time, Porsche Club GB. They all know each other in one sense or another through Porsche ownership, and now obviously they go racing, and it's a brilliant bond that those guys have got. In sixth place is the number 8 Pro-Am racing car. That's Christian Kelly behind the wheel. Nick Creed behind the wheel of the AFK racing car number 22 in 7th. Jacob Fells and Boston Racing, treble 8 in 8th place. In 9th is the number 1 Burton Power racing car with Ben Higgs behind the wheel. And to round out your top 10, it's Alex Tentori in the number 55 cash-strapped racing car, for which yesterday they had handbrake issues. It was binding the brake boots or the brake shoes. onto the drum, onto the rear drums. So we ended up having to arrange a paddock announcement to try and source some handbrake cables. I'm assuming they have them because they're out today.
From an 08 plate Ford KA.
Just they're lying around, right?
But no,
just
over there.
They were just.
That's why there's bricks in front of the tyres.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They were just hoping that.
Sorry,
the team
humane
would be
oblivion, but yeah, it's been taken. Yes, and in fact, Human Oblivion says, I think that's our one you just said about a silver one.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
I'm going to go sit in it now, he says. Don't worry, its handbrake doesn't work anymore anyway. They've already taken that part. They needed it yesterday for qualifying, so it's all good. It's all good. Just checking up on the comments. So Humane Oblivion, wait, why has it got no windscreen? That was the one that rolled. It rolled, and then of course it's removed the rear, because if you remove the windscreen, it's got to.
He's actually talking about his.
He's talking about, yeah.
Oh, his one. Yeah, sorry, that's not got. No, you're safe on that one because they've not replaced the windscreen. It's the handbrake you need to worry about, mate.
No, but they've taken the windscreen to get it back on for the next stop.
True. Well, true. Yeah.
The heaters aren't enough to keep it warm in there.
We're less than 3 hours to go in this race already. Quite incredible. 3:26 p.m. What did they say? 4:07 is sunset here, I believe. We had someone message us earlier. Milner Racing, there you see on the stream, our race leader, fighting with Boston Racing, the 888. And we saw that earlier, that it got past before it had its gravelly moment at Clearways, and it looks like it wants to do it again. The McDonnell was flashing at one of the back markers ahead of him. That's the 141 car, I think. Oh, there we go. So through goes Boston Racing. Oh, no, it was 14 ahead of it. My apologies. I knew it was red. So Usher Motorsport was the car ahead of it.
I think you were right. It was the 141.
Yes, because 141's ahead of that now, isn't it?
It was, the 141 was there as well. It's just so
I'm
many
not
cars.
totally seen, are
No.
Just partially seen.
You've still got it. You've still got it. Don't doubt yourself.
Did he have it?
Yeah. Always, baby, always.
Are we at that point of the endurance race now? There's always a turning point.
Yeah.
There's always a turning point.
I've got no excuse. I've barely been here for half an hour.
It's that effect we have on you. The 555 car's in the middle of that as well, which means I think didn't that get past the Milner Racing one? So I think they're just trying to, understandably, they're trying to be sensible and safe at the moment, aren't they? They don't want to take any undue risks. We're going to be, I would imagine we're getting closer to the point where they'll say lights on, although I'm always conscious that up here in the commentary box, it's not dark, but it's getting gloomier. Goodness me, that was a side-by-side down into Graham Hill Bend. Our race leader and the 555 Subaru went either side of the 33 car Cadoodle-Doo Racing, ship at the wheel. But thankfully, you just stayed in a straight line and let them go either side. Let them carry on and do what they need to do. So Milner Racing still leading over the number 12 Pro-Am Racing, parking at the wheel by 34.2 seconds at the moment. Kachow is a lap further back than them. Sorry, Jack, you were going to say something.
Yeah, it's just a good question in the YouTube chat from Hero V50 asking, is Boston Racing the same as the old Brick Car team? You know, which is RBR, Rob Boston Racing. No, this isn't related to Rob Boston, but good question. I've never even thought that.
Yeah.
I'm surprised, but this seems right up Rob Boston Street as well. I feel like you'd love an EnduroKA team, or an EnduroKA team.
Because wasn't Rob Boston involved with MX-5s as well?
Yeah, everything, but yeah, MX-5s had a campaign with them, yeah.
So, who have we still got on the lead lap? It is only 2 cars on the lead lap, including our leader. Pro-Am Racing, the other one. Kachow and Wingat Race. Kachow's 1 lap back. Further 2 laps back for Wingat Racing. But as I say, we've still got all of these pit stops that don't necessarily tell the whole story just yet.
I mean, by the looks of things, Shine Automotive have only done 1 pit stop so far, which is very impressive if true. I think I saw in the chat earlier, Milner was saying you can do about 2 hours 40 on a tank of fuel.
So statistically, that can't be right. 2 hours 20. So no, I think that's missed. It
did have a dodgy transponder.
Yeah, in fact, it said it had stopped working altogether, didn't it? So it must have made another pit stop. Yeah, because mathematically that doesn't work. Otherwise, I don't think, does it?
It doesn't work legally.
No, well, no, that's a fair comment. And by all accounts, fuel-wise, because George Wright over in the bar in Cyprus was saying that 2 hours 40 you're probably talking about on a tank of fuel. Or he did say a lap count as well, didn't he? But I can't remember what that was, 160.
160s,
I mean, 277.
Mathematically possible, but not legal.
Not legal.
No. It's very true. I mean, and I always loved the whole tyre thing, because what was it? It wasn't until the second pit stop that we suddenly saw tyre changes going on. And I always remember Silverstone last year when they were like, are they going to change tyres, aren't they? And they were actually winding each other up.
To do it,
trying to lull their opposition, going, fine, if they're going to do it, we're going to do it. Because you're there kind of going, well, if our competition do it and we've got old boots on, they could be hunting us down and they can get past us. But the time lost for changing tyres is quite significant.
Yeah, does the time you will gain outweigh the time you will lose? But if you don't do it, are you going to be hunted down? Would you rather level the playing field both on the tyre? It was
Hence
brilliant.
there was the luring them into the false sense of security.
Formula One.
Yeah, they were kind of going, well, if they do, we're going to have to. If they don't, let's not bother. And so it was like they were just teasing each other. And I was down in the pit lane reporting for that one, and it was just so funny. Really enjoyed the way they were doing that one.
67 just put in their personal best lap of the race without a windscreen or a rear window.
Good spot, man. That's intriguing, actually.
Do you reckon the lack of windscreen has taken away all self-preservation sort of feeling?
I think it's improved the braking.
Yeah, when you're going into a corner, naturally your body will be going, right, brake now, because this is a scary corner. But no windscreen, you maybe lose that filter a little bit.
Could do. I find it interesting that it did that fastest lap on lap 211, and it's only done 208.
Yeah, the penalty for being towed back.
I know. Don't let facts ruin an interesting joke. All right? Jeez. Although you would assume that they'd kind of go, right, that was actually done on lap 208, wouldn't you?
I'm just here to kill dreams.
You did, mate. You piddle all over it. I love that one. Louise Harper, my dog Lily is loving watching the racing. I took her up to the entrance of Brands so she could see the cars on Friday. Her fave car is Lightning. Of course it is. P.S. Can you give the Harper family a shout out, please? Hello, Harper family. From all of us.
All of us.
Yeah.
All of us.
All of us.
All of us.
Yeah.
That's very nice. I love a racing family.
Exactly.
I feel like I picture that as the entire family sat listening to us on a Sunday. It's a scary thing to do, listen to us all Sunday, but...
Listen, it scares us when... This is what's the most disturbing thing of these days, because we can hear ourselves in our ears, and we get to the end of the day and go, holy crap, I've just listened to myself for 8 hours, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And I literally drive for the next 2 hours or whatever it takes me to get home, just literally dribbling and holding the steering wheel.
How do you handle
watching the
Anglesey?
lights?
Anglesey's closer for me now. It used to be 6 hours. It's now only 4.
Oh no, I meant the delusion from hearing yourself in the headset for like 24 hours. I assume you wouldn't do the full.
You just go slowly.
I believe part of our fee is for counselling sessions as well.
I haven't got that in my deal, unfortunately.
Oh, it's got to be. It's a rider for me. It's an absolute rider. Blue M&Ms and counselling sessions. That's all I request.
22 into the pit lane, having just been overtaken on the track by
listen
the
to you going all sensible all of a sudden.
I've got to retain some modicum of professionalism. I've got to keep something about it.
I love it. Christopher Hilson says, we removed the tailgate from the Sucre at Snetterton 2023 after my introduction to the sausage curb coming out of Murray's. So they did do. So they did choose to remove it. I guess, who knows? Maybe they'll decide they will remove the tailgate, but
clearly they don't need to at the minute.
Not at the moment, no. Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Fair point. Yeah, they did that for their first personal best lap, so fair shout. But that's interesting that it means, well, certainly at that point, they were allowed to. Someone asked the question about integrity of the car, and Jack made the comment about the silhouette and all of that sort of stuff. So at that point, at least, that doesn't mean they haven't then put a rule in since then.
No, it has been a couple of years now since Snetterton 23. I mean, I remember.
I reckon,
Snetterton this year, there was a car in testing that got caught out by the sausage curb at Murray's.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So not the first, far from the last. They got caught out and they had to rebuild like part of their suspension.
So that's the last corner, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, see, that is quite a big.
No, there's no New Foster's Lab.
That is quite a big bounce. That apex curb at Murray's, actually.
Same with Nelson. Once you go through Brundle, the left-hander, the right-hander at Nelson, that is really big. I've seen a couple of cars hit that at the wrong angle and find out what it can do. But it stops you because of the corner.
Yeah.
Theoretically. Thankfully, we're quite lucky here at Brands Hatch. We don't have curbs, but I think, or like major curbs, but I think that's because the undulation does it anyway for you.
The inside, I don't know if it still is, but Paddock Hill was quite a big one, and you can throw you up if you go too tight there.
If your car is very stiffly sprung, you are on two wheels for quite a substantial amount of time. Just looking at the gravel, it's slowly had more and more wheel tracks put in it. We're looking at the post-circuit TV.
Although, interestingly, not up at Druids. We saw a lot going off at Druids yesterday, didn't
qualifying,
we? Yeah. Well, in all of the race, all day, it was clearly super slippy up there. It's not got that problem today. I'm touching wood. I'm trying to not do the commentator's curse there, but it definitely seems to have seen a lot less of the action up there. We see on the CCTV that we've now sort of got that moving into the evening hue to the cameras. Not quite the same with our naked eye. Ooh, running wide there is the 116 fighting with the 333 car. Where is that 116 running? 21st for Piston Broke. It gets me every time, that team name.
That's the first time I've seen that. That's great.
Jack keeps getting nervous saying it out loud, and he changes it because he's like, I'm not saying it. I'm not falling into that trap.
And then eventually I just end up saying it. Anyway. We had broke piston this morning. Just to get away with it. Yeah. Piston failure, we had that as well.
You did, didn't you? That's right, yeah. I'm not bothered. In with both feet, Bob.
2-foot lunge, take the yellow card.
It's right. Tony Carosa in that car at the moment. Of course, he put that car in the gravel, so I'm sure Ash Sutton will be giving him a little bit of stick.
Yes.
As to why he put that car in the gravel.
Yeah,
I do need to go and speak to him.
Wasn't it? That was early on, wasn't it?
Yeah, I do need to go and speak to Tony Carosa. For those of you that weren't here earlier on or aren't aware, he's Ashley Sutton's race engineer, Napa Racing UK, Alliance Racing. Okay. So I've not seen him out before, so I do want to ask the question. There is the novice class on the back of the car, but I wonder, I really wonder if there's any crossover in terms of data or approach or setup or something, because he will have so many channels and so many insights into how a race car works. Surely something will have to cross over. It will be. Naturally, if you soften the rear of the car, the less lively it becomes. That's sort of across the board. But is there a little trick that they deploy in touring cars that they can hear?
Well, they're both Fords.
They're
going to be virtually identical.
Absolutely.
It would have been good to see it in a Napa Racing livery. We have had one before. It would be good to see that back.
Yeah, I thought I remembered seeing one over time.
Nick Tandy drove one with JTR 2 or 3 years ago in the Napa livery.
Is that when he won it?
That would have been before then, but yeah, that would have been, I was thinking 22, 23, but he's won it before then,
Jake Petrohead says Ash should get revenge and spend a stint talking into Tony's ear for a change. Yeah, so Ash Sutton getting his own back on his engineer, shouting in his ear. Love it. Jake Wardle's on Motorsport Mishaps. Really enjoying the race today. Just listening to you talking curbs. Paddock Hill curb is okay, but hit the wrong angle it isn't. But Murray's at Snetterton is horrid. He got pushed onto it in his first ever race and rolled. Great racing, good battles. Were you?
Yeah, I was there.
Okay. Loving the comms. And then Ash said, the curse of your name, Motorsport Mishaps. He said, yeah, it's my YouTube channel. And then Ash said, really clever, create more content for yourself. That's a good point. I love that
business.
Yeah. Right, there's not been enough this year, boys. We need a couple more. Let's go.
It's a very good point, though, because with Paddock Hill, some cars will find that curve a bit tricky, but with Murray's, all cars will find that curve.
You literally have to stay away from it, don't you? Yeah, and as Jake was saying, if you get sort of nerfed into it, you've got nowhere to go.
You have to cut.
You're probably better. I was about to say you're probably better to cut it.
Cut the corner, let them back past, and live to fight another lap.
Xander Parkin says, have the BRT boys had a shout out? They are all in the pits and around the track today. I think I have mentioned that somewhere along the line, but I can't even remember.
Shout out to the BRT guys.
Exactly.
There you go. Sorry, BRT boys.
Exactly. Yeah, get it right. BRT boys. Shout out for them.
I don't do shout outs that often.
So, what are we at? 287 laps completed for our leader, Milner Racing. Where is the number 12 Pro-Am Racing? I thought that was it, but that's Wingat Racing. Just starting to get a little bit harder. Here comes into Clark Curve, one of the Pro-Am Racing. But there's also another Pro-Am Racing just entering Clark Curve. Yeah, with the window wide open. We can tell that one. So through across the line goes number 12. The gap between the lead two, 45.399. It's going to change its dynamic again now, isn't it? As we get into the night and it becomes dark. I'm assuming, I mean, it was interesting. I don't know if you heard it, you guys, when Yusuf was talking about last night's qualifying. Of course, the whole thing was in the dark and with the spray. And there were certain drivers that wouldn't have gone anywhere near the night running because they didn't intend to run in the night in the race. Yeah. And he said it was terrifying. He said you literally you suddenly saw your apex, and it was right there. For some reason, we've got the cheers from yesterday's.
This Aidan Hills, James Cossins, and Declan Lee jumping in a 2025 Miata Trophy top three in the championship.
I was looking down, going, what are they back here for today? Oh,
I was thinking that as well. That's not seen on the interest.
It's just MSVT Racing cross promotion. That's what it is.
Exactly. I thought they were here and just doing the full kit thing again.
Yeah, that's why I looked at that. I thought,
I left the word off the end there.
How was Aidan Hills looking that fresh?
Well, exactly. Especially after the stitching up that Jack Werrell did to him with the drink.
It was the other way around.
Oh, that old chestnut.
Believe me, I was stitched up big time by Aidan Hills.
I was here for American Speed Fest, which obviously I do regularly, and the crew at Classic... No, not for that, sorry, for Super Touring Power. And the Classic Touring Car crew was stitching me up in the bar on the Saturday night and just like double parking me the whole time.
Yeah.
And it was, and they were going, you're going to have a hangover. You're going to have a hangover. I didn't. I was like, semi-pro. Let's get on with it.
We have more visitors. Mr.
We do. It's James Newbury. It's another one of the cars famous. He's got the Ka-Chow out here. Bring it in, man. Good to see you. From the legends, we get to see Mater, two Mater, and Junior as well. Hello, mate. You're right. Good to see you. I've commentated you on sim racing. Oh gosh, we've got James Newbury coming on. Yeah, here we go. There goes the neighbourhood. Hello, mate. How are you doing?
I'm very well indeed. How are you doing?
You thought you were just popping up for a quick hello then, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm still out of breath from walking up the stairs.
Welcome to our world. I know it's a bit. Don't you worry. You're fine. You can say as much as you want. This must be weird. Is that obviously you're two Mater with the legends, the very famous livery, and running a couple of you. Oh, you blinded me then. No, turn it off because we can't see then. We've obviously got the main car's livery out there today as well.
Well, yeah, we've got the where's he running? He's at the very front as well.
He is, yeah.
Oh yeah, doing very well indeed.
Exactly.
See? You have to have the right livery, and then you'll get towards the front.
This makes the difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, indeed.
It's the super speedy livery.
So we haven't seen very much of you this year at all.
I know, circumstantially we haven't. I'm getting nervous because Will is telling me that I'm going to get shoehorned into the two-seater at Speedfest next year, apparently.
Excellent.
Which
good.
I'm not sure how much whether I'm going to say yes to that or not yet. But him, and he's even got Janine on the case to make sure I've got no choice. I've got to get out there.
Excellent.
With a microphone is the idea as well. I don't know whether that technically works, but I'm going to be in the passenger seat with the microphone, apparently.
And I need to ask you a favour as well.
Oh gosh, it's all
What
started
do you do
now.
between Christmas and New Year?
Oh, is this another sim race?
Yes.
Charity one, isn't it?
Yeah, so we're
normally?
doing the same charity sim race again.
I'm sure we can work something out. It all depends where I am geographically, but I think I'm at home.
That means we can do commentary again together.
Which you positively encouraged me having a beverage on the go while I do that
definitely,
commentary.
absolutely. We should do it.
My kind of event.
Exactly, it really
you can join
is.
in as well. The more, the merrier.
Yeah, that's. Well. What was the charity?
MNDA.
That's right. Yeah.
Motor Neurone Disease Association.
Lost a father
yeah,
to. Yeah.
Dad suffered from motor neurone disease, and we're just continuing it as well. So we're still raising money, racing, doing it as well. Very pleased that MSV have taken it on board as their charity they support now.
Have they?
Touring cars have as well. So we've sort of made a bit of inroads into motorsport with the charity, which is cool.
That's brilliant. That is brilliant. You racing again next year in the Legends?
No, I don't think so.
So
after
I was hoping
Speedfest-
your answer wasn't going to be that, but I know that you seem to be more into the sort of running the cars now.
Yeah, we're hoping. So Nathan Williams, who ran in the team car a little bit this year, so we won the team car championship, which is really good.
Wow, well done.
Both of them, both the Elite Cup and the overall championship as well.
Sweet.
Nathan Williams, who drove a couple of rounds, wants to do a whole season as a rookie.
He did Snetterton when I was there, because he was Hyundai Coupe Cup and quite a big name in sim racing.
He won the Coupe Cup here last week.
Yeah.
So he did really well. Won that.
He came
on the first
from
race.
sim racing,
In his
didn't he?
Yeah.
So fortunately, the group from Perfect Acceleration Sim Racing, PAZA, they've all become friends.
Yeah.
And so we had all of them here.
And they're the ones
last
that are
weekend.
running this sim event for charity, isn't it? Yeah,
absolutely.
I remember now.
So Nathan, Elliot, Charlie, Devlin.
Yeah.
There's a whole group.
This reminds me of the Wednesday nights, because I've worked closely with Nick and everybody on Nick.
It's absolutely wonderful that those children who have been online and they're now all friends and they're all coming to racing and they're coming to watch us as legends. They're coming and watch Nathan racing. Charlie's out next year in a BMW. And it's fabulous that actually it's become a really healthy, very good thing for them to do.
It's the next generation of motorsport as well.
Absolutely. There's no point questioning things. It's just embrace it, and it's brilliant, because I know some people don't understand the sim world, but it is such a great way to start in. I mean, you've got Nathan Williams, if he's looking to now do a full season. And I remember him when it was a big deal when he first stepped into the Hyundai Coupe Cup, and he was good out of the box, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and he's ruffled some feathers in that championship.
Absolutely.
Big time. And certainly those people who've been in it for years and years were really unhappy that the rookie came in and won.
Yeah.
And we saw it last weekend here in the paddock. There was some toys being thrown around. Elliot, of course, won as well the worldwide legend INEX championship.
Oh wow, fair
on
dues.
Sims as well. So
yeah, it's. I mean, it doesn't always work, does it? It doesn't guarantee that it's going to translate. Equally, it doesn't always translate the real world drivers translating the other way. So it's an interesting way to go, and it's good to see that the opportunities are presenting themselves. And I would look forward to seeing him out in that legend next year. Then it'll be
so
interesting.
Nathan will hopefully be in my car, the number 2 car.
Yeah.
And then hopefully we've got Mark and Kieran Beattie in the 11 car, using it as a team car throughout the entire season.
Okay.
Subject to them making the decision that they will. They're at the moment, because Mark's heavily invested in the Scottish Legends Championship.
Oh, I see.
And up there.
And most importantly for me, will those 2 cars still be transported in the famous lorry?
Absolutely.
Good.
Yeah, so we'll still be turning up in Mac and still putting on as much as a show we can with Guido, the Golf Buggy, and everything else that we can. And it gives me an opportunity to relax a bit more.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
And, you know, and not worry quite so much about getting in the car.
I think yours got thrown after, was it at Donington that you had a big incident, or was it at Knock Hill?
Last year, yeah.
Was it Donington?
Donington,
yeah.
where Toby, chap I went to school with, had a massive role in the number 2 car.
Oh, was it? I thought I remembered you having one.
No, that was here. That was here at
it?
Speedfest.
Right.
So that was here at Speedfest, which I, along the start-finish straight, but we do a rolling start, as you know. So we're in this year. We've increased ourselves, and we're about 45 miles an hour at the very start.
Yep.
So we'll then accelerate as hard as we can along, heading into paddock, and just beyond, I think where the number 2 braking board is.
Oh yeah.
Is where I ended up backwards, having flown 12 foot up in the air.
And it's not an awful lot of suspension on those things.
Well, no, I was stopped by the Armco in a backwards.
But I mean, even the coming down is going to hurt as well, isn't it?
And did a lot of damage to my back because of it, and hence I've taken the rest of the year off. And I think I'm at the stage now of being 55 years old, 56 next year. I've got to think about the ability to turn up to work on a Monday.
Yeah. No, I get that. But your spirit is still there. That's one of the big things for me. It's so good to see. What about this? You get tempted by this?
Well,
I mean,
we've
this
had fun today. So one of our cars, which is out today, on lap 2.
Which one's one of your cars? And what's this quote unquote your cars?
So I'm here with LDR. Lawrence.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, the number 9. Yeah, that was so unfortunate, wasn't it? I mean, that was some significant but amazing work to get that back out again, isn't it?
Yeah, we worked really, really hard
That
this
is
morning
really
to
impressive.
get it in a state that it was safe to go back out.
You probably know the answer to this then. Talking about LDR, is the number 49 car. Luca was doing some coaching with them. A really wonderfully flamboyant Italian. Was it just Friday, was it?
Yeah,
He's not
Friday,
here today then? Oh, because I was going to say, if he is, tell him to get up here, because I used to have a whale of a time with him when he was in the Hyundai Coupe Cup.
But he's still in it, so he's still actively involved in it, and obviously we met him for the first time last weekend.
Well, he's not, because he's over in Spain these days.
Oh, well, he was here last weekend as well.
I think it's the age-old thing. Once you're in a family, you don't fully leave. But he hasn't raced this year. Okay. But he's just the most amazing character. The energy that he's got is ridiculously off the scale, and we get on so well. And I was hoping that he'd have come up and come in the box with me as well, but
I think he's
not here. Right, fine.
I don't think he's here. So.
I think he's getting some good GT racing abroad next year or something like that he's doing. So he's a good peddler, really good peddler. Cool. And it's good to see him doing some coaching. That's a very logical thing.
Yeah, so one of our cars got very damaged this morning.
Really did, didn't it?
The other one, I think, is doing quite well.
To be honest with you, the back end on that, I didn't expect it to be out at all. And the 49's running up in 15th place at the moment. We're down to just over 2.5 hours to go. Saying about the time flies, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You're ahead of it going, oh my gosh, 8 hours, 20 minutes. And it's like, oh my gosh, we've only got 2.5 hours left.
You're lucky to be in the warmth.
I know. I did say that I stepped out a few times, and that has got a real bitter edge out there, hasn't it?
Really, really cold out there, Chris. It's properly you stand around waiting for things to happen, and it gets, what temperature is it out there now?
It did say 10 earlier. I mean, it's going to be down below that. What does my phone say? Yeah, I mean, it's still suggesting it's 10, but it definitely is not a feel 10, is it?
No, it's not fun to be stood still.
No.
So, how many laps are they on now?
299. We're about to tick into 300 next time round. So, yes, all interesting stuff. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to swap your headset over again, because we've got someone else.
Someone else visiting. Love to see you.
We wait for ages, and then they're like buses.
Sorry.
No.
I'll try and come up earlier in future.
No, everybody's doing it. Don't you worry, mate. James Newbury, legend's legend.
Thank you very much,
mate. It's so good to see you.
Cheers, Chris.
Let's pass the headset over. We've got visiting us up here from one of probably the most popular car out on this circuit. It's great to see him come up here. He did the first stint in the number 12 car. Richard Depp, hello, mate.
How you doing? You all right?
That was a cracking first stint, wasn't it?
It was very enjoyable.
Very busy.
Extremely busy, but that's how I like it. You know, I've come from sprint racing, so that's why they put me at the start of the race as well. I like racing door to door, so yeah, very enjoyable. The time absolutely flew by.
I bet it did.
Yeah. I was asking, how long's the stint been? Oh, 2 hours. On what? so
because I know that Yusuf was saying because I asked the question, is it really physically draining? He said, not really. He said because they're not hard. You're in the seat and they're not really abrasive or anything, and it's just quite relaxed.
Yeah, you're not getting thrown around too much. It's more the mental drain, especially when there's so many cars so close together.
Yeah.
You're constantly in your mirrors, like looking around, communications to obviously the pit crew of where you are, lap time wise with everyone else as well. Obviously we started a little bit lower than we would have liked, so I was really conscious of keeping on pace with the front of cars and not losing too much time overall.
Yeah. We were using you guys as a prime example. That is what's crazy about this race is that you literally have no idea until the last hour. Possibly even less than that, to be honest with you, left in the race.
When you sort of get settled into it, this pit strategies all change.
Yeah.
Depending on
you guys are completely different to everybody else now.
Yeah.
Because you rolled the dice under a safety car, didn't you?
That's it. We were a bit... We pitted when the safety car came out. It didn't stay out very long, so we did lose a bit of time under the green, but we did get it done. And then the next time round, a lot of the cars were pitting under green, so we did save some.
Yeah.
What we're hoping now is we are more fueled than anyone else, so we're hoping the other cars have to pit under a green, and then we got a bit more of a window for a safety car as well. So we'll see how it pans out. You never know. This is racing.
But it's where it even leaves us with the unknown, and I know obviously with you guys in the car, you got a lot of support on the YouTube stream for the number 12 Pro-Am racing car. And, at one point they're going, oh my God, they're 3 laps down, what's going on? And it was like, that's fine, they've done an extra pit stop.
Yeah.
But there was, even then, they weren't sort of fully buying into that. And it's like, suddenly it unwraps itself. You're on the lead lap. You're one of only 2 cars on that lead lap. But even Jack Wells then going, but I don't know how it's going to work. Because, yes, they've done 3 pit stops compared to 2. But does that unravel at the end? And the answer is, we won't know until later. I mean, you guys, I'm sure, have crunched all sorts of numbers, but...
Yeah, we've got a few tricks up our sleeve. We've got a strategy in place, and it is working well at the moment. But obviously, it does depend on things we can't control as well. But yeah, where it's such a short lap round here, a pit stop does cost you laps. Yeah. Rather than if we're at Snetterton, for instance, where it's a 3-minute lap, you wouldn't see such a big change in position.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's all going well for us. The car's feeling really good. Pro-Am have done an amazing job. They're a great team. So well orchestrated. The pit stops are just like lightning. Getting ejected from the car is always a pleasure.
Thrown out. Because it is as quick as you can, isn't it? There's no minimum time or anything like that.
Well, that's it. That's what's different to some of like the other championships where there's a minimum pit time. So if people aren't changing drivers, it evens it up. In this, it's quick as you can. And that's where Pro-Am generally make a lot of time up because they're so regimented of what they do. Everyone has their job. They know exactly what they need to do. So it's the little bits that add up towards the end of it. It's really good.
That's what we love up here, especially as it's like even harder for us because we don't have the information from you guys, so we're kind of trying to interpret everything that is happening without knowing for definite, which actually we have a bit of fun with because we just make up stuff, frankly, as well. It's like, let's add some spice, let's get them in trouble, let's do everything. But it's about having that patience, is that, yes, you're up there in second, but that margin at the moment has just been, somebody's in the gravel at Clearways, I see.
I just spotted that on the live stream there, yeah.
There we go. So it is, I can't make out the number on that one, number 2, the NJM Racing, that is in the gravel. Yeah, I've got it. Now that's going to be a safety car again. And these are the things that you have zero control over when they're going to happen, other than that they will happen.
Yeah, that's it. It's happening a little bit early for us, to be honest. We're falling into Milner's hands, so they can pit under the safety car a little bit there. But
I was going to say, 10 minutes from now, it would have suited you guys pretty good.
Yes. Well, we'll see how it pans out, Again, we are so quick under pit stops. It's really good. And towards the end of the race, what you also get is track limit violations. They're adding up. You never know what's going to happen in that last hour.
Yeah.
You only get 3. And around here, so many laps, it's very easy to push a little bit wide at Paddock or a little bit wide out of Druid. So there's a lot still to go on yet.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe we've got any inclement weather coming in, which is one thing that can settle that in. But we've got night running, which just changed the dynamic of it altogether.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you back out again?
No, so I've done 2 hours and 17 minutes on my first stint, so we've got 4 drivers, it's sort of even share.
Okay.
Ollie only done an hour, so I think Ollie...
I thought it was short.
Yeah, so where we made use of that safety car, Ollie jumped out after an hour, just to give us a bit more window, enough for us to play around with. So Ollie will be jumping in for the last stint. But yeah, he's been rapid. To be fair, we got Scott Parkin in the car now. He's been really, really consistent and really quick. Josh Benson as well is really, really quick. All 4 of us have been within a few tenths of each other.
Cool.
Which, when you look at a lot of the teams, there's quite a variation.
Yeah.
So to be consistent throughout the team is another thing that's enabled us to get where we are. You know, so all works well.
Yeah, it enables you to call a bit more of a strategy if there is consistency. I was just spotting then, the 65 car came in and then they pushed it straight back and said, carry on. Too early. They've decided on that one, so they've carried on out. I guess either they didn't have pits to car radio or...
Yeah, if the safety car stays out for another 3 minutes, they're at the point where they can fit the driver time in between now and the end of the race. So they can tank it with fuel, and whoever gets in will just run it to the flag.
Of course, yeah, because it's 2 hours 20 maximum driver.
Yeah,
good spot.
So even though you were saying earlier, the full tank could do 240, but the maximum driver's time is 2 hours 20. So
yeah, and I guess that's where it comes in, is that you can always do a splash and dash with fuel, but a driver change does take
that's
longer.
a hefty penalty.
Yeah, wow, absolutely. And interestingly, we found someone else, although we didn't hear whether there was a penalty, but there was a concern that there could have been at some point, because it's not the 2 hours. The 2 hours 20 is at pit out. Right, so if you come in with 2:19 on the clock, let's say, but your pit stop's now a minute even. Well, now you're past your 2 hours 20. We didn't realise it was at pit out.
I guess when they put the Discord change in the name of the driver, only registers when they pass the line or whatever. So it must go by that.
It's a fine line. There's no question about that.
I did have there was confusion earlier on because I was speaking to Tommy Valentine, and there was a question mark surrounding his drive time. And he said what he thought it was, and the team thought it was pit out to pit out was the drive time. So when you leave the pit lane, it scans, and until the car has then been into the pit lane, done what it needs to do, and then go back out, that's the drive swap, which is what they thought it was. But there has been something issued. For the avoidance of doubt, driver stint time will be calculated from the time the race start signal is given, or when the driver leaves the pit lane and the beam at the exit, until the time the driver enters the pit lane. So it's pit out to pit in.
Which I've got to say I think is fairer, because what happens if you start doing a pit stop and something happens?
There's a red light at the end of the pit lane. But what you could do, in theory, is pit now and say even 2 minutes ago, pit then and just sit in the car until you then leave the pit lane. But you're not going to gain anything out of that. But now would be the ideal time to pit. But the safety car's coming in this lap, or the lights were off.
Really?
Milner's in.
Milner are in. So they are, in theory, going to pit under half green. But yeah, you could, in theory, like now, pit now, and by the time the car leaves the pit lane in 50 seconds' time, you can go to the end legally. Unless...
Welcome to your world now, isn't it? This is what you guys are doing down here.
If you cross the line with 3 seconds left and you've got to do another lap, you would spend more time in the 2 hours 20.
See?
That should be inefficient.
No. That scares the Jesus out of me.
That's dangerous.
Please don't do that, for goodness sake. There is quite a few now coming in where they are taking it to that limit, because in 10 seconds time you leave the pit lane, you've now got that time.
You've just got to hope that the clock hits zero. A time that suits you.
Of course, what I'm hoping now is a
minute.
Obviously, safety cars generally breed safety cars as well. So,
as we have seen multiple times today,
what I'm hoping for us is something else goes on now, and it gives us, while Milner have pitted under half green, let's say, gives us a window to pit again. So I wanted to clear something else up that you said earlier about.
There's probably loads we said wrong. That's fine.
No, there's the team principal from Pro-Am got called up.
Yep, SD card or something.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
yeah, there was a couple. In my first stint, a couple of cars went past me when the safety car board was out. But I mean, the way the race panned out, I got back past them. It hasn't really caused us any problems, so we've sort of left it for now. We might still get called up, but what we don't want to do is have to spend the time getting the SD card out the camera when it's not really affected our race.
Got you.
So it was a bit of a where does it sit? But yeah, we're happy with how things are going now. We're P1 again, so we can't not be happy really.
You are, yeah. But with Milner coming in, and they're still down there, but that's because they're doing a big refuel, aren't they?
There should be a full tank going in there.
And they're going to go to the end.
It's given them safety time-wise as well to the end of the race. So probably not what you guys wanted, but
they're changing the wheel as well. They're changing
Oh
tyres.
wow! So they're doing the big change then.
Safety cars do breed safety cars. This was done half under safety car, and now we're green, so they are losing that time. So as weird as it sounds, you do now hope for a safety car.
I'm trying to remember though, there is an overall amount of time limit as well, isn't there, for a drive? I know it's 2:20, 30-minute race rest.
Okay.
The reason why I'm asking that is that I'm assuming Jack Wright's about to go back out in that 46. Is he going to go to the end and be the only one to do 2 stints, or are they going to sort of do a splash dash driver change to let anybody else go out? I mean, we might be wrong, and Jack Wright might be waiting for a later stint or something, but I'm trying to remember. I think
like
it's
Jack got in that car, to be honest. I saw a quick glimpse of him on there, yeah. Expect some quick lap times coming out.
Yeah, exactly. He'll be ready to rock and roll in that one, won't he? Yeah. We're going to see, obviously, as well in the 95 car. We're going to see a certain Mr. Clutton back out there.
Yeah,
as well.
I'm sure he'll be back out. I mean, these races are amazing. Like the depth of driver skill and like people like GT3 drivers coming in and getting to share the track with people like that. It's amazing.
Does it still put a smile on your face? You know, going out in something like this. You know, let's be honest. If someone first of all came to you with, I've got an idea, and which obviously someone did, you must kind of go, not sure.
I mean,
everybody comes up with the biggest smile.
Yeah. I just love getting behind the wheel of anything. To be honest, I'll race anything. I like pushing things and seeing what I can get at. And as a racing driver, you compare yourself to everyone else, don't you? So
yeah, and this is a lot about momentum, for example, which means you've got to be on the nose every corner, every brake point.
And that's what makes it very, very similar to City Car Cup, where you haven't got a lot of power. So they're actually very difficult to drive quickly because you haven't got the power to get yourself out of a mistake. You need to keep that momentum up. Yeah. You see some touring car drivers going into the C1 Endurance, and you expect, they're going to be so rapid, and they're not. There's people quicker, you know.
It will be fine if Jack gets in the car. Quick bit of mental arithmetic. You can't drive for more than 60% of the race.
60%.
In this case, it'll be 5 hours. So even if he back-to-back 2 hour, 20-minute stints, it'll still be short of the 5 hours.
Fine. Yeah, okay. So it may well be. Is it him that's definitely on it? Have we seen yet?
Yeah, I did see.
Hasn't changed.
Was it an open face helmet, Mr. Mace? White, okay.
It was. I saw him on the live stream. I saw him.
So yeah, we saw it.
Jack,
it just hasn't updated yet. It does it imminently. It's going to come down to it. Team manager of car 141 to race control, not for the first time, sadly. But these are, they're not always serious things, are they, the team management?
No, that could be anything. You know, it could be someone's got a light out. It could be something.
Yeah,
really.
That's a good point. Once we're now into the night bit, I noticed that not everybody's doing their LED. I know they are starting to come on now. For some, it was just the headlights for a little while, it looked like.
Yeah, they were quite strict on that during quali yesterday. They wouldn't let anyone out the pit lane without all their full lights on. So.
Well, Milner's got nothing other than headlights and rear lights, and I don't know whether in fact there's a few of them that are only going that route.
I don't actually know what LED lights Milner have. I can't remember seeing them now.
I haven't looked at the front of their car.
None is the answer at the moment, so maybe that is the way they're going to stay. I don't know.
We will have to wait and see. On the subject of sort of stewards and officials talking to teams, obviously you now or EnduroKA have taken on Discord as a primary source of information. So there is a chat of, this is our car number, driver out, this person, driver in, this person. So it helps communicate it not only to TSL but to race control as well.
Okay, which we know that the 46 car had an issue earlier because we thought that McDonnell...
You can get penalties for failing to...
Well, there's supposed to be a safety thing, that even like the marshals or the medicals, they need to know who's in there.
It's in case the next of kin need to be contacted.
Yeah.
They do need to know,
or if there's anything special, you know, dietary requirements or whatever.
Well, exactly.
I mean medical requirements. Actually, 131 and 141 have both come, so I do suspect a sudden glut may well suddenly be this, you know, we're heading into that night. So you're not doing any night running then?
Unfortunately not, no.
That's interesting. So your comment is unfortunately not.
Yeah, you know, it's not something you get to do very often.
No.
So it's nice, and it is so dark around here. Even in
I
quality.
hear it was quite terrifying in qualifying
yesterday. Going into Druids, it was pitch black, and we didn't have our spotlights properly working, so it was trying to spot your braking point.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not going fast.
Spray and mist and murk.
It was tough. It was tough, and you had the glare from other cars behind you as well. It's definitely a different challenge.
You definitely can't be allowing, you know, suddenly there's clearly a quicker car, I'm going to let them pass, because you just see headlights.
That's it. You rely on your team radio if you've got it.
Okay.
Some teams don't have it, just to know who's around you, who you're actually racing. Even if you're one of the lead cars and there's a quick car but it's a back marker, do you really want to get tangled up with them? As we saw from Milner earlier, they were in a few battles with people that were laps down.
Yeah. They
don't need to get involved with that. So you have to play a little bit clever with it, but rely on your team to give you the information you need to work with.
Are you one for much noise or silence on the radio?
I do yabber on a little bit, to be honest.
Really? I think I would. I reckon I'd be a real nightmare.
I report everything.
Singing.
I report everything I can. You know, anything I see, you don't know whether it's going to come back to help you later on.
Yeah.
If there's any contact with other cars ahead, just to let people know what's going on. If we have any contact at all, so that if it might not cause us a problem there and then, but if it like progresses into something else later, we know what might have caused that, and it also gives us a backup if we are involved in anything. The team can look at stuff and work out.
Interesting on the timing screen, 333 Kahuna's race team.
They've had the laps reinstated.
They have.
Of the 110 that were taken away from them.
Interesting. So they're back up. They are so protested the team penalty, the extra penalty on
Was
that
that
one.
from the ambulance scenario?
Could possibly so.
Oh, it's interesting. It's interesting.
Yeah. So they're up into third place as it stands, but of course we've got the anomalies with the pit stops at the moment. Means that we don't quite know what that order is as it stands. 46, there we go. 46 is now showing that it is Jack Wright in there as we suspected. So variety of updates. One of the ones that's really sad for me is the 888 Boston Racing. That was involved in some amazing fights.
I had some good fights with them at the start as well, yeah.
Really good, but they've just lost out somewhat. They're down in 11th place.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. They had really good pace, and you saw them battling with Milner just a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
So there's loads of pace in the car. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think they got a penalty, didn't they? And
yeah. We've got a spin for the Subaru car, the treble 5 down at Graham Hill Bend. We all looked at the same time to see it just about managing to rejoin.
See where the peacock was.
Yeah. But it looked like it was done so it was a solo spin almost. Whether that was just braking on the painted surface or a bit beyond, because you do try and open up the corner because it's all about the momentum, isn't
the
it?
entry to Graham Hill there, you've got a little bit of green painted tarmac. It's a little bit slippier, but it does open up the corner quite a lot. But if you just brake slightly wrong, it locks the rear at all, it's game over. You've got no track to play with. So
just keeping an eye on. They're not necessarily battles for position, but it's the traffic management. And like you say, you don't want to waste your time getting caught up with cars that, even though they are quicker and laps down, is it easier to let them go and just sit with them at that point?
Yeah, sometimes, you know, it really depends on how much quicker they are. How consistent they are is another key one. They might be quick over a lap, but they're making mistakes, which then could cost you the race. You know, if they make a mistake in front of you and you collide, it's game over, you know. So you have to really, like I was saying earlier, they're not hard cars to drive physically, but the things that are going around in your head constantly, you're calculating every minute. So it gets quite mentally straining.
I'd imagine that's the hardest part. You get out and you're tired, but not from the immense G-forces that you're putting, just because you go, wow, there was so much information that you were processing. Over the start finish line, we've got the second of the two Pro-Am cars. Who's currently behind the wheel of the number 8 machine? That is going to be Callum Roby. No, Christian Kelly, pardon me.
Christian
Kelly,
yeah.
Behind the wheel. Obviously, there was the change of number prior to this weekend.
Yeah,
we finally
8 became
got to
12, 12 became 8.
We got to the bottom of it because part of the Pro-Am brand is kind of the number 12 car. The Clio that they run is number 12. 12 was always the quick car, and I think one of them had gearbox issues, so they've now made the slightly quicker car, number 12.
I'm waiting to see the official line.
Originally there was only going to be one car entered. Then more drivers come on board, and I only really realised about the name because all the people that were in car 12, when I signed on, we were under number 8. I was like, what's going on here? And then it was okay when we went to scrutineering, it was right. Then when we done the driver's briefing and signed on there, we were in the other car again. I was like, Scott, I think you need to have a little word with TSL, make sure everything's correct. I don't want to be getting a penalty for getting in the wrong car. But I think it was a last minute we put the second car together, and then we shuffled the teams around a little bit. So it all got sorted out, which was good.
Does it help having a sister car out there?
It does. It does. You can try different things, and they can also, they're another set of eyes on the track. If your car spins off, I mean, the live streams are a little bit delayed, so we can't see everything happening live. And so they're another set of eyes. So if someone goes off in the gravel and we think it's a safety car, they can spot it straight away. I could be the other end of the track, you know. So safety cars really do change the strategy in this. So it is very helpful. Very helpful.
I was going to say, I mean, the safety car analogy is perfect, because if they see that into turn 1 and you're just going along the Cooper straight, you don't need to wait for safety car lights and boards. You just straight into the pit lane and it cuts out that time.
If you're convinced that it's definitely going to be a safety car, which generally it is if they're stuck in the gravel, we can make the decision as long as the team's ready and we know what fuel we got to put in and everything else. So there's a few things that need to be in place, but we can really make a quick decision and know exactly what we're doing without a last-minute panic, you know?
So
your dad, Mark Werrell, always just messaged me and he said, this time slot was always my stint. I love racing in the transition from light to dark. It's amazing.
It's funny that sticks when we do endurance racing on a simulator. He loves the into the evening stuff.
Oh, wow.
I would say they're probably the hardest because your eyes are adjusting all the time. If you get in the car and it's dark already, it doesn't change. But if you get in the car and it's light and going into dark, everything's changing. Shadows are changing, even from the spotlights, the shadows of the track are changing. There's a lot changes that little things that you see in your sort of peripheral vision. They're changing all the time. So it's
when they're dark, you don't see the apex until an awful lot later. So you're driving on memory as well, and
you don't see it till pretty late at paddock anyway. So in the dark, it's
But presumably this is going to be very different today to what it was in qualifying yesterday, because with that weather as well, it was ghastly, wasn't it?
It was. It's crazy actually the amount of grip that we were finding. They've resurfaced probably more than half the track over this year. I mean, from the exit of Graham Hill right round to the exit of Surtees, even in the wet, we were finding dry lines were fine, and just the amount of grip we had was crazy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was.
And yet we were watching yesterday is that Druids looked crazy slippy.
Oh, yeah. I don't know whether it's the time of year where you get a bit of oil from the leaves that are on the track, and even when it dried out, the difference between the surfaces going into Druids is so slippery. So
Lots were losing it across the whole day. Anything were losing out there, weren't they?
That's always. Is that where a track walk comes in handy, or having the track knowledge? Because you can see say, I spotted it at Donington Park earlier on, where you've got 2 different lines of tarmac. So you don't want to put the car on the sort of bead, because then the car's combined, because you don't know which part of the circuit you're on. You're either all on one surface. Does that?
Absolutely. That's the exact things we look for if you're doing a track walk. You can even see the grain of the tarmac can be different, and how the water sort of settles on the tarmac. You can get very, very.
So it's not just a jolly walk with a beer in hand. Well, that's what I do wrong then.
I mean, you can get crazy on it. Even how much sand they have in the paint on the curbs, we figure out whether you're going to get grip on that when it's wet. And so there's so much stuff, the bumps, the camber changes. So when they do the tarmac resurfacing, if they do just a line, what's the lip like? Have they done it nicely level, or is there a little lip there? How are the curbs? Is it like, does it drop off on the inside of a curb? And can I hook my wheel there to gain a little bit more rotation? It can get quite intense on a walk.
This is a long track walk.
Yeah, it does sound it, doesn't it? You're stopping at every corner.
Although Werrell Senior enjoys running around them, doesn't he? And then telling people that he runs around them.
Not just telling people, it's got to be the map and the time.
Oh, yeah.
He does. He knows for a while that I'm looking at it going, yeah, I could do that. No, I couldn't. And wouldn't. But he ends up in competition because there's a whole load of the drivers on the thing with Sam Neary. Him and Sam Neary trying to compete against each other. I'm like, I'll leave you to that, Werrell.
Dad, you're like 52.
Yeah, exactly.
You're racing GT drivers on foot.
Absolutely brilliant.
Do you have a black and orange mechanical warning flag?
Oh, no.
That'll be the headlight.
Will it?
So our left front headlight might just need a little wiggle on the plug. Yeah, you can see that there. So, not ideal. Not ideal.
I noticed that Mr. Parker's driving with the window completely down as well.
Yeah, so Josh Benson was in the car before him. The cars, they do get incredibly hot in there. We have the interior fan on and the heating right up just to draw the heat away from the engine bay. So we had the windows down, then the buttons failed, so we can't get them back up.
Oh,
so,
no.
Not ideal. There's quite a bit of drag
when
you
got
got the windows down. Yeah, not so much as the car 67 that we saw earlier. But
exactly.
Yeah, it doesn't help in a straight line.
So he's not. He's going to see that message this time round. So he's going to come on in and
sure they're
that's
frequently
really
on. Yeah, I'm sure they're all over the radio at the moment, trying to work out the best way.
Do you end up going on the radio at all to the driver that's out there, or is that left to?
No, I mean, when I'm out there and I notice things that are helping me lap time wise, I refer it back so they can let the other drivers know. And then when I'm in the pit garage, I also talk to the engineer, and they refer information back to me.
So you don't suddenly grab a headset yourself and talk. Fine.
I mean, like I say, Pro-Am
safety.
This could work very well.
Well, Mr. Richard Jeff, it's been an absolute pleasure. It's been great. So much insight into.
And this is happening now that this has helped you a little bit. Potentially.
I'll
leave you with a smile on my face.
It doesn't normally happen.
I can't see what that safety car is for yet. I haven't seen anybody off.
No, I'm struggling. Mr. Macy's going to have a look at the Cooper Straight. Looking on the cameras, is there somebody down at the bottom of the Cooper Straight? It's one of the Autotech cars.
That'll be down at the bottom.
I'll go for a quick look. It is the number 65 Autotech car. So that was a little bit of a way down the order, was it? Yes.
So hence it's just on the exit of Graham Hill Bend, a bit too risky. So this plays into your hands, this one, doesn't it?
Hopefully, as long as we can serve that under the safety car. I don't know the regulations around that.
Wingate Racing, number 3, has come straight into the pits under this caution. Milner has overtaken and gone up to second. But this could be interesting. I can tell you need to go and catch all of this,
I'm going to have a look.
Nate, it's so good to see you.
Thank you very much for having me up here. It's been really great speaking to you.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. Well done, mate. Well done. Good luck. So Mr. Jep goes down to join in with his team at this potentially pivotal moment. I'm not hamming it up too much for you there, mate. It genuinely could be with obviously something they got to have a look at this. The headlight, and as soon as he said that's what it was, you could see it come down. Whole load of them.
Did you see the joy on his face?
Yes.
Because we saw all the yellow, as we normally do, light up the commentary box from the big LED screen.
We're like, where's that come from?
And then we all looked, and Richard's face.
Well,
just
of course,
lit up.
but then we saw the opposite when that earlier safety car, his heart and face dropped because he was going, this is too early for us, and was convinced that this came into the benefit of Milner, but Milner only got a half and half benefit there.
They did, yeah, because they spent a lot of their pit stop under green flag when the safety car came in. So
this isn't going to be a long one for this one, though.
No,
because that car has just stopped on the relief road behind us here, and they're going to get in. So number 12 is in. We can see it on the stream. And you can see straight away there, one headlight's working, the other one isn't. I mean, how gutting that something like that can be the thing. But in the dark, there's no choice. You've got to have them working.
The annoying thing now is obviously they want to fuel the car to the end of the race, but they can't work on the car whilst fuel's going in. So they've just got to sit and look at that.
Right, so that's why they're not touching it. There you go, at the back there, that the refueling's happening. So that's got to be left alone for now until they finish that. Then they can pour in and try and resolve everything else.
Ollie Fernell's getting ready to get in the car, as was mentioned as well. A lot can change in half an hour, can't it?
Just a smidge, yeah.
It really can. It was somebody that we spotted yesterday. Obviously, it's got a slight glitch on TSL-timing.com. Carnival 180. It is Shine Automotive. Nathan Brown behind the wheel. A special shout out to Nathan Brown and his partner Holly. They've just had their first child 3 weeks ago, a little girl called Isla. So a massive congratulations from Team Shine, but a congratulations from us as well.
Yeah, definitely. I've got to say, I'm loving this. George Wright has messaged again.
I spotted that earlier on as well.
How can I say this message? But I want to because it's brilliant.
Yeah.
So he has said, 4 days deep into Cyprus, I'm now supporting car 116, not 46, basically because he's now piston broke.
Yes.
Did I say that okay?
Yes, you did. That green flag, Mr. Dawes.
George, you are a legend, my friend. I've always had a good laugh with you guys, but you're making me chuckle from out there in Cyprus. And he is...
is it warmer over there than it is here?
It will be, yeah, massively. He's definitely not out here in the chill. He knew it, didn't he?
I went outside for 5 seconds.
It's mad, isn't it?
It hit really hard, yeah.
I think there was an ulterior motive to George, because all of a sudden with a broken hand he now can't race in the IndyCar.
Are we about to see photos come back from Cyprus of him playing beach volleyball or something? There's now wrong with him. Now wrong with him at all. That, as I said, that safety car hasn't lasted long, so that's back in. Number 12 is still in there. They're going, so they're going to end up with exactly the same thing as Milner, half and half. So they're not going to benefit from this, but they're not going to lose out from that earlier safety car moment. So I think, you know, it is what it is. But you see, there they are. They're pouring into that front left headlight. I mean, just how infuriating, Jack Mace, that must be. Something as simple as that is compromising their race.
They would have known about it for a while, though, so they would have had an idea of how to go about trying to get it fixed, because from the moment they turned their lights on, and they started well before the lights became mandatory, they will have seen quite quickly that headlight wasn't working.
It's just, look at them. There isn't an easy answer to this. Otherwise, they'd have sorted it from yesterday. Jack Werrell, I don't know whether you heard this, in all honesty. No, it's okay. You don't need to speak for a minute. He's eating, bless him. He thinks I was stitching him up. I don't know whether you heard this or not. Youssef was saying about the 555 car. You know, you were reporting things. They were changing the fuel tank. It turned out there was nothing wrong with that fuel tank whatsoever. It was a cable that was relaying messages from there had frayed, and it was just a really simple thing. So they were doing all these changes that they thought it was, kept having to come back in again, and it was all down to the fact that there was no problem.
Yeah, it's just that small problem now. Jack Wright has just crossed the line, heading in towards turn 1.
They've gone out.
And just rolling down the pit lane and leaving the pit lane now is Pro Am Racing. There's going to be probably 10 or 15 seconds that's separating them, but Jack Wright in the car, very quick. Ollie Fernell in the car, very quick. There's still best part of 2 hours left in this race. That's a long time for a lot to change.
Yeah, I mean, Ollie only did an hour, so he was going to do more, but surely he's not doing the last 2 hours.
Could do.
Really?
It'll be well.
That'll mean
well
that
below
he
60%.
does considerably more than everybody else. Yeah, but was Ollie always going to be doing more than everyone? I mean, I guess that's you just have to go with that, don't you?
Absolutely. You could end up arriving and sort of paying the same as everybody else, and you only do 40 minutes in the car simply for the strategy, but you might end up winning the race. Yeah. So it's one of them. I think you just take it as it comes. So next time by, once the Milner racing car comes through, which it's doing now, so over the start-finish line goes, in theory, the race leader. So Milner over the start-finish line to go on to lap 327. Ooh. Here comes Pro Am Racing 3 wide over the start-finish line. Pro Am Racing break the beam with Ollie Fernell behind the wheel, 10.5 seconds the gap.
And then not too far further back, I think it's the number 8. Yeah, number 8's there, another 5 seconds back.
So there's 2 Pro Am Racing cars inside the top 3. The number 12 car has pitted once more than the majority of the cars around them.
Thanks to Mark Werrell, he said that obviously reported that the car that stopped at the Autotech car there, steaming radiator or head gasket he was seeing there. So that's unfortunate. Not like this. Stop-go penalty for car 141, Car Motion. I think they've had a difficult day with penalties from memory, or at least been involved in discussions over the course of this. So they've got to come in and serve a stop-go. And of course, we're now less than an hour away from when the tow-backs stop.
Yeah, the tow-backs stop. Essentially, if you're stuck at the side of the road, you're not going to be able
Other
to...
than, yeah, you're being removed to safety, and that's your lot.
Yeah. If you can get the car started back up again, then yeah, you can carry on. But if you're having to be pulled away, that's it. You're not going back in.
Interesting to see there, the number 12 car, Pro-Am Racing, still says parking on screen, but that'll update in due course, I have no doubt. And the car directly behind it is not actually directly behind it, but is the 4th place car of 95. Now, has that been in again? Yes, so that, I believe, will be Clutton behind the wheel now.
There's one thing I have never noticed in the regulations, and I always kind of shrink them down onto 2 sides of A4 for the really important bits, which I'll refer to a lot. Never spotted this because I never was looking for it, to be honest. It's very Nürburgring. Cars that stop on circuit may only be worked on by the driver alone, using only the tools carried in the car, and the tools have a maximum weight of 2 kilos. So say, that's why I say very Nürburgring-esque. But if you were at Anglesey and right over the far side of the circuit near Rocket Inn, it's going to take forever to get that car back towed. So if you can get it to a place of safety and you've got a couple of tools there, you can crack on and try and get the car maybe limping back to the pit lane. I love that.
Oh, it is good. I'm hoping, by the way, when we suddenly had a clutch of visitors coming up to us all at the same time, didn't we? Lawrence Davey came up as well. But he shook my hand and his cheeky grin and then disappeared. Yeah. So I'm hoping, Lawrence, if you are listening to this, make sure you get back up here, mate, because I'd love to throw the headset on you at some time. He's such a character.
That is quite a brave shout, though.
Oh, absolutely. But I think it's brilliant.
Yes.
Do I play safe? No. So it's not a problem. But he is, for me, he's just he's always been just a wonderful character to have in a paddock and what have you. And of course, it's great that he's running these cars. Another team manager being called, 211 has been asked to go up as well.
Mauricio Motorsport, that'll be.
Sam Strong, who was over here earlier, thank you very much for your comments, mate. He's gone home to cook a roast dinner. I mean, wow. No need for that, was there? Yeah, walking distance, Sam Strong. That's all I'm saying, mate. Walking distance with your roast dinner.
He was telling us.
Mind you, I said, do you deliver? And he says, no, I do chicken, beef, lamb. But he's got us on in the kitchen, so...
The Pro-Am Racing number 8 car is back into the pit lane from 3rd place. The thing is, he kept on saying that it takes longer to... We've got another car stop, actually. We'll move back to that point of Sam's in a moment.
The
car stopped at the top of Paddock Hill. Exactly which car that is, I don't know. Can't quite spot it from here. Safety car is going to be deployed again.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that, isn't it?
That helps the 8.
It does help the number 8 Pro-Am car. I'd imagine it would be quite a quick safety car again.
2 light strips on the top of the car. There weren't too many running LEDs in that.
My concern is that has a Pro-Am look to it.
But I don't think they've got they don't have the lights going
65 again. 65.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I could see the white, but I thought I could see blue flashes, so my apologies for scaring the bejesus out of everybody there. It's 65.
I'll get back to my Sam Strong point now. Obviously, he was telling us that it takes longer to load the car and the trailer than it does to actually drive here, because it's a 2-minute drive here. And I just think it's Sunday. He's cooking a Sunday dinner. We've been working hard all day.
Exactly.
Come on.
Surely when you're that close at that point, you might as well just drive the car here.
Yeah, it's like get it MOT'd, yeah.
Like, under the EnduroKA spec, these are road legal
no, it's not one of these. It was BMWs that he was racing. Okay.
Still could get it MOT'd.
Probably.
Yeah. Tax it for half the year, a month if you can, and away you go.
Oh, and look at this. Hills Motorsport. Think we'll have to get involved in this next year.
Yes.
Oh, go on.
Yes. We're getting some wonderful names that are talking about getting involved in this now.
What's that, the 3rd, 4th
Easily.
have said they were considering building or buying a car?
I'm now signing up to be part of the comms team for this again next year at this rate, because the blooming teams and the drivers that are coming out are absolutely epic.
Aidan Hills, James Cossins, Drew Fletcher, Declan Lee, all out in a KA. That would be absolutely brilliant. Or the Hills Motorsport stable could probably house 3 KAs.
3 teams.
I'm not sure. And we have drivers-wise, they
Mike Saunders and you know, with the TVR madness coming in, and he's been speaking to some people, Paul O'Neill and
Alex Miller.
Yeah, they've
done it
about
before actually. Alex Miller and John
I thought
Langridge,
so.
Yeah, they did it at Donington Park.
I'm not sure Paul has, so that would be an interesting addition.
I bet if you asked him, he would. This seems like
this would be something I would agree, because he's been jumping in like the Miata Trophy and things like that. I think he'd and he would embrace the spirit of this. I mean, he is just like the epitome of this spirit. I do enjoy working up on stage or in on a microphone at some interesting events that he and I have done. Is that we just have a laugh, just have an absolute riot. If he was here, we'd make sure he came up onto the mic as well, wouldn't we?
We'd be up here for an hour.
Yeah,
that would be
absolutely epic. So BRT Justin says 46 doesn't have all their lights on. What are the light regulations? I heard you mention that they all had to be turned on, or is it the main headlights only? So I think the reality is it's headlights and rear lights.
They've got their main ones on.
Yeah. And interestingly, someone made a comment that they noticed, BRT as well, is that they're using lights on their bumper to flash that aren't on the rest of the time.
Yep.
Probably a clever design, in all honesty, but I can only assume that it's not mandatory to have all the fancy lights all over it. It helps us eventually. Well, saying that, it helps us. We were discussing this last night, Jack, weren't we? You made the comment, and it goes, oh, it's really good where they've got the different colours. It helps us pick out who they are. And I went, okay, so which one's that one with the green? I don't know, actually, because you can't see what the number is on them. So it would if we knew what they look like in the dark.
In terms of the exterior lighting, all the standard lights must be working. So front and rear side lights, 3 brake lights, front and rear indicators, as well as your dipped and main beam headlights.
And Kirby said headlights only, as far as I'm aware. Extra lighting added, doesn't have to be on. There you go, Mike Saunders Racing. They have the same issue. Takes us 4 minutes to get to Brands.
It does say 2 additional spotlights for the purpose of nighttime running are required. These additional lights will activate at the same time as the standard main beam bulbs.
Ooh.
So maybe it's just a case of not put main beam on.
Okay.
But there's a couple.
I mean, they do have extra. Just you can see light in the road there for the mill there. It's
that will probably be what they.
But there's multiple cars that don't have any extra on the front. They've just got the standard bits and pieces. But yeah, mill there, you see it's got those ones underneath. Thank you, BRT. Justin says excellent. Thank you for the clarification, gents. Love the broadcast. Bless you. Thank you indeed to the production team that are putting this on. Is absolutely epic. That they've got their cameras everywhere. Those boys are out there in this freezing cold, up high. I mean, we've got the legend up on the roof of the corporate boxes up there, and that must be bitter up there because he's not got any shelter around him, and it is that little bite that's out there that is going to be torrid.
I feel especially sorry if it starts raining. Because he has, again, as long as...
Which we've seen, haven't we, up there, and it is unpleasant. Thankfully, I don't believe that is going to happen, so I think we're okay.
I do want to say hello to those that are still in the paddock, Paddock Hill Bend grandstand. We can see you over there.
Well, those that are in the light, anyway.
Those that are stood beneath the light. But no, it's been nice to see people there the whole day. Hello, we can see you waving. But no, it's been nice to see people there the whole day. Safety car remains out for one further lap. This time, Pro-Am Racing would have probably been better to pit, but there was no guarantee that another safety car would come.
I love it that Ray Honeybone his message, excellent commentary by yourself and Jack as always, bless you, thank you mate, accompanied by a particularly nice red this evening, and he sent a photo of a nice full red glass of red wine.
Is it a pint of red?
He probably would be, on the dining room table, and he's got a big TV screen and watching the stream of this race. Bless you mate, and it's so good to have you joining us along as we drag you down to our depths.
I reckon we need a Ray and Jordan Honeybone pairing for the 12 Hours of Norfolk, because they are, again, 10 minutes round the corner from Snetterton.
Did you see Jordan was at the awards last night,
Yes.
wasn't he? Because he offered, bless him, thank you, he offered me a ticket to come to the awards last night, but I was like, I've got my jeans and me hoodie, and that's about it, so no. Was Ray there as well, or was it just Jordan?
No,
just Twinkle.
Jordan, yeah, Ray was there.
Bless you guys, I love you guys over there. I was disappointed they weren't racing yesterday in the MSVT stuff.
Green flag, by the way. We are back on the way.
Yeah. The noise as they scream away from the start line. Sirius Darkford says, wish we could get an EnduroKA event here in the States. How good a testimony is that? Virginia International Race would be pretty epic for a 12 or 24-hour race. Let's get an away day.
I love Virginia as well.
Yeah.
It's a brilliant circuit. So much undulation. Plenty of, like, there's a couple of technical tight and twisty sections, but a long back straight, a couple of long straights as well. Some heavy braking zones.
Which circuit layout? Which circuit layout do you reckon?
The full. The full, yeah, full layout.
The full, like,
yeah,
6 mile one?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
I reckon if we ask Mr. Stuart Garland very nicely and continuously over the next sort of 10 years, he might sit down and listen to us.
Lightning says, where's my 95 McQueen at? And Peter's already answered, yeah, absolutely. The 95 Kachow car with Marcus Clutton behind the wheel is in 3rd position at the moment. Killer Jules says, can I get a shout out for my son listening? It's his birthday and he's currently sat in the car park listening in. We'll gloss over that. You know, you're not supposed to leave kids in the car. Oh, no, that's dogs. Sorry, that's fine. His name is Liam, and he loves you guys. Oh, Liam, happy birthday, mate. So lovely to hear from you. And Killer Jules gives a big shout out. I'm not surprised in this temperature, though. Get there so you can watch it all happening in front of you. Get the heaters on. That is a very sensible one.
Obviously,
sadly, VIR, so that's the circuit you guys were talking about a minute ago, has a curfew. I think 12 hours is the most you could do.
That's all right.
Could we do a 12 hours on Saturday and a 12 hours on Sunday?
Ah, Creventic style.
Mike Saunders has said, what about at Lime Rock?
Yes.
Oh,
good shout.
Would they make it up the hill?
Yeah, that was just what I was about to say. Would they make it up?
Yeah. Yeah, he said that would be awesome. What's that? Akin said he would show up.
No one's made the Laguna Seca joke, but
I think you need to sit down and think about what you've just done.
Dr. Aimbot in the YouTube chat just, but love being seen by the commentators. Hope you liked our waving. So I'd imagine they are over there in the Paddock Hill grandstand and waving at us. The
way that's got that light just shining up at the middle there. There's something quite eerie about you all up there, I've got to say.
I did think that last night, actually, at the awards, stood on top of the MSV building with a thin mist over the entire circuit with the glow of orange. Oh, yeah, we don't have our night lights. Mr. Mace,
we don't have the coloured lights over the front of the corporate boxes this time. That was yesterday. We had the flashing coloured lights.
Yeah, we've got all the lights for the walk.
The Winter Light Spectacular.
Yes, as of the 21st of November to the 31st of December.
Correct.
Tickets on sale now.
Tickets on sale now.
God, you can tell you work for
The Robin's Nest Autosport says forget, what was it, VAR? What was that?
VIR,
Virginia.
VAR is football.
VIR.
A lot of people would want to say forget
Barber
VAR.
Motorsports Park in Birmingham is
Barber
where it's
would
at.
be good. I do like Barber. A lot of blind corners at Barber.
That would be good.
Where else could we go? I reckon we should go somewhere. Why don't we just do the Indy 500?
Well, interestingly, you say that, is that we have had Conan said EnduroKA at Daytona would actually be incredible. Yes. It has less wow factor because you kind of go, yeah, I've seen it, but not with these, admittedly. Yeah. So, but it does raise the same point as you, is going, yeah, why don't we just do the IndyCar 500? Why don't we do the Daytona?
The only issue with like Indy and Daytona is that it would be about 4-minute laps in these things.
That's true.
That's the only downside.
Yeah, very true. I
but
think
like Mosport, Canadian Tire Motorsport Park in Canada, that could be decent.
I think not Lime Rock. What's the it's a beach circuit? Long Beach.
Oh, what
Long
street
Beach
circuit?
Street circuit.
Yeah.
That would be. It would be chaos.
I was trying to think a street circuit for these guys would be immense.
It would be chaos, but it would be
That's true, and I think it probably raises that whole point, is that this is a big place where it could easily be your first race and things like that, and you kind of go, I'm not sure you should be going and doing a street race as your first race or your first year of racing, so that would be interesting.
Oh yes, very well done in the YouTube chat. The K-Toner 500. KA Toner, Car Toner 500. That'll need some butchering to try and get right. But no,
You're showing up tonight, guys, honestly, with these amazing.
Surely the Dato car.
No one's mentioned Bathurst. Mike Saunders, very well done, sir.
Cathurst.
Cathurst, yes. The Cathurst 1000.
That is mad. RA Redacted 68, love these races, the whole broadcast and top-notch commentators, bless you, thank you, and love the fact that the guys racing are all having fun. I agree, that's what I keep saying, I love that fact about this. Who would have thought, and I will agree with this comment, that KAs would be such a great endurance series? I agree. I don't know who came up with it,
Stuart Garland.
They were drinking at the time.
Stuart Garland.
I mean, incredible stuff, absolutely incredible. And of course there is a lot of thought, because it was about readily available, the right sort of figures to be able to get it and to use it and all of that sort of stuff. So, you know, it really was an awful lot of thought. Yeah, Paul Bibbins, the third, is getting greedy now. He's just said have one at both tracks. I agree, and I don't know which both, but we'll go with all of the above.
All
to be
all
honest.
of the above,
in India, I'm guessing.
I did just want to. There's been a bit of shuffling. The number 8 Pro-Am racing car has got a penalty applied. So we'll run down to the top 10.
Don't know what it is,
but we will confirm. So Milner Racing and Jack Wright leading the way by best part of 13 seconds over Ollie Fernal in the number 12 Pro-Am racing car. Marcus Clutton still behind the wheel of the Kachow car and lapping in the 1-minute 2s, the quickest car we've got out there on circuit at the moment.
Comfortably.
And Costa Creatis and Kahuna's race team, they've had their 110 penalty reapplied. Wingate Racing and Mark Morais are in 4th place at the moment. Paul Pearce in the number 11 11/10 racing car in 5th. Eduardo Correa back behind the wheel of the Boston Racing Treble 8 car in 6th. And in 7th place, it's the number 22 AFK racing car of Nick Berg. Stephen Gilbert is back behind the wheel of the number 1 Burton Power Machine. The number 8 Pro-Am racing car has now found itself in 9th place following the penalty being applied. That currently has Callum Roby behind the wheel, and to round out your top 10, it's Cash Straps racing car number 55, that being Ben Smith. In terms of the penalty that has been applied, it's a 2-lap penalty, so I should imagine a pit stop infringement of some sort.
Was it the driver getting out as they were fueling the car?
There's sort of 5 or 6 different reasons you can pick up a 2-lap penalty.
Well, that would make sense. Fair enough. Still, so many comments coming in. It's so good to have you all with us, guys. Really, genuinely appreciate it. Keeping us going as well, as much as anything else. An hour and 37 still left to go. Chris Doherty Racing says, I was due to race at this, but didn't come together. Still enjoying the stream while painting the living room. So bless you, man. That's mad. I'm just going to say we need Rockingham back. I can't disagree with that. I cannot disagree with that in the slightest. We need Rockingham back, indeed. That would be so good.
Sorry, I've just seen Hockenheim in the chat as well.
Yeah, Hockenheim. And then there's
Hockenheim.
Suzuka, there's Paris-Dakar. There's some brilliant ones in the chat. This is brilliant. This is brilliant. Wait, this is what happens when
if Dan Bennell's listening in, he's going to be writing all of these down.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a little bit nervous by this one. Robin's Nest Autosport says, I think I'm going to put some of those LED lights on my wife's minivan. I feel like we're stirring up something now. That does seem like trouble right there. Put them on the Bristol Loop. Oh, wow, that's that 1 mile oval, isn't it?
Yeah. Bristol is crazy.
That's like that's like a gladiator.
I know who would
ring,
love that. Mr. Werrell Senior is a NASCAR fanboy. He loves NASCAR, so I think he would be well up for that. What else?
Did you read out Monaco?
No, I hadn't read out Monaco.
That's a great one from Xander Parkin.
Car Francorchamps, which I think is brilliant.
I like this as well, and this is a slight change, but Advocult Motorsport, Team Chickspeed would like to publicly thank their strategy team for helping them go from last to 13th. Love from the Chickspeed strategy team. I'm glad I didn't read that one through first. That's brilliant.
real handing the award.
There's loads coming out now, isn't there? Watkins, I don't know how to say it.
Watkins Glen.
Yeah, Cartinsville 500. This is brilliant. This is what happens when we start something and everyone joins in. This is brilliant. The race is still going. There's still an hour and 35 minutes still to go. Jack Wright slowly extending that lead margin. Last time it was a 1 minute 4.1. Any moment now, Ollie Fernall should be crossing the line, which he does so. Brings the gap down, but 15 seconds is now the gap. We need to keep an eye on car number 95 in third place, Marcus Clutter. He's a lap adrift, but he's lapping 2 seconds a lap quicker. So we could see that gap really start to come down. Doors have spotted something.
There's still so many of them. Paris Dakar. How did you say that one? Sorry. I just love these. They're so good. I would love to watch a 24-hour Cannot Kill.
There's a 24-hour Kanglesey next year.
Yeah, is that what they can call it?
Oh, well,
you are.
Yeah.
There is
Canadian Tire Motorsport Park.
There it is. There we go.
Hockenheim.
We had the Robin's Nest Autosport pop in a message, and I think it's quite a good question. How's the car without a windscreen holding up? Because it must be chilly, really cold outside. I was looking on,
and the answer is I can't tell you because I can't see it.
Well, no, they've just put in their personal best lap of the race
again.
They've done it again.
Yeah, so they're really pushing on our original Checkers race. And currently behind the wheel is Liam Wright. I love on TSL, it's got the option to play the commentary, the weather conditions, it says dry, but the lighting conditions, it's not light or dark, it's going there. It's getting there. It's getting there.
From my slightly elevated position, I can just about see the final remnants of the sun behind the pit straight grandstand. And then apart from that, it is. At this point, it is dark. I flicked the lights on earlier, and you told me off for doing so.
Yeah.
But I can understand why now.
Oh, it's so much better like this.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you, you can do it in a minute if you want to see what it's like. You turn on the lights, you can't see out through the window properly. That's the issue. That we might have to do it because we can't see our pet. Yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah. No,
it's just
I can't.
It's not good, is it?
No.
So we're better off sitting it with it like this. Zoldcar, another one coming in.
Oh yes.
Qatar.
That's just the country Qatar.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe around the whole place. Maybe do North America and Canada series and call it Car Nam.
No, that's
Come on, I was with you. I like the Can-Am.
It's not bad.
Macau. Of course, topical. That's on this weekend. Hey, someone's mentioned my home circuit, Castle Combe. Yeah, baby.
There you go.
I'd love that round my home circuit, definitely. These guys would be wicked. The problem is that we got a curfew as well.
Do the no chicane layout.
Oh, now you're stirring up you're stirring up opinions right there. Right there. And you can, because it's only temporary stuff that's blocking the straight-on lanes anyway. They never remove them at all, ever, Your Honour. But that would be cool.
I'm just thinking of some crazy combinations.
I thought I could sense the things clogging over there.
Some crazy combinations.
Tony Collinson said Castle Combe is the GOAT. I agree, mate. I love that place. It's where I fell in love with motor racing as a 5-year-old. It's where I started my commentary career. And my proudest thing is that they call me the voice of Castle Combe. The 5-year-old me is still going, wow! Yeah. My dad still wells up at that fact, and I host the awards, I host racing scores there, I host corporate days. It's just amazing. I just love it.
Jake has said, nothing more permanent than a temporary chicane.
It's very true.
There's one which is brilliant. Again, people talking about getting their own cars. Team Pikachu. That would be brilliant. It's another name. That's it. At no point in the regulations does it say your team name needs to relate back to the Ford car or KA, however you wish to say it, as a sort of brand. A lot of teams tend to. It's the running joke with it. But Team Pikachu, we've not seen one of them yet. So I think that'll be quite good. I like that one.
You shouldn't have said that out loud. That could have been yours.
No, I'll come up with something like
that. Where did I see it? There was one that came up. Goodness me, you guys are coming in thick and quick with these things. Tuning Shed says we've bought a KA 2 weeks ago, preparing it for next year also. These races look great fun.
What's the team name? Need to know. What's the name?
Yeah, Tuning Shed.
Come on.
Tuning Shed, what's your team name going to be? We definitely want to know. Tom Davies confirms Castle Coombe car race. That would be something. I agree. Craig Atkins, bless you. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate it. CC legend, love you. Has anyone mentioned Laguna? We kind of have. Yeah, Laguna, say car. I'm not sure about the curfews. The corkscrew would be insane. Someone made a comment that it's still a steep rise to get to the top of the corkscrew, though, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, technically, we already do the UK version of Laguna Seca, which is Anglesey, because that has the corkscrew.
Yeah, of course.
Unless we run under the endurance layout, and then you go right the way up to the high.
And you've got Cadwell, which is the other way.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've got the corkscrew at Cadwell.
I wonder what's steeper, the corkscrew at Laguna Seca or the mountain at Cadwell?
Well, I have to say,
I would say Laguna.
Probably Laguna.
What about this? Jonathan Brown still hanging in there at almost 1 a.m. in Hong Kong.
Very well.
Love this series and supporting 180 Shine Automotive. God bless you, Jonathan Brown. That is outstanding. And I love that.
Presumably over that way for Macau, maybe?
It's quite a distance from Hong Kong to Macau, isn't it?
I don't know. Gutsy Hero, I could see these being a laugh at my local track, Darley Moor, but no lights allowed there because of the airstrip. Yeah, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? But that would be good. The supercars love going around there, don't they? That's for sure.
Supercars are coming here next year.
Tuning Shed, no, I am not reading that one out at all. Stop getting me in trouble. I am definitely not saying that, because even with a run-up, I don't think I'd get that said in a safe way. How many races do the KAs have in a season? 6. It is each season, isn't it?
Yes.
So what's missing out next year if we've got the 24-hour at Anglesey?
Good question. We're not going to Croft next year.
Croft is the one.
I think Croft's the one that's
the 4.5 hour that you did at Croft. So.
Yeah.
But it's 6 races. Yeah. I mean, if you take this year, it had the 2 Heures du Norfolk, 12 hours at Snetterton, 5 hours at Alton Park, 5 hours at Donington Park, 6 hours at Cadwell Park, 4.5 at Croft, and then the 500-minute here. Next year, you did show me this, so the provisional calendar's out. So 14th of March, Snetterton, 3 hours.
3 hours.
Okay, interesting. So we're not doing the 12 hours this time then?
Because we've got the 24 hours later in the year.
6 hours at Cadwell Park. I mean, the dates for all of these are completely changed around, aren't they? So March for the Snetterton 3 hour, May for the Cadwell Park 6 hour. 1st and 2nd of August is the 24 hours at Anglesey up in North Wales. 30th of August, 5 hours at Donington Park. 5 hours of Alton at 26th of September, so totally different to this year.
Basically, Alton Park and Cadwell have swapped.
Got you.
Effectively.
Fine. And 14th, 15th of November back here for the IndyCar 500. So that's next year's provisional calendar that is out. Crikey, I just step off for a minute and suddenly your comments have gone nuts.
Flown back up.
Yeah, the Robin's Nest said not enough. I agree, that's a valid point, but I think we need to be fair. Put off-road tyres on and go to Carnida Heights. So there you go. That's another suggestion.
Oh, we still.
There's still.
We did stop briefly.
Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia.
We distracted them briefly, but not for long. Love it.
Barcelona.
Journey of a Bad Racer, is there a confirmed calendar? It's never confirmed at this time. It's got to be officially labelled as provisional. But yes, that is out. That was one. Hopefully, you just heard me. And Motorsport Mishap says it's on their Facebook page.
Oh, yes, the Snetterton sprint race. 3 hours in these is effectively a sprint.
It is, isn't it?
I tell you what, being down in that pit lane on the Snetterton one at the start of this year, it was similarly bitterly cold and it was raining towards the last part of it. I'd be very glad to not have to worry about the darkness next year.
Hang on, I better check this from Wirral Senior. He's signing off because we've got Albania v England, so I might have missed him, but he's enjoyed the race commentary today, guys. Signing off now to watch Albania v England. Stuart Garland came up with EnduroKA. What was drinking at the time? You asked. Corona Lager. See, he has that, doesn't he? He just messes with our head with his bad jokes.
Yeah, well, his dad jokes, isn't it?
Massively. But it's his dry pan face when he does it, because he knows he's just eating a little piece of our brain every time he's done it.
Yeah, that's why I've moved 2 hours away from my own dad.
Oh my gosh, someone said abracadabra. Sit down.
I think there was a team called that.
There
I'm
was.
fairly sure, yeah.
Oh, yes, so actually Takiji, team name abracadabra. Yes, I think that's been done. Jake Petrahead, Baja, California, off-road spec. That would be good. Good, I agree with that one. Yeah, people from Ollie Streams, they've got a lot of practice changing one of the words in anything. What's the American equivalent of KA? I don't think they have it over there, actually, do they?
No,
they're not into small cars, are they? Over there, really?
I don't really know. What would it be? That's got me thinking. Yeah, maybe the more sort of Chrysler PT Cruisers. I'm not sure.
That's massive in comparison, isn't it? Yeah.
What do they have? That's a question.
Cavaro in Spain.
Cavaro.
I'm not sure we're supposed to fully change letters, though, are we?
Cavaro would be all right.
Yeah. Just changing the end, yeah. So last year, just out of curiosity, I wanted to see how many laps we completed. 426 laps completed by the top three, who all finished on the same lap. So after 8 hours and 20 minutes of racing, the top three were separated by 30 seconds. At the moment, the top two are separated by 16. So it's going to be interesting to see how many will complete. We're on 353 now. I would say we're probably on for a little bit less as we spent a bit more time in the safety car. But
was it 22 or 23 where it was half a second at the line?
I will have a look.
It was. I know the classification was amended afterwards, but at the line, I think it was 23. It was half a second for the win after 8 hours. But
that will have been the year that Pro-Am Racing won here. They won the IndyCar 500 in 2023. So we have a quick look back. 4.3 seconds that year. 381 laps completed, and we're not that far away.
Might have been 22 then. It might have been 22. I know that it was amended afterwards from post-event scrutineering, but on the day, half a second after 8 hours and 20 minutes.
Hour and 22 left to go, so we're only 22 and a bit minutes away from the removal of the ability to be towed back. So they're going to be hoping no more issues, or no new issues for some of them, I suppose, is the other concern that they need to be aware of. What is the lead margin? It does look like Jack Wright's just stretching his lead at will. They need to keep their powder dry and not do anything daft. It looks like they've got through what could well be the end of their pit stops, and it's the pit stops where the majority of risk comes. But it was interesting hearing being brought up by Richard Jepp. Is the other one is that track limits. It's 3 that they're allowed to do now with this far in the race. How many others have just put in a sneaky one here, a sneaky one there? There's a song there, I reckon, but that suddenly means that they're running a risk of picking up a 5-second penalty. I mean, it's not an issue, 5 seconds, because he's 17 and a quarter seconds clear, but
then you get another one, and that's another
exactly.
10, and then you get another one, and suddenly you're in second.
Yeah.
The only potential respite, I do think it's more difficult to tell when there's been a track limits
in the dark.
You
might be right, actually. That's a valid point.
If I were a driver, once it got a little bit darker, obviously on your track walk, the other thing you look for is where are the track limit sensors. So you make sure.
Oh yes, there's photos, isn't there?
Yeah, you make sure that you don't hit those. But I would try and take a few more liberties with the track limits in the dark, and I'm not doing that out of badness. It's just I know that everybody else will be doing the same.
Well, everybody's got a different view of you now, Jack Wirral.
They always did.
Well, they're saying that everyone's coming through very cleanly through Graham Hill at the moment. No one's actually using the outside curb.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not difficult for cars to be able to do the for cameras, sorry, to pick up during the evening, so it still picked them up. I was just looking on that long shot there up the start-finish straight. Wonderful view there, lit up, almost romantic vision there, and we can see in the car, in the pit lane, sorry, I thought it was, it's the number 9. But that's a routine pit stop. They're refueling at the moment. They'll throw the driver in and get that out for the final hour and 20 minutes, which is just a phenomenal situation. They are 18 laps from getting past, I'm assuming that's wrong, that it's just come up on TSL checkered flag, which I'm pretty certain we're not. No.
Slight panic.
Yeah, it was. It was like, okay, they know something we don't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's gone now, that's fine.
Okay.
Someone just leant on the keyboard, that's all that was. But the... yeah, 18 laps away from getting themselves off the foot of the table for that number 9 car that sat in there for goodness only knows how long before they were able to come out with... I just didn't even think they'd get that repaired. The damage was extreme on the back of that car, and somehow they got it back out.
Is this the 9? Because I think it's happened before we got here.
Did it? Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. It was on lap 2, and it went very hard into the rear of the rear went into the barriers, and it pushed the barrier back a little bit as well. But you had one of the rear wheels was off and basically side onto the rear and tucked under a little bit. It was in a right old state. But they got it fixed, to be fair.
Just getting that fuel in before they get their driver change happening.
I love Jack Wright is just metronomically in the 103s in this dark, and I would imagine, I get the idea that once you're in this dark is that you're more likely to get into a metronomic zone and just keep repeating it.
Yeah, you do fall into a bit of a flow state, don't you?
I would imagine.
Yeah. If you try something new, you'd rather do it in the day so you can see something. So at night, you will just hit the marks that you know work. You'll turn in at similar, if not the same point, and you will just naturally kind of go onto autopilot, which is scary. It's like when you're driving home. I'm pretty sure I will do it tonight, where after a 4-hour drive, 5-hour drive, you sit there and go, what colour was that light? It was green. You processed it at the time, but you just then can't remember.
Well, and equally, you go, how did I get here? There was a whole chunk that I don't recall going past or through or whatever,
Yeah, so there will be a point where maybe there's just nothing, no comms on the radio or anything like that, and all of a sudden you get somebody just says something like car off or there's a quicker car catching, and it will sort of bring you around again and you go, wow, I was just on autopilot, somewhat disconnected, but still fully focused and hitting your marks.
Well, and because I think you summed it up there, is that, especially by the sounds of it, heading up to Druid's hairpin, is that that's completely in the dark, and so you can only go off something in the early stages that you wouldn't focus on as much as that's the point that I'm supposed to brake, that's the point that I'm turning in.
I did just get sent a photo from my girlfriend who's up there now, and I always encourage, like, go and find out motorsport for yourself, go explore, and up at Druids. And the brightest thing you can see is obviously the lights for the
Winter Light Spectacular.
The Winter Light Spectacular. Tickets on sale now. So you might be able to use one of those at night as a brake marker, just as it disappears out your peripheral vision. Maybe. I guess if there's another car that you can see and you're chasing that car, you can kind of follow them, but then you fall into the trap of if they make a mistake, you're more than likely to make exactly the same mistake. So, I suppose whilst you do have headlights and you've got the LED bars on a lot of the cars as well, there's still only so much that you will be able to see.
I think I'm looking over to Druids now. There's that one sort of white light, but I think that's not really going to be useful as much of a reference, is it? Going through there.
No, it will be tricky. I guess the hardest part will be if you have a lot of cars have got them where the LEDs are effectively crossing over each other, so it lights up the apex. But if you're in a car that, say, doesn't have that, it will be tricky to spot the apex. And I guess at night, if you're slightly deeper on the brakes, there's a good chance you'll be missing apexes. But for the most part, everyone is lapping super, super consistently. And, I mean, unsurprisingly, Marcus Clutton's still the quickest car out there, and consistently the quickest car out there as well.
Yeah. Jack Wright a little bit slower on that last lap, but I'm going through traffic.
Yeah.
That's going to be. And Marcus Clutton, I mean, he races GTs for a living, doesn't he? Like, this is a little bit slower than what he's used to, but he was similarly rapid at Snetterton earlier on in the year. Was the only one to able to really keep pace with the Milner Racing crew in the first stint of the first few hours of that race, and he's doing it again. He's the only driver in 102s at the moment. There's barely anyone in the 103s. So he's definitely got quite a bit of confidence in that 95 car being able to keep that metronomic pace, because like you said, once you've gone to autopilot, as long as there's no cars in front of you, as long as you've got a clear bit of track ahead of you, you're not having to do any real thinking. It's only once the other drivers you come across start to force you to deviate from the lines that you're normally taking that you have to lift off a little bit. Jack Wright comes through and he's immediately a second quicker on this lap than he was the last one, because he's able to break away from that traffic and start to go through in his normal pace again.
I love the fact Mike Saunders Racing put a message in saying he was testing at the same time as the KAs at Donny. Very jealous. We were taking it too seriously, trying to get Dard in for the weekend, and all I could see were the jokes from the KA pit board. And he said it was brilliant. So he's very jealous, going, we're being all professional and serious here. That looks so much more fun. I want a piece of that. Good, Mike. That means we're going to see you out in this as well with the whole team, and I look forward to it.
Just looking at the order, it's not necessarily changed too much, but the gaps in some cases are expanding, but others are closing. Like we've got, for example, the number 8 Pro-Am racing car is
side by side,
only a tenth away from the Burton Power car. They're just heading up the hill towards Druids. Did the overtake happen?
No, they're side by side now. The Pro-Am's on the inside, going up into Druids, because I believe it was going to be blue and green on the roof of the Burton Power. So it was made a little bit earlier, because now coming through Graham Hill, that'll be the Pro-Am car hitting the apex now, and then 2 cars back is the Burton Power.
Yeah, so good move, and I think they're being caught collectively by the race leader. That's who that is, heading in towards Surtees. But it's nice to see that we are still getting the order change around and shuffle, even in these late stages. Cars leaving the pit lane. Some have been into the pits quite a lot. Who's been into the pit lane the most? It's tied at the moment between Orca Sport and the number 65 Autotech car. 7 trips into the pit lane, whereas we've got some, Usher Motorsport have got 8 trips into the pit lane, whereas our race leaders have got 3, and obviously we know Shine Automotive are in theory owed a pit stop back, because they
owed a pit stop. Is that a new perfume?
Owed a pit stop. Yeah.
Oh, it's that time of night, is it?
It is, definitely.
Barely gone 5 o'clock, Chris. Barely gone 5.
It's all going to go wrong. It's fine.
I wonder if that would have much uptake.
I love Callum Pithically says, what a Sunday. Car racing on the big TV. Wife has got dinner on the go. And we've had plenty of others with the wine from Ray Honeybone on the big screen. George Wright.
Oh, yeah, from Cyprus.
Yeah, did he say what he's drinking now?
Well, it was G&T and then it moved to wine.
Well, no, we guessed wine. He never.
There was an emoji.
Somebody said Pimm's, and he said close but no cigar. So we got closer, because that's the one I went with.
Maybe an Aperol Spritz.
But I can't see him being an Aperol Spritz kind of guy.
Whatever George is doing.
But it's now going to have evolved again.
Yes, exactly.
Now I would say wine.
And he will be having an amazing time over in Cyprus, or we hope you are. Side by side once again in towards turn 1 is the Burton Power car of Stephen Gilbert and the number 8 Pro-Am racing car. However, on this occasion, Burton Power get back in front. I think there was a dip into the gravel maybe for the Pro-Am racing.
Yeah, because the Pro-Am racing definitely made the move, but had fallen just behind as they came across the start-finish line. I'm trying to remember which one the Pro-Am... Is the Pro-Am car the one with the LED light strips on the roof and the side? I believe it is. And if so, it's going a little bit slower than it was previously. It didn't seem to have the momentum going up the hill.
No, the Pro-Am racing car has got the lights in the grille, and almost like the blue driver's light inside and the blue interior light. So the train we're looking at out of our window, it's the tail car.
It's the tail car, okay.
And
oh, I can see the blue now inside.
BRT Justin says, Oda pit stops, slight hints of burnt tyres, petrol and warm brakes.
Love
it. Close but no cigar.
Bloody
hell,
well
Bloody hell.
Big move up the inside for Pro-Am Racing in the number 8 car, still chasing the Burton Power car in towards turn 1. I heard the tyres squeal and I saw the car getting slightly out of shape on the brakes. They managed to get the car back under their spell. Pro-Am Racing and Ollie Fernall, the lead of the 2 Pro-Am cars, over the start-finish line now, 18.5 seconds away from Jack Wright, who, like you say, metronomic, and it will be a nice position that he's in, but even more so Marcus Clutton, because he will be doing a lot more overtaking than getting overtaken. So it means that he will just be on a bit of a mission heading around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, which has now plunged into darkness, really. Car heading into the paddock through the escape road. Exactly which car that is, I don't know, simply because it's a bit too far away and it's not lit up
Blue
well
LED
enough.
lights on the side door.
We'll try and pick out, is there one that's missing? We know it's not
I
Calamities,
thought it was the
that's
AFK, but the AFK's got green and they're in the pit lane at the moment, so it's not them.
Yeah, we'll try and pick out who it is. Marshall is over there to have a chat, just to make sure, one, all is well with the driver, and is it just the car that is unfortunately lost out? Don't know whether, was it? No, it won't be the
car smoking.
Yeah,
the car smoking out of the bonnet.
Yeah, clearly not all as well. The car is overheating. We know that the number 65 they fell the same fate.
They've got 8 minutes before they can't get towed back, so this seems like a decent opportunity for them to...
There isn't too bad, because they should be able to push to get the team members over there, but they need to know which team members are going over there, because we can't really pick out who it is. So we'll try and confirm once we get a clearer picture of who it is. I'm just looking, the trouble is at this stage in the race, there are some positions which are separated by 2 or 3 laps, so it might be a while before we end up picking out who it is. That, or it does pop up as missing.
So I would normally be looking
transponder,
yeah, I'd be looking for the missing one, but I can't see anything.
It's car number 125, so that is 3 Amigos and David Drinkwater. Unfortunately, that car being pushed back into the paddock, and it was the mechanics that wandered over there. So clearly over the radio, it just said, no, I'm pulling the car into it.
Side by side, once again, the 8 and the 1 car going into Druids. There's another car joining the fray.
I think.
Yeah, a little bit further back. It's the Pro-Am car being driven by Roby at the minute, trying to make their way back through ahead of Gilbert. That'll be in what is now the battle for 7th as a result of the AFK Racing pit stop. Still trying to find a way through. Like you said, really good that after 7 hours and about 7 hours and 10 minutes or so, we've still got an on-track battle that is nose to tail coming through clearways, coming out of Clark Curve now, so we can be getting the draft down the start-finish straight. 7 hours of racing, we've still got cars this close across multiple, 2 different teams with 2 completely different stables of drivers, all the different levels of talent that are going to be in those 2 cars, and they're still really close. And who's that behind them as well? Who's I don't think that's part of the battle, because that's not going to be the Shine Automotive.
I don't know whether it's Mauricio Motorsport. We'll try and pick it out, but I was trying to figure out who it was. That was because I think that was the car that ended up having contact with the number 8 Pro-Am Racing, just because they all went for the same piece of road.
We're all hunting for that inside line. It does get difficult at this time to figure out who's who.
It does. It is tricky, especially with the reflections on the glass. It does make it that little bit harder. So can't quite pick them out on that occasion. We'll get them next time they cross the line. But it is still Pro-Am, the second of the 2 Pro-Am cars, the number 8 that is the trail car, still hunting down Stephen Gilbert, but a good run on that occasion out of the final corner for the Pro-Am Racing car. Looks to the inside, does Roby. Stephen Gilbert is on the outside, and this could be position made now for Pro-Am Racing, but we saw this a couple of laps ago, and it happened again. It is the 2-1-1 of Mauricio Motorsport.
Good eyes.
But Roby managed to just nick his way up the inside, and this time secures the position.
really good battle that they've had now for quite a few laps. I don't think that's going to be the end of it just yet. We're still going to have, you're not going to have Gilbert, sit down and take that one lying down. Although that said, the Mauricio Motorsport car very much looking to make their way up through the order. That's being driven by Kraton at the moment. Kraton, is that pronunciation? I'll be honest, I didn't see the entry list coming into this one.
So you guys were talking about the 8 and 1, and the number 8 car got past Burton Power Racing, didn't it? So up into 7th for the 8 car, down to 8th for the 1 car.
As that happened, Simon Catchpole in the Chick Speed Motorsport car up into 12th place. So the strategy team will be happy.
Oh, they'll be over the moon.
They'll be over the moon, shouting themselves out. Into the pit lane we've had somebody. Is that LDR Performance Tuning? I think it is back into the pit lane.
It's not been there for too long either.
Yeah, that was with Brandon, who was in the car when it had the incident earlier on in this race. They're only 10 laps away from potentially getting a position back on the Calamity car, which is unfortunately retired with gearbox problems.
You were correct, by the way. George has said he's still watching. It was a simple Merlot.
Oh, classic.
As opposed to an intelligent Merlot.
I like that was, which makes you think, what is it now?
Yes, what is it now?
No, I think it's just finished. I think it's bottles.
Well, yeah. How many?
Come on, George. What you're drinking now, mate? Sun's gone down. Throwing some shapes.
Aidan Hills is trying to be funny, asking how the hangover is. I'm not hungover at all. I actually feel amazing today, which is against what a lot of people thought that I feel amazing today. And I guess with 8 hours and 20 minutes of KA racing, that could cure anything, especially, go on.
Yeah, someone just made the message, and they're absolutely right, is that 77 Chick Speed Motorsport up ahead of 64 Autotech Motorsport 2 now, so Catchpole up into 12th. They're doing a great job on what has been, in the daylight, quite a challenging day.
Phenomenal work from their strategy.
Yeah, their strategy team. I love that one. Congratulations to us.
I might go for one final quick walk down the pit lane, see who I can find, and hopefully can chat to some of the drivers, and also have a quick look into the LDR garage just to figure out, are we going to see that car back, even if they send it out for 11 laps, just to make sure they finish 28th.
Robin's Nest Autosport says, hard to tell with the resolution, but is the track still wet or is it misting? It's definitely not wet, completely dry. I'm not aware that it's misting, to be honest with you. No, it looks completely clear here. I think it is just literally the dazzle of the headlights.
I'm looking over to the MSVC, and it's completely clear from here to there, so that would be absolutely fine. Oh, hello.
Sorry,
you're catching. Yeah.
I'm still loving the Chick Speed lot. Rob Schratt says the strategy team, it's all the drivers, hashtag Chick Speed drivers.
So we've got a civil war now breaking out in the chat.
Colt Motorsport again, they're the strategy team. They've said, just to confirm, the Chick Speed strategy team are very happy. Hashtag Stratagenius.
Stratagenius.
Loving that one. Oh.
A plethora of wordsmiths in the chat today, isn't there?
I'm going to go stir the pot down.
Yes, go. Watch out, Team Chick Speed, because Jack Werrell's wandering down. Make sure that the camera's with you. Oh, my God. Hello, Mrs. Strong. Sounds strong. Did you walk it, though? No.
For context, my fellow commentators were asking for dinner earlier, and I believe it's just arrived for them.
You are.
No, what they've done is they've just brought it here so we can watch them eat dinner.
Yeah, it's theirs. It's theirs. See, now I've got to work out which person watching that I say, I want a winning lottery ticket. Oh, God bless you, man.
No, it's fine.
We have actually had dinner delivered. I wouldn't believe it of anyone other than Mr. and Mrs. Strong. They would. I forgot that they're just as likely to be that kind. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you.
Jack Werrell's little pit lane walk will be delayed. So Chick Speed Motorsport, you've been bought some time. before you...
Yeah, Chick Speed get away with that ever so slightly.
Chick Speed have been bought time by Chicky.
They have. What's that? Gravy as well. Gravy as well. I've never lived this dream in my life.
Oh, you can tell it's the end of the season, can't you?
It's just Sam Strong all over. Genuinely, just to explain this, we have plates now delivered us with fall over, with a dinner underneath. We've got a tub and a spoon with gravy in it to just spoon over. It was in here, Dr. Fair. Other soft drinks are available. Well, we got to work this out now. Who's going first? No, you, because you've got to go down and
okay.
you've got to go and speak to Chick Speed. So you have a bit of gravy, mate. This is like Krypton Factor. How do we eat a little bit of dinner whilst we're still on air for an hour? Incidentally, we have now clicked over into that last hour now, so nobody gets the
toe backs are done.
Toe back, yeah.
The toe backs are all finished.
They're out of the race now.
Yeah. If you find yourself parked in the gravel, I don't think that would apply to the case of the three amigos when they were parked up next to the entry back into the pit lane. They got themselves back off their quote-unquote
What did we establish? Was it the marshals that did it, or was it their team that pushed them? You know, the team that stopped
mechanics.
It was
mechanics.
So that's okay, just about.
Yeah. But anyone that gets stuck in the gravel or stuck on the side of the road at this point, they would need a tow back.
I don't think it applies to those that can get towed out of the gravel and then see themselves back. I think they're allowed to do it, aren't they?
I think they're, rather than being towed onto the circuit, they are towed back to the place of safety.
Yes, yeah, okay, fair enough.
But I wouldn't quote me on that. That's just very much a hunch on that one.
Now that everybody's wishing there was a camera in the com box to see us with a roast dinner. It's honestly legendary. Erwin Grevin says it's not even 6 p.m. and the level of commentating is getting hilarious. Sorry guys, we've just lost the plot now. It's all gone. The tomfoolery in the commentary box is top tier. Level Le Mans at night. That's outside, of course. That is amazing. Seriously feel like a late night BRT stream, but slightly cleaner. Yet so far we are keeping it cleaner, aren't we? We're doing okay, despite George.
It feels like it's 9:30 at night. It's not. It's not even 5:30.
Someone has said, "Fair play." That's so funny. I think a picture is needed of the roast. Yeah, Mike Saunders Racing. Yeah, Combox cam is needed. If you go to on my Twitter feed at Doors Racing, DAWES Racing, at Doors Racing, I did just post a photo just of generally how cool it is up here when it turns night. But because you've got yours open, I'm going to grab yours first. This photo of the roast dinner.
Apologies if you hear me wheezing.
And the Strong,
laughter.
photo of the Strong family that have bought this up for us. The legends that delivered the roast dinner. Bless you. I'm now going to post that on at Doors Racing, DAWES Racing, because it just has to be done. Sorry, I can't multitask. I'm typing. That's fine. Talk, is it?
No worries. Another quick rundown through the order with just under an hour left to go. Then Milner Racing, under the stewardship of Jack Wright, still leading the way by 18.236 seconds to the number 12 Pro-Am racing car being piloted by Ollie Furnell. They are both being hunted down by the number 95 Kachow car being piloted by Marcus Clutton. For context, Marcus Clutton is gaining about a second a lap on them at the moment and has brought down that lead gap from 2 laps to just the 1. So still with just under an hour to go, still an opportunity then to close that gap further. Fourth place is car number 3 of Wind Gap Racing. They are 2 laps down on the leader, as is the 888 of Boston Racing, currently being piloted by Eduardo Correa. In 6th place is the car number 11, the 1110th Racing, being piloted by Pierce at the moment. In 7th place is the number 1 car of Burton Power Racing, having gotten back ahead of the number 8 Pro-Am racing car. In 9th place is the number 180 that's finally showing back up as Shine Automotive. And then rounding out the top 10, currently being piloted by Natalie Knowles, is the AFK Racing Machine. Still some really close battles happening out on circuit. This battle for 7th that's on screen now still raging on between Burton Power Racing and the number 8 Pro-Am vehicle. The number 8 Pro-Am vehicle only finding themselves down here at the moment as a result of a penalty for what we believe was a pit stop infringement happening at their final stop. So they currently are making oh, now we have. Oh, we do have the cameras up here. Hello. There we go.
I have posted, but we've now got commentary box cam. Look, see, delivered.
Gravy as well. Gravy as well.
And I've got to point out that the wonderful family that have delivered it to us, Sam Strong and family. God bless you all. It's nice and dark up here. It's just amazing. And you'll notice, despite the, what do they call it, tomfoonery or whatever, there's not a drop of alcohol up here. That is only
This is just
George
natural
Wright.
insanity. That's what this is. Just natural insanity.
It's what a nighttime does to you. But
this is what a half-5 does to you.
it does. It does. Absolutely amazing. So there you go. You asked for a commentary Vox cam. Thank you, mate. I'm loving that. That is so cool. Yeah, they're all watching that now. So I put up the photos, but we had the cam. Bless you guys watching. It's probably been the most involved commentary that we've had here of the KA. You guys have been absolutely on top level.
I was only going to pop up for half an hour. That's all I was going to do.
Yeah, I know. We just left you here now. George is cracking jokes that I can't even repeat now, so it's definitely more than a nice Merlot. And he said, "Dare you?" No, I cannot. It's a team with a dinosaur name, but no, I cannot say that. George, you're such a troublemaker.
We're not past the watershed yet, George. We can't do that.
Yeah. Waving to Lakemore Lightning says we're waving to you from Clearways. We're waving back to Clearways.
Lovely shot, by the way, of the Winterlight Spectacular route up on the screen.
Wow, look at that picture. There you go.
Yeah.
It is well worth it. The lit up presents and everything looks so good that they've set up here. I would say it's a shame that we've not got the lights lighting up the corporate boxes.
Were they doing it yesterday then?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it probably was. I would imagine that it's down to that they'd said that it was a bit off-putting because it was a bit close to the track.
I would imagine it would be slightly off-putting.
Yeah.
I think they were just doing testing yesterday because the starting date for that is the 21st of November.
Right.
Runs. It's through select weekdays in November and then pretty much flat throughout December from the 4th every day with the exception of Christmas Day itself till the end of December.
I love this. Scrutley says, I want future races to start at night so we get this class of commentating from the get-go. There's no recovery from this. It can't do this too early. Good grief, man. No, that would not work. So yes, hopefully you managed to see that. Otherwise on X or whatever. In fact, also Chris Dawes Media.
I was going to say that's the one I've got of you.
Yeah, on Instagram is the other option. So Chris Dawes, that's DAWES Media. I'm going to put that up here now as well, so that it's in there, and you get to see how awesome it is. The wonderful gift that keeps on giving. And that is Sam. I'm back into that. I can't multitask now. Sorry, man.
It's all right.
I'm rubbish.
Unfortunately, I've just done a top 10 rundown, so I'm going to keep an eye on the screen.
See, we're testing you, seeing how you then feel, aren't we? We're just testing you, mate. You're all right.
Still there's a 5-car battle effectively going on down at Graham Hill at the moment. A bunch of cars streaming up now into Surtees. Problem that I've got there is that, again, it's the nature of the light bars. I can see that the 55 is one of those cars involved in, and now Chris Dawes is.
I can hear the unfurling of tinfoil.
I'm laughing like a kid.
Oh, he is very excitedly getting that one.
I just cannot believe it, man.
Oh yeah, sorry. There's the gravy. Yeah,
mate.
the gravy. No, it's fine. It's fine. I wasn't supposed to be here. That's all good.
Yeah, don't we? Yeah, he's supposed to be at home now with his feet up, drinking the Merlot.
I'm fascinated that the guilt trip worked.
It was, yeah. I didn't guilt him into it. Don't say that. I didn't guilt him into it. Did I guilt you into it?
It was the message that came across.
Yeah. Uh-oh, Sam Strong's back.
It was the message that came across, and I just thought, yeah, do you know what? It is literally walking distance away.
Well.
And
you funny.
Yeah, exactly.
We're on the
and I
same
just thought,
wavelength.
do you know what? I'm literally not even 2 minutes away from here.
I'm impressed
The
that you
roast dinner's
didn't
made.
pretend that you walked, though. You instantly admitted.
Have you seen my body?
Yeah, it's about half the size of mine, mate. You're all right.
No, I walked back from here last night, so that was enough for me. So yeah, but no, honestly, mate, you're absolutely welcome.
Oh, mate, it's wonderful.
Like I said, I've known you for a long time, so you know, if you ask for a roast dinner, Chris.
Yeah. Just quickly, to make sure I'm getting the balance between absolute collapse into hilarity and professionalism. It is the same order. We got Milner racing number 46 in the lead, comfortably, just stretching his legs sufficiently at the front. He's always sort of half a second or more quicker per lap. So that margin now over number 12 Pro-Am Racing. Oliver now behind the wheel, 20.652. Then you've got Marcus Clutton, who was sort of lapping down in the 102s consistently, so he is lapping quicker. The bad news for the 95 Kachow car is that it is a lap behind. Now, it's not out of the question. He may be able to close in on Ollie Fennell and be able to unlap itself, but I have a suspicion that's about the best that he's going to be able to do now with the margin as it is. Fourth is the number 3 Wingate Racing, Murray at the wheel. Now, that is a further lap again behind the 95 car. And of course, don't forget, that was running in second for Big Chunks. So they're going to be probably hoping that there's a way they can get themselves onto a podium that they'll probably feel they deserve how big chunks of this race has gone. 888 Boston Racing up into 5th place now, so that's pretty decent. They've had, we were saying earlier that they were up at the pointy end. I'm pretty sure they got a penalty or two, and that dropped them back a bit, and they fought their way up really nicely. 6th, number 11 for 11 10th Racing. They've quietly been fighting their way up. Burton Power Racing, Gilbert behind the wheel in 7th place. 8th is the number 8 car. I always like that rounded thing where it's 8th and 8. Yeah, the synergy, that's the word. Thank you. Thank you. I'd run out of words then. Roby in the Pro-Am racing. So Pro-Am are currently 2nd and 8th as it stands. 180 Shine Automotive. A lot of people were rooting for that car, and they've had a couple of challenges along the way. They're now sat in 9th position, and rounding out your top 10 at the moment is number 55, Car-Strapped Racing, Smith at the wheel of that one. Now, Jack Werrell's gone wandering down to the pit lane. What's the atmosphere like down there, Jack Werrell? I thought I heard him in the background then, but it wasn't him. So he's still trying to stir the pot enough to then be able to grab a few words. But he's not found anyone yet.
No, not yet, not yet. I was just having a look through the chat. So we wanted to get a quick shout out to Alex Tandori in car number 55. And Sam, you're being requested to send a roast over to Garage 15 now.
Yeah, Garage 15. Yeah, yes. You may go to the toilet first.
Well done to Alex Tandori in car number 55. Quote, for not rolling the car at Brands this year. So the Castrap Racing team in the top 10, haven't rolled the car. All very content, I would imagine, down in that garage at the moment. Tom Davies has just said as well, I think we are too far into collapse hilarity, Dawsey.
Yeah, that's true. Fair dues. I can't disagree with that. Mike Saunders Racer says, Chris and Jack, I think you were commentating on Speedfest this year. Yeah, that's my annual event, Speedfest. I love that one. I managed to lap up to 4th place, even with the safety car. Told the organiser I'm going for the whole field next year, 6th and 7th of June. So therefore, he's going to give it a go. And we'll see. I can hear Jack Werrell down in the pit lane.
I had just popped in to see Chick Speed. Want to obviously say thank you for keeping us busy. But the strategy team didn't seem so open to talking to us. No, it just so happened as I asked a question, they had to speak to the driver or something like that.
Any excuse.
Any excuse. I've managed to find my roaming cameraman.
How have they got so cagey all of a sudden?
I don't know. I'm trying to find somebody
Keyboard
to talk
warriors, aren't they? That's what we got to call him. Peter Harding says, what a nice guy Sam is, and he's a good lady. You know, he's taking all the glory, isn't he? Doesn't he always, though? But he said, does he have enough for us in the grandstand at Paddock Hill? Afraid not. He wouldn't walk that far, we've just established, anyway.
There's jacks everywhere, isn't there? Blimey, there's another one up in the grandstand, one down in the pit lane. You've got me up here. God.
Yeah.
Can't shake us off.
So where did... Mike Asirio's put Clutton looks fast, and I agree, he really does. He's probably the quickest car out there, because he was down in the 102s even in the dark.
He's been consistently, that last lap there was a 103.6. That's a bit of a slow lap for him. I honestly think that he's getting those kind of lap times whilst making his way through the traffic. He's already pulled one lap back on the lead car, and I'll be very interested to see if he's able to pull that second lap back. There's still 45 minutes to go. At the rate that he was going, you know, earlier on, he was catching the number 12 car at about a second a lap. It's just got a really good pace.
And on the screen now, this was the race that I just clocked, is backwards and forwards.
Oh, it's been going like this for about half an hour.
So the Burton Power race in number 1, passed by number 8. Then they're back again by the looks of that on the screen, if I was interpreting that right.
Yep.
Jack Werrell.
Kahuna's race team back into the pit lane, and they've gone straight into the garage, and obviously that unlocks a nice little bit in terms of working on the car, because if the car is outside of the garage in its pit box, you can have 4 people working on the car. If it's in the garage, there's an unlimited number of people you can have working on the car. So I'm going to just wander in and at least have a guess at what's going on. So Costa's in the car, but brought the car straight in, and he's chatting away with that of Ian Perkins, I think. So, yeah, unsure at the moment, but I'll ask the question.
I'll be wondering, for the Kahuna's race team, it's always going to be a question for this race of a bit of a what if as a result of the penalty that they got earlier on. They would have been just a couple of laps off the lead. They would have been well inside that top 5. Another thing that I've just seen as well, we were talking about it a little bit earlier, we were looking for the number 9 LDR Performance Tuning to get the necessary laps to get themselves up off of the final place of the classification, and they've done that now with their most recent lap. They've completed lap 212 to get themselves up into 28th position. The battle rages on between Burton Power and Prime Racing for P7. That's the focus of the stream right now. You've got the Burton Power car just ahead of that number 8, and then it will be, I believe that's still the Mauricio Motorsport in behind. It's been these 3 in sequence for genuinely a good half an hour or so. Jack Werrell.
Yeah, quick one from Kahuna. So I had a quick chat to Costa Kritzis, and collectively as a team they've decided, with the penalty applied, they are too far down to really risk anything happening to the car, because it's the end of the season. The last thing they want is a big repair job heading into the winter, so they've decided to retire the car to aid in the longevity of that specific car.
Yeah, that makes sense. So ultimately, it's not too far away now from the first race of next season. It's going to be mid-March for the Snetterton event provisionally. I think it was the 14th of March, I might have that incorrect, but the second weekend of March at Snetterton for their 3-hour race this year. It was a 12-hour race this year, but next year, will be a 3-hour race currently scheduled for that one. Still keeping an eye on this battle between Burton Power and Prime Racing as they come to complete another lap here, and as Chris Dawes gets himself finished of an impromptu roast dinner and is sent into a laughing fit. I'll let him catch his breath real quick as we keep watching this battle down into turn 1 between Burton Power and Prime Racing. The fight rages on, and I think that's a move around the outside that they're looking for now. There's some lap traffic up ahead to deal with.
I'm back.
Chris Dawes, you're back.
That was a big bit of Yorkshire pudding there. And I went to bite in, it didn't work, and the whole thing, and I'm like, then you threw to me. It's like, no, I'm out.
I didn't throw to you, I just wanted to make everyone aware that you were still alive.
I was.
You were still here.
I finished an amazing bit of roast chicken, roast potatoes, bit of broccoli, and Yorkshire pud as well, but the Yorkshire pudding nearly beat me then. It was too much at one go. Absolutely glorious. A bit of grub, and there was me thinking I completely miss out on a roast because I'll be driving later as well. God bless you. Thank you very much, sir. Was that you that cooked?
I'm the only one that cooks in the family, mate. So
Is
yeah.
it?
Yeah.
All right then.
Well, okay. Jessie helps me. That's fine.
Yeah. She does everything else.
Yeah, oh, this right. Okay. Yeah.
No, it was a very good job there, mate. I was going to throw the joke that I was a vegetarian when you brought in, but I was like, no, I'm not doing that.
Dorsey, I've known you for long enough, mate. I know you're not a veggie.
I look like a veggie, don't I? Yeah, a teetotal veggie.
Yeah.
It's got to be done.
Yeah. So we have got literally, what, an hour left now, I think?
Less than that, 40 minutes.
Less than that, 40 minutes.
Yeah, so we're into it. So as this has been going on, Sam, has it made you even more kind of go, yeah, whether it's spanners, whether it's behind the wheel, you're missing it enough to want to be involved?
Yeah, do you know what? So following our conversation earlier this morning, when I went home when I was cooking, I always use it as a form of escapism from work for sure. And I was reflecting on what I was saying and how much, you know, I sort of do genuinely miss being behind the steering wheel. Really, obviously the car's, you know, up for sale. Is there capacity for me to keep it or sell it? I don't know, you know. But yeah, I mean, doing things like this really excites me as well.
Yeah,
you
of course. Well, I don't know if you were. I don't know how much of it you were listening to on the commentary because we've destroyed a lot of people's spirits today, I think. But the amount of people that have said, "Yeah, we've got a team together now. We've got to come and do this," and it's teams that are established elsewhere, and they've suddenly gone, "We want to be involved in this." And it is that amazing, fun spirit that we've got as part of this racing, that incredible achievement. I don't know if you heard us talking about that euphoria when you get to the end and you've completed it. That must be special.
Yeah, it's huge because, you know, especially in the endurance races like this, when you're doing 6 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours, or whatever the case is, it's a big achievement to get to the end of that. Yeah. You know, and if you think about the sort of the logistics of it, you know, these KAs, you know, people buy engines that are 80, 90,000 miles on the clock already, and then they give them 8 hours worth of, you know, hard pushing just by changing the oil, in effect. So, you know, it's a huge achievement for finishing a race like this. Even the sprints, you know, even sprint racing has the same sort of effect.
Does it?
I mean, you know, especially if you come over the line first, obviously.
Well, yeah. Who told you that? Oh, jeez, that was a low blow, wasn't it?
I've run races, Chris.
You know, I know. I've commentated on them, mate. So
yeah, very true.
No, it just, I don't know. I mean, and look at that on the stream. That view with the floodlit garage, pit lane, the garage is lit up. Along that start-finish straight, there's just something a little bit cool.
And do you know what? So when I said, well, obviously when you bullied me online to say give me a roast dinner,
this story gets more and more.
I said to Frankie, where's she gone? Oh, right. I said to my wife, Frank, you know, listen, the boys have just said this on the comms. Once this is cooked, I'm just going to fly down there, go and give them a couple of roast dinners, and then I'll be back, and then I'll feed the rest of the family. So all I've actually done there is I've going home to a cold roast dinner. But what she said was, listen, let's bring Joey, who's my little boy, is 18, 19 months or something now. Because she said that he would absolutely love all of the lights and everything else. So, but you're absolutely right. It is special. It's special for kids. It's special for adults, and everything goes with it, really, mate.
It does. No, I mean, it's just so wonderful to be around. I mean, Jack Werrell's back up here now, and he's on the radio mic up here. What's the mood like down there?
It's odd because there's an air of, we're nearly there, we're nearly at the end. But also, I feel like there's a bit of sadness that we're getting to the end of the season, but there's a bit of tension of, this is effectively the beginning of next season. As soon as that checker flag comes out, they're going to be looking forward to next season. And you can tell that everyone's still in high spirits. Chick Speed, brilliant. They embody the spirit of EnduroKA, and I love it.
No, it is. It's absolutely epic.
I mean, I remember a few years ago, Chris, and you probably remember the same, where the majority of the cars had some sort of LED lighting over them. That seems to have dropped a little bit now. There's still some of them out there with it.
I love the fact we just keep trying to watch your message. And Carl Gerrard says, I want some of whatever Chris Dawes is taking. Jeepers.
Is that a compliment?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. It's, other than roast dinner, that's all I'm taking. But bless you, no. It's. I hope you don't mind. Is that you know? I'm not going to lie, by the way. It is just a little bit harder to fully commentate on this because we're looking out the window and the lights are pretty. That's about it. That's all I got because you just can't quite tell who is who. On the cameras there, we can see it every so often. We can work it out. We're interpreting the timing screen. We're working out what could still happen.
We're eating roast dinners.
We're eating roast dinners, and we are enjoying the atmosphere with all of this. And it is so cool. I mean, we're in the commentary box up here deliberately with the lights off because we've established you turn the lights on and it's awful. You just can't see out the window.
See yourself in the reflection.
No one wants that. But you know, it is just so cool in this. And again, if you look on either Chris Dawes Media on Instagram or at Dawes Racing on X or Twitter or whatever you want to call it these days, you will see I took a couple of photos of us in here with the monitors on and the darkness with the bits lit up, and it just has that cool vibe to it.
It's that lead up to Christmas as well, isn't it? With all the pretty little lights around, and you've got the trail up there with all the nice lights.
Yeah, Winter Light Spectacular. We've got to get them. Yeah, tickets are on sale now. Got to get it right, haven't we? But I'll be honest to say, Jack Werrell, is that it was one of the things that when I was asked to do this, instantly it was remembering this bit now.
Yeah, this is the first time, if it wasn't for last year, this is the first time.
Do you know what? I actually momentarily forgot that you deserted me last year.
That I've covered the IndyCar 500, but I've been here before, once with Dad Racing, and just to be part of it as a spectator, it's so cool, and even more so today because you could get in for free as well. It really is a fabulous event.
Yeah, it genuinely is, and it was great to get someone who's been down in the garage, because you and I were talking earlier about the wonderful sort of you know, that euphoric feeling when the checker flag falls and you go, we made it to the end, and we were saying including us on the comms, without me going completely mental, getting to the end, but the drivers, the teams, and to hear that is exactly as we envisaged it would be.
Yeah, I think what I will try and do is, just as the checkered flag falls, I will probably run down to the pit wall and open the mic so you can hear the outpour of emotion. But then you've got to be mindful of what may be said. But
true.
Yeah, there will be an outpour of emotion.
Do we still do the Dagenham Dustbin?
Yes.
Because normally I think we're told around about now, aren't we? I don't know whether we're going to know. I don't quite know what we're doing at the end, because in terms of a podium, it's going to be past our curfew, but are they wanting something for stream? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Nick, if you're listening, do you have any idea what we're doing at the end? We haven't got a clue. Hang on, I'm just going to pause.
So the race wears on as you would expect. There's still some good battles going on out there. We have a quick look at the timing, and Pro-Am Racing, they again shuffled with Burton Power Racing over the previous couple of laps, but it seems like now that the Pro-Am Racing car has finally managed to find itself a little area to settle. The number 12 machine, the leading of the two Pro-Am Racing cars, working its way in towards turn one now at Paddock Hill Bend, then heading up towards Druids, and just heading in towards Surtees is the race leader. So there is a bit of a gap between them of around about 25.5 seconds. So I will just go very briefly quiet and be back with you any moment now. The same as Chris Dawes.
Gap now between the 7 and the 8th placed cars, the number 8 Prime and the number 1 Burton Power Racing, having indeed grown to 4.5 seconds. Probably it's still one of the closest position battles on circuit. Another one that's very close at the minute, the 141 and the 64 car in the battle for P17. They are just 1.1 seconds apart, so even further down through the field you've still got loads of battles going on. 15th and 16th are a few seconds apart on circuit. which with just over half an hour to go is an incredible, incredible closeness of these fights. Are continuing on. The gap out in front at the moment is 26.6 seconds ahead up between Milner Racing and Pro-Am, but you've still got the number 95 making very good headway in third. Jack, you were just pointing that out.
Yeah, Marcus Clutton, he currently has the fastest lap of the race by just under half a tenth of a second. From Jack Wright, but that was at 1 minute 2.372. Marcus Clutton has gone through and posted a 1 minute 2.985. Now a 1 minute 2.6 exactly. So he's only a quarter of a second away from going quicker than anybody has gone so far this race. Well, quicker than he's already gone so far this race. The gap is now down to 44 seconds separating Marcus Clutton and Ollie Fernal. Unfortunately, with half an hour left, I don't quite think it's going to happen. But what he would be looking for is around about 2 seconds per lap.
I mean, he's doing that.
He is doing that at the moment, but obviously there's so much variation with traffic, etc. But all it takes is a safety car.
I think as well, if those gaps are as close as they are, like if they keep the same sort of gap between them, just having a look into Paddock Hill, 3 wide going into Paddock Hill, that's brave. Oh no, and the car's gone off.
Yeah,
that's one of the Pro-Ams.
It is one of the Pro-Am cars, into the wall as well. I don't know whether that's I think that is going to be the number 8 machine. We zoom in to try and find out. It is the 8, so unfortunately, the number 8 machine of Roby has found himself in the barrier. 3 wide into turn 1, you saw it, and unfortunately, as soon as 3 went in, no, 3 into 1 won't go. And the second of the 2 Pro-Am cars, unfortunately, found the barrier. And the barrier is quite a long way away. And just as we said, all it takes is a safety car for Marcus Clutton to put Ollie Fernal under threat. With the demise of one Pro-Am racing car, it could trigger the demise of the other. The safety car has now been deployed.
It's really awkward timing for everyone involved as well. With less than half an hour to go, it is going to be very... Not sketchy is the right word, but it's going to be a bit tight, a bit tense now between now and the end, because as you said, Pro-Am number 12, the second place car, and Marcus Clutton in the 95 were on the same lap. So this now just closes the field back together, and for a final, it turns the rest of the race into an effective half-hour sprint. Anyone that needed to pit to do a splash and dash between now and the end, they now have a perfect opportunity to do so under the safety car conditions. They are able to minimise the amount of time lost that they're going to be making in the pit stop. We just had a replay come up on stream of the incident happening again. It was just 3 wide. I only just caught it at the corner of my eye. Just 3 wide coming down into Paddock Hill, and you can potentially get away with that during the day, but in these hours, late at night with the limited visibility, it's a lot more difficult to make it happen. The gaps now will be reading a little bit differently as they come round. Marcus Clutton didn't get himself onto the lead lap, so he's not going to be able to make total use of the advantage here. He won't be able to unlap himself as of yet, so we'll still be stuck behind the 46, but it does allow him to get significantly closer to that number 12 Pro-Am racing car. Just waiting to see where the safety car is to see if they have been, they have been picked up now. They're just coming down the start-finish straight with, that is the safety car, the Hyundai Ioniq 5N that we've got here, and behind him, first in the queue, is the number 46 Milner racing car being piloted by Jack Wright. I'm just keeping an eye on how many cars are separating the leader from second place. It's going to be a bit of a gap back. Quite a few cars back it's going to be to the number 12 car. There's at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 cars separate the first and second place cars. So if Ollie Fernal has got some pace in him, he's got a good opportunity now to try and make the most of that.
Sorry about that, Jack Mace. You only popped up to see us, didn't you? And
Yeah,
we just suddenly left you in the lurch for a second because we were just establishing with the production crew what's going to happen at the end of this race. And we now have a plan of action that will be Jack Werrell will go down with the radio mic to just open up the mic, I think you were saying, weren't you?
Yeah, we did it here for GT World Challenge Europe because obviously a garage full of people, and to win that event, there's so much just outpour of emotion. So we used to just open the mic just to get that. So I will run down to try and get some of the emotion. As for then closing out, obviously we've got a sort of plan for that.
Which is happy to say is that obviously what we've got here at the circuit is we have a 6:30 p.m. curfew that is a hard curfew. We have to stop, and obviously
we will get shut off.
Absolutely, and we because we are going out over the PA here at the circuit as well. So it's not just you on the stream that think I've completely lost the plot. It's everybody here at the circuit thinks that as well. Actually, they knew that, didn't they, to be fair with me. But we will then... you will do that bit, open up, get the atmosphere. Any interviews you can get, potentially then with couple more minutes left, is that we'll hand up to me. If there's a lull, might hand up to me before that. As we then get to that 6:30 curfew, I shall wrap up, finish, which will sound like I'm wrapping up on the stream, but I'm not, because if we still haven't quite got the interviews with, say the top 3 for argument's sake, Jack Werrell will still be on the stream with the camera crew's
so you
microphone.
will close out the circuit commentary and I will close out the live stream.
Yes, exactly right. So don't get confused by all of that. There's the pictures that's showing what has brought about this safety car, the number 8 car. Looks like it's just gone straight on.
Collision. It was 3 wide going down into Paddock Hill, got turned around.
Oh, really?
On the left, yeah. It was trying to get through some lap traffic. The 8 was doing a good job of pulling away from the Burton Power racing car. That gap was just beginning to extend. And then in trying to eagerly get through some traffic, forced it 3 wide. And I was saying you could get away with that during the day, but when there's such less visibility, you don't really have the point of reference of the circuit that you would have had earlier. And it just ended up the 3 cars combining. Yeah, drivers already walked away.
So that's good.
Drivers all good.
I love that, is that BRT Justin says, just whisper, you're fine. I've got to be honest, Justin, I've never been called quiet.
I do wonder. I wondered this the other day as well, yesterday. Here's a replay, actually. We'll just quickly watch the replay. So that's 3 into 1.
Yep.
And it was only going to go one way, I'm afraid. Unfortunately, hit the gravel, skimmed across the top of the gravel, and then found the barrier.
Yeah.
But you'd hope that they're on 2 separate systems, but we know how close the houses are on the GP loop.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Let's hope that our commentary...
We know how close roast dinners are being cooked to the circuit, don't we?
Yeah. We hope that our dulcet tones aren't being echoed around the GP circuit.
No, I mean, it would be off. The GP loop would be off because there wouldn't be any reason to be broadcasting out there at this time. I know that the radio was working over in West Kingsdown. I could hear you guys from near the top of Rootham Hill. from where I could hear from. I know those in around New Ash Green as well, if they're tuned into Radio Brands 88.3 FM, they should be able to pick us up as well. But in terms of the actual PA, yeah, that's a hard curfew at 6:30. We had similar last week with the Brit car into the night race. We had to cut off everything, and I ended up doing the podium, just yelling very loudly at the people that were assembled around the podium area.
It's got to be done. It's got to be done. So
it does.
Got me to with what you've got.
22 minutes remaining. We are now just ticking past 6 o'clock in the evening. So 22 minutes to go. How close is the gap now between Ollie Fernell and Marcus Clussen?
And I've got to clear up a slight concern, is that Sirius Darkfur said if Ollie stays in the car, doesn't he go over the max time for a driver to be in the car? No. It's absolutely fine. 2 hours 20 at a time, and a maximum of 60%.
Which in this case is 5 hours.
Yeah, and so he's absolutely fine. He did a 1 hour thing earlier. So no, he's absolutely fine. So I'm not, I mean, we did see the number 3 Wingat racing car come in, interestingly, and it's gone back out. That did lose them a place. They're now down to 6th. In fact, possibly 2 places, because weren't they ahead of 888 Boston Racing?
Yeah, Boston were 5th.
Yeah, so now up to 4th has gone Boston Racing. 11 tenths. I was saying earlier, they've quietly snuck up through this order, haven't they?
they've kept their nose clean. They haven't gotten any penalties, they haven't made any mistakes in the pit stops, and they've just climbed through the order where everyone else around them has made an error here or there.
Yeah. My contract. Thank you for your comment. We always try to do exactly what you're saying. Now it does feel like a good time to sort of say a massive thank you to the marshals, because it's been, yesterday the conditions were suboptimal. Today it's been very chilly indeed. So a massive thank you to the whole Orange Army. Whether you were here yesterday and not today, or you've been here the whole weekend, even the marshals that came here on Taster Days yesterday, a massive thank you to you all, because we wouldn't be able to go racing without you. And speaking of Taster Days, if you are wanting to get involved in marshalling, there simply isn't another way of getting closer to the action without physically driving. It is by being a marshal. Sign yourself up for a Taster Day on marshals.co.uk, marshals.co.uk. In the morning, you pretty much see everything, so you might go to a marshal's post somewhere out there on circuit, the assembly area, Parc Ferme, scrutineering, race control, timekeepers, the pit lane, literally everywhere. Maybe unfortunate enough to come up into the commentary box and have to listen to us. There is a little bit of everything is what you see in the morning, and then in the afternoon you go out onto a flag post or a marshal's post somewhere around on circuit. You are met in the morning by a very friendly, warm, welcoming group of incredibly experienced marshals, and when you go out on the afternoon to a marshal's post, you're not left there on your own. Again, the same group of brilliant marshals will be there to help you. If a car does end up in your sort of catchment area, you're not expected to go out and help with the cleanup if there is if the circuit is live at that time. But we would love to have you if you are a race driver as well and you're looking to go a little bit further with your upgrade card or etc. If you do a day's marshalling, you do get a signature on your race license, and it does give you a whole new appreciation for what the marshals do whilst you're out there enjoying yourself in your race car. So we would love to have more of you. Sign yourself up for a taste today on marshals.co.uk. It doesn't have to be here at Brands Hatch. It doesn't have to be here with the MSVR. It can be at your local circuit. You don't necessarily need to do a set amount a year. You could do one a year if you so wish, and it gives you unlimited options to travel top to bottom of the country.
I do believe one of the marshals out there today will be Tony Coles, who was up here in the box with me last week. So it would quick shout out to Tony if you are out there. Hope that your day's been going quite as well as it can have been so far.
Yeah, I love someone's put a comment. Noise of race cars acceptable, noise from a human's voice unacceptable. I can get on board with this working in IT. No, the cars have to stop as well, I'm afraid. Yeah. So it's not just us.
Cars do have to stop, but especially Crystals.
Yes, cars and my mouth have to stop at 6:30. So yeah, I know it's been answered, but Boxing This Lab says, why is the ambulance on track? There possibly was an ambulance there, because if there's any contact, they get taken and checked and signed out, and everything will be fine. But equally, what has been the case here, and I think I'd never really clocked it before, I certainly didn't remember it, is that if there's a recovery, especially in the dark, but it has been the other time, is that a recovery vehicle, which is what it actually is, even though it's got blue lights, it will be just the rescue vehicle, parks on the side of the circuit where the incident is, forcing the not just the safety car, but the train of cars to go on the opposite side of the circuit. And just keep everybody away, especially if they're going to then pull that car onto the circuit. So that gives you an idea of what that is all about.
It's an ambulance, but they will also be assisting with the recovery operation, where they're just ensuring that no one ends up going. It makes it abundantly clear that there is an operation going on there. They're getting the car sorted.
Tony Constant, thanks for spotting that, mate. He says, if anyone hasn't spotted, the stream timing tower hasn't updated for about 30 minutes, so just ignore it. So, yes, I've just double-checked that, because it's showing Wingate racer number 3 and 4th. It's not. It's down in 6th after pitting, and everybody else has moved up ahead of them. So it's just, obviously, the network glitch has resurfaced a little bit there. But if you go to tsl-timing.com, you will see it, or you go to msvr.co.uk, go to cars, and then this race meet, as well as any updates that may be posted on there. You'll see the TSLs on there as well, so that gives you an insight.
It's a really cool website, that one.
It is. I love it that we get I've heard that it's designed by Chimp.
Yeah, developed by Chimp.
Sorry, that's the one. In case you didn't guess, that was Jack Mace that has done it or been involved in it. What's the right way to say it?
Been heavily involved in it.
Okay.
For that one.
That's a very modest answer, wasn't it, that one? Green flag, we're back racing with 16 3/4 minutes left to go.
4 wide into turn 1. Oh, they've made it work.
One of those was Marcus Clutton.
Yeah, Marcus Clutton, the one out in front from that, just charging through. Because, of course, he's only 2 cars now behind the Milner one, so he'll be looking to get himself back onto the lead lap.
Yeah, I mean, the problem for him, though, is that, of course, the one that he really needs to be back with is the Pro-Am
Yeah, the way
racing.
the safety car came out, though, I think it separated them by almost a full lap.
Yeah, it did. The gap was about 40 seconds before, and it's just added another 10 seconds or so. There were 11 cars between the 46 and the 12, so Ollie Fernell's got a heck of a lot of work to do in order to try and bridge that gap forward to Jack Wright in the Milner racing car. But Marcus Clutton, is that him coming through 3rd in the line, I believe it will be now, behind the leader, having got that triple pass down into Paddock Hill. Yeah, Jack Wright now comes across the line. Then there's the 95, 3rd in the line. So Marcus Clutton will be looking to get himself back onto the lead lap, which, if you get a short safety car bunching the field back up again, anything can happen at that point, I think.
Just looking at how late Marcus Clutton brakes in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Everyone's braking just as they kind of meet the pit exit line. Marcus is almost into the corner by the time he's hitting the brakes, scrubbing the speed off on the rear axle. He's throwing everything at this, but it will definitely be an uphill struggle for now. And Ollie Fernell has got, as you said, Mr. Mace, a lot of work to do over the next 15 minutes. But for now, for Jack Wright, all he needs to do is just not necessarily stay at the front of the queue, just keep it between the white lines and keep those times rolling in.
Yeah, and he knows what he needs to do, hasn't he? In reality, he's just going to... He's not going to go daft in his lap times, but equally, you hear it all too often from talented racing drivers. You equally can't fully back off.
No.
That's when more chance of
line.
making mistakes.
Yeah, there's a real fine line, and of course, Jack was one of the drivers that ended up winning the Anglesey 24 Hours with Team Milner. So he knows what he's doing when it comes to endurance racing.
And he's into the part that he's enjoying this. He's in the night racing, and as we heard earlier when we were visited by Richard Jepp, is that you don't get to do this very often. You think about it, even those that are here, is that only 1 or 2 will get the opportunity this weekend to drive in the dark, other than yesterday in the qualifying. Obviously everyone got to, but that isn't normally the case, so he's going to just be enjoying this. We've now got the challenge, so unlapping himself is the number 95 car, Kachow. He's going to put himself on that lead lap. The bad news for Marcus Clutton is that, well, that obviously means he's got a full lap, so a 62 to 64 second margin that he would be looking to make up, which there's not a chance. He's doing 2 seconds a lap with only 13 3/4 minutes to go. But is he going to give himself the opportunity to start reeling in Ollie Fernell in the Pro-Am number 12? Jack Wright's coming back.
He's not giving that one up easy.
Yeah.
He's looking for the switchback on the exit of Paddock Hill, but it's not going to happen. And Marcus Clutton, he's doing a superb job of maintaining that momentum. It's like he does this for a living, isn't it?
It is. But I mean, there lies another reason why Jack Wright's going to be enjoying this, is that I know Jack Wright is a super talented driver, and we see him racing regularly in all sorts of things. But I'm sure he's still going to, acknowledge that he's there racing against one of the top GT racing drivers in Europe, not just in the country. So he's going to be really pitting himself against him and taking pride in the fact that he is holding his own.
It's almost a bit of deja vu back to Snetterton, because I distinctly remember those two having an absolutely titanic battle for the first 2 hours of that race at Snetterton. It was just the 95 and the 46 trading places for the first stint at least of that race, and here they are. That's at the start of the season. Here we are at the end of the season. It's playing itself out all over again.
No, agreed. The 555 car came across the line, about to get past one of the cars. It's not for position, but they were certainly having a bit of fun there. Across the line there. Which car was that? Was that Boston Racing, possibly? Running side by side. 16 seconds is the margin between first and second. Still, Ollie Fernell sat there in second place, 16.140. But it's now going to be all about when Marcus Clutton comes through, we'll get more of an idea of what the margin is. And he's lapping a second and a half a lap quicker than Ollie for now. But I just think it's going to be too much of a margin, sadly. I say sadly that I'm not asking for one way or another, but I want the fight.
Yeah, you want to see a battle. Yeah, I think with the timing of that safety car and how long it went on for has ultimately, I'm not going to say it secured it, because anything can happen in the last 10 minutes. The incident that caused the safety car came out of absolutely nowhere itself. The gap is 46.86 seconds. Clutton is behind that number 12 car of Ollie Furnell.
Yeah. Good question. Box in this lap says, commentators, what do you think Marcus Clutton prefers racing, the McLaren 720S or the Kachow Ford KA?
Kachow Ford.
100%. If you're going off enjoyment factor.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean,
he had a lot of fun at Alton Park, I know that much, in the McLaren. A lot of fun there. However, Kachow Ford.
I think you're right. I mean, let's be honest, we'd be sort of like kids in the sweet shop if we got the opportunity in a McLaren, of course, but he's racing them all the time as a living, he's testing them all the time, he's coaching in them, and of course it's still going to be incredible. So the technology on them is out of this world, but for pure racing, back to basics, there's no question they all get out with an incredible smile on their face, and he keeps doing this time and time again.
Flashing his main beam like he is in a GT3 car, diving up the inside. Complete commitment from Marcus Clutton. Brilliant. It shows why he is one of the best, and yeah, flashing the lights is brilliant. We see a fair amount of it, but it was like it was on a flash button.
There he goes, he's diving up. Oh, and that was... that back marker went, I'm not hanging around. After you, sir. Yeah. I'm not getting involved. Down to the final 10 minutes. Here we go. I like BRT Justin. Slow car fast or fast car slow? I mean, he doesn't drive a fast car slow, to be fair. But
he drives
I
fast
get your
car
point.
fast.
But I do get your point, is that there's got to be some incredible pleasure to... Because it's got to feel sweet, hasn't it? When you get everything flowing. Momentum racing, it's got to feel absolutely on point.
Super rewarding, yeah. I think I've always been a big believer in slow car fast is much better.
Yeah. Like it. Box in this lap says, racing the McLaren is his job, but racing the Kachow Ford KA is pure fun. And it is true, it's not his job coming to do this.
This is the hobby.
Yeah. No, I like that. Good conversation point, that, mate. That was a very valid point. 9.25 minutes left to go. Milner Racing still comfortably leading the way. 418 laps completed. There is the 95 car. He's got a free track to himself for a little while now. In fact, that's quite mad, isn't it? I just looked up there towards Druids, and it is pitch black all the way up to Druids, all the way down to Graham Hill Bend and along the Cooper Straight, and it's only about halfway along, third of the way along, before they suddenly get lit up again. Then they plunge into darkness again for Surtees, McLaren. There's a bit of light there from the Med Centre. Great to see people over there still with the flash going off on their cameras. We can see you getting some great photos that will be absolutely wonderful.
The gap, by the way, between Furnell and Clutton is down to, it was 43 last time, and this time it is 41.7. So the gap's coming down, but I think you alluded to it earlier, Chris. I don't think it's coming down quickly enough to end up with a podium battle.
Over the previous couple of laps, I've obviously been watching Marcus Clutton. It almost looks like the exhaust is glowing on the back of that car. I don't know whether it is, or it's just the light bouncing off the...
Which one's that?
Marcus Clutton.
Oh, okay. Your dad's just messaged me again, and this sums it up brilliantly. We're talking about the people that you get to race against. He says, in my short EnduroKA career, I've shared the track with an overall winner of Le Mans, a BTCC champion, a British Touring Car champion, a British GT driver, a Porsche Carrera Cup front runner, and an F1 team manager. It's bonkers, exclamation mark, he says. And that sums it up.
Yeah, because this could be your first ever race, and you're rubbing shoulders with people that motorsport is their world, and they have risen to the top of that world as well, which is, it's like, as my dad said, it's bonkers. It is bonkers.
Gary Hill says you don't have to worry about the PA system on the GP loop. There isn't any. I know, but there is here. We can't make noise from here after 6:30.
I didn't know there was. I thought there were speakers out on the GP loop. But
no, I know the marshals have
They'll have their own
radios out there.
radios,
Yeah. But they get upset because they still have to listen to me. So there's no escaping it.
Gap out in front extended again on that last lap. Jack Wright, he's not really letting off. I mean, Marcus Klein is back into the 102s. He's really pushing for whatever he can get at this point. He might have to settle for third, but that won't be a bad result after the race with them. But Jack Wright himself in the mid 103s, still one of the fastest cars out on track, even though he just needs to effectively hold station in order to secure what I believe would be their first IndyCar 500. I don't think they've won this one before.
I'll make you right with that.
Yeah, I think it might be, yeah.
I think they've won every single other race possible at this point, but they haven't won this one.
No. They and this season will be really annoying because they will have won, should everything remain as it is for the next 6 minutes, won every race barring one.
Bar one.
Donington Park with the puncher.
Yeah.
Again, thank you for your ongoing comments. Moot, where did that come? It was a moot point. Said you don't get basically thanking everybody for putting on this this race, that have enjoyed watching this one back there. Tom Davis, bless him, thank you. He says it's not the worst thing to listen to, Dawes, he's a marshal and he's out there on the radio. That's very kind of you to say. So you don't have a choice, though, have you? So bless you. David Hemmings, commentary's been superb today. Thanks, guys. A great day's racing, really enjoyable. Thank you so much. I love it. The L4L. Hey, first ever time watching. What did I miss? And someone said only nearly 500 minutes of KA endurance racing. I think that sums it up, really. But you can watch it back, and it's all there to have a watch back. Them LED lights are blinding, says Box in this lap. I know, that's why we're struggling to really be able to pick out who is who, and it must be dazzling for the drivers as well, to be honest with you.
It's just pattern recognition at this point. Now, this is a pro I'm going past. Yes, so that'll be the 12 that's just gone through. And thankfully, whilst the LEDs are, as you say, they are blinding, each of the teams do have slightly different ways of putting them on the car, I think would be fair to say. Very slightly different. I'm missing the Orcasport car from Snetterton because they just had the number 74 on their roof.
I think you said about that.
That is here, but they're running the T car now.
They're running the T car.
That's it. Yeah, that's a shame. Ray Honeybone, he's still listening. He's got to be on to more. Oh, and he's got his roast dinner and his wine on the go.
Oh, is he bringing that as well?
No, he ain't bringing us one. He's up in Norfolk now, isn't he? But as a wise man once told me, anyone can drive a fast car. It takes a skill to drive a car fast. Hey, that's poetic, Ray.
It is, yeah.
Wow. I like that one. That's a good comment. Right, less than 4 minutes. I kind of getting that emotional feeling again that I cannot believe. You need to probably head down. You'd settled in again now,
Milne garage.
Did you see your feet were up?
I know, you were settled in for the night there, weren't you? So Jack Werrell's going to go down so we can get the atmosphere. 3.5 minutes, but Jack Mason, I was going to make that comment, is I'm starting to feel that sort of lump in the throat feel that we're getting towards the end of this. Quite extra is that for us as well is that it was my last circuit commentary of the season. I've got a rally to commentate on in a couple of weeks, and then I'm into awards night hosting and online podcasts and all sorts of things like that. But it's the last commentary of the season. These guys, it's their last race of the season, plus at the end of this 500-minute, 8 hours, 20-minute race. So the emotion is building up.
Yeah, this is effectively the end of the MSV season as well, with the exception of a circuit rally in a couple of weeks' time at Donington Park. This is the last event that Brands will be hosting on track until it will be the circuit rally in January, I think. So with the exception of the Winter Light Spectacular that's happening off track, it's all tools will be down, and it gets to that quiet lull until everything starts ramping up again, because for the circuit racing season we won't be back until March.
No, exactly. Peter's made a comment. 2 weeks ago, Grays Motorsport were here winning the Mini Challenge Championship and the Teams Championship. Now, with luck, third in the KAs. Brands Hatch, the track that keeps on giving. It definitely does for them. Love that one. Rob Sharat, thank you, commentary team. You've been sensational humans. God bless you. Love chick speed. Yeah, but you know.
But what did the strategy team
Yeah,
have
what
to
are the
say?
strategy
That's what we
team?
need. That's what we need to hear.
Yeah, it's their opinion that counts. Boxing this lap. I wish Team Brit did the IndyCar 500. Love seeing a Ford KA spec for disabled drivers. Yeah, that would be good. I understand that one completely. Crash Monday was very enjoyable race with the commentary and chat around. Don't think I would stick around to the end. Thanks, Chris, and other commentators. You're welcome, mate. I know that, yeah, you've gone, a number of people have gone back to watch this on the stream in the warm. Totally understand that. It was free to come in today, which I think was a nice touch as well. We've got less than 90 seconds left to go in this IndyCar 500 2025. 8 hours, 20 minutes of racing, 1 hour of qualifying in the dark, miserable rain, lots of spray and thickening fog we finished with last night. But today it's dry, it's enjoyable, it is coming to a crescendo. Milnair Racing have got this one as it stands comfortably. I think Pro-Am Racing, Ollie Fennell behind the wheel, number 12, is going to hold on to that second place because Marcus Clutton has 30-odd seconds to make up. Sort of a couple of seconds a lap. It's just not going to be enough for him to be able to do this. So that's going to be third place. Boston Racing in fourth. 11 tenths fifth in number 11. And number 3, Wingate Racing, rounds out your top 6. I kind of almost envisage that they can probably hear, smell, feel things going wrong with their car, just desperate to bring it home now.
Just a few corners left then for Jack Wright. He's just come through Graham Hill Bend with about 20 seconds to go. This will be it. This will be the end of their season. 15 seconds on the clock as they just come through Surtees now. It's either going to be very close on the line or is it going to be, I think this is going to be the checkered flag. Chris,
Mark Werrell's confirmed that he's entering next year. We're going to be covering him next year, and he's been complimentary of everything. It's gone down to 0, so our race leader is coming round for the final time. His fist is already out. He comes across the line, takes the checkered flag. It is the victory for Milnair Racing. Jack Wright brings that one home, but of course he's just one of the team. The number 46 that was Jack Wright, Declan McDonnell and Dylan Brichter, they're going to have this victory sewn up comfortably in the end, and we wait for the popular car that many of you have been cheering on. It's about to come to the line now and take the checkered flag in second place for Pro-Am Racing. Ollie Fennell behind the wheel. But, of course, it is Ollie Fennell, Richard Jepp, Scott Parkin, Josh Benson. And to round out the top 3, it's going to be the 95 car of Marcus Clutton and Lee Taylor. All 3 of those podium places on the lead lap after 8 hours and 20 minutes of racing. Absolutely epic. We haven't heard anything from Jack Werrell.
No, there wasn't much reaction, to be honest.
No, really. I think they're exhausted, are they?
Yeah.
Wow, there will be when he comes back in. I think that's going to be the point then, isn't it? When the car comes back down the pit lane, Jack. So he'll be coming round for that. So it is victory to the number 46 car of Milnair Racing. Pro-Am Racing, number 12 in second. Third, 95 Kachow. 888 Boston Racing in fourth place. Fifth is number 11, 11 tenths Racing. Great job by them. Very sort of sneakily snuck their way up. Sneakily snuck their way. Wow, there you go. Sixth is number 3, Wingate Racing. Number 1, Burton Power Racing in seventh. Eighth, number 180, Shine Automotive. AFK Racing 22 in ninth. 10th is 55, Cash Strapped Racing. Chick Speed Motorsport, number 77 in 11th. 12th, number 2, NJM Racing Limited. 131 Catastrophe in 13th. In 14th place, number 33, Cadoodle Doo Racing. 49, LDR Performance Tuning in 15th. 16th is 141 Car Motion. Autotech Motorsport 264 in 17th. 18th is 211 Mauricio Motorsport. 116 Piston Broke in 19th. 20th, number 8, Pro-Am Racing. Still show us there even though they were out. 65 Autotech Motorsport. 74 Orca Sport. 555 Subaru. Great to see them bringing it to the end. 24th is 67 Original Checkers Racing. No windscreen, no matter. They still bring that one home in 24th place. 25th, 125 Three Amigos. Usher Motorsport in 26th. Again, they had to work hard. 333 Kahuna's Race Team in 27th. 28th is number 9, LDR Performance Tuning. What a brilliant job. They did get themselves up above the bottom place. And 121 Carl Amity. That was obviously an exclusion because they were running the T car but hadn't given that any lap time yesterday. How's it feeling down there now, Jack Werrell?
Yeah, now there's the outpour of emotion from Jack Wright and the rest of the Milner Racing squad. I might jump in whilst we're still live and grab a word with Jack Wright. You can see everybody embracing each other. I mean, we'll grab all of you. Jack, I mean, so close this season to doing the clean sweep, but 5 from 6, you can't complain.
No, definitely not. We've had a cracking year. Loved every minute of it. We've had some good pace, so... but it's, you know, it's still tight out there. Marcus was coming through the pack like a scolded cat. He was on it, so we knew, you know, depending on where the safety car came out, it could have caught us a cold, really. But no, got it in the end. Happy with that. The one that got away, we finally got it. 3 years of trying.
Very, very well done, not only to yourself, but the rest of Team Milner, Jack.
Thank you.
We'll wander over and just try and grab one more. How are we doing for time? We might be able to sneak in one more. We'll jump in and grab Ollie Fernell, of course a fan favourite. Ollie will have to jump in. Unfortunately, Ollie, you were the only Pro-Am car to finish today, but that was really hard fought. The strategy played out well, and it was a case of those quick, consistent laps all the way to the end.
Yeah, I was pushing like crazy at the end, but I can't quite tell you what it is, but the left sides just didn't want to work. I don't know if it was just too cold or something, but every time I go through Druids, it's half a second down. Go through T1, 2 tenths down. It was, yeah, I just tried everything, different lines, different braking points, but it just wasn't there. So all I could do was my best. That's what I did. And yeah, what was it, 18 seconds off the lead in the end? So that's not bad, is it?
Back for more next year?
Oh yeah, I mean, I say I can't do it next year, but you know, there's always room, isn't there? Could do 1 or 2.
Massive well done to you and the Pro-Am team.
Thank you very much, cheers.
So a quick word with our top 2. We'll have to try and grab Marcus Clutton and Lee Taylor in a short while, but at least to close off for the circuit PA, back up to you, Chris.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're down to the last 2 minutes, so thank you, Jack Werrell, while we're on the circuit. You'll hear him close this one out in terms of any other interviews he can get. Jack Mace, thank you for joining us, mate. Appreciate that.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. It was a quick
Sorry,
half hour, wasn't it?
You only nipped up, but you enjoyed it, you know.
Yeah,
you did,
no,
so,
I did, yeah. I would have gone otherwise.
Yeah, exactly. Much, much appreciated. Well done to all the drivers. Thank you to the Orange Army. It's been an absolutely amazing event, and we couldn't have done it without you all. The rescue crews, recovery crews, medical, fire, everybody, race officials downstairs that had to work so hard with a number of things. An incredible job. TSL for helping us get us through all of this. The production crew that have brought us the opportunity to watch this as well. Thank you. You had to work so hard this morning, and we really appreciate everything you do. And I have to say a massive thank you to all of you that have been watching this. You really have been off the scale with your involvement in this. It's a team sport, and it's a team watching game as well, and it's been so much fun. I hope that I didn't go too far with just going nuts and enjoy this, but this was what the spirit I think that this deserved. The teams enjoy it, the drivers enjoy it, we get to enjoy it as well. But from Jack Werrell, Jack Mace, who joined us for big chunks, a number of people that came in as guests, and myself, Chris Dawes, genuinely thank you absolutely everybody for an incredible 2025 edition of the IndyCar 500. EnduroKA will be back again, even bigger, even better in 2026. From MSVT Racing here at Brands Hatch, thank you for everything, and I'll leave you in the clutches of the stream-only microphone now for Jack Werrell, but from me, good evening.
Congratulations to Mill there. They've been rapid all weekend. They've been fighting hard. They were really quick here last year as well, so it's glad for them that they've got the win. Yeah, the team done really well. Pro-Am done really well this weekend. Ollie drove a great stint in the end there. We did change both tyres on the right-hand side of the car. He said it did change the balance a little bit, so we're suffering a little bit on pace, but yeah, P2, it's still not quite that top step. A bit frustrating, but we gave our best.
And we're going to see you back next year?
You never know. I'll never say no. I never say no.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
A quick word with Richard, yeah. We will jump in with, we're going we'll jump in with Mr. Parkin. A fairly busy stint for you, it seemed, because it was that real turning point in the race where what you did set up that final stint.
I seemed to be in no man's land quite a bit, and then the 95 car, we were swapping places, left, right and centre. And then Dylan's giving me the eye over there. So yeah, he's a traitor, Dylan, just so you know. He normally races with us, but he's gone to the other side, so not the dark side. So pretty good, but the lads have done a good job, and the team's done a fantastic job. We had a few things thrown our way, like the headlight not working halfway through my stint, so I said to Ben, we need a safety car, and then 3 seconds later a safety car came out, so yeah, that saved our bacon, I think. Shame about the other guys in the number 8 car. We've watched the footage back. I think it's just a wrong place, wrong time sort of incident, not really anybody's fault as such, just trying to overtake a back marker, but it's been a fantastic day for everybody, so yeah.
Well, it was brilliant to watch, and obviously we know that yourself and Team Darkside are always busy. Are we going to see a bit more of yourself back in EnduroKA next year?
I hope so. I've had a look at the provisional calendars for both, and there's not too many clashes, so we might be all right. So yeah, maybe you'll see me again soon.
Look forward to it. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers.
Quick word with Scott Parkin. I think we're almost ready to head upstairs, albeit we don't have Lee Taylor and Marcus Clutton. We might be able to jump in and grab a word with Scott Thompson, who is the team owner of Pro-Am Racing. So we'll jump in and grab a word with Scott. Obviously there was no guarantee of 2 cars being here this weekend. All of a sudden we had to. There was a bit of shuffling around to be done with numbers, and to walk away with a result like second, it would have been better maybe to have both cars, but to still finish a season on a high, it's got to feel good.
Yeah, obviously Callum, first thing, Callum is all right in the 8 car, which is the main thing. We had a bit of an off, so which inadvertently helped us with the safety car at the end, and we thought, oh right, we've got a gap. Unfortunately we had about 9 or 10 cars between us, but yeah, to come away obviously yesterday with the double P3s and then back on the podium again, I think between us and Milner we've locked out P1 and 2 for nearly every race this year, so I'm happy, drivers are happy, that's the main thing. Excited to come back next year and do it all over again, so yeah, thank you very much, Jack. It was brilliant as well, so big thanks to Jack for everything he's done, and his dad.
Thank you very much, Scott. I think we're almost at the point where we would get the podium underway, so I'm going to wait and see. We do have a car arriving. That is the 3rd place car that has just arrived, so this will be the car of Marcus Clutton and Lee Taylor. Exactly who's in the car? I would assume Marcus is still behind the wheel, so we can jump in and grab a word. It is Marcus Clutton that's in the car, so we'll have to wait for him to jump out of the car, and then we can dive in and grab a very quick word. He needs to make sure he leaves the car in gear so it doesn't roll away. And then I think we might be able to jump in and grab a word. We'll just go for it now and jump on him with an interview. Mr. Marcus Clutton, we were having a conversation up in the commentary box. Obviously, the McLaren, the daily car, that's the job. Surely this is just fun, right?
Yeah, I love it. If I didn't enjoy it, I wouldn't keep coming back. I'm really passionate about enjoying my racing, and that's why I race any car that gets put in front of me, really. I'm very lucky with what I do get to drive as well, but come and do this sort of stuff, it's great. I genuinely love it.
And the pace that you're showing, fastest lap of the race, and continuously taking 2 or 3 seconds out of those cars up the road, was it a matter of when and not if, just needed a bit more time?
Yeah, 100%. I think we needed a bit more time, and we was so close with that last safety car. We nearly unlapped ourselves with Milner, and then we'd have been right in the mix, but it wasn't to be. We did our best. The team did a great job as ever, and Lee was fabulous. So we'll just embrace a nice podium.
Very well done on 3rd place.
Cheers, thank you.
Quick word with Marcus Clutton. I think we are now going to be ready for the podium, so whether we are going up there, I think we'll stay down here. So we're going to wander up the stairs, so we'll have to leave you. We will have to leave you very briefly, I think, as we run up the stairs. We're ready to do the podium, and then, of course, it's trying to get the drivers for the podium as well. So you will just have to bear with us for a few minutes.
Is that all right there?
over here and ready. They will be presented their trophies in the preparation area and walk out onto the podium, not only with the trophies but with the milk bottles as well. So just as the drivers are having a quick chat, what we'll do is we'll bring them up in reverse order. So third place, please, drivers of car number 95, Lee Taylor and Marcus Clutton. So onto the podium go Lee Taylor and Marcus Clutton with the milk as well. And now we'll move on to second place, drivers of car number 12, the Pro-Am racing car, Ollie Fernell, Richard Jepp, Scott Parkin and Josh Benson.
Well done, lad.
Massive well done to the Pro-Am racing team. On to the second step of the podium with a big round of applause from the crowd. And on to the top step of the podium, please. Your 2025 IndyCar 500 winners from car number 46, Milner Racing, Jack Wright, Declan McDonald and Dylan Britcher.
Thank you very much, Danielle.
So your podium for the 2025 IndyCar 500 complete. Just to go over and confirm the top three on the third step of the podium, finishing third is the number 95 Ka-Chow car of Marcus Clutton and Lee Taylor. On the second step of the podium, drivers of car 12, Ollie Fernell, Richard Jepp, Scott Parkin and Josh Benson. And your 2025 IndyCar 500 race winners, car number 46 of Milner Racing, Jack Wright, Declan McDonald and Dylan Britcher. So a massive well done to the drivers. So what I will do is just sneak my way out onto the podium and say goodbye to you all. So we'll stay out on the podium, we'll close out in front of the Brands Hatch podium. So from Chris Dawes and Jack Mace up in the commentary box, all of the special guests that we got to speak to today, of course the MSVR, the MSVT and MSV as a whole, all of the marshals and circuit staff that made this weekend possible. Thank you so much for joining us for the 2025 season. We hope to see you next year. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Joe.